ch71 because of my previous news. Chapter 71. Throughout the event, Sichuan carefully followed the boss's instructions, keeping within 5 meters of Huo Xiaozheng at all times. However, Ningning was already a 5-year-old child, and holding her for a long time inevitably made his arms ache. Fortunately, not long after someone else took over carrying her, Huo Guining woke up. "Ningning, are you awake?" Huo Guining nodded, indicating for him to put her down. Although Huo Xiaozheng had brought her out to avoid being photographed by paparazzi, he had put a mask on her when they got out of the car. As a result, Huo Guining's voice sounded a bit muffled when she spoke. "Where's Dad?" Sichuan hurriedly put her down, discreetly flexing his sore shoulders, and pointed towards the main stage. "The chairman is over there." Huo Guining looked in the direction he was pointing. Huo Xiaozheng stood there with a cold expression, his elegant figure commanding and exuding the aura of a person in power. Huo Guining couldn't help but exclaim, "My dad is so handsome." Huo Xiaozheng had always maintained the habit of working out. Often by the time Huo Guining was just waking up, Huo Xiaozheng had already finished exercising. As a result, Huo Xiaozheng was in great shape. There was absolutely no sign of the middle-age spread that often comes with getting older. Sichuan choked a bit. "Yes, he is." Noticing Huo Guining's gaze, Huo Xiaozheng glanced in her direction. Huo Guining's eyes lit up, and she immediately waved at him. Huo Xiaozheng nodded at her with an expressionless face, but there was a glimmer of laughter in his eyes. The entire ceremony didn't last long. After taking photos with the media, Huo Xiaozheng returned. Some media representatives noticed Huo Guining's appearance and followed, sensing a story. "This must be Chairman Hua's daughter. She's so pretty. She looks very well behaved. Chairman Hua, would it be alright if we took a photo of you together?" Huo Guining was very cold towards the reporters. She clutched Huo Xiaozheng's clothes and lowered her eyes, not looking at them. The media reporters all knew about the situation with Huo Xiaozheng's daughter, and seeing her attitude, they all felt a bit awkward. Huo Xiaozheng directly picked up Huo Guining and said coldly, "If there's nothing else, you can all leave now." The reporters left sheepishly. Huo Guining's attitude also effectively rejected Huo Jing's earlier suggestion. There was absolutely no need for a parent-child reality show. As for future matters, when Ningning grows up, he would face them with her together. Not relying on netizens, not relying on reporters, not bowing to public opinion. Huo Xiaozheng checked his watch. It was almost quitting time. He carried Huo Guining towards the car. "We'll have dinner at the old house tonight." Huo Guining asked, "Will brother be there too?" Huo Xiaozheng. "Yes, uncle and his family will all be there." Huo Guining. "What about auntie?" Huo Xiaozheng. "Auntie will be there too." Huo Guining. "Then we can play Monopoly together." Huo Xiaozheng. "Auntie might not have time." Huo Guining. "Do you have time then?" Huo Xiaozheng didn't answer immediately. After pondering for a moment, he said, "I should, probably." Sichuan listened to their conversation and felt somewhat moved. The chairman's patience has improved so much. On the way, Huo Xiaozheng asked about the Yun City project. Sichuan answered, "Someone from inside the Jiang family said that Chairman Jiang doesn't intend to use that piece of land in Yun City for commercial purposes." Huo Xiaozheng's tone was puzzled. "Not for commercial use?" Sichuan nodded. "That's right. The Jiang family had been in South City for generations. If they bought that piece of land but not for commercial use, it was very likely, just like himself, that it was for private use. If that was the case, then his only purpose would be Qinzi. Like the Huo family, the Qin family's ancestral home was also in Yun City. It was very possible that Jiang Suyuan bought this piece of land to give to Qinzi." Thinking of this, Huo Xiaozheng's face gradually darkened. Hearing Chairman Jiang, Huo Guining asked curiously, "Dad, what are you talking about?" Huo Xiaozheng concealed his expression. "Nothing, just work stuff." Hearing him say this, Huo Guining felt a bit anxious. Although Jiang Suyuan and Qin Ziyi were already married, Huo Xiaozheng, as the villain in the book, wasn't following the plot. But she couldn't show too much curiosity about Jiang Suyuan. Otherwise, it would arouse Huo Xiaozheng's suspicion. Huo Guining felt like she was itching to scratch her ears and cheeks. Seeing her thirst for knowledge was so strong, Huo Xiaozheng took the initiative to ask, "What's wrong?" Huo Guining opened her mouth, not knowing how to start. Until Sichuan got out of the car. "Chairman Hua, do we need to investigate further into the Jiang Corporation?" Huo Xiaozheng, "Go ahead. Since they've also entered the qualification review stage, we should scout out the competition." After Sichuan left, Huo Guining finally found an opening to ask, "Dad, are the Jiang family targeting you again?" Huo Xiaozheng smirked, as if they're capable of that. Huo Guining. The confidence of a villain was truly strong enough to make one want to cry. Not only was Jiang Suyuan capable, he might even bring you down. Thinking back on recent events with the constant scandal surrounding the Huo family, she wondered, "Dad, will we go bankrupt?" Huo Guining's words were shocking. Huo Xiaozheng was stunned. "Why would you ask that?" Huo Guining thought for a moment. "When I first came home, didn't Grandpa worry that Aunt Qin marrying Uncle Jiang would affect your company?" Huo Xiaozheng hadn't expected that she would remember such a thing at her young age. Don't worry, I can handle it. Huo Xiaozheng patted her head, cutting off the topic without further discussion. Huo Guining fell into deep thought. According to the original setting, as long as she gained Huo Xiaozheng's trust and prevented him from taking action against Qin Zi and Jiang Siyuan again, she would be able to break free from the plot's constraints on her and no longer need to rely on Huo Xiaozheng to survive. But the facts proved that even though her relationship with Huo Xiaozheng had improved, her condition hadn't completely alleviated. She still needed to depend on Huo Xiaozheng to maintain her health. Huo Guining began to feel uneasy inside. That day, all the Huo family members were present. Huo Jing complained that recently it felt like she had been cursed, constantly being picked on and haunted by troubles. Old Master Huo snorted coldly, "When you chose that line of work, you should have known this day would come." Jiang Jinxiu raised her hand to pat him. "Our daughter is in a bad mood, and you're still saying such cold words." Old Master Huo pressed his lips into a straight line and said no more. Huo Guining felt increasingly anxious. "Oh right, the director of that parent-child reality show asked me again. Brother, do you want to take Ningning to participate?" Huo Jing asked Huo Xiaozheng. Old Master Huo's anger, which had just subsided, nearly flared up again. Huo Guining was confused. Parent-child reality show? She looked at Huo Xiaozheng, her eyes seeming to say, "Dad didn't tell me about this." Huo Xiaozheng patted her head. "I didn't plan on taking Ningning." Huo Jing pressed her lips together. "Actually, this is a great opportunity. The recent news has made the stock market look not so good, so at this time..." Huo Xiaozheng interrupted, "It's not necessary." Huo Guining became anxious. She tugged at Huo Xiaozheng's clothes and asked, "What does Auntie mean?" Huo Xiaozheng thought for a moment and explained, "Auntie wants me to take you on a show to gain some goodwill for the company and increase its visibility." "Why do we need to gain goodwill?" Huo Guining didn't understand. Is it because of the news about me before? The atmosphere suddenly cooled. Chapter 72 was her arrival intended to kill Huo Xiaozheng. Chapter 72. Huo Jing belatedly realized her mistake, wishing she could slap herself. Work had been so hectic lately that her brain felt like it was turning to mush. Huo Yanqin said gently, "Ningning, you're mistaken. Your news won't affect Dad's company's development, good or bad." Sui Qifang chimed in, "That's right, Ningning. Don't overthink it." Huo Guining remained silent, her heart gradually sinking. Since transmigrating into the novel, her spirit and body hadn't fully merged with the original owners. In her past life, cancer had weakened her mental strength. After abruptly transmigrating, the original owner's mental and physical state were both poor. This led her to become temporarily trapped in the original owner's experiences, unable to break free, and even gradually assimilated. She had transmigrated into the novel but nearly overlooked the existence of the plot. She thought she had prevented herself from being used as a pawn and stopped Huo Xiaozheng's downfall. But in reality, Huo Xiaozheng was still being attacked by the plot because of her. The initial task given to her by the plot god was to reform the villain Huo Xiaozheng, maintain the stability of this world and prevent it from collapsing. Otherwise, she would die again in this novel world. Today, Huo Guining belatedly realized, did maintaining the stability of the novel world mean that the villain could only remain a villain, unable to hinder the development of the main character's storyline? Reforming the villain was only to make him obediently accept the plot's arrangements. And Huo Xiaozheng's fate? Had her arrival actually been meant to kill Huo Xiaozheng? Huo Guining felt a chill rising from her feet, and she couldn't help but shiver. Seeing her unusual expression, Huo Xiaozheng turned her shoulders towards him and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Faced with Huo Xiaozheng's concern, Huo Guining's tears burst forth. "I'm sorry, Wu-Wu." Huo Xiaozheng mistakenly thought she was apologizing for her news and immediately comforted her. "Didn't Uncle say that the company's affairs have nothing to do with you?" Huo Guining's face was covered in tears, but she couldn't voice the truth. "No, it's my fault." Huo Xiaozheng was at a loss, only able to hold her stiffly and comfort her not to think too much. Old Master Huo shot Huo Jing a stern glance. Knowing she was in the wrong, Huo Jing hurriedly ran to the kitchen and brought out freshly squeezed cherry juice. "Ningning, look. Fresh cherry juice, do you want some?" "Huo Xiaozheng, you're really good at comforting children." Jiang Jinxiu took Huo Guining from Huo Xiaozheng's arms, wiped her face with a tissue and joked in a gentle tone, "You're crying so much you'll turn into a little cat. Making money isn't easy, and it's normal for business to have ups and downs. If the Huo group could collapse because of your little incident, it would be too fragile. Don't you think so?" Although Huo Guining knew this was just comfort, she still asked hopefully, "Really, it's okay?" Jiang Jinxiu said kindly, "Of course it will be okay. Don't you trust your dad?" Huo Guining immediately responded, "I do." She believed it, but this world was just a book. Old Master Huo interjected, "The Huo group was built from scratch by our ancestors. Even if something really happened, we just start over from the beginning. You little girl, just focus on growing up healthy. Leave the adult matters for adults to worry about." Although the words were rough, the reasoning wasn't bad, but Huo Xiaozheng couldn't help giving him a cold glance. Seeing that Huo Guining had stopped crying, Jiang Jinxiu handed her back to Huo Xiaozheng. She gently tapped Huo Guining's nose and said, "Ning Ning, relax." Huo Guining smiled. "Yes, don't rush. There should be other ways." Seeing that the small storm had passed, Huo Yueze timidly spoke up. "Does anyone want to play Monopoly?" Huo Xiaozheng grabbed Huo Guining's hand and raised it. "We do." Huo Guining turned to look at her dad. Huo Jing was also stunned by her brother's sudden cuteness, momentarily frozen in place. Zhuo Qifeng raised her hand with a smile. "Count me in. I played once with Yueze at home, but it wasn't as fun with fewer people." The adults exchanged glances and all raised their hands. Huo Xiaozheng and Huo Guining formed one team, and with the others it made exactly 6 players. Old Master Huo asked the butler to bring reading glasses for him and Zheng Jinxiu. The 6 of them sat around the round table in the living room and began playing the game intently. Originally, Huo Guining had been gloomy, her mind constantly dwelling on the transmigration. She played the game absent-mindedly. Seeing her land and money dwindling, Huo Guining began to panic. "Ah, big brother, you can't buy my land." Huo Yueze mischievously waved his coins at her. "Big brother has money." Huo Guining was furious and could only pray inwardly for Huo Yueze to roll a small number, an even smaller number. Huo Yueze saw through her thoughts and deliberately delayed rolling the dice. Huo Guining leaned back against Huo Xiaozheng, sitting in his lap. At this moment, her body was tense, leaning slightly forward, her eyes fixed intently on the dice in Huo Yueze's hand. Huo Yueze raised an eyebrow with a smile and casually tossed the dice. 1. Big brother goes to jail. Huo Guining let out a joyful shout. Huo Yueze looked devastated. Except for him and Ning Ning, all the adults present were shrewd. Not to mention Ning Ning's behind-the-scenes operator, her uncle. It was Huo Guining's turn to roll the dice. Huo Guining studied the map carefully. If she rolled a 3 or 6, she could take over Huo Yueze's 2 most prosperous lands. Remembering Ning Ning's slightly unlucky streak, Huo Yueze relaxed and sank back into his chair. He taunted, "Go ahead, roll. Feel free to roll." Huo Guining immediately understood his arrogance. She turned and placed the dice in Huo Xiaozheng's hand. "Dad, you do it." Huo Yueze jumped up like a startled cat. "You can't let Uncle roll." Huo Guining raised her chin. "We agreed before the game started that Dad and I are a team. Why can't Dad roll?" The adults burst into laughter. Why? Ning Ning didn't know, but the adults present knew very well. Years ago, for the sake of a business deal, Huo Xiaolong had a high-stakes game in a casino with his opponent, where one game determined life or death. The story from that year is still circulating in the casino to this day. How could a mere dice roll be difficult for him? Huo Xiaozheng raised his hand, his wrist turning, shaking the dice. The sound of the rolling dice echoed. He suddenly covered the dice on the table with his hand. Huo Yueze and Huo Guining held their breath and looked on. Huo Xiaozheng lifted his hand with a poker face. 666. Huo Guining shouted gleefully. She immediately moved her piece 6 steps, paid the coins, and bought Huo Yueze's money-making land. In the following rounds, anyone who passed through this area had to pay her a substantial toll. Seeing her happy, Huo Xiaozheng felt relieved. In the next few rounds, Huo Xiaozheng, Huo Yanqin, and Huo Jing no longer participated. The 3 gathered in the study with Old Master Huo sitting in the main seat. CH73 in her subconscious reaction, there is a strong sense of hostility. Chapter 73. Tell me, what's the current situation? Old Master Huo furrowed his brow, his eyes fixed on Huo Xiaozheng. Huo Xiaozheng took a small sip of tea, savoring its fragrant aroma and slightly bitter taste. He set down the cup and said, "The company's situation hasn't been good lately. Revenue hasn't increased in any of our major branches, and some are even seeing a decline." Huo Yanqin asked, "The overall economic situation isn't great either. Could it be due to policy changes?" Huo Xiaozheng shook his head, his expression calm and unruffled. Seeing that he seemed to have a grasp on the situation, Old Master Huo changed the subject. "What's going on with little Ning?" At this question, Huo Yanqin and Huo Jing both turned to look at Huo Xiaozheng. Huo Guining had fainted at Huo Yanqin's house and been taken to the hospital. After discharge, she was brought directly back to Panlong Bay. Huo Xiaozheng had been vague about the details. As a result, neither Huo Yanqin nor Huo Jing knew the full story. "Ning has some health issues," Huo Xiaolong said. Old Master Huo asked gravely, "What kind of issues are we talking about?" At this point, Huo Xiaozheng had no choice but to explain Ning's condition in detail to everyone. Huo Jing exclaimed in shock, "I thought it was strange how you suddenly became such a doting father when Ning returned. So this is the reason behind it." Huo Xiaozheng didn't refute her statement. Huo Yanqin inquired, "Since Ning's psychologist suggested hypnosis, does that mean it's the most efficient treatment method with the best results?" Huo Xiaozheng nodded. "I initially thought we had plenty of time, and that if I just accompanied Ning patiently, she would eventually get better. But recently I've noticed that Ning seems to be under a lot of pressure about needing to depend on me to stay healthy." Huo Jing interjected. "Is that why Ning lied, to make you think she'd be fine even when she was with Yueze?" Huo Xiaozheng didn't deny it. He continued slowly, "I've already discussed it with Ning's psychologist. We plan to start hypnotherapy after the Spring Festival. Huo Yanqing voiced his concern. Ning has a strong sense of pride. If you've really decided to do this, it might be better to keep it from her. This was exactly what worried Huo Xiaozheng as well. Ning's health had been problematic multiple times, and beyond that, Huo Xiaozheng had noticed that she displayed some obsessive behaviors in daily life. For instance, every morning after getting up, she insisted on making her bed meticulously according to her own habits. If even the slightest detail was off, she would tirelessly unmake the bed and start over. She had always had an unusual enthusiasm for food, eating when happy, eating when sad, and eating even more when anxious. This explained her voracious appetite. Moreover, once she got into the zone while painting, she would forget to eat or sleep. If anyone interrupted her, her instinctive reaction was full of hostility. That night when Huo Xiaozheng interrupted her painting, he was met with a pair of hostile eyes. But perhaps due to her experiences, she was very adept at quickly hiding her emotions. Huo Xiaozheng had arranged for her to swim and play tennis, hoping that exercise would help alleviate her stress. The effects were minimal. Old Master Huo heaved a long sigh. The sound of his sigh brought Huo Xiaozheng back from his thoughts. Huo Xiaozheng said. The psychologist also suggested keeping it from her. But Huo Jing understood his concern, but if Ning finds out, the consequences could be unimaginable. Huo Xiaozheng fell silent. Ning's situation was even more challenging than the company's affairs. Huo Jing tentatively said, There's something I'd like to suggest. Old Master Huo glared at her. Out with it. My previous idea about a parent-child reality show isn't practical, but brother could take Ning on a trip during the spring festival break to help her relax, Huo Jing said quickly, afraid of being scolded. Maybe during the trip, Ning will be willing to let her guard down with brother. Wouldn't that make the hypnosis issue easier to resolve? Huo Yanqing agreed, that's not a bad idea. If Ning lets her guard down, it might not be impossible to get her consent for the hypnosis. Huo Xiaozheng frowned, clearly still considering the proposal. Seeing this, Old Master Huo made the decision. Then it's settled. Leave the company matters to the staff for now, and we'll deal with it after the spring festival. When the four of them came out of the study, Huo Guining was sitting on the sofa, showing her latest work to Huo Yueze, Zhuo Qifang, and Zhang Jinxiu. Zhuo Qifang was looking at it intently, occasionally offering some comments. Huo Yueze and Zhang Jinxiu, however, kept glancing at each other, avoiding looking at the painting. But their stream of compliments never ceased. Huo Xiaozheng walked over and said, Ning, it's time to go home. Huo Yueze and Zhang Jinxiu looked relieved, saying cheerfully, leaving so soon? Huo Guining put away her tablet and hopped off the sofa, her long bangs swaying by her cheeks. Good night, Grandpa and Grandma. Good night, Uncle, Aunt, and Auntie. Good night, brother. Goodbye. With that, she went to hold Huo Xiaozheng's hand. Huo Xiaozheng bent down to pick her up, waving goodbye to everyone. Huo Yanqing and Huo Jing exchanged glances, both seeing a glimmer of hope in each other's eyes. On this day, Huo Guining was roused from her bed early by Huo Xiaozheng. After groggily eating breakfast, Huo Guining got into the car, tilted her head, and fell asleep again. Having woken up so early, Huo Guining was in a daze for most of the morning. Seeing her condition, Huo Xiaozheng rescheduled her art class appointment. When Huo Guining woke up again, she found herself still in the car. Dad, where are we going? She asked. Huo Xiaozheng smoothed her messy hair and replied, to Yun City. The car stopped, and Huo Xiaozheng carried her out while the driver followed behind with their luggage. It was then that Huo Guining realized they were at the airport. What are we going to Yun City for? She asked. Huo Xiaozheng's answer was brief, to have fun. Huo Guining. This was Huo Guining's first time on a plane since coming to this world. And it was first class, no less. The first-class cabin was spacious. Worried about her experiencing vertigo and ear pain, Huo Xiaozheng seated her in the aisle seat. He had also prepared noise-canceling earplugs for her, which he helped her put in before takeoff. But Huo Guining wasn't afraid at all. Once the plane stabilized, she unbuckled her seatbelt and leaned over to look out the window. Seeing her curiosity, Huo Xiaozheng switched seats with her and fastened her seatbelt again. The weather was nice that day. The plane flew above thick white clouds with bright sunshine and an endless expanse of blue sky. Huo Guining felt her spirits lift. Seeing her engrossed, Huo Xiaozheng opened his laptop and started working. After lunch, Huo Guining's excitement had worn off. Remembering that Uncle Joe had brought 2 large suitcases, she asked curiously, Dad, how long are we staying? Huo Xiaozheng took a sip of water and replied, It's not certain yet. We'll see how it goes once we get there. Huo Guining was puzzled. Wasn't Huo Xiaozheng usually very busy? CH-74 Is this a dog leash? Chapter 74. The flight time from South City to Yun City is 2 hours. Winter in Yun City differs from that in South City. This season, the temperature in Yun City is quite comfortable with a gentle breeze that has completely lost its bone-chilling coldness. Upon arriving in Yun City, Huo Xiaozheng and Huo Guining disembarked from their flight and immediately boarded a black business vehicle. Once inside the car, Huo Xiaozheng removed Huo Guining's thick coat and replaced it with a lighter one. Yun City's climate is favorable, capable of nurturing all forms of life. Along the way they saw sunflowers and daisies everywhere, with various small flowers competing in their beauty. A warm breeze carrying the essence of spring caressed their faces. Huo Guining lowered the car window and stretched her hand outside, trying to capture the presence of the wind. This was the first time Huo Xiaozheng and Huo Guining were truly alone together. Seeing her relaxed posture, Huo Xiaozheng unconsciously eased up as well. The two checked into a 5-star hotel owned by the Huo Group. The hotel manager was waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing the black business car arrive, he immediately came forward to greet them and escort them inside. The magnificent lobby with its marble floors and walls reflected a dazzling scene under the enormous crystal chandelier. The hotel's elevator was swift and silent. The group went directly to the presidential suite on the top floor, which boasted huge floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the stunning landscape. The manager respectfully inquired, "Mr. Hua, the room staff will be here shortly to arrange your luggage. Is there anything else you need?" Huo Xiaozheng took off his coat and hung it on a nearby coat rack. He glanced at Huo Guining, who was wandering around, taking everything in. "Send up some local snacks and drinks, please." The manager nodded, closed the door, and left. "Are you tired? Do you want to rest for a while?" Huo Xiaozheng asked Huo Guining. Huo Guining was still marveling at the luxurious presidential suite. She came to her senses and shook her head. Although Huo Xiaozheng was here for work, she was here to travel. "I'm not tired. Dad, when will your work be finished?" Huo Guining looked expectant. The view outside was so beautiful, it would be nice to go out for a walk and take a look around. Huo Xiaozheng glanced at his watch, which showed 1:30 in the afternoon. "I have a meeting in half an hour," Huo Xiaozheng said. "After the meeting ends, I'll take you out for a walk." Huo Guining's eyes lit up. Soon after, staff members filed in. The meeting was to be held in the reception room. While Huo Xiaozheng and the staff were in the meeting room, Huo Guining stayed in the bedroom, happily enjoying her afternoon tea. The customer service staff was arranging their luggage nearby. "Miss, shall I put this easel in the living room for you?" Huo Guining hadn't expected that Huo Xiaozheng would bring her easel along. She put down her snack and said, "No need, bring it over here." Under her instruction, the staff set up the easel by the floor-to-ceiling window. Huo Guining checked the time, took out her brushes, and began to paint. This time, the canvas wasn't filled with her fantasies. Instead, it captured the beautiful view outside. When Huo Xiaozheng finished his meeting and came in, he saw her intensely focused on her canvas. He walked over and saw that she was painting the view outside the window. Huo Xiaozheng smiled. This might be a good start. He didn't interrupt Huo Guining but went to the living room, opened his laptop, and continued with his work. Although the auction in Yun City wouldn't take place until after the new year, it didn't prevent Huo Xiaozheng from conducting an early on-site inspection. According to the reports submitted by his subordinates, the location of that plot of land wasn't particularly ideal. Geographically, the land wasn't near mountains or water and was located in the suburbs. Yun City had a well-developed tourism industry, but due to its rich cultural heritage, it wasn't suitable for overly commercialized districts. For tourism development, it was truly a dilemma, neither appetizing nor easily discarded. But recently, the economy had been poor, and the real estate market was not doing well. The local government intended to auction off the land to obtain funds for cash flow. However, the price was clearly higher than the market value. Huo Xiaozheng sent a message to Xi Chuan, asking about his inquiries into the Jiang family. Xi Chuan reported no progress. Huo Xiaozheng wasn't worried that the Jiang family would want to use this plot for commercial purposes, but rather that their ideas might be similar to his own. "Dad, is your meeting over?" Huo Guining's voice interrupted Huo Xiaozheng's contemplation. Huo Xiaozheng relaxed his furrowed brow. "Yes, it's over. Have you finished your painting?" Huo Guining nodded. "When are we going out?" Huo Xiaozheng quickly tidied up his desk. "Now." Given the warmer temperature here, Huo Xiaozheng changed into a beige long-sleeved shirt and light-colored casual suit, paired with khaki casual trousers. He had Huo Guining change into a pink apricot cardigan sweater and light-colored trousers. Before leaving, Huo Xiaozheng also grabbed a medium-thick beige coat for her to carry. Huo Xiaozheng drove himself. Huo Guining sat in the back seat, her words tinged with the joy of sightseeing. "Dad, where are we going now?" Huo Xiaozheng said. "There's a famous attraction nearby, let's go take a look." Although it was the off-season, there were still quite a few tourists along the way. Upon reaching their destination, the sun was still a bit harsh. Huo Xiaozheng produced a pair of sunglasses from somewhere and put them on Huo Guining. He then took out a small backpack and helped her put it on. Finally, he pulled out a rope and with a click attached it to Huo Guining's small backpack. Huo Guining, "Dad, is this a dog leash?" Huo Xiaozheng replied calmly, "No, it's a child leash." Huo Guining felt there was little difference between the two. "If I were to carry you all the time, you wouldn't be free," Huo Xiaozheng explained. "Besides, there are so many people it would be terrible if you got lost." Huo Guining reluctantly accepted this explanation. Huo Xiaozheng led Huo Guining as they strolled along the quaint street. Huo Xiaozheng's physique and appearance were too eye-catching. They hadn't walked far when they encountered bold young women approaching them. "Handsome, could you help us take a photo?" Huo Xiaozheng initially didn't want to respond, but considering he wanted to set a good example of approachability for Guining, he nodded slightly and took the camera from the girl's hand. Click. He returned the phone to the girl. Seeing how amiable Huo Xiaozheng was, some young men, learning from the girl's example, mustered up the courage to approach. Huo Xiaozheng took their phones and photographed them one by one. Huo Guining marveled, "Dad, you're so good-tempered. Has he changed?" She didn't voice this question. Huo Xiaozheng noticed her expression and felt his teaching demonstration had been effective. For the rest of the time, he obliged everyone who came forward requesting help with photos. Until, "Handsome, could I take a picture with you too?" Huo Xiaozheng flatly refused, took Huo Guining's hand, and walked away without looking back. The girl felt disappointed, thinking that even letting the handsome man take a photo for them would have been an honor. Meanwhile, those boys and girls who had been granted this honor stared at the photos in their phone albums in collective silence. Ch 75 Being parents shouldn't be like this. Chapter 75. Although Huo Xiaozheng was extremely busy, he was somewhat aware of the current popular trend of check-in activities. At various internet-famous spots, whether scenic views or local snacks, Huo Xiaozheng would stop to take a couple of photos for her. At first, Huo Guining would cooperate by making a peace sign, but gradually, her socially anxious nature began to show. Internet-famous spots, as the name suggests, are places where many people come to take commemorative photos. Huo Xiaozheng's photography style was completely different from before. Previously, he'd take one photo per second and move on to the next spot. Now Huo Xiaozheng seemed determined to capture her from all 360 degrees. Face that way, smile, good, now look here. Some onlookers, seeing this heartwarming scene, secretly took pictures. In the photos, the 6 feet 3 inches tall Huo Xiaozheng was crouching on the ground, earnestly taking pictures of the little girl standing about 3 feet away. Some onlookers waited patiently, while impatient tourists couldn't help but urge, "Are you done yet?" An ill-tempered auntie walked right up to Guining and rudely bumped her aside. Huo Xiaozheng quickly pulled her away, his expression darkening. Huo Guining swiftly took hold of the leash and led Huo Xiaozheng in another direction. "Oh, what's that over there? It looks so delicious." Huo Xiaozheng gave the auntie a cold look before following Huo Guining. The snacks in Yun City tasted completely different from those in South City. Huo Guining had a good appetite and could accept all flavors, enjoying everything with gusto. "Dad, do you want to try some?" Huo Xiaozheng looked at the small insects in Huo Guining's hand and frowned. "No need, Dad doesn't like that." Although Huo's ancestors were from Yun City, Huo Xiaozheng was born and raised in South City. His dietary habits were completely different from those of Yun City. Plus, the appearance of these insects was terrifying, and Huo Xiaozheng had no desire to try them. Seeing he wasn't interested, Huo Guining didn't insist. She ate them one by one, crunching the insects with relish. Huo Xiaozheng crouched down to brush off the food debris from her clothes. A strong aroma of roasted food wafted into his nostrils. Could they really be that delicious? Huo Xiaozheng wondered. Huo Guining quickly finished the small box of fried insects. Huo Xiaozheng took out a tissue from her small backpack and wiped her hands. "That's enough street food for today. We'll go somewhere else for dinner later." Huo Xiaozheng noticed that the hygiene conditions of the street stalls were not ideal and worried that Guining might get an upset stomach later. Fortunately, Guining was obedient and simply nodded in response. Seeing that it was getting dark, Huo Xiaozheng led Guining back towards their hotel. Passing by a rural-style restaurant, Huo Guining's attention was drawn to a small dog at the entrance, and she kept looking back. Huo Xiaozheng followed her gaze. It was a local restaurant that looked relatively clean. Huo Xiaozheng asked, "Do you want to eat dinner here?" Huo Guining's eyes lit up, and she nodded immediately. As they entered the restaurant, they realized that business was quite slow. Even though it was dinner time, the place was nearly empty. Huo Guining didn't mind. After entering, Huo Xiaozheng sat down at a nearby table, looking at the menu and ordering from the staff. Huo Guining left Huo Xiaozheng's side and walked towards the dog. The dog was curled up near the main entrance, lying on a straw mat. The dog was snow white all over, with a black spot on one ear. Its black eyes were watery and bright. Seeing Huo Guining approach, it raised its upper body and wagged its fluffy tail, looking utterly adorable. Huo Guining crouched down, calling the dog good while trying to pet it. Unexpectedly, the seemingly docile dog suddenly started barking at her loudly, startling Huo Guining. "Nyo isn't familiar with you yet, so you shouldn't pet her randomly." A soft female voice came from behind. A girl wearing a blue and white school uniform, carrying a large basket of vegetables, walked in from outside. She looked about 10 years old with a frail build, but her large eyes sparkled brightly. Seeing Huo Guining look over, she smiled slightly, "But don't worry, Nyo doesn't bite." Huo Guining smiled back, "Is Nyo yours?" "She's so cute." The girl beamed with pride at the compliment. "Yes. Nyo isn't just cute, she's very smart too." Huo Guining's eyes lit up. "Really?" Finding a willing audience, the girl immediately put down her vegetable basket and picked up Nyo. "Yes, look, Nyo can shake hands," she said, putting Nyo down. "Nyo, sit." Nyo immediately sat down. obediently looking at the girl. The girl raised an eyebrow proudly and gave another command, "Nonyo, shake hands." Nonyo raised her front paw and placed it in the girl's palm. Huo Guining's mouth fell open in amazement. Wow. The girl's expression grew even brighter. "Nonyo, hurry up and bring those vegetables over. All you do is play with that dog all day." An angry shout interrupted the girl's show. The speaker was the landlady, who was also the girl's mother. She stood with her hands on her hips, holding a spatula, and berated the girl. "You're useless at school, and all you care about is that dog, dog, dog." The girl lowered her head under her mother's scolding. She picked up the vegetable basket and walked towards the kitchen, accompanied by her mother's angry words. Huo Guining was stunned. Huo Xiaozheng, who had witnessed everything, frowned and walked over to Huo Guining. "Do you still want to eat here?" Huo Guining pressed her lips together and shook her head. The landlady, overhearing their conversation, protested. "I've already started cooking your food. You can't just say you don't want it anymore." Huo Xiaozheng took out his wallet, pulled out several bills and placed them on the table. Then he picked up Huo Guining and left. Around the corner of the kitchen, the scolded little girl stared wistfully at their retreating figures, lost in thought. That landlady was so fierce, no wonder this restaurant doesn't have many customers. Huo Guining sighed, resting her chin on Huo Xiaozheng's shoulder, sounding like a little adult. Huo Xiaozheng chuckled at her world-weary tone. Everything happens for a reason. Huo Guining sighed again. Yeah. Neither of them dwelled on this incident for long. Huo Xiaozheng had the hotel manager make a reservation at a nearby restaurant with a nice ambience and authentic local cuisine. After dinner, Huo Xiaozheng took Huo Guining back to the hotel. On the way to the parking lot, they passed by the rural restaurant again. The little dog at the entrance stretched its neck and barked. Inside, the landlady was scolding loudly, her face stern. The frail little girl was silently sweeping the floor with her head down. Huo Guining felt a twinge of discomfort. "Do you want to help her?" Huo Xiaozheng asked. Huo Guining nodded. "It's not right for the landlady to treat a child like that, is it?" Huo Xiaozheng had wanted to say that things aren't always what they seem on the surface. But from Huo Guining's perspective, he said, "You're right, that's not how parents should behave." ch76 Dad cares about her. Chapter 76. Despite saying this, it was still a family matter. Huo Xiaozheng could only gently tell Huo Guining that no matter how capable he was, his hands couldn't reach into other people's homes. Because the boss lady only scolded her and didn't hit her, it doesn't count as domestic violence, right? Huo Guining asked, looking up with her little face. Huo Xiaozheng was stunned for a moment and could only reluctantly agree. Huo Guining returned to the hotel with Huo Xiaozheng, feeling a bit gloomy. The next day, Huo Xiaozheng planned to take Huo Guining mountain climbing. After a simple breakfast, Huo Xiaozheng drove to one of the local scenic spots. The sun shone brightly in a cloudless sky. Both Huo Xiaozheng and Huo Guining were dressed in sportswear, each properly equipped with a hiking stick as they set foot on the stone steps. The mountain wasn't tall, but Huo Guining's small frame was too weak. Before long, she was panting heavily. Huo Xiaozheng resisted the urge to carry her, instead giving her some water and encouraging her, "You're doing great. You've already climbed so high. Keep it up." Huo Guining looked back at the path they'd come. The starting point seemed just a stone's throw away. Huo Xiaozheng didn't mind. "You're already doing wonderfully." As time passed, Huo Guining trudged upwards with determined huffs and puffs. Along the way, Huo Xiaozheng wanted to call for a stop, to let Huo Guining pause and enjoy the scenery. She mercilessly refused. "I want to climb to the top in one go." Seeing her still in good spirits, Huo Xiaozheng let her be. Halfway up the mountain, there was a temple bustling with a steady stream of worshippers, its incense burning prosperously. Huo Xiaozheng wasn't superstitious about these things. But looking at the little girl in front of him, puffing and panting, something stirred in his heart. "Ningning, let's go pay our respects." Due to the exercise, Huo Guining's cheeks were flushed red. Her cool princess cut bangs were now damp with sweat, sticking to her face in strands. Huo Guining hastily wiped her face, shaking the bangs clinging to her face. "Okay." With that, she rushed headlong towards the temple. Seeing she was about to collide with tourists ahead, Huo Xiaozheng stepped forward, grabbed her arm, and lifted her up. "Be careful, it's a bit crowded here." Huo Guining belatedly realized she had almost bumped into someone. Huo Xiaozheng carried her like this, walked into the main hall, and then set her down. The deity statue in the center of the hall was majestic and imposing, high above, looking down upon all living beings. Huo Xiaozheng disliked this appearance and turned to leave. But Huo Guining suddenly imitated the worshippers, bending her knees and kneeling on the prayer mat. She clasped her hands together, her little mouth muttering, eyes closed, praying devoutly. After a moment of surprise, Huo Xiaolong also knelt down. "If the gods are listening, bless my daughter with health and longevity," Huo Xiaolong prayed silently. Beside him, Huo Guining's wish wasn't much different from his. "Great god of plot, please spare Huo Xiaozheng. Huo Guining promises you, Huo Xiaozheng will never again threaten the happiness of the main characters." Dong! A deep and solemn bell rang, the sound coming from afar. Huo Guining opened her eyes, looked up at the statue seriously, and thought to herself, I'll take this bell as your agreement. After finishing, she stood up. Only then did she remember Huo Xiaozheng beside her. Huo Xiaozheng had just stood up when he heard Huo Guining ask, Dad, do you also have wishes that only the gods can help fulfill? Huo Xiaozheng said softly, I do. Huo Guining didn't understand. Huo Xiaozheng didn't want to say more, only asking. Ningning prayed so earnestly, what wish did you make to the gods? Huo Guining covered her mouth. Huo Xiaolong smiled. Leaving the temple, the two continued towards the mountain peak. On the way they passed a stream, its clear water gurgling towards the distance. Huo Guining was feeling hot, and seeing the stream made her eyes light up. Dad, can we go wash our hands by the stream? Huo Xiaozheng nodded. There were many pebbles by the stream, and worried Huo Guining might fall, Huo Xiaolong simply carried her and let her sit on his lap to wash. The stream water was cool, instantly relieving Huo Guining's heat. Woof woof woof. A series of urgent dog barks came. Huo Guining looked towards the sound and saw a small white dog downstream, barking at some bushes and running in circles. Huo Guining called out, Nyo. The white dog immediately looked at her and wagged its tail. Huo Guining excitedly tugged at Huo Xiaozheng's sleeve. Dad, it's Nyo. Huo Xiaozheng didn't know who Nyo was. Huo Guining explained, Nyo is the white dog we saw at the restaurant yesterday. Huo Xiaozheng picked her up, and they both walked towards where Nyo was downstream. Seeing people approaching, Nyo barked even more enthusiastically. She ran to Huo Xiaozheng's side, grabbed his pant leg with her mouth, trying to lead him into the bushes. Dad, Nyo wants you to follow her. Huo Xiaozheng understood. The edge of the bushes had many branches and the terrain was a bit complex. Dad, I'll wait here for you. Can you follow Nyo and take a look? Huo Guining had a feeling something was wrong. Dogs are very intuitive animals, especially smart dogs like Nyo. She must have encountered something to be so anxious. She even overcame her wariness of strangers. However, Huo Xiaozheng was hesitant. The downstream area was far from the crowd. If he left Ningning alone here and something happened. Nyo. A faint call came through. Instantly, Nyo barked even more excitedly. Dad, it's that big sister. Huo Xiaozheng's expression turned serious. Ningning, be good and wait here for Dad. Huo Guining nodded eagerly. Dad, hurry and save the big sister, she said, then added. But be careful too. Huo Xiaozheng hesitated no longer. He looked around, found a stick about as thick as a cup's mouth, and followed the call into the bushes. Most of the surrounding shrubs were thorny. Huo Xiaozheng swung the stick, clearing a path through the thorny thicket. Huo Guining stood in place, watching as Huo Xiaozheng and Nyo disappeared from view. She stretched her neck, constantly looking around. All around was silent, even Nyo's barks had scattered in the wind. Huo Guining was anxious. She lifted her leg to walk towards the thorny bushes. A pair of long legs appeared in her line of sight. Dad! She saw Huo Xiaozheng carrying the young woman in his arms, with Nyo happily running circles around his feet. Huo Xiaozheng placed the young girl on a large rock by the stream. Big sister, are you okay? Huo Guining asked. Call me Lingling, the young girl smiled shyly. I'm fine, I just got pricked by a thorn while picking mushrooms. Huo Guining immediately wanted to take a look. Huo Xiaozheng stopped her with an arm around her neck. Huo Xiaozheng crouched down in front of Huo Guining, face to face. His expression was displeased. What did Dad just tell you to do? Huo Guining was startled by his seriousness and stammered. You said to stay in place. Huo Xiaozheng looked at where she was standing now, his meaning clear without words. A warmth flowed through Huo Guining's heart. So Dad was worried about her. CH77 watching the interaction between the two, longing was evident in their eyes. Chapter 77. Because Lingling's leg was injured, Huo Xiaozheng made a phone call to have someone come and take her down the mountain. Huo Guining was worried about Lingling's injury and begged Huo Xiaozheng to return with them. In the medical room at the foot of the mountain, the doctor quickly treated Lingling's wound. It's nothing serious. Just be careful not to get it wet for the next couple of days. Lingling nodded obediently. Huo Guining felt relieved and squatted nearby to play with Nyo. Seeing her constantly using her hand to tease Nyo, Huo Xiaozheng's face showed disapproval. Ning, don't use your hands to tease the dog. Be careful, it might bite you. He didn't say out loud that he wasn't sure if the little dog had been vaccinated. He stepped forward, loosely embracing Huo Guining and holding her protectively. Lingling noticed this and her eyes revealed a hint of envy. Seeing this, Huo Guining initiated a conversation. Lingling, why did you go into the mountains alone to pick mushrooms? Although there were tourists in the mountains, the mushroom picking spot seemed a bit remote. Lingling said, recently, customers have been asking about mushrooms at our shop. My mom saw that business wasn't good, and since I'm on holiday with nothing to do, she sent me to the mountains. But how old are you? Huo Xiaozheng let out a short laugh. He thought it funny to ask someone's age when the young girl clearly looked older than Ning. However, as an adult, he felt it wasn't his place to interrupt the children's conversation. Lingling pressed her lips together and said, I'm 10 years old. Before, my dad used to come mushroom picking with me. Huo Guining asked curiously, then why didn't he come with you today? Lingling smiled sheepishly. My little brother isn't well, so my parents couldn't get away. Huo Guining's smile faded. Huo Xiaozheng interrupted their conversation. It's getting late. Let's go down the mountain. As he spoke, he picked up Huo Guining. What would you like for lunch? Huo Guining mumbled. What about Lingling? Huo Xiaozheng thought for a moment and asked Lingling, would you like to have lunch with us? Afterwards, I can arrange for someone to take you home. Lingling's eyes lit up, but suddenly remembering her mother's words, the light in her eyes instantly extinguished. No need, I didn't find any mushrooms and I've hurt my leg. I need to hurry back to help my mom with some work. Lingling's voice grew quieter, otherwise, mom will be angry. Huo Guining didn't know if Lingling's mom would be angry. But Huo Guining was already angry. Huo Guining turned to whisper in Huo Xiaozheng's ear. Dad, can't we help her today? Faced with Huo Guining's hopeful eyes, Huo Xiaozheng couldn't refuse. I'll think of something. Huo Xiaozheng asked Lingling, do you remember your parents' phone number? Lingling nodded, not understanding why he asked. Huo Xiaozheng had the doctor call Lingling's parents. After it was done, he turned to Lingling, can you walk by yourself? Lingling stood up from the chair and took a few steps. I can manage. Huo Xiaozheng said, would you like to join us for lunch? Huo Guining excitedly said. After lunch, we can take Nyonyo and go swimming in the hotel. Do you know how to swim? I can teach you. Then Huo Guining asked Huo Xiaozheng, Dad, is that okay? Seeing her so enthusiastic was rare, so naturally, Huo Xiaozheng agreed to whatever she said. Huo Guining struggled not to be carried by Huo Xiaozheng and walked over to Lingling's side, supporting her like a little adult. Besides the little bugs, what else is good to eat in Yun City? There's a lot. Huo Guining recalled the day they arrived in Yun City when she had tried many local snacks. She chattered on about them all. Lingling was taken aback by her enthusiasm. When Huo Guining wasn't speaking, her beautiful face seemed somewhat distant, as if keeping people 1,000 miles away. In this aspect, she was exactly like the tall uncle beside her. But when Ning Ning smiled, that sense of distance completely vanished. It was contradictory and a bit intoxicating. Lingling couldn't help but feel at ease. They looked like rich people and probably wouldn't do anything bad to her. Even the medical fees just now. Ning Ning's dad didn't even frown, he just paid without haggling. Huo Xiaozheng drove, while Huo Guining, Lingling, and Nyonyo sat in the back seat. Lingling curiously stared at Huo Guining's safety seat. What's this? Huo Guining explained, it's a child safety seat to protect kids when they're in the car. Lingling felt like a whole new world had opened up to her. That's so cool. Huo Guining thought for a moment. It's not that cool. I always feel like I'm a grasshopper tied to a tree. The corners of Huo Xiaozheng's mouth lifted slightly. Lingling was also caught off guard by her sudden comment. After processing it, she couldn't help but smile. Nyonyo obediently curled up in Lingling's arms, quietly watching them chat. When they arrived at the hotel, the clock had just struck 11:30. Huo Xiaozheng unbuckled Huo Guining's safety seat, teasing, you're free now, little trapped grasshopper. Huo Guining giggled. The side door opened, and a man who looked like a manager appeared in front of Lingling. He reached out, grasped Lingling's waist, and lifted her out. The manager asked, Mr. Huo, would you like to have lunch in the restaurant or have it sent to your room? Huo Xiaozheng handed the car keys to a nearby doorman and looked at Huo Guining. Huo Guining thought for a moment and asked, can Nyonyo come in? The manager looked a bit troubled. Well. Huo Xiaozheng gave him a look and said to Huo Guining, Nyonyo can't go in, but Uncle Manager will find someone to take good care of her. When Lingling goes home, we'll pick Nyonyo up again. Huo Guining looked at Lingling. What do you think? Lingling nodded awkwardly. The manager had someone bring a leash and put it on Nyonyo. Seeing this familiar object, Huo Guining couldn't help but glance back at Huo Xiaozheng. Huo Xiaozheng cleared his throat lightly, bent down to pick up Huo Guining and changed the subject. Are you hungry? Let's go eat. Lingling followed the manager into the hotel. It was Lingling's first time seeing such a high-end hotel. She looked around and couldn't help but exclaim, it's so beautiful. The manager handed the dog over to a nearby staff member. Seeing their gentle attitude, Lingling felt reassured and followed the manager's steps. The group walked into a private room on the second floor of the restaurant. Huo Xiaozheng put Huo Guining down. Go wash your hands. Huo Guining nodded and pulled Lingling towards the wash basin in the room. Lingling, can we order food together later? Lingling was a bit confused. Is that okay? Your dad is here. Huo Guining turned to call out to Huo Xiaozheng, Dad, can Lingling and I order the food today? Huo Xiaozheng nodded indifferently. Remembering something, he added, but don't waste any food. Huo Guining patted her chest, looking as if she was saying, leave it to me, don't worry. Lingling watched their interaction, her eyes revealing a sense of longing. CH78, are you worried that Dad's being targeted by them, so you're giving up your friends? Chapter 78. Under Lingling's guidance, Huo Guining quickly ordered a table full of dishes. The waiters entered in a line carrying the food. After the meal, Huo Xiaozheng leisurely wiped his hands and said, this afternoon, you and Lingling can play by yourselves. Dad has some business to attend to. Huo Guining nodded. Dad, are you going to another meeting? Huo Xiaozheng replied, not a meeting, just inspecting the hotel. Lingling was shocked once again. Guining, does your family own this hotel? Huo Guining nodded. Lingling, shall we go sing karaoke later? Lingling's eyes lit up. Sure. The suite had everything, including a KTV room. Huo Xiaolong had the manager escort the two children back to their room while he went off to work. After teaching the two kids how to use the KTV facilities, the manager left. The songs in this world weren't much different from those in her previous life. Huo Guining wasn't a good singer, but she was enthusiastic nonetheless. After finishing a song, Huo Guining was happy, but Lingling's smile seemed a bit forced. Lingling, you should sing too. It was Lingling's first time using such equipment. She took a deep breath and started singing along with the music. At first, Huo Guining could only hear the original singer. But soon, Lingling's voice completely overpowered the original, her voice clear and powerful. As the last note faded, Huo Guining couldn't help but clap like a little seal, exclaiming, you sang so well. Have you had professional training? Lingling smiled shyly. I just like singing, so I practice by imitating singers on my phone. I've never had formal lessons. Huo Guining was excited. This child was clearly a natural talent. Lingling, you should study music. In her previous life, Huo Guining had been an art student and was familiar with vocal majors. But in art, those with innate talent always stood out more than those who relied on hard work alone. Lingling shouldn't be overlooked. Lingling continued smiling. That's not possible. My little brother is still young and our family business isn't doing well. If it weren't for the fact that school is free now, my mom would want me to stay home and help out. Huo Guining was shocked. But you're so young, how could you help? Lingling just smiled. Not everyone was as fortunate as Guining. Born into a wealthy family with a doting father. By the way, Guining, where's your mom? Huo Guining smiled without answering. Mom didn't come. Sensing that they were both deliberately avoiding certain topics, they stopped chatting. Lingling happily sang for the rest of the afternoon. Until the manager came knocking. Miss Guining, I'm here to take Lingling home. Huo Guining looked disappointed. Does she have to leave already? Huo Xiaozheng, who had just finished work, walked into the room. Hearing this, he comforted her. If Lingling doesn't go home, her parents will worry. Huo Guining couldn't argue with that. Huo Xiaolong picked her up. Let's see Lingling off together. Lingling, can I come play with you again? Of course you can. Despite her words, Lingling fell silent after saying this. It wasn't until the manager returned Nyonyo to her that a flicker of emotion appeared in her eyes. Seeing how reluctant Guining was to part, Huo Xiaozheng decided to drive Lingling home himself. The two little friends, with a 5-year age gap, chattered away in the back seat, playing with Nyonyo, talking about singing and their upcoming separation. Upon reaching their destination, Huo Xiaozheng took Lingling's small basket from the trunk and handed it to her. Lingling took the basket, finding it surprisingly heavy. This is... Huo Xiaozheng explained, I had the doctor tell your parents you were resting in the infirmary this afternoon. All the mushrooms you picked this morning are in there. In reality, Huo Xiaozheng, worried about Lingling's explanation at home, had asked the manager to buy some mushrooms from local villagers and put them in her basket. Lingling softly said thank you and turned to walk home. Huo Guining remembered something. Dad, Lingling is very talented at singing. Can you sponsor her? Huo Xiaozheng was a bit surprised. I could, but how can you tell Lingling has talent? Huo Guining recounted their afternoon of singing and Huo Xiaozheng was intrigued. I'll have Uncle Sichuan contact her parents about this later. What Huo Xiaozheng didn't say was that since this family could run a farmhouse in, their financial situation shouldn't be too bad. But Lingling's clothes and demeanor didn't seem like those of a child raised in a well-off, loving family. Before Huo Guining could finish speaking, they saw Lingling's mom slap her hard across the face as soon as she approached, limping and carrying the dog. Huo Guining couldn't help but cry out, how can you hit her like that? Huo Xiaoying strode over, but it was too late. Half of Lingling's face was already swollen. Huo Guining, a few steps behind, saw the injury and couldn't help but scold. Lingling is already hurt. How can you hit her? Lingling's mom, holding a little boy in her arms, spat in response, what injury? Where have you been all afternoon? I told you to come back and watch your brother and you come up with all these excuses. You even got a doctor to lie for you. As a woman myself, I know all about her little tricks. A man wearing a black jacket stepped forward, half-heartedly trying to stop Lingling's mom. Stop scolding, stop scolding. The child is back, that's what matters. Humph. Neither of you wants to do any work, leaving me to be the nanny all by myself. With that, she turned and left. The man, with his scruffy beard and drooping eyes, noticed Huo Xiaozheng and Huo Guining's fine clothes and remembered them as the big spenders from yesterday. A glint appeared in his eyes. Instead of addressing Huo Xiaozheng, he asked Huo Guining, Are you Lingling's friend? Huo Xiaozheng shook his head. Huo Guining also saw the calculation in the man's eyes. Lingling tightly clenched her fingers, saying nothing. Huo Guining pressed her lips together and said, We're not friends. My dad and I were just passing by. Huo Xiaozheng was stunned for a moment, then said, That's not how children should be taught. He then picked up Huo Guining and turned to leave. Huo Guining, resting on Huo Xiaozheng's shoulder, kept her eyes fixed on Lingling behind the man. Lingling timidly glanced at her once, then lowered her head in disappointment. Huo Guining felt a pang in her heart, followed by a helpless sigh. Huo Xiaozheng placed her in the back seat and asked, "Aren't you and Lingling friends?" Huo Guining shook her head. "I think we are friends." "Then why did you deny it just now? Aren't you afraid of hurting Lingling's feelings?" Huo Guining met Huo Xiaozheng's gaze directly. If I had admitted it, Lingling might have faced more than just hurt feelings. Huo Xiaozheng's interest was piqued. "Oh." Huo Guining sighed again. "Lingling's parents don't treat her well. Her father's eyes lit up when he saw you. He could tell you're very wealthy." Huo Guining added seriously, "It's also because Dad gave him too much money yesterday. Those few bills were more than enough for 3 meals." Huo Xiaozheng, having been lectured, wasn't annoyed. "It's Dad's fault. I was too extravagant. Were you worried that they might start targeting Dad, so you gave up your friend?" CH79 Sometimes I'd rather you not be so smart. Chapter 79. To Huo Xiaozheng's surprise, Huo Guining also shook her head. "Half the reason I deny being friends with Lingling is that I'm worried they'll latch onto you," Huo Guining said seriously. "The other half is that I'm afraid they'll treat Lingling like a cash cow." Huo Xiaozheng was somewhat astonished by Huo Guining's perceptiveness. "What do you mean by that?" Huo Guining pursed her lips. "If Lingling and I became good friends, I certainly couldn't stand by when she was suffering. Then I would choose to help her. But I don't have the ability to help her. So I would definitely choose to ask Dad for help." Huo Xiaozheng listened patiently as Huo Guining continued. "Dad's way of helping people is simple and forceful. He would definitely give money. Once or twice, and sooner or later Lingling's parents would find out. When that day comes, I would not only lose a friend, but I would also harm Dad." As Huo Guining said this, her words were clear and logical. Huo Xiaozheng took a long time to recover. "Dad, are you listening to me?" Huo Guining waved her hand in front of his eyes. "Dad is listening," Huo Xiaozheng smiled. "Your analysis is very reasonable." Huo Guining smiled. Huo Xiaozheng sighed. "Sometimes Dad wishes you weren't so smart. Maybe then you could be a little happier." For the next few days, Huo Xiaozheng completely set aside his work and took Huo Guining sightseeing. The pair's striking looks and height difference were too eye-catching. Some tourists posted photos of the two online. At first, netizens thought it was just a good-looking father and daughter on vacation. Later, some sharp-eyed netizens discovered their identities. "Holy crap! Isn't this the CEO of Huo Corporation and his cold-hearted daughter? The baby looks so adorably cool. How is she cold-hearted? Mr. Huo, those damn kidnappers took me to a foreign place. Come quickly and take me home. Dad, I'm your long-lost daughter. The little girl's smile is so sweet. I'm in love." As more and more photos of the two were taken, the online discussions gradually went off topic. "My little girl's hairstyle is cool, but her daily outfits are so sweet. Could it be that Mr. Huo is personally coordinating them? The one above speaks the truth. Mr. Huo hugs my little girl every day. The height difference is killing me with cuteness. The leash Mr. Huo uses for my little girl seems to be the same as the one for my puppy. Dog emoji. Mr. Huo must have bought the wrong one, haha. The one for human children is different." The internet buzz finally reached Huo Jing. During a break in filming, her young assistant asked while holding her phone, "Jing, isn't this Ning? How come she's in Yun City?" Huo Jing took a look. "It is Ning. Why are there so many photos?" "There's a flower festival in Yun City recently. Quite a lot of tourists went to see it. These should all be taken by passers-by. Little Ning is so cute." Huo Jing had a bit of PTSD from Ning trending online before. She scrolled through the comments and luckily there weren't any malicious remarks. Huo Jing sighed in relief. Hearing her assistant give Ning a nickname, she couldn't help but show off the rich collection in her phone's photo album. "Look, Ning is even cuter when she's having a snowball fight," Huo Jing said, unable to suppress her laughter as she watched. This video was from when Huo Guining was repeatedly hit by Huo Yueza during their snowball fight. At the end of the video, Huo Yueza was struck by a sudden large snowball from Huo Xiaozheng, leaving him dumbfounded. The assistant was completely captivated by Ning's adorably clueless snowball fighting. Huo Jing raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Humph, when it comes to comparing content, you're still too green." After showing off, Huo Jing called Huo Xiaozheng. "Brother, you seem to be having a great time in Yun City. I saw your photos online. You haven't seen them, have you? The public opinion online is pretty good for now, so maybe just keep an eye on it for now." On the other end of the phone, Huo Xiaozheng looked at Huo Guining, who was lost in the bliss of ice cream. "I'll handle it." With that, he hung up the phone. Huo Guining asked, "Was that Auntie?" Huo Xiaozheng walked over and took away her ice cream tub. "Yes." Huo Guining held up her spoon, pleading, "Can I have one last spoonful, please?" Huo Xiaozheng shook his head, saying ruthlessly, "You've already said that 3 times." That evening, there was a children's musical performance at a nearby theater. Huo Xiaozheng had already booked tickets. Putting the ice cream back in the fridge, Huo Xiaozheng picked up her coat, and they left. At the hotel entrance, a thin figure was crouching behind a large stone pillar, peering around cautiously. "Little one, what are you doing here?" asked the hotel doorman, noticing her strange behavior. It was Lingling. Lingling shook her head and hurriedly walked away with her backpack. Not long after, Huo Xiaozheng came out of the elevator carrying Huo Guining. Just as Lingling turned the corner, the three of them passing by each other. The father and daughter were in the midst of a serious negotiation over the ice cream incident. "Eating too much ice cream will give you a stomachache." "Huo Guining, it won't happen to me." "You better hope not. Next time you can have at most 5 spoonfuls. Remembering the size of the spoon, Huo Xiaozheng immediately corrected himself. "No, at most 2 spoonfuls. Huo Guining protested. 3 spoonfuls. 2 spoonfuls, and if you argue it'll be 1. Huo Guining. "Okay, fine." The wise bowed to the inevitable. That day a driver picked them up. After fastening Huo Guining's seatbelt, Huo Xiaozheng noticed her silence and thought she might be angry. Just as he was about to speak, Huo Guining's voice drifted up. "Dad, can we have popcorn later?" Huo Xiaozheng. He discreetly glanced at Ning's belly, then opened his phone and started searching for articles on scientific feeding methods for children. Suddenly, Huo Guining's phone rang. It was Huo Yuezha calling. Huo Guining answered eagerly. "Brother." Huo Yuezha's voice filled the car. "Ning, I'm on holiday. When are you coming back?" Huo Guining looked at Huo Xiaozheng. "Dad, when are we going back?" Huo Xiaozheng asked. "When do you want to go back?" Huo Yuezha interjected. "It's almost Spring Festival in a few days. Ning, you're not planning to abandon us and spend the New Year alone with Uncle, are you?" "Is it almost New Year?" Huo Guining was a bit surprised. "Of course not, brother. Dad and I will definitely come back for New Year. Right, Dad?" Huo Xiaozheng took her phone. "Ning and I will fly back tomorrow afternoon." With that he hung up. The children's theater was almost full. Huo Xiaozheng and Huo Guining sat in a second-floor box. At Huo Xiaozheng's insistence, Huo Guining gave up on popcorn and opted for a fruit platter instead. "Oh, those are Lingling's parents." Huo Guining pointed at 2 figures downstairs. Huo Xiaozheng looked closely, and indeed they were. They only brought Lingling's little brother, not Lingling. Huo Guining's tone was a bit dejected, probably feeling sorry for Lingling. Ch 80 Each person has their own destiny. Chapter 80. Huo Xiaozheng patted her head gently. "Ning Ning, everyone has their own destiny." Though he said this, Huo Guining still wanted to change the fate of others. However, her situation with Huo Xiaozheng wasn't as good as she had imagined, so she didn't dare to act rashly. She nodded dejectedly. Seeing her unhappiness, a calculating look flashed in Huo Xiaozheng's eyes. On stage, the children's play was in full swing, with exquisite stage production. Huo Guining, however, was too preoccupied to fully appreciate it. "Are you still thinking about Lingling?" Huo Guining nodded. Huo Xiaozheng said, "How about Dad takes you to see Lingling now?" Huo Guining's eyes lit up. "Can we?" Huo Xiaozheng readily agreed. Why not? He helped her put on her coat and carried her out. Besides, Lingling's parents won't be back for a while. Huo Guining's expression finally brightened. "Dad, do you think I'm meddling in other people's business?" Huo Xiaozheng fell silent. In the past, he would have definitely considered this meddling. But now it was different. Ning Ning was struggling with her conscience over this matter, so it wasn't simply interference anymore. "Ning Ning, you have a soft heart," Huo Xiaozheng said sincerely. "Dad isn't troubled by this. In fact, Dad is proud of you." Before, Huo Xiaozheng had never experienced such tender emotions. To him, the world was about competition, urgent decision-making, and being constantly on edge like a taut bowstring, with him as the arrow ready to be released. After having Ning Ning, he experienced a different kind of life through her. This life was no worse than his day-to-day work. In fact, it gave meaning to his daily toil. Huo Guining couldn't grasp such deep thoughts. Hearing Huo Xiaozheng's words, she immediately cheered up. The driver, seeing them come out so quickly, hurriedly sat up straight. "Mr. Huo, are we going home?" Huo Xiaozheng gave an address, and the black business car drove into the dark night. Lingling sat on the doorstep, bored, playing with Nyo-Nyo. Nyo-Nyo, oblivious to her melancholy, lay at Lingling's feet, enjoying being petted. Her parents had taken her little brother to see the children's play. She heard there were musical performers who sang beautifully. Lingling had wanted to go too. But her parents said someone needed to watch the house. Lingling and Nyo-Nyo were the perfect house-sitting duo. Lingling wasn't happy about it and argued with her mother, insisting on going. Her mother had beaten her, pulling her hair. She touched her cheek, which was hot and still stinging. A blinding light shone on her face, and Lingling shielded her eyes, looking towards the source. Huo Guining, wearing little leather shoes, came running up to Lingling, her footsteps echoing. "Lingling." As she approached Lingling, Huo Guining suddenly felt timid and hesitated about a meter away. The harsh light faded. After her eyes adjusted, Lingling could finally see clearly who was in front of her. A big smile spread across her face as she quickly stood up and rushed to Ning Ning. She lowered her head and asked, "Why did you come?" Huo Guining said, "I just saw your parents and brother at the children's theater. I was worried you might be bored alone at home, so I came over. The loneliness on Lingling's face vanished instantly. Although Huo Guining was only 5 years old, Lingling unconsciously treated her like a peer. Huo Guining indeed felt a bit unsure. Lingling, are you mad at me? Lingling was a bit confused. Huo Guining reminded her that day when I said you weren't my friend. Lingling smiled generously. Ning Ning, you're so smart. I can't explain why, but I feel like what you said was right. This time it was Huo Guining's turn to be surprised. Lingling smiled shyly. I was worried you might look down on me because of my parents. Huo Guining shook her head vigorously. No, never. You are you, and your parents are your parents. Lingling said, I went to the hotel to find you this afternoon. Huo Guining was startled. Then why didn't I see you? Lingling shook her head. The hotel was too fancy. I didn't dare go in without you. I was afraid you might leave at any time, but there were some things I wanted to tell you. Huo Guining said seriously, tell me, I'm listening. Lingling pulled Huo Guining to sit down on the doorstep. Nyonya lay flat beside her owner, ready to be petted. Thank you and your dad for helping me that day, and thank you for considering me a friend, Lingling asked. Can I secretly write to you in the future? Seeing the hesitation in Huo Guining's eyes, Lingling raised her hand and swore, I absolutely won't let my parents find out, and if they do, I'll never reveal it with you. Her words made Huo Guining seem petty. But thinking of Huo Xiaozheng, Huo Guining still said, Lingling, my home is in South City. Huo Guining took out a small bracelet from her backpack. It was a dress-up toy that Huo Xiaozheng had bought for her with crystal beads that Huo Guining had strung together according to her preference. Lingling, study hard and come to South City for school in the future. Then we can be friends again. Huo Guining placed the bracelet in Lingling's hand. Let's use this bracelet as a token of our promise. The crystal bracelet emitted a soft glow in the night. Lingling happily tucked it away. Okay. Wait for me. After a moment's thought, Lingling rushed into the house and came back with a small Mickey Mouse hair clip for Huo Guining. This is my token for you. Huo Guining held Lingling's hand. Now that you've accepted my token, we must meet in South City, okay? Lingling nodded firmly. In the night sky, stars twinkled, and the cool moonlight illuminated their eyes. Huo Xiaozheng leaned against the car door, waiting until Huo Guining walked over, looking back every few steps. Did you finish talking? Huo Guining nodded. As they were leaving, Huo Guining lowered the car window and called out to Lingling, remember our promise, okay? Huo Xiaozheng curiously asked about the content of the promise. Huo Guining kept quiet, only saying, it's a promise about hope. Then she asked, Dad, can we come back to play every year? Huo Xiaozheng immediately understood Ning Ning's true intentions. He gently stroked her head and asked softly, Ning Ning, if Dad makes a mistake, will you forgive me? Huo Guining immediately replied, I think you're doing an excellent job as a dad. You won't make mistakes. Her tone was like she was comforting a child, but she sounded very certain. Huo Xiaozheng sighed, hoping she would always think that way. The next day, Huo Guining stuffed all the delicious treats and fun things she had collected in Yun City into her suitcase. Huo Xiaozheng, fully dressed, was putting on his watch while watching Huo Guining huffing and puffing as she packed. He couldn't help but remind her. If you want to eat something, I can have someone buy it and send it to you. No need to go to such trouble. Hearing Huo Xiaozheng's words, Huo Guining looked at him with an expression that said, you don't understand. It wasn't until they arrived in South City and returned to the Huo family's old house that Huo Xiaozheng understood her packing behavior. Ch81 Tear it apart if you can't solve it. Chapter 81. This is for Grandpa and Grandma. This is for eldest uncle, elder brother, aunt-in-law, and aunt. Huo Guining pulled out the gifts one by one, distributing them to everyone present. Although they weren't particularly expensive items, everyone who received a gift smiled with joy. Thank you, Ning Ning. Aunt-in-law loves it. Even old Master Hua, who usually didn't show his emotions, said, that's thoughtful of you. Huo Guining smiled shyly. At such a young age, she was quite adept at winning people over. A smile appeared in Huo Xiaozheng's eyes. Old Master Hua asked, is the company's annual meeting over? Huo Xiaozheng, the company's annual meeting is tomorrow. Huo Guining asked, Dad, are we going to the annual meeting too? Huo Xiaozheng. Yes, we'll go for a while. After the meeting ends, we'll start our holiday. Huo Guining exclaimed excitedly, I can sleep in. Huo Xiaozheng patted her head. Watching the interaction between father and daughter, old Master Hua felt deeply moved. He had originally thought that his youngest son's entanglement with the Qin family's daughter would lead nowhere, and that he might not live to see Huo Xiaozheng's child in his lifetime. Unexpectedly, things had taken a turn for the better. Old Master Hua asked again, I heard you want to bid on the land in Yun City? It was after dinner and everyone was sitting casually in the living room. Huo Guining was curled up next to Hua Yueza, watching him play a game. Hearing old Master Hua mention Yun City, Huo Guining couldn't help but prick up her ears. Huo Xiaozheng, yes, I was planning to build a holiday resort there. It's perfect since Ning Ning also likes Yun City very much. Old Master Hua nodded approvingly, our ancestors are all in Yun City, it's only natural that Ning Ning likes it there. Huo Jing secretly rolled her eyes, wondering who it was that had wanted to adopt Ning Ning into the eldest brother's family. Now they couldn't wait to include Ning Ning in the Huo family? However, Huo Jing didn't dare to say this out loud. Hearing their conversation drifting off topic, Huo Guining feigned curiosity and asked, "Dad, isn't Jiang Suyuan also bidding for that piece of land?" Ning Ning's words made all the adults pause. Huo Xiaozheng remained composed. If he wants to bid, he'll have to see if he has what it takes. Old Master Huo didn't seem to approve. "Why are you going up against that Jiang boy again? Are you still not over that Qin girl?" Huo Xiaozheng denied it. "It has nothing to do with Qin Ziyi." Old Master Huo clearly didn't believe him. "Then why are you specifically targeting him? Does that piece of land in Yun City have high commercial value?" Huo Xiaozheng thought for a moment and said, "That land doesn't have much commercial value, but it has beautiful scenery and fresh air. I originally planned to buy it and turn it into a holiday resort so I could take Ning Ning there for recuperation when we have time." Huo Guining. Was Huo Xiaozheng really this thoughtful? Hearing this, Old Master Huo seemed to understand. The mountains and waters of Yun City are indeed suitable for recuperation. Huo Yanqin asked, "If it doesn't have much commercial value, what does the Jiang family want that land for?" Huo Xiaozheng said calmly, "Probably for Qin Ziyi." Huo Yanqin. Huo Guining's heart skipped a beat. Was he going to clash with the male and female protagonists again? She raised her hand and said weakly, "Dad, actually, I prefer South City to Yun City." Huo Xiaozheng, "What do you mean?" Seeing everyone looking at her, Huo Guining felt like backing down. But remembering that she and Huo Xiaozheng shared the same fate, Huo Guining pressed on, I don't want a holiday resort. I want to be together with everyone." Her words were like a warm current, flowing into everyone's hearts. A hint of a smile appeared in Huo Xiaozheng's eyes. "All right, Dad understands." Surprised that Huo Xiaozheng was so easily persuaded, Huo Guining breathed a sigh of relief. Huo Yueze snapped back to reality from his game and called out to Huo Guining, "Ning Ning, I died. It's your turn." Huo Guining replied cheerfully, "I'm coming." The company's annual meeting was scheduled for 6 p.m. During the day, Huo Xiaozheng took Huo Guining to the company, where Huo Yueze accompanied her to play tennis at the company's tennis court. After exercising, Huo Guining had her art teacher revise the paintings she had drawn in Yun City. Huo Yueze sat on the sofa in the studio, waiting for Ning Ning to finish her lesson. The studio was converted from an office, and its layout was largely similar to that of the Panlong Bay villa. To accommodate Ning Ning's height, the supplies and furniture in the studio were all lowered to Ning Ning's standards. "This assignment is very good, quite different from your usual style," the art teacher praised. Huo Guining smiled. "The scenery in Yun City is beautiful, so I couldn't help but paint it." The art teacher was a woman with long black hair reaching her waist, named Wei Qingyang. She was about 30 years old, spoke gently, and had her own logic when teaching. Wei Qingyang asked, "Your grasp of bright colors is obviously not as good as dark tones. Do you prefer paintings with darker color schemes?" She had seen Huo Guining's previous works, which had a depressing atmosphere and very somber colors. Although they didn't inspire joy, the power of rebirth from despair was very captivating. Huo Guining couldn't say whether she liked it or not, but she replied, "Many of the dark tone paintings come from my dreams or fantasies." Listening to Ning Ning's words, Huo Yueze felt a twinge of sadness in his heart. After taking on this job, Wei Qingyang had also learned about Huo Guining's background. Hearing her say this, Wei Qingyang wasn't surprised. She nodded, "Beauty doesn't have just one standard. Whether it's bright, dark, shining, or bloody, as long as it has content, it's beautiful." Huo Guining strongly agreed with her theory. Wei Qingyang continued, "Painting habits also change with the artist's state of mind. You don't need to worry about your painting style being too gloomy. As your skills improve day by day, the brush will just become a medium for you to communicate with the world." Huo Guining smiled, "I'm not worried. What's so bad about being gloomy? If you can solve it, solve it. If you can't solve it, tear it apart." Through the reflection in the window, Huo Yueze saw a hint of determination in Ning Ning's expression. It disappeared in an instant. Huo Yueze rubbed his eyes, and when he looked again, Huo Guining was listening attentively to the lesson. The previous scene seemed like just his imagination. The setting sun's glow shone through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, leaving a pool of orange light on the floor. The clock slowly ticked towards 6 o'clock. Huo Xiaozheng knocked on the studio door and took Huo Guining and Huo Yueze away. "Elder brother, have you ever been to an annual meeting?" It was Huo Guining's first time attending an annual meeting, so she was naturally curious. In previous years, Huo Yueze had never attended the company's annual meetings out of respect for his uncle's authority. But with Ning Ning asking like this, wouldn't it be embarrassing to say he had never attended? He vaguely hummed an affirmative. "Annual meetings are very boring." Huo Guining seemed a bit disappointed. "I thought it would be interesting." Huo Xiaozheng glanced at his nephew, then bent down to pick up Ning Ning. "The annual meeting has a lucky draw. I heard there's a mystery grand prize this year. You can participate too." Huo Guining's eyes lit up. Ch 82 Opportunity to have dinner with the CEO. Chapter 82. The act of drawing lots itself carries the expectation of a lucky windfall. After the annual meeting began, Huo Yueze accompanied Huo Guining as they ate and drank. At their table, besides Sichuan, there was also Insu. Due to Huo Xiaozheng's presence, occasionally some executives would come to the head table to offer toasts, but no one dared to sit down. Taking advantage of Huo Xiaozheng's momentary distraction, Huo Guining quickly stuffed a piece of ice cream bread into her mouth. While chewing, she gestured for Huo Yueze to try some too. "Brother, this is delicious." Huo Yueze declined. "My teeth have been hurting lately, so I can't eat it." "Ningnan, you eat more." As he spoke, he picked up a piece of bread and placed it on Ningnan's plate. Huo Xiaozheng, without turning his gaze, replaced Ningnan's plate and admonished Huo Yueze. "Your teeth are already hurting, yet you're giving your sister so many sweets. Aren't you worried she'll get a toothache too?" Huo Yueze. "That makes sense." Fortunately, there were other delicious foods on the table, and Huo Guining quickly got over the ice cream bread. She ate bite by bite, like a little hamster. The host cued Huo Xiaozheng, inviting him to give a speech on stage. Huo Xiaozheng stood up, buttoned his suit jacket, and instructed Huo Yueze to keep an eye on Ningnan, making sure she didn't eat too much. Huo Yueze gave his uncle an "okay" hand gesture. Huo Xiaozheng walked towards the stage with an upright posture and long strides. Under the spotlight, Huo Xiaozheng appeared tall and long-legged, with sharp features and a high nose bridge. His face had completely lost its usual gentleness, looking as cool as a domineering CEO straight out of a manga. Huo Guining looked around and noticed many female employees swooning over Huo Xiaozheng. Huo Guining felt proud as if she were the object of their admiration. She stopped eating and took out her phone. With a click sound, Huo Yueze thought she was taking a selfie and leaned in to join the photo. Huo Guining giggled. "I'm taking a picture of Dad." Huo Yueze felt jealous. "Then you should take one of me too." After a moment's thought, Huo Yueze added, "No, let's take one together." After playing the selfie game with Huo Yueze for a while, Huo Guining resumed eating. On the main stage, Huo Xiaozheng's speech was nearing its end. "Since my daughter wants to participate in the prize draw, and young children shouldn't stay up too late, today's lucky draw will start earlier." As soon as he said this, a wave of playful jeers rose from the audience below. "Who says our CEO Huo is cold? How cold could such a considerate dad be? I wonder if Ningnan wants a stepmother, fair-skinned, beautiful, but without long legs." Whispered jokes could be heard from all around. But there was no real malice in them. Huo Guining heard them but didn't mind. At the moment, she was more interested in the lucky draw. "Brother, it's time for the lucky draw." Huo Yueze also seemed eager to try his luck. Seeing the two children so enthusiastic, Sichuan smiled and said, "Let's see which of you can win the grand prize." Seeing his mysterious expression, Huo Guining couldn't help but probe, "Uncle Sichuan, what's the grand prize?" Sichuan smiled and shook his head, maintaining an air of mystery. Huo Guining then looked at Insu. Insu made an X gesture over her mouth, also keeping a mysterious expression. Before entering, she assistant had already entered your information into the lucky draw system. Now we just wait for the results to be announced. The draw process involved a staff member clicking to start the application, with the big screen scrolling through names, and Huo Xiaozheng clicking to stop it, drawing the top 3 winners and the grand prize winner. Alright, now we'll announce the third place winner. Who will it be? The host built up suspense. Huo Xiaozheng played along, waiting until the host announced the reveal before clicking to stop. The third and second place winners were from the Marketing Department and Human Resources Department respectively. The third place prize was the latest model laptop. The second place prize was to clear out their shopping cart, with a limit of 50,000 yuan. If the total price of items in their cart didn't exceed 50,000 yuan, the employee could choose to select items on the spot to make up the difference. The winning staff members were overjoyed, expressing in their acceptance speeches that they wanted to work at Huo Corporation until retirement. The audience below burst into laughter. The host continued to cue the process with a smile. "Next, we'll announce the first place winner." With the second and third places already taken, Huo Xiaozheng and Huo Yueze weren't disappointed, but rather more excited. First place, Huo Guining. Hearing her name echo through the venue, she couldn't help but let out a scream. Without even high-fiving Huo Yueze, she immediately jumped off her chair and happily rushed towards Huo Xiaozheng on the main stage. The previously cold-faced Huo Xiaozheng knelt down, opening his arms to catch the little girl running towards him. "Dad, I won a prize too." She seemed overjoyed, with sweat beading on her forehead. Huo Xiaozheng picked her up, brushing back her messy bangs, his eyes carrying a hint of a smile. "Ningnan has such good luck." The host joked. This draw was completely fair and just, with witnesses from the R&D department. The spotlight focused on the R&D department's area, where the staff members were laughing heartily, waving their hands to indicate that the draw was absolutely fair and just. "What's the first place prize?" "Congratulations to the little miss. You've won the opportunity to have dinner with the CEO, at a restaurant of your choice, with the company footing the bill." The employees who had been grumbling about behind-the-scenes manipulation moments ago suddenly couldn't keep their composure, bursting into laughter. The host's eyes twinkled as he held the microphone towards Huo Guining. "Little miss, may I ask, do you like this prize?" Huo Guining smiled so widely her eyes almost disappeared, and she said loudly, "I love it. I can treat Dad to dinner now." Huo Xiaozheng looked at her with gentle eyes. Huo Yueze, on the other hand, covered his face, perfectly demonstrating the "I can't bear to watch" expression. Thankfully he wasn't the one who won this prize, otherwise it would have been really difficult to handle. There was still one grand prize left. At the host's suggestion, Huo Guining was to reveal the grand prize winner. Huo Xiaozheng said softly, "When the host says stop, you just click the side of the mouse, okay?" Huo Guining nodded. As soon as the host gave the signal, Huo Guining immediately clicked the left mouse button. Grand prize. Wang Yuanliang. Congratulations to Wang Yuanliang for winning the grand prize of 88,000 yuan to spend as you wish. The whole venue erupted. Huo Guining's eyes widened. Wow. That's so much money. Huo Xiaozheng chuckled softly, said some words of encouragement, and then announced that his part in the lucky draw was over. Huo Xiaozheng carried Ningnan off the stage with one arm, only to be met by a gloomy Huo Yueze. "Uncle, did you really enter my information into the system? Are you sure?" Huo Yueze asked with a straight face. "Shi Chuan, are you sure?" Shi Chuan smiled respectfully. "I'm sure." Huo Yueze. Huo Guining couldn't bear to see Huo Yueze so dejected, and immediately offered, "Brother, don't be sad. Do you want me to give you my first prize?" Huo Yueze glanced at Huo Xiaozheng's serious face. He politely declined. Huo Xiaozheng gave him a side glance. "Let's go, it's time for Ningnan to sleep." Ch 83 The Day of Watching Fireworks. Chapter 83. After the annual company meeting, the company began its New Year holiday. Huo Xiaozheng was at leisure at home, spending his days handling some routine affairs and accompanying Ningning. As the spring festival approached, the swimming coach and art teacher both went on vacation. Every day, Huo Xiaozheng would accompany Ningning for a swim in their home's temperature-controlled pool. Though Ningning appeared brave, she would only dare to float with a swim ring if there wasn't a trusted person accompanying her, too afraid to swim out on her own. After swimming came painting. Painting, it was clear, was even more of a headache for Huo Xiaozheng than swimming. After lunch, Ningning would go to the art studio. For an entire afternoon, she wouldn't budge from her seat. Aunt Sue brought in some fruit at one point, and Ningning said she would eat it. In reality, by the time the sun had set, the fruit plate remained untouched. When Huo Xiaozheng pushed open the door to the art studio, he saw her completely focused, her whole being absorbed in the canvas before her. This small person had an extraordinary passion and stubbornness for painting, to the extent that even delicious food couldn't divert her attention. Huo Xiaozheng coughed lightly a few times. Huo Guining looked at him somewhat sluggishly. "Dad, is something wrong? How's the painting coming along?" Huo Guining put down her brush, her expression still showing dissatisfaction. "It's still missing something." Huo Xiaozheng suggested, "Maybe it's because you've been painting for too long, your nerves are overstretched." Huo Guining glanced at the sky outside. "Oh? Is it this late already?" Huo Xiaozheng's tone was a bit heavy. "Yes, it's time for dinner." Huo Guining noticed his expression wasn't quite right and spoke with a bit of caution. "Dad, are you in a bad mood?" Huo Xiaozheng was taken aback, his furrowed brow relaxing a bit. "I'm not in a bad mood, just a little hungry." Hearing this, Huo Guining quickly tidied up her painting supplies and got up to walk towards him. "Then let's go eat." After dinner, Huo Guining watched some anime, but her mind was preoccupied with her unfinished painting, making her somewhat distracted. Huo Xiaozheng saw her fidgeting, clearly wanting to go back upstairs to the art studio. A thought struck Huo Xiaozheng and he asked, "There's a fireworks show tonight, do you want to go see it?" Huo Guining exclaimed with delight, "A fireworks show?" Huo Xiaozheng nodded. "It's just across the river." Though it was just a suggestion, Huo Xiaozheng had already stood up. Seeing this, Huo Guining followed suit and headed towards the door. February nights in South City were still bitterly cold. Huo Xiaozheng had Ningning wear a thick coat, as well as a scarf and hat. The two walked out one after the other. After nightfall, the street lamps of Panlong Bay lit up one by one, standing along the roadside, illuminating the myriad lights of homes. The occasional sound of passing vehicles, mixed with the winter night breeze rustling through the treetops, became the clearest winter melody of the night. Huo Guining felt her restless heart calm a little. For some unknown reason lately, she had been feeling somewhat impatient. Impatient to travel, impatient to show affection to her family, impatient to enjoy the happiness of being a child, impatient to paint freely. Within this restlessness was a hint of inexplicable anxiety that Huo Guining couldn't quite place. The wide, tree-lined avenue was flanked by enormous French plane trees. In winter, their leaves carpeted the ground. Huo Guining stepped on Huo Xiaozheng's shadow, treading on the fallen leaves. On the quiet road, it made a muffled sound. She never tired of playing this game. Huo Xiaozheng had brought her out precisely to let her move around a bit and relax her mood. At this moment, he was happy to indulge her, matching his pace to hers, allowing her to slowly advance while stepping on his shadow. Before long, the two arrived at the riverside on foot. The broad surface of the river rippled in the night wind, creating circle after circle of ripples, layer upon layer, gradually spreading outward. Scattered lights reflected on the water's surface, bringing out dots of brilliance. Are you cold? Huo Xiaozheng crouched down, reaching out to touch her face. Recently, Huo Guining's diet had been under the supervision of a nutritionist. Her originally thin face had gained some flesh, and her once dull complexion had gradually gained some luster. Now in the river breeze, her cheeks still held a hint of coolness. Huo Guining's eyes were bright and shining, her dark pupils seeming to be infused with water. I'm not cold, Dad. When does the fireworks show start? Huo Xiaozheng took out his phone, his fingers moving a few times. Soon, just a few more minutes. Huo Guining looked around. If the fireworks show was on the opposite bank, there should be other people here at this time. But there weren't. Apart from the occasional elderly person out for a walk, there was almost no one else. Perhaps this wasn't the best viewing spot, Huo Guining thought to herself. Boom! A loud noise interrupted Huo Guining's thoughts. In the vast sky, an enormous firework bloomed, almost occupying the entire night sky. Unlike the day of the family recognition banquet, this time the fireworks were more beautiful and more spectacular. Huo Guining tilted her head back, her mouth agape as she gazed at the sky. Bang bang bang. The fireworks were so beautiful, the spectacular scene made Huo Guining so excited she didn't know what to do. It's so beautiful. Dad, quick, take a photo for me, I want to send it to my brother. Huo Guining eagerly handed her phone to Huo Xiaozheng. Huo Xiaozheng gladly accepted. He knelt down, holding the phone at the lowest angle, opened the wide-angle night mode, and lowered the exposure. As another massive firework bloomed in the sky, Huo Xiaozheng quickly pressed the shutter. Click. In the photo, Ningning's smile was radiant, her dark eyes shining brightly in the night. Behind her were golden fireworks occupying the entire night sky. As dazzling as her smile, Huo Xiaozheng forwarded the photo to himself. Then he locked the screen. Seeing the lock screen wallpaper, he paused for a moment. Huo Guining's phone lock screen wallpaper was clearly a photo of him at the annual meeting. Dressed in a suit, with a serious expression, under the spotlight, he looked every bit the emotionless work machine. In the foreground of the photo was Ningning's little hand, making a peace sign at the camera. In a sense, this seemed to be their first photo together, aside from paparazzi shots. Huo Xiaozheng looked at Ningning in the distance with a complex expression. Huo Guining maintained her head-tilted posture, the night wind blowing her long bangs. She tilted her little head back, her mouth slightly open, seemingly entranced by the beautiful scene before her. The corners of Huo Xiaozheng's lips turned up slightly. A vibration came from his pocket. Huo Xiaozheng received a text message from Sichuan. Mr. Hua, the fireworks display has begun. Huo Xiaozheng replied that he had seen it. He opened his social media app, saved the photo he had just sent from Ningning's phone, and set it as his wallpaper. If his work and life before had been a joke, then from this moment on, no, it should be from the moment he decided to learn how to be a father, his life had found meaning. Sensing Huo Xiaozheng's gaze, Huo Guining turned her head and asked quizzically, Dad? Huo Xiaozheng shook his head. It's nothing, I've sent the photo to your brother for you. Ch 84 What hypnosis? Chapter 84. Time flew by in an instant. In the blink of an eye it was New Year's Eve. Following the tradition of previous years, Huo Guining and Huo Xiaozheng spent the new year at the Huo family ancestral home. This was Huo Guining's first time staying overnight at the Huo family ancestral home. Considering Ningning's poor health, old Master Hua had specifically arranged for Huo Xiaozheng's room to be modified. Next to the large bed, a slightly shorter but equally wide small bed was added. Huo Guining exclaimed, what a big bed. Huo Xiaozheng felt a twinge in his heart. Initially, due to his wariness of Ningning and for his own convenience in checking on her, Ningning's bed at Panlong Bay was relatively small. Huo Xiaozheng pondered whether he should replace Ningning's bed with a larger one after the new year. Huo Yueza knocked on the half-open door and called out to Ningning, Ningning, shall we go fishing? Huo Guining glanced at the time, it was 10 a.m. She asked puzzled, don't we need to hang couplets and prepare for the New Year's Eve dinner? Huo Yueza paused for a moment. Couplets? New Year's Eve dinner? We don't need to. Huo Xiaozheng interrupted, Ningning, do you want to hang couplets? Huo Guining nodded. Huo Yueza was about to say that the butler would arrange for someone to do these things. But since Huo Xiaozheng had already spoken, Huo Yueza also became interested. Hearing that Ningning wanted to hang couplets, old Master Hua thought for a moment and said to the butler, bring paper and brushes. Huo Guining exclaimed in surprise, Grandpa, are you going to write the couplets yourself? Old Master Hua smiled, his stern face softening, Grandpa is old now, I can't keep up physically, so I'll just write one pair for the main entrance. Huo Guining excitedly said, then I want to write the small ones. She looked at Huo Yueza, brother, let's write together. In previous years during the spring festival, Huo Yueza would either play games with his friends or go out to have fun. On New Year's Eve, he would have dinner with his family, pay respects to the elders, receive red envelopes, and that would be the extent of his New Year's celebration. Hearing Huo Guining's novel suggestion, he eagerly agreed. In the main hall, the butler cleared 2 large tables for them. He brought out brushes, ink, and high-quality red paper, setting everything up. Old Master Hua held the brush, dipped it in ink, and his brush tip danced across the paper, the character strong and powerful. May happiness dwell in this precious place for 1,000 years, may fortune shine upon this household in all matters. Old Master Huo put down his brush and rubbed his wrist. Huo Guining's eyes sparkled with admiration. Grandpa, your handwriting is so beautiful. Old Master Huo laughed suddenly, modestly saying, I haven't written in a long time, I'm a bit rusty. Though he said this, the pride in his eyes was hard to conceal. Huo Yueze, not to be outdone, picked up a brush, relying on the few years of calligraphy he had learned from Old Master Huo as a child. Huo Guining was truly shocked. How come everyone seemed to know how to write? However, 1 minute later, Huo Guining diplomatically suggested, Brother, why don't we try writing the horizontal scrolls to get a feel for it? Huo Yueze looked at his writing, which resembled spring worms and autumn snakes, and nodded gravely. Sui Qifeng happened to see this scene and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Huo Yueze felt a bit annoyed. Huo Guining stood on the sofa and patted his head. Brother just isn't good at writing, don't be discouraged, you'll improve with practice. After Old Master Huo retired, the remaining couplets were divided among Huo Xiaozheng, Sui Qifeng, and Huo Yanqin. The three had distinct writing styles, but they all shared one thing in common, they were all pleasing to the eye. Huo Guining clapped her hands, marveling at their skills. Huo Xiaozheng handed her a smaller brush and some smaller red paper, letting her practice writing on the side. Dad, can I write the horizontal scroll for our room? She asked. Before Huo Xiaozheng could answer, Old Master Huo agreed, the horizontal scroll, the frame couplets, the door heart. You can write whichever you like. Huo Guining cheered, then turned to ask Huo Xiaozheng, Dad, what are frame couplets and door heart? Old Master Huo. Huo Xiaozheng put down his brush and patiently explained, the door heart is the Spring Festival couplet pasted in the center of the upper part of the door. The frame couplets are pasted on the left and right door frames. Huo Guining had a moment of realization. Huo Yueze, eager to prove himself, urged Huo Guining to start writing without bothering to learn about the intricacies of couplets. 3 minutes later. Hey, Ning Ning, how come your writing looks a bit better than mine? Huo Yueze couldn't help but scratch his head. Huo Guining lay on the tea table, chin in her hands, looking thoughtful. After a while she said seriously, maybe it's because I can draw. Huo Xiaozheng looked at her writing, and indeed it was true. Ning Ning's writing didn't follow traditional rules, it had its own structure, like a painting, with its own kind of beauty. Old Master Huo looked pleased. Ning Ning has done well. But one thing, the brush strokes are too hard. Huo Xiaozheng's heart skipped a beat, and a phrase involuntarily came to his mind. Too rigid and easily broken. Huo Xiaozheng's hand slowed down until he could no longer concentrate on writing. Huo Guining was oblivious to this, innocently asking Old Master Huo, is it not good if the brush strokes are too hard? Old Master Huo, remembering something, changed his words, hard brush strokes are good too, it shows strength in the brush tip. Huo Guining smiled again. Old Master Huo glanced in Huo Xiaozheng's direction, their eyes meeting directly, both filled with deep thought. Whether it was Ning Ning's paintings or her writing, they gave Huo Xiaozheng an uneasy feeling. After the couplets were written, Huo Guining and Huo Yueze happily ran off to hang them. It was because of this activity that Huo Yueze experienced the taste of the new year for the first time. Brother, a bit to the right, it's too high, come down a bit, that's it. After hanging the couplets, Sui Qifeng organized everyone to make dumplings together. In previous years, the dumplings would be prepared by the chef and everyone would just wait to eat. This year, seeing Ning Ning so enthusiastic about family activities, Sui Qifeng simply had the chef prepare the ingredients. The whole family gathered around the dining table, happily making dumplings together. Time flew by, and soon it was 8:30 p.m. Huo Jing, having finished participating in the Spring Festival Gala, rushed back in a hurry. Sui Qifeng quickly put the dumplings in the pot, added 2 bowls of cold water after the water boiled, and the plump dumplings floated one by one. Huo Yanqin brought out large bowls, scooped out the dumplings, and served them. The dumplings were thin-skinned with generous fillings, still steaming hot. Happy New Year! Old Master Huo was the first to raise his glass. Huo Guining stood on her child's chair, holding a stemmed glass filled with cherry juice, happily toasting with everyone. Festive music came from the TV, and in the bright dining room, the Huo family chatted and laughed, no longer bound by the family rule of no talking while eating. On this day, lights shone in every home, each with a lamp waiting for its wandering child. After the New Year's Eve dinner, Huo Guining insisted on staying up to see the New Year in, but eventually succumbed to sleepiness. Huo Xiaozheng held her on the sofa, covering her with a blanket. Huo Jing commented, Ning Ning's physical condition looks pretty good. Huo Yanqin spoke up, maybe we should forget about the hypnosis thing? Huo Xiaozheng seemed slightly swayed. Huo Yueze exclaimed in horror, what hypnosis? Hypnotize who? Ch 85 New Year. Chapter 85. Even as the new year arrived, Huo Yueze still hadn't gotten an answer. The adults kept quiet about it among themselves, vaguely saying it was due to too much work stress and inability to sleep, requiring hypnosis. Huo Yueze thought, do you think I'm stupid? But regardless, the new year had finally arrived. Huo Guining slept until the next day, completely missing the New Year's Eve festivities. When she woke up, Huo Xiaozheng's bed was already empty. Huo Guining groggily fumbled around her bedside, looking for her phone. Unexpectedly, she found several bulging red envelopes under her pillow. She counted them exactly 7, no more, no less. Huo Guining felt a bit happy. Although it was the first day of the new year, the adults didn't stubbornly insist on the children starting the new year with a fresh attitude. At 10 a.m., Huo Guining and Huo Yueze appeared in the living room almost simultaneously, the siblings sporting matching messy hair, mumbling about being hungry. The big and small ones sat facing each other at the dining table, devouring breakfast like a whirlwind. Huo Guining looked around but didn't see any sign of Huo Xiaozheng. Seeing this, Suo Qinfang thoughtfully informed her, "Your father went to the Shen family to pay New Year's respects. He should be back soon." Huo Guining nodded. "Aunt, do we need to go pay respects too?" Suo Qinfang smiled and shook her head. "No need." Soon after, Huo Guining understood Suo Qinfang's meaning. After 10 o'clock, people started arriving at the Huo family home in groups to pay New Year's respects. Old Master Huo sat calmly in the main seat, welcoming visitors like a jolly Buddha. Huo Yueze disliked socializing, so after accompanying for a while, he lured Huo Guining upstairs. "Sister, let's play with puzzles." Huo Guining seemed distracted. "Brother, why hasn't Dad come back yet?" Huo Yueze hadn't expected Guining to be so attached to his uncle. It had only been an hour since they last saw him, and she was already looking for him. He comforted her. "It's the first day of the new year. There are some nearby prominent families that Uncle needs to visit. He'll be back soon." Though he said this, Huo Yueze was also feeling uneasy inside. Given the Huo family's status, there were only a few families that would require his uncle to visit personally. The Shen family, the Zhang family, and the Qin family. Thinking of the Qin family, Huo Yueze's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that his uncle still had lingering feelings for Aunt Qin? Seeing his strange expression, Huo Guining anxiously asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" Huo Yueze laughed it off awkwardly, stiffly changing the subject. "It's nothing. I just suddenly remembered I left my puzzle in the car and forgot to bring it. Wait here for a moment, okay?" With that, Huo Yueze immediately stood up and headed downstairs. Huo Guining was bewildered, watching as Huo Yueze left as if his pants were on fire. Huo Yanqin had to go to work for duty today, leaving only Old Master Hua and Zhang Jinxiu to entertain guests, while Huo Jing was still fast asleep. Huo Yueze found Suo Qinfang and asked, "Mom, has Uncle come back yet?" Suo Qinfang found it strange. "Not yet. Don't you usually fear your uncle the most? Why are you suddenly concerned about his whereabouts?" Huo Yueze licked his lips, influenced by Guining's worry. "Guining keeps asking me where Uncle is. Uncle went to visit the Qin family today, right? I'm worried." Everyone in the Huo family knew how crazy Huo Xiaozheng had been over Qin Ziyi back then. Before Guining's arrival, Huo Xiaozheng had been cold and unapproachable, brooking no argument, especially regarding matters concerning Qin Ziyi. His revenge against the Jiang family had also been like madness, completely devoid of reason. Suo Qinfang hesitated. "It shouldn't be. Didn't your Aunt Qin get married? By rights, she shouldn't be at her parents' home today." Despite saying this, Qin Ziyi had lost her mother at a young age, leaving only her elderly father at home. On this day of family reunions, it was possible that Qin Ziyi was at home accompanying her father. If Qin Ziyi was at home, then Jiang Suyuan. Suo Qinfang's brow furrowed deeply. She hurriedly put on her coat and was about to head out. Seeing this, Huo Yueze momentarily forgot about Guining's existence and followed his mother out. Huo Guining waited upstairs, left and right, but Huo Yueze didn't return. So she went downstairs to look for him. In the hall, Old Master Huo was still receiving guests. The butler came out of the kitchen carrying fruit. Huo Guining approached and asked, "Uncle Butler, have you seen my brother?" The butler smiled and replied, "Young Master Yueze just left with Madame Hua." Huo Guining was stunned. "Where did they go?" The butler thought for a moment. "I believe it was the Qin family." "Miss, did you need them for something?" "The Qin family?" Huo Guining's eyes gradually turned cold. "The Qin family, you mean Qin Ziyi's family?" The butler nodded. Huo Guining made a sound of acknowledgement and walked towards the bedroom. At the other end of the hall, Zhang Jinxiu called for the butler to bring the fruit over. The butler glanced at Huo Guining's retreating figure and walked towards the hall. Huo Guining returned to her bedroom to put on her coat, then walked to the entryway, put on her snow boots, opened the door, and walked out. She could sense that the Qin family home shouldn't be far from here. Huo Guining walked to the security office and knocked on the door. The security guard recognized Huo Guining, the Huo family's newly cherished pearl. The guard asked with a friendly smile what she needed. Huo Guining tilted her head and asked innocently, "Uncle, do you know how to get to Aunt Qin Ziyi's house?" "My dad told me to go there to find him." The guard smiled and pointed in a direction. "Go straight down this road, turn left at the end, and the house with the white fence is it." Huo Guining thanked him politely. The guard belatedly found it a bit strange. Given how protective the Huo family was, how could they let a child who didn't know the way go find her father? He shook his head, feeling he was overthinking things. Huo Guining walked steadily in the direction the guard had indicated, and before long she saw a house with a white fence. The fence was open and not locked. Huo Guining pressed her lips together, pushed open the fence and walked in. A small path paved with pebbles led all the way to the front door where 2 large red lanterns hung. On the door were pasted red New Year couplets. An authoritative male voice came from inside. "Nephew, what's past is past. Why do you still persist? All the apologies and compensation that needed to be made, Siyuan has already done. Why are you still being so aggressive? It was my father who, remembering the friendship of the older generation, entrusted me to pay a visit." Huo Xiaozheng's voice rang out. "Old Mr. Qin, are you saying you want to cut off relations between our 2 families?" Old Mr. Qin sighed. "Xiaozheng, you know that's not what I mean. Can't you and Ziyi just part ways amicably?" "Huo Xiaozheng, if Jiang Siyuan gives up that plot of land in Yun City, I might consider it." Jiang Siyuan became angry. "Huo Xiaozheng, you still say you don't have lingering feelings for Ziyi? Your Huo family moved away from Yun City so many years ago. If not for Ziyi, what use do you have for that land?" Qin Ziyi's voice weakly chimed in. "Brother Xiaozheng, that land is of no use to you. Why don't you?" Bang! An extremely crisp sound echoed through the hall. Everyone looked up to see that a meter-high vase by the hall had been smashed to pieces. In the center of the doorway stood a girl about as tall as the vase, dusting off her hands. Her jawline was tense, her eyes flashing with anger. "If it's of no use, I should give it to you? Who do you think you are?" CH 86 Argument. Chapter 86. The sudden noise startled everyone in the hall. Huo Xiaozheng frowned and quickly walked up to her. "Ning Ning, why are you here?" Huo Guining pulled Huo Xiaozheng behind her protectively. Huo Xiaozheng found it somewhat amusing. Her words came out rapidly, without a trace of her usual childish tone, and even carried a sharp edge. "Since you're already married, please have some basic trust in each other. Jiang Siyuan, don't you get tired of constantly suspecting others of coveting your wife? Qin Ziyi, do you really enjoy the sense of security that comes from being doubted? Is my dad just a prop in your love play?" Huo Guining clenched her fists tightly and declared emphatically, "And you, old grandfather, talking about my dad needing to leave your daughter and son-in-law alone, please. I'm the one who needs to ask you to leave my dad alone. Is your life meaningless without my dad's involvement? You people!" Huo Guining shouted with all her might, her eyes red with anger. "What on earth do you think you are?" Huo Xiaozheng hugged Huo Guining tightly, gently patting her back. Feeling her body still trembling, Huo Xiaozheng comforted her. "It's okay, Ning Ning. Dad hasn't been bullied, everything's fine. The adults just raised their voices a bit, they're not fighting. Don't worry, okay?" Despite his words, Huo Xiaozheng's gaze towards the people in the hall was as cold as poison, sweeping darkly over each person. Huo Guining clutched Huo Xiaozheng's clothes tightly. She wasn't scared, she was simply furious. The plot kept trying to correct Huo Xiaozheng's behavior, forcing him into inevitable conflicts with Jiang Siyuan and Qin Ziyi. But why should it be this way? Zuo Qinfang and Huo Yueze were delayed by friends on the way, and arrived a bit late. As they entered the hall, they saw Huo Xiaozheng hugging Ning Ning tenderly. "Huo Yueze? What happened to little sister?" Being scolded by a 5-year-old child was more than even the well-mannered old Mr. Qin could handle. Before Huo Yueze and Zuo Qinfang could grasp the situation, old Mr. Qin raised his cane, pointing it at Huo Guining with surprising vigor. "Insolent child, how dare you?" Though confused, Huo Yueze immediately stepped in front of Ning Ning. "Grandpa Qin, please speak civilly. Don't be rude to my sister." Seeing them all acting this way, old Mr. Qin took a deep breath, clutching his chest and calling out, "Medicine." Seeing her father in this state, Qin Ziyi became furious. She shed her earlier soft, sorrowful demeanor and spoke harshly. "I understand you're young and lack proper upbringing, but the Qin family is not a place for a little brat like you to casually insult." Her words were aimed directly at Huo Guining as if calling for backup. Zuo Qinfang was displeased hearing this. She sneered, "My brother-in-law came to pay his respects to old Mr. Qin out of courtesy. Who would have thought the Qin family's hospitality had declined so much? In Ziyi's generation, you've completely lost face." Zuo Qinfang shook her sleeve dismissively. "And you still imagine my brother-in-law harbors deep feelings for you? Look in the mirror. The things you and that Jiang boy have done? I'm disgusted just thinking about it. You're both halfway to the grave, yet you bully a child. Your ancestors must be rolling in their graves." Old Mr. Qin's heartbeat, which had just settled, suddenly spiked again. The butler quickly shoved a handful of pills into his mouth. Jiang Siyuan had been observing, thinking this was the Qin family's territory and it wasn't his place to discipline the guests. Seeing his wife and father-in-law so upset, Jiang Siyuan became furious. He sneered and opened his mouth. Before he could speak, Huo Xiaozheng suddenly stood up, holding his daughter, and hurried towards the exit. Zuo Qifeng, who had been in the middle of her tirade, saw Huo Xiaozheng's movement. Though confused, she grabbed Huo Yueze and followed. The group that had arrived so quickly left just as swiftly. They left behind a group of like-minded individuals stunned in the hall. Huo Xiaozheng took large strides and in moments they were back at the Huo family's old residence. Sui Qinfang and Huo Yueze were catching their breath about to check on Ning Ning's condition when they saw Huo Xiaozheng heading straight for the garage. Sui Qinfang and Huo Yueze exchanged glances, sensing something was wrong, and immediately followed. "Sister-in-law, please start the car," Huo Xiaozheng suddenly turned and said to Sui Qinfang. Without questioning, Sui Qinfang got into the driver's seat. Huo Xiaozheng sat in the back holding Ning Ning, while Huo Yueze took the passenger seat. "Where are we going?" Sui Qinfang asked. Huo Xiaozheng's voice carried a hint of barely suppressed urgency. "Anjin Children's Hospital." Sui Qinfang was startled. "What's wrong with Ning Ning?" Huo Yueze turned to look at Ning Ning in Huo Xiaozheng's arms. He saw her drenched in sweat, face deathly pale, lips bloodless, breathing weakly, as if she might pass away at any moment. Huo Yueze hurriedly urged, "Mom, drive quickly. Ning Ning's in critical condition." Hearing this, Sui Qinfang wasted no more time. She released the handbrake, shifted gears, and stepped on the accelerator. The black car shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Huo Xiaozheng held Ning Ning tightly yet carefully, afraid to squeeze too hard. The atmosphere in the car was tense. Huo Yueze's heart was in his throat, having to watch the road for his mother who was practically drifting through city streets, while also worrying about his weak sister. Huo Xiaozheng hugged Ning Ning close, hoping his embrace could ease her discomfort. At first he thought Ning Ning was just shaking from anger, being overly protective. But when he realized the person in his arms had gone silent, Huo Guining's face was already bright red. Her eyes were wide open, pressing hard against her chest, as if someone was choking her, unable to make a sound. Huo Xiaozheng panicked. He recalled Ning Ning's earlier demeanor, her tone sarcastic and a bit frantic. She had clumsily yet stubbornly tried to defend Huo Xiaozheng's honor. But the physical discomfort had clearly exceeded her tolerance, and Huo Guining's body went limp, collapsing directly into Huo Xiaozheng's arms. This was different from the previous incident. No, it was different from every other time. This time he was still by Ning Ning's side, but she had fallen unconscious in his arms. Huo Xiaozheng forced himself to calm down. He remembered that last time, Shin Shiyan had given him a bottle of medicine, saying it could be used for emergency treatment if Ning Ning fainted again. Huo Xiaozheng suppressed the trembling in his fingers and took out a pill from his pocket, trying to push it into Ning Ning's tightly clenched mouth. Twice, Huo Xiaozheng's shaking hands couldn't pry open Ning Ning's mouth. Seeing this, Huo Yueze shouted, "Uncle, pinch Ning Ning's jaw." Huo Xiaozheng regained a bit of rationality at his nephew's voice. He forcefully pinched Ning Ning's jaw and finally, her tightly closed teeth parted slightly. Huo Xiaozheng lifted her up a bit and managed to place the pill under her tongue. Huo Yueze stared at Huo Xiaozheng's hand in shock, murmuring, "Uncle, your hand." Huo Xiaozheng didn't hear him, only asking, "Are we almost there?" Sui Qinfang replied coldly, "Almost." Soon, a sharp braking sound was heard as a black luxury car screeched to a halt at the emergency entrance, kicking up a cloud of dust. The car door opened, and a tall man carrying a child rushed towards the hospital. Ch 87 Dreams. Chapter 87. Huo Xiaozheng's premonition was not wrong. This time, Huo Guining's condition was completely different from before. Heart rate too fast, blood pressure too low. The nurse called out loudly. Specific values? Heart rate 120 beats per minute, blood pressure 76/56 millimeter of mercury. Shock. The emergency doctor rushed over. Set up cardiac monitoring, give oxygen, establish 2-4 lines, call ICU and pediatrics for an urgent consultation. The nurse immediately nodded and quickly walked to the nurse's station. "Hello, ICU/pediatrics? Urgent consultation needed, please come to the ER. Shan, bring the crash cart over quickly." Huo Xiaozheng was pushed to the side. His fingers curled as a chill wrapped around them, snaking up to his heart. Huo Yueze, seeing this scene for the first time, hadn't yet recovered from the nauseating feeling when his lips suddenly turned pale. "Ning, she'll be okay, right?" He'd heard that if doctors and nurses seem indifferent when you go to the hospital, you probably don't have anything serious. But if they look urgent and all swarm around you, then... Sui Qinfang clasped her hands tightly. "It'll be fine. Anjin Children's Hospital is the top-ranked children's hospital in the country. It'll be fine, it must be fine." "Mr. Hua, did you give the child any medication on the way here?" A doctor approached and asked. Huo Xiaozheng took out the medicine bottle from his pocket and handed it to him. "This?" The doctor took the bottle. "Mr. Hua, your hand." Huo Xiaozheng instinctively looked at his hand. The skin on his finger joints was broken, with thin lines of blood oozing out, looking somewhat frightening. It was from when he was giving Ning medicine earlier, and her little canine teeth had scratched him. He shook off the blood droplets. "It's nothing. How's my daughter?" The doctor no longer dwelled on this minor issue, gave him a reassuring look, and walked away with the medicine bottle. Huo Xiaozheng stood in the center of the emergency room, watching helplessly as his daughter lost consciousness. allowing the medical staff to resuscitate her over and over. A stretcher was pushed through the hospital doors, bringing in a gust of cold wind. He vaguely felt that the wind passed through his body, cutting straight to his heart, causing a sharp pain. Seeing him like this, Zhuo Qifang felt a pang of sympathy. Another rush of hurried footsteps approached, and Xin Shiyan was seen walking over quickly. Zhuo Qifang's eyes lit up. Yin, quick, go check on Ning. Huo Xiaozheng turned his head. Xin Shiyan gave him a look, unable to spare time for pleasantries, and rushed straight to Ning. What's the situation now? Seeing it was Xin Shiyan, the attending physician's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. He spoke rapidly. She's already showing signs of shock, but like before, we can't find the cause. And the attending physician glanced at Huo Xiaozheng, hesitating to continue. Xin Shiyan urged, just say it. And this time, her vital signs are unstable. The current low blood pressure should be related to the emergency medication. Look, it's this one. The ER attending physician pointed to the medicine bottle at the bedside. Xin Shiyan nodded in understanding. I know, I prepared it for him. After another round of communication, Xin Shiyan said something to his colleagues, and their actions became even more rapid, seemingly about to take Ning away. Huo Xiaozheng stepped forward. What are you doing? Xin Shiyan held him back. Ning's condition isn't good. I'm taking her to the intensive care unit first. Once she's settled, you can go in to be with her. Having shed his role as a father, Huo Xiaozheng's authority as a superior was fully on display. At this moment, his face was expressionless, his tone aggressive, carrying a strong sense of pressure. Why does she need to go to the ICU? Didn't you say Ning's illness was psychological? How could it be serious enough to require intensive care? Faced with an enraged Huo Xiaozheng, Xin Shiyan felt his scalp tingle. I know you're anxious, but please calm down. I'll communicate with Ning's psychologist again. But right now, the urgent matter is to stabilize Ning's vital signs, okay? Huo Xiaozheng took a deep breath and stepped back half a pace. Xin Shiyan waved to the medical staff who had been watching Huo Xiaozheng's expression, and they hurriedly pushed Ning towards the ICU. They ran into the ICU on-duty doctor coming for the consultation. The ER doctor immediately pulled him along, personally escorting the patient while walking and talking. Huo Xiaozheng asked, can't I go over? Xin Shiyan was stunned for a moment before saying, of course you can. Huo Xiaozheng gave him a chilling glance, his eyes seemingly saying, then what were you stopping me for earlier? Xin Shiyan knew he was in the wrong and mumbled, with your attitude just now, I thought you were going to start a fight. He scratched his head and jogged a few steps to catch up with Huo Xiaozheng. Huo Yueze was bewildered. He tugged at Zhuo Qifang's clothes. Mom, I can't understand a word Uncle Shin is saying. Do you know what he means? Zhuo Qifang didn't have time to explain to him. Zay, you go home first. For now, don't tell Grandpa and Grandma about Ning. Before she could finish, her phone rang. It was Huo Yanqin. Zhuo Qifang briefly explained the situation she knew to Huo Yanqin, and finally said, Xiaozheng's condition isn't good either, we need someone to stay with him. You can't leave, Mom and Dad will get suspicious. I'll have to go back later too, we still have guests at home. Jingjing? Okay. Zay, let me ask him. Huo Yueze immediately said, I'm not going back, I want to stay with my sister too. With that he ran off in the direction of Huo Xiaozheng without looking back. Zhuo Qifang, my son has some curiosity but not much. Returning to a state of confusion once again, Huo Guining was already well versed in it. Although her mind was foggy, she could vaguely hear a voice describing the scenery of a dream. You're lying on a wide lawn, the sky is clear blue, white clouds floating leisurely, and in your ears is the melodious sound of birdsong. Huo Guining didn't expect the dream to upgrade to having colors. She looked up and saw herself in a white long dress, leisurely treading on the green grass at the end of the lawn, slowly walking towards her. Like an old friend returning. Huo Guining waved her hand. Hi, how have you been lately? The girl in the white dress looked less relaxed than before, with a hint of heaviness in her eyes. Huo Guining smiled brilliantly. You're hiding so deep, why are you still so uneasy? The girl didn't answer but asked instead, how I am doesn't matter. But you, why do you look not so good? The smile on Huo Guining's lips faded a bit. She rubbed her hair frustratedly. It's so annoying, I can't save him. Save who? Huo Guining, emboldened by the fact that this was a dream, became more daring in her words. My dad, Huo Xiaozheng. Oh, so it's your dad. Ch 88 Compromise. Chapter 88. The girl was stunned. Who am I? Huo Guining laughed. Why are you asking me about myself now? The girl changed the subject. What happened to your dad? Why does he need you to save him? Huo Guining fell silent. After a while she said, nothing's happened to him, but I'm afraid something will. After all, that was the ending written in the book. The Huo family going bankrupt and Huo Xiaozheng ultimately meeting an accidental death. Although Huo Xiaozheng had loved the wrong person, he didn't deserve to die. Even though she had only interacted with Huo Xiaozheng for just over a month, he wasn't an utterly despicable person. Moreover, she quite liked this father. If she could choose her birth, she'd be quite willing to choose Huo Xiaozheng as her father. The girl asked curiously, why are you worried something will happen to him? Huo Guining replied matter-of-factly, because he's always entangled with Jiangsu Yuan and Qin Zi. She relaxed and rolled over on the grass, hearing the babbling of the stream nearby, its tinkling sounds mingling with birdsong, making one feel particularly at ease. The girl asked, what does Huo Xiaozheng potentially getting into trouble have to do with Jiangsu Yuan and Qin Zi? Are you worried they'll harm your father? Huo Guining became somewhat wary. What's wrong with you? You're not like yourself. How come you don't know anything? The girl's tone was a bit hurt. I haven't been feeling well lately, so. Huo Guining thought of her own body and suddenly felt guilty. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, but. The scene at the Qin house suddenly played out before her eyes. In the blink of an eye, the blue sky, white clouds, and grass all vanished. A fleeting image of Qin Zi and Jiangsu Yuan speaking harshly to her flashed by, replaced by a scene of ruins after a fire. In the vast garden, a great fire raged. No leaves, no flowers, no fruits. Only charred branches remained, standing lonely in place, waiting for the wildfire to spread. The girl stood barefoot on the ruins, a solitary figure in the distance. Seeing Huo Guining look over, she shook her head and turned away. The fire had not yet died down and thick smoke choked the air, making Huo Guining cough uncontrollably. Cough, cough, cough. The ruins before her eyes gradually disappeared, and the world plunged into darkness. Beep, 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 beep. A series of urgent alert sounds rang out. The nurse immediately came forward to check. Tachycardia. The doctor came over with a stethoscope. How's the blood pressure? Blood pressure is fine. Give her the medication. Shortly after administering the drug, the heart monitor showed that the heart rate had returned to normal. The doctor exhaled and waved to the people nearby. It's all right now. In the VIP ward, Xin Shiyan stood by the bed and nodded to his colleague upon hearing this. The medical staff left the room. Xin Shiyan turned to look at Huo Xiaozheng, who was planting himself on a stool by the bed. How do you feel about it? Huo Xiaozheng looked as if his anger hadn't fully subsided. He coldly glanced at the other person in the room. I don't feel good about it. Xia Luo stepped out from the shadows. This method was indeed a bit risky. Xin Shiyan agreed. It was risky, but it seems to have worked. Huo Xiaozheng didn't argue. After Ningning was admitted to the ICU, her vital signs gradually stabilized. However, 3 days had passed and she still showed no signs of regaining consciousness. On the few occasions when she hazily opened her eyes, her consciousness remained foggy. She didn't know where she was and her responses to conversations were incoherent. Seeing that this situation couldn't continue, Xin Shiyan contacted Xia Luo, hoping to find a breakthrough from her side. Considering that Ningning's vital signs were now stable and she occasionally woke up, able to vaguely understand part of what others were saying, Xia Luo suggested starting hypnotherapy directly. Huo Xiaozheng asked, will it be dangerous? What was it that Xia Luo had said at the time? Of course there are risks, but at worst it's better than Ningning just lying here indefinitely, between life and death. Huo Xiaozheng didn't immediately agree. He looked at Ningning on the bed, her once rosy lips now colorless, and the little weight she had managed to gain had all been lost in these 3 days. Her breathing was shallow and slow, lying there unaware of the passage of time. The news of Ningning's hospitalization couldn't be kept from old Master Hua. When he heard that Ningning's incident had occurred at the Qin house, the elderly old Master Hua, without anyone's support, angrily stormed over and berated old Mr. Qin viciously. While Huo Xiaozheng was at the hospital, Shi Chuan handled company matters. Occasionally, when decisions couldn't be made, old Master Hua would step in directly. His way of doing things was identical to Huo Xiaozheng's, if not more extreme. In the past, he had looked down on his son for relentlessly pursuing the Jiang family because of Qin Zi. Now he was acting even more outrageously than Huo Xiaozheng. Cut off all cooperation with the Jiang and Qin families. Spread the word that as long as the Hua family exists, the Jiang and Qin families will have no place to stand in South City. Shi Chuan wiped his sweat, thinking that just as Mr. Hua had recovered, the old man had now fallen ill. Huo Xiaozheng didn't care about this. By the 4th day, Ningning's condition showed no improvement. In fact, the instances of her hazily regaining consciousness became less frequent. Huo Xiaozheng, would it be better to send Ningning to a hospital abroad? Xin Shiyan. It might be. But in Ningning's current condition, she can't endure a long flight. Let's try it, Xin Shiyan urged. I promise you, with me here, Ningning's condition won't get any worse than it is now. Huo Xiaozheng looked at Xin Shiyan. What can you use to promise me? Xin Shiyan was stunned. Not because of Huo Xiaozheng's unreasonable questioning, but because this was the first time he had seen an expression resembling pleading on Huo Xiaozheng's face. The day Huo Xiaozheng was rejected by Qin Zi, he found Xin Shiyan, and the two of them dug out old Master Huo's aged wine in the underground cellar of the Huo family's old mansion. Even at that time, Huo Xiaozheng had controlled himself, only allowing himself one more glass than usual. At the end, it was still Huo Xiaozheng who sent Xin Shiyan home. In Xin Shiyan's heart, Huo Xiaozheng had always been the epitome of rationality. He believed in human triumph over nature more than any vain prayers or hopes. But at this moment, for his daughter, he had surrendered. Shan Shurian's nose tingled a bit, and he cleared his constricted throat. Trying to sound casual but with a firm tone, he said, I promise you with my reputation and ability as a genius doctor who chose pediatrics and has practiced medicine until now. Huo Xiaozheng compromised. Since that snowy night when he personally helped Ningning up, this day's compromise was inevitable. At this point, he thought, even if it fails, it doesn't matter. There will be many people who will accompany his daughter in death. It doesn't matter. Ch 89 Sadness. Chapter 89. No one knew what Huo Xiaozheng was thinking. Not even Huo Guining, lying on the hospital bed. Xia Lingluo had already informed Huo Xiaozheng that hypnotherapy would not be effective in a single session before the treatment began. Throughout the treatment, neither Huo Xiaozheng nor Shan Shurian left the hospital room. They sat down on the sofa by the window, quietly watching them. After Huo Guining entered a hypnotic state, things began to deviate from Xia Lingluo's planned course. Huo Guining voluntarily greeted her. If it weren't for her tightly closed eyes, Xia Lingluo would have suspected a paranormal event. Xia Lingluo steadied her emotions, but before she could respond, she heard Huo Guining ask herself, why are you so uneasy? Xia Lingluo realized that Huo Guining wasn't talking to her, but conversing with another personality. She pretended to be the second personality and continued the conversation. When they heard Huo Guining anxiously say that she couldn't save Huo Xiaozheng, all three people present were somewhat stunned. Xia Lingluo was the first to regain her composure. She tried to inquire about the identity of the second personality but almost got exposed. Xia Lingluo changed direction and continued to ask about Huo Xiaolong. When she heard her say she was afraid something would happen to her father, Huo Xiaozheng stiffened his spine. His body tensed, his eyes fixed unblinkingly in Huo Guining's direction. Xia Lingluo continued to ask for the reason. But from Huo Guining's mouth, she heard the names Jiang Suan and Qin Zi. Shan Shurian looked at Huo Xiaozheng with some confusion, not understanding why those two people would cause Guining such deep fear. Seeing that Huo Xiaozheng seemed completely unaware of this, Xia Lingluo immediately asked for the reason. However, Huo Guining's vigilance was too strong. Or rather, the successive questions earlier had already made her suspicious. This time, Huo Guining no longer answered. Instead, she expressed her doubts about the identity of the white-clothed girl. Xia Lingluo made an excuse that her body wasn't well, so she couldn't remember some things clearly. For a moment, Huo Guining felt guilty. But the words not feeling well seemed to trigger some unpleasant associations. Huo Guining broke out of the hypnotic state and immediately experienced cardiac arrhythmia. Shan Shurian called for medical staff to inject her with pre-prepared medication. Huo Guining then fell into a deep sleep. After the medical staff left the room, Huo Xiaozheng asked softly, so, it's the pressure I've put on her that's caused her to be overwhelmed? His words were more of a statement than a question. Fearing his friend would get stuck in a mental rut, Shan Shurian immediately advised, you can't think like that. Guining was just worried about you out of concern. Xia Lingluo also agreed, Dr. Shan is right. The one who was talking to me just now should be Guining's second personality. Huo Xiaozheng's tone was sharp. What do you mean by second personality? Xia Lingluo sighed, I discussed this with you before. Guining is very likely suffering from schizophrenia. You heard it during this hypnosis session. Guining's conversation partner was clearly not me. Xia Lingluo's words exploded like a muffled thunder in Huo Xiaozheng's mind. Huo Xiaozheng had no room for rebuttal because the facts were as they were. Seeing his expression, a trace of sympathy flashed across Shan Shurian's face. Xia Lingluo said tactfully, Mr. Huo, if you're not feeling well right now, we can discuss this later. Huo Xiaozheng said softly, no, I'm fine. Please continue. Xia Lingluo glanced at Shan Shurian and continued, Mr. Huo, you shouldn't be too pessimistic. This is actually a good thing for Guining. At least we don't have to blindly try to comfort her with ineffective words of consolation anymore. Huo Xiaozheng looked back at his daughter on the hospital bed. Her face, usually full of smiles and laughter, was now as still as if she had no breath. What's the current treatment plan? Huo Xiaozheng asked. Xia Lingluo said with difficulty, at present, although Guining is in a continuous state of sleep, her vital signs are relatively stable. My suggestion is to continue with hypnotherapy. Perhaps we can find a key breakthrough point from the conversations. Huo Xiaozheng said woodenly, how long will it take for Guining to wake up if we do this? The room fell into silence. No one dared to guarantee when Guining would wake up. Neither Shan Shurian nor Xia Lingluo could. Huo Xiaozheng continued on his own, I understand. Shan Shurian wanted to say something, but was held back by Xia Lingluo. She shook her head at him, and then led him out of the hospital room. Xia Lingluo walked into Shan Shurian's office and said something surprising, Senior, I feel there's something odd about Guining's situation. Shan Shurian was also taken aback, what's odd about it? Xia Lingluo pondered for a moment before speaking, don't you think Guining's worries seem a bit unfounded? Shan Shurian? Although Guining's abuse wasn't directly carried out by Jiang Suyuan and Qin Zi, they can't be completely absolved of responsibility. In that sense, Guining's worries aren't unfounded at all. Something flashed through Xiaolingluo's mind. Isn't Guining's worry about her father getting into trouble mainly because she's afraid of being abandoned? Shen Shiyan's words made Xiaolingluo lose grasp of that fleeting doubt. She hesitated. I just feel like I'm overlooking something. Knock knock. The office door was suddenly knocked. Shen Shiyan, come in. The door opened, revealing Huo Jing. Seeing Xiaolingluo present, Huo Jing asked, is it okay if I come in? Shen Shiyan nodded. Huo Jing walked in, followed by Huo Yueza. How is Guining's condition? I just went to the ward and saw my brother holding Guining's hand without saying a word. It was a bit scary. The Huo family only knew about Guining's chest pain problem, but they didn't know much about her mental illness. At this point there was nothing to hide. Considering Huo Xiaozheng's emotional state, not only could they not keep it from the Huo family, but they actually needed their help. Shen Shiyan told Huo Jing everything from beginning to end. Huo Jing collapsed into a chair, murmuring, how could this happen? Huo Yueza's eyes widened in disbelief. Uncle Shen, you're joking, right? Guining was always so lively. Huo Yueza couldn't continue. The incident of Guining fainting in their guest room was still fresh in his mind. In fact, he knew that Guining wasn't lively at all. She preferred to be alone, drawing those pictures he dared not look at. But fearing others' worry, she would always cheerfully agree to whatever the adults suggested. To avoid troubling others, she always chose to compromise herself. But when her family was hurt, she always put on a brave face, wanting to be the protector. Huo Yueza felt a lump in his throat and asked hoarsely what needs to be done for Guining to wake up. It seemed he had broken his promise. He hadn't protected his sister after all. Ch 90 Obstruction. Chapter 90. Huo Yueza's question seemed to fall into a void, with no response. Huo Jing's pupils contracted. Shen Shiyan, what do you mean by not saying anything? Shen Shiyan shook his head helplessly. Jing, I can't answer that question. Huo Jing turned to look at Xiaolingluo, her gaze sharp and intimidating. But it was useless. Huo Jing's heart suddenly sank. After Xiaolingluo left, Huo Yueza curled up in Shen Shiyan's office, his face buried in a pillow, shoulders shaking. Huo Jing patted his back. Why are you crying? Are you mourning? Ningning is still alive. As a man, are you not as strong as Ningning? Huo Yueza suddenly raised his head, shouting through his tears, if Ningning had been with our family since birth, how could this have happened to her? And you were so fake towards Ningning at first. If you had loved her even a little more, she wouldn't be in a coma now. And Grandpa wasn't good to Ningning either. Only but I couldn't protect my sister either, The Huo family didn't protect her either and she was kidnapped. Who knows if she was traumatized and just didn't tell us. She could only cope on her own, Adults are so terrible, Seeing him becoming more and more outrageous, Huo Jing suppressed her discomfort and gave him a slap on the back of his head. Stop crying. Instead of wailing here, why don't you go talk to your sister? This reminded Huo Yueza. He immediately stopped crying and hastily wiped his face. Aunt, you're right. I should talk to Ningning more. This way she won't want to leave me. With that he rushed out of the office. Shen Shiyan couldn't help but give Huo Jing a thumbs up. As expected of you. A's crying almost blew off my skull. Before he could finish, he saw the usually elegant and aloof Huo Jing's eyes turn red, tears welling up in her almond-shaped eyes. Cursing while crying, she said, damn it, A's accusations were spot on. Shen Shiyan. He couldn't tell if she needed comfort or not. During this time, the Huo family members took turns looking after Huo Guining. Huo Xiaozheng simply moved into the hospital room. In just a week, Huo Xiaozheng seemed to have aged several years. Stubble had grown on his chin, but Huo Xiaozheng paid no attention to it. Following the doctor's instructions, he turned Ningning over and wiped her back every day. Shen Shiyan suggested he leave this task to the nurses, but Huo Xiaozheng ignored him, stubbornly insisting on doing it himself. It was as if doing this could slightly alleviate his guilt. Xiaolingluo intermittently conducted 2 more hypnosis sessions. But perhaps due to the near exposure the first time, Huo Guining's vigilance had clearly increased. Even in her dreams, she no longer spoke freely. Huo Guining remained in this neither good nor bad state day after day. As soon as classes ended, Huo Yueza would rush to the hospital, chattering endlessly. He talked about the little past he shared with Ningning and his experiences at school. Occasionally, when Huo Xiaozheng wasn't around, he would talk about Huo Xiaozheng's daily life. Ningning, can you feel it? Uncle is by your side every day. But he's lost a lot of weight. I've never seen Uncle look so haggard. You should wake up soon, okay? You wouldn't want to see Uncle remain so depressed, would you? When Huo Yueza talked to Ningning, her heart rate would occasionally show brief fluctuations. Shen Shiyan strongly encouraged Huo Yueza's behavior. Huo Guining naturally noticed that something was off. The girl in the white dress appeared less and less frequently, while the time she spent in darkness grew longer. When the girl in the white dress did appear, her words carried a hint of probing. Having learned from the previous lesson, Huo Guining dared not answer easily. If it weren't for occasionally hearing Huo Yueza's voice, she would have lost all sense of time passing. Listening to Huo Yueza's chatter, Huo Guining felt increasingly anxious. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't open her eyes. This state, like sleep paralysis, made her unsure whether she was in a dream or if this dream was her reality. Winter passed and spring arrived. After shedding winter's severity, the spring festival holiday quickly passed, and time moved to the day of the spring equinox. The wind no longer carried a biting chill, new buds sprouted on the bare trees lining the streets, and sunlight streamed through the raised gauze curtains, casting dappled shadows on the floor. The spring breeze seemed to bring new hope to Huo Xiaozheng, who suddenly roused himself. He bribed people and at an extremely high price, acquired that piece of land in Yan City. After washing up and dressing neatly, he came to Huo Guining's bedside. Huo Xiaozheng bent down to stroke his daughter's hair, revealing an extremely gentle smile. Since you're worried about Dad getting into trouble, Dad will nip your worries in the bud. This way, you should be able to wake up, right? His voice was low with a hint of madness. On the heart monitor, Huo Guining's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Seeing this, the smile on Huo Xiaozheng's face grew even wider. Dad will take that as a yes. After Dad deals with them, I'll come back to keep you company. That day after school, when Huo Yueza entered the hospital room, he didn't see the familiar figure by the bed. He asked the nurse, who said Huo Xiaozheng had gone out in the afternoon. Huo Yueza was puzzled. Recently, Uncle had been practically glued to Ningning's side. How could he leave without saying a word? He asked around the family, but everyone said they didn't know where Huo Xiaozheng had gone. Huo Yueza stopped dwelling on it, pulled up a chair, and began his daily ritual of talking to Ningning. The comatose Huo Guining, however, couldn't remain calm. Huo Xiaozheng's words echoed in her ears, and Huo Guining couldn't help but ponder their meaning. If it was just about getting revenge for her, Huo Xiaozheng's words needn't have been so resolute. But if not? The more Huo Guining thought about it, the more alarmed she became. Her mind, which had been foggy recently, suddenly cleared. She helplessly cried out in the darkness, "Hey, whoever's keeping me here, come out. Let's talk." No response. The surroundings were as silent as snow. "Hey, Ning, you've been here all along, haven't you? Come out. Help me." Beep 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 beep. The heart monitor sounded an alarm, startling Huo Yueza, who immediately pressed the call button. "Doctor, something's wrong with Ningning." Shinshirian rushed in with the nurses. Huo Yueza watched helplessly as the emergency scene from before replayed itself. The sharp alarm echoed through the room, constantly pulling at his nerves. Everything around him seemed to recede like the tide. His heart beat violently, pounding against his chest. On the hospital bed, Huo Guining suddenly took a deep breath and opened her eyes. Shinshirian stopped the doctor who was about to use the defibrillator and tentatively called out Ningning. Huo Guining turned her head somewhat stiffly and said in a hoarse voice, "Dad, stop Dad." CH91 Madness. Chapter 91. Shinshirian was somewhat puzzled. He bent down close to Huo Guining and asked, "Ningning, what are you saying?" Huo Guining's brows were furrowed, his expression somewhat pained, but more anxious. "My dad, he seems to have gone to find Jiang Suyuan." Huo Yueza pushed through the crowd, squeezing to Huo Guining's bedside. "Ningning, do you mean that Uncle has gone to seek revenge on Jiang Suyuan?" Huo Guining nodded heavily. Upon hearing this, Shinshirian also became anxious. These past few days he had been keeping an eye on Huo Xiaozheng's behavior. Given his usual personality, it wasn't impossible that he might do something irreversible. In fact, it was highly likely that it couldn't be undone. Shinshirian took out his phone. "I'll call him." Beep beep beep. The wait became exceptionally long. "The number you have dialed is busy. Please try again later." "Sorry, the subscriber you dialed is busy." In a ruined building on the outskirts of the city, Huo Xiaozheng, dressed in a black suit, sat upright on the rooftop platform. His forehead bangs were combed back, revealing sharp eyebrows beneath his clean forehead. Golden sunlight came from behind him, casting a ground full of afterglow. The rooftop had no railing, and near the edge lay two people. Their hands and feet were bound, and they appeared to be unconscious. Huo Xiaozheng waved his hand. The bodyguard beside him immediately understood, grabbing 2 buckets of ice water and splashing them onto the 2 people. Hiss! A sharp intake of breath was heard as the 2 lying down woke up groggily. "Z, are you all right?" It was Jiang Suyuan and Qin Zi. Qin Zi shook her head pitifully, indicating she was temporarily fine. Both Jiang Suyuan and Qin Zi looked equally disheveled. The usually elegant and graceful Qin Zi now had hair as messy as a bird's nest, and her down jacket had been caught on something, with the inner down eagerly poking out. It stuck to both her and Jiang Suyuan's hair. The bucket of ice water poured over their heads earlier had caused the down to flow into their mouths with the water. Jiang Suyuan spat and cursed loudly. "Huo Xiaozheng, what madness are you up to? Don't you know that your behavior is illegal?" Huo Xiaozheng sneered. "The law? In the past, I trusted the law too much. That's why it was so easy for you Jiang family people to commit evil deeds." Jiang Suyuan frowned. "Do you have to be at odds with the Jiang family?" Huo Xiaozheng shook his head, saying seriously, of course not. Qin Ziyi saw that Huo Xiaozheng's state was not right at the moment, and immediately tried to persuade him. Brother Xiaozheng, can we talk this through? There's no problem that needs to be solved by such means, right? Huo Xiaozheng raised his hand and turned the watch on his wrist, the deep blue watch emitting a cold light. I have nothing to say to you. Qin Ziyi was startled. Did something happen to Ning Ning? Huo Xiaozheng looked at the two with a half smile. What do you think? Jiang Suyuan let out a sigh of relief, only to hear him say through gritted teeth, Huo Xiaozheng, don't be unreasonable, it was your daughter who was rude first. Jiang Suyuan, Qin Ziyi, Huo Xiaozheng interrupted him calmly, tell me, if my daughter had been raised by the Huo family from childhood, would she still be so rude? When you're facing the consequences of your own actions, why push the blame onto my daughter? Huo Xiaozheng patted off non-existent dust from his hands, stood up and squatted down in front of the two, looking down at their disheveled appearance. Qin Ziyi, you're pregnant, right? Qin Ziyi shuddered at his cold gaze. What do you want to do? Huo Xiaozheng's lips held a smile, but his eyes were wild. My daughter asked me if her mother doesn't love her, why did she give birth to her? I couldn't answer. Since you're also a mother, tell me, how should I answer my daughter's question? Qin Ziyi's lips trembled, and she remained speechless for a long time. Jiang Suyuan said with difficulty, this matter we adults have wronged her. Apologize? Huo Xiaozheng laughed uncontrollably as if he had heard some incredible joke. The early spring chill was biting and the howling wind blew through the nearby forest, rustling. The laughter and the sound of wind blowing through the trees made the entire scene seem eerie. Huo Xiaozheng suddenly stopped laughing without warning and said seriously, if an apology was enough, what would be the point of me being a father? Since you don't understand the principles of being human, don't drag your unborn child into this. The three of you, all neat and tidy, should go down early to accompany my daughter in death. He raised his hand slightly and the bodyguard beside him stepped forward, dragging the two towards the edge of the roof. Qin Ziyi's pupils shook violently, struggling while shouting, Huo Xiaozheng, you've really gone mad. Huo Xiaozheng said calmly, I'm not mad, but my daughter is about to go mad. His gaze drifted into the distance. While you two were lovey-dovey, fighting with me over that piece of land that means nothing to you. My daughter was worried sick about me, fearing that you would push me into a corner. Huo Xiaozheng didn't mention feeling manipulated, nor did he bring up the period of waiting in vain, devoid of self-respect. Before meeting Ning Ning, he already had a premonition that he would die, the kind of death that comes too early. Although he didn't know when, where, or for what reason. Ning Ning's worry wasn't misplaced. Perhaps it was due to blood ties, or perhaps Ning Ning was born highly sensitive. Or maybe Ning Ning's past experiences had made her more perceptive to danger. In any case, regarding the matter of Huo Xiaozheng dying young, he and Ning Ning seemed to have the same intuition. Qin Ziyi's desperate cry interrupted his thoughts. What do you really want? He gave the disheveled pair a strange smile, his tone soft, like the whisper of a demon. To put my daughter at ease, why don't you two just die? Qin Ziyi and Jiang Suyuan never expected that Huo Xiaozheng was actually serious. Jiang Suyuan shouted, Huo Xiaozheng, let Ziyi go. If you have any issues, come at me. If you care about your daughter for her sake, you should accumulate some virtue. Accumulate virtue? These two words seemed to hit a nerve with Huo Xiaozheng. Huo Xiaozheng walked towards Jiang Sun, grabbed his head and shoved it to the ground. If you want to beg for mercy, you'd better soften your tone, rather than provoking me by cursing my daughter. Huo Xiaozheng said, enunciating each word. As he spoke, he lifted Jiang Suyuan's head and smashed it hard against the concrete ground. Instantly, blood flowed profusely. Qin Ziyi let out a scream, her eyes rolled back and she fainted on the spot. Huo Xiaozheng's action used every ounce of his strength, leaving Jiang Suyuan's head ringing. After a good while, amidst Qin Ziyi's screams, he felt a burning pain, warm blood flowing down his cheeks. CH92 Family. Chapter 92. The sun was gradually setting, its twilight rays casting a golden veil over the land. The wind blew rustling abandoned plastic bags on the rooftop. Huo Xiaozheng dragged Jiang Suyuan with one hand, strolling casually towards the edge. Huo Xiaozheng pulled Jiang Suyuan's body, making him stand on the edge of the roof. Jiang Suyuan glanced down. At least 6 stories high, if he fell, there would be absolutely no chance of survival. Jiang Suyuan tried his best to steady his voice, but a slight tremor still escaped. Have you considered your daughter's future in doing this? If you act, she'll forever be known as a murderer's daughter. Huo Xiaozheng, like him, stood at the edge of the roof, gazing out at the vast fields. The setting sun had painted half the sky red, unbelievably beautiful. Jiang Suyuan, only with your deaths will my daughter have a future. These words sent chills down Jiang Suyuan's spine. Spare Ji, Jiang Suyuan said, calmer now. I can write a suicide note, proving I took my own life. He turned to look at the crazed man beside him. You wouldn't want other children to suffer the same fate as your daughter, would you? Huo Xiaozheng's gaze gradually settled into silence as the sun disappeared. Jiang Suyuan, you've got it wrong. What do I care about others' lives or deaths? As he spoke, his fingers slowly began to loosen. Jiang Suyuan closed his eyes in despair. La 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 la. A sudden burst of music rang out. Huo Xiaozheng's brow twitched slightly. It was Ningning's personalized ringtone. He pulled out his phone and answered, Ningning. The nearby bodyguard swiftly steadied Jiang Suyuan's body. Dad, where are you? Hearing Ningning's voice, Huo Xiaozheng's eyes suddenly reddened. He said hoarsely, Daddy's out. Are you hungry? Hearing this, Huo Guining's nose also began to tingle with emotion. But hearing the howling wind on the other end of the phone, her unease only grew. I'm hungry. Can you buy me some fish porridge from Xiangji? Ningning's voice sounded a bit dry, her speech slow and somewhat pleading. Huo Xiaozheng replied gently, Daddy will go buy it for you now. Wait for Daddy, don't fall asleep. As soon as he finished speaking, Huo Xiaozheng hurriedly headed downstairs. On the other end of the phone, hearing Huo Xiaozheng's footsteps, Huo Guining hung up with relief. The nearby bodyguard also breathed a sigh of relief. He had been on edge ever since Huo Xiaozheng had nearly let go. He weighed in his mind what he should do if the boss really intended to kill someone. The bodyguard had followed Huo Xiaozheng for many years, and while they had done plenty of bad things, they had never actually broken the law. That phone call came at just the right time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to quickly pull Jiang Suyuan back from the brink of death. Seeing Huo Xiaozheng about to disappear from view, the bodyguard hurriedly asked, Boss, how should we handle these two? Huo Xiaozheng's footsteps paused. He said something softly, then continued on his way without stopping. Soon after, the roar of an engine came from below, accompanied by a cloud of dust as it sped away. In the hospital room, Huo Guining put down the phone and weakly fell back onto the bed. Huo Yueze, who had been applauding nearby, was startled at the sight. Sister, how do you feel? You're not going to fall asleep again, are you? As he spoke, Huo Yueze was nearly in tears. Huo Guining forced a smile. I won't, brother. I'm just a bit tired and want to rest. This was exactly what Huo Yueze was worried about. Can you rest with your eyes open then? Huo Guining. Shen Shurian sighed and turned to ask Ningning, what did your father say? Huo Guining pursed her lips. It should be fine now. Dad always quickly does what he promises me. After a moment's thought, she added, besides, Dad knows I can't be away from him for too long. Shen Shurian and Huo Yueze both breathed sighs of relief. Brother, thank you for staying with me all this time, Huo Guining said softly, half lying down. Huo Yueze moved closer, picked up the warm water by the bed, and helped her drink a few sips. Sister, you being healthy and well is the best thanks you can give me. Shen Shurian nodded approvingly. This nephew wasn't so foolish after all, he knew how to say the right things. But then, Yueze, don't feed Ningning cherries. Ningning just woke up, her stomach can't handle it. Put down that cheese-baked lobster. Cake is even worse, Shen Shurian said, somewhat exasperated. Do you really have to rush this? Didn't Ningning ask your uncle to bring porridge? Huo Yueze replied weakly, Ningning just woke up. I'm worried she'll faint from hunger if she doesn't eat something. Huo Guining couldn't help but laugh. Brother, I promise you I won't sleep. Only then did Huo Yueze relax. He took out his phone, snapped a photo of Ningning, and spoke into it. Mom, Ningning's awake. Can you make some nourishing soup and bring it over? Shen Shurian shook his head and walked to Ningning's side. Ningning, how do you feel? Huo Guining pursed her lips. My head feels a bit fuzzy, but otherwise I feel okay. Shen Shurian performed an examination. And your chest? No tightness or pain. Shen Shurian said gently. Ningning, people with chest discomfort should avoid strong emotional fluctuations. Huo Guining lowered her head. I'm sorry, Shen Shurian reached out and patted her head. No need to apologize, Ningning. You did very well. Though he didn't know what had happened to Ningning at the Qin family, Huo Yueze immediately affirmed her. Sister, don't doubt yourself. You're the best. Shen Shurian. Huo Guining smiled gently. Uncle Shen means that no matter what happens, your safety should be your first priority. Whether it's your father, your brother, or anyone important you might meet in the future. No matter who it is, their importance can't surpass your own. Huo Guining thought. No, she was bound by rules. To her, Huo Xiaozheng was more important than herself. But she couldn't say that. So Huo Guining maintained her smile and nodded obediently. I understand. Shen Shurian gave some precautions and then left the room. Huo Yueze, as usual, sat by her bed, chattering away. Sister, you slept for over a week. You really scared me. Aunt also came many times, but you were always sleeping. She's mean, she beat me up while you were asleep. Huo Guining smiled. Why? If he told his sister that he had cried so uncontrollably, it would be too embarrassing. So Huo Yueze said, because I told Aunt that every time I talk to you, your heartbeat speeds up. But when Aunt chats with you, your heartbeat stays steady. Huo Guining was stunned. Did Aunt chat with me? Huo Yueze grinned proudly. See? You really didn't hear. Although I don't know what Aunt actually said to you, Uncle Shen said that Aunt always chats with you when I'm not around. Huo Guining tried hard to remember. Bang! The door to the hospital room was suddenly pushed open. Ch 93 Awareness. Chapter 93. Huo Guining's eyes lit up. Dad. Huo Xiaozheng steadied his breathing, walking towards her step by step. Huo Yueza consciously made room at the bedside. Hungry, aren't you? Huo Xiaozheng skillfully opened the small dining table on the hospital bed, lifting the lid off the food container, releasing an appetizing aroma. Wow, it smells so good. Huo Xiaozheng raised the head of the bed, his smile gentle. Let it cool down for a bit, and you can eat it in a moment. Huo Xiaozheng expertly stirred the soup with a spoon, a scene he had rehearsed countless times in his mind over the past week. The difference was the food in his hand finally had an owner. Dad, your collar. There was a splash of crimson on Huo Xiaozheng's blue shirt, looking very conspicuous. Huo Xiaozheng nonchalantly wiped it off with a wet tissue, calmly saying, I must have brushed against something by accident. The porridge is ready, come, open your mouth. Huo Guining obediently opened her mouth, but Huo Xiaozheng was too calm to the point of making her uneasy. She swallowed the porridge in her hand, weakly asking, Dad, where did you just go? Huo Xiaozheng's movements paused for a moment, his tone unchanged. There was something at the company, I went to take care of it. Huo Guining wanted to ask more. But Huo Xiaozheng's expression suddenly changed, his tone a little urgent. What's wrong, is your chest hurting? Huo Guining hurriedly said, No, I'm not feeling unwell now. Huo Yueza cut in, Sister, you can't lie. You just said your head still felt a little dizzy. Huo Guining glanced at Huo Xiaozheng uneasily. That's because I've been lying down for so long. Huo Xiaozheng's expression didn't change, continuing to feed her the porridge one spoonful at a time. Dad, I'm full. After lying down for so long, it seemed her stomach had shrunk as she felt full after just a small bowl. Huo Xiaozheng calmly put away the utensils, handing them to Huo Yueza. Yueza, take the trash with you when you leave. Huo Yueza, I'm not. Catching sight of Huo Xiaozheng's expression, Huo Yueza swallowed his words. Okay, I should be heading home. Goodbye, sister. Goodbye, uncle. With that, he swiftly left the hospital room with the trash and his backpack. Huo Guining. Nining. Yes. Huo Guining reflexively replied. Huo Xiaozheng's demeanor was off. He was usually a man who paid great attention to his appearance, but now, his high-end tailored suit was a little crumpled, and his bangs were disheveled. Huo Guining timidly said, Dad, what's wrong? Are you afraid of Jiang Suyuan and Qin Zi? Huo Guining's heart skipped a beat, her face turning pale, with a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. No, Huo Guining forced a laugh. Nining, don't worry, Dad has taken care of Jiang Suyuan and Qin Zi. Huo Guining. After a long while she finally calmed down, trembling as she asked, Dad, what do you mean by taken care of? Huo Xiaozheng smiled, but his eyes were cold, exactly what it means. From now on, they will never appear in front of you again. Recalling the unexplained bloodstains on his collar, a chill ran down Huo Guining's spine. Could it be that Huo Xiaozheng? Huo Guining asked with difficulty, Dad, did you break the law? Huo Xiaozheng. That's not important. Huo Guining screamed internally, this is very important. Don't be dazed, big man, even in books it's a society under the rule of law. Huo Xiaozheng couldn't hear her internal screams, saying very gently, what's important is, you won't have to be scared anymore. No, she was even more scared now. At this moment she truly felt that Huo Xiaozheng existed as the antagonist in the book. Huo Guining became a little frantic. Dad, killing is against the law, I don't want to never see you again. Thinking it over, she added, let's turn ourselves in, okay? Maybe there's a chance for a reduced sentence. Yes. Huo Guining mumbled as she tried to get out of bed. Huo Xiaozheng stopped her. But Huo Guining was too scared. Huo Xiaozheng's actions did completely resolve her fears. But it completely violated the plot development and disregarded the law. More importantly, she played a crucial role in it. The more Huo Guining thought about it, the more panicked she became, her mind filled with visions of Huo Xiaozheng being arrested and resisting arrest, ultimately being. She ignored Huo Xiaozheng's attempts to stop her. Gripping his sleeve, she looked up at him earnestly. Dad, pin the blame on me, after all, you did this because of me. Huo Guining felt she was making sense the more she thought about it. Since I'm a minor, Huo Xiaozheng's expression was a little strange. Why? Huo Guining was a little desperate. Because I don't want you to go to prison, I don't want to see you become a criminal because of me. Huo Xiaozheng gripped her shoulders. Nining, calm down, Dad didn't kill anyone. Huo Guining was taken aback. How can I calm down? You killing is against the law. Huh? She came to her senses. Dad, what did you just say? Huo Xiaozheng said helplessly. I said I didn't kill anyone. You're so young, but your knowledge base is quite substantial. You even know minors don't get punished for murder. Huo Guining didn't believe him. You really didn't kill anyone? Huo Xiaozheng pushed her back onto the bed, covering her with the blanket. Really? But he only told half the truth. If the phone hadn't rung, Jiang Suyuan and Qin Zi probably would have disappeared from this world. Huo Guining sighed in relief. You really scared me. But if you don't want Dad to become a criminal, Huo Xiaozheng added, then I hope you won't lie to me. Huo Guining looked innocent. I didn't lie. Huo Xiaozheng sat down at the bedside. If you're not feeling well, you have to honestly tell me. Hiding things is also a form of deception. You're my daughter, Huo Xiaozheng's daughter. No matter what happens, I'll be on your side. Just like how you misunderstood me but still hope to make excuses for me. If one day you do something irreversible, Dad will also be the one making excuses for you. Huo Guining's nose turned sour. But she couldn't say it. Should she tell Huo Xiaolong that the world he lives in is a book, and that as long as there are Jiang Suyuan, Qin Zi, and her, his ending is doomed to be tragic? Dad, if. Huo Guining hesitated. If you knew something would definitely happen, would you choose to stop it? A strange look flashed across Huo Xiaozheng's eyes. Indeed. Ch 94 Return. Chapter 94. Huo Xiaolong didn't answer hastily but said, that depends on whether stopping this is worth it to me. Huo Guining pursed her lips. Was it worth it? Preventing Huo Xiaozheng's death would be all benefit and no harm to her. But what troubled her was that she had little influence and lacked the intelligence and ability to accomplish this task. It's definitely worth it, but... Huo Xiaozheng, but you're afraid you can't do it? Huo Guining suddenly looked up, her eyes full of disbelief. Dad, you... A flash of understanding crossed Huo Xiaozheng's eyes as he explained, when I was still a child, facing such choices, I also hesitated and felt afraid. Huo Guining couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She asked curiously, so what did you do? It's simple. I asked for help. Huo Guining tilted her head, eh? At that time, I didn't have the ability to stop others, so I borrowed grandfather's hand to do it, Huo Xiaozheng said with a reminiscent and somewhat proud expression. Huo Guining was a bit surprised. She hadn't expected Huo Xiaozheng to be like this. By saying this, he was clearly showing that he knew she was hiding something and wanted to give her a reason to seek his help. Huo Guining looked up at him, her gaze passing over his collar. Her expression paused. After a while, she mustered up her courage as if making some kind of decision. I hope you won't have any more interactions with Jiang Suyuan and Qin Zi. She added after a pause, but I also don't want you to do anything illegal. Huo Xiaozheng's expression cleared up. He smiled. Unlike the smile on the rooftop terrace, this time he smiled wholeheartedly. Dad promises you, Huo Xiaozheng said firmly. And those two, even the entire family, will never appear in our world again. Huo Guining asked timidly, Dad, aren't you going to ask me why? Huo Xiaolong stroked her hair. If you don't want Dad to ask, then Dad will never ask. Huo Guining's eyes widened in disbelief as if she couldn't believe this matter was resolved so easily. Huo Xiaozheng chuckled. What? Don't you trust me? Huo Guining shook her head, murmuring, I trust you. Huo Xiaozheng said firmly, if you trust me, then you don't need to worry anymore. Dad will make sure you get what you want. Dad, I'm hungry. Perhaps finally relieved of her burden, Huo Guining felt a sudden emptiness in her stomach. Huo Xiaozheng was taken aback. Your brother already took the porridge back. Huo Guining. Huo Xiaozheng took out his phone to call Shi Chuan. The sound of the door opening came from the entrance. Ning Ning. Huo Xiaozheng was a bit surprised. Sister-in-law? Why are you here? Sui Qingfang was carrying a large food box, looking at Ning Ning with eyes that seemed to be brimming with tears. I heard Ning Ning woke up, so I came to see her. Huo Xiaolong stood up and took the package from Sui Qingfang's hands. Sui Qingfang couldn't help but sit down on the bed and embrace Ning Ning. You suffered, my child. Her tone was choked with emotion as she stroked Ning Ning's hair with one hand and patted her back with the other. Huo Guining smiled and hugged Sui Qingfang back. Auntie, I'm fine now. Everything will be good from now on. At this, Sui Qingfang released her somewhat angrily and said seriously, even if you want to protect your father, you should consider your own health first. Huo Guining grinned sheepishly, coaxing. I know I was wrong, Auntie. Don't be angry with me. Sui Qingfang couldn't maintain her serious expression and couldn't help but smile. You just know how to make me happy. A fragrant aroma filled the air, and Huo Guining took a deep breath. Wow, it smells so good. Sui Qingfang suddenly remembered the food box she brought. A's urged me to hurry, so I quickly made some pigeon soup. Try it. As she spoke, she lifted the lid. The sun had completely set behind the mountains, the last rays of twilight swallowed by darkness. The warm yellow lights came on and the hospital room was filled with the fresh scent of herbs and pigeon. Huo Guining took the first sip, closing her eyes in satisfaction. Dad, the pigeon soup is so delicious. You should have some too, she called out. Huo Xiaozheng approached with a smile on his lips. Drink slowly. Sui Qingfang made room by the hospital bed, watching the father and daughter with contentment. Huo Guining was discharged from the hospital not long after. Huo Xiaozheng resumed his psychological counseling and treatment as before. Xieling Luo continued to do her best to guide her, offering suggestions beneficial to her physical and mental health. But Huo Guining felt that something was quietly changing. After Huo Xiaozheng's return, the Huo family patriarch once again retreated behind the scenes. On Huo Guining's first visit back to the old mansion after her illness, the Huo family tacitly avoided mentioning her injuries. During the family dinner, the Huo patriarch praised Huo Guining's protective behavior in front of everyone. But like Huo Qingfang, he reprimanded her for treating her own health carelessly. During this time, Huo Jing came back to see her once. She brought back the photos they had taken together before. Among them was a solo photo of Huo Guining, which Huo Jing had framed. Huo Xiaozheng had it hung in the bedroom. Huo Xiaozheng returned to his previous state of being unapproachable and serious. However, he was even busier than before. The Huo family dinners became more frequent, and the Huo patriarch, Huo Yanqin, and Huo Xiaozheng often stayed in the study until late at night. Huo Guining stays at the old mansion also became more frequent than usual. Because of this, she also learned how skilled Zheng Jinqiu was at making soups. Whenever she was at the Huo mansion, she would unfailingly have a bowl of soup every day. She had tried almost every kind of medicinal cuisine made from various Chinese herbs, designed to boost energy, nourish blood, soothe the liver, and relieve depression. Towards the end, she felt nauseous at the sight of medicinal food and tried to get her father to secretly dispose of it for her. Not only that, but every week, Huo Xiaozheng would accompany her swimming and playing tennis. When Huo Xiaozheng was busy, Huo Yueze and Huo Jing would accompany her instead. "Auntie, are you on vacation recently?" After a game of tennis, Huo Guining was panting heavily. Huo Jing took a big gulp of water, clearly exhausted as well. "No, I'm not." Huo Guining probed. "Auntie, are you, perhaps past your prime?" Huo Jing tightly gripped her water bottle, forcing a smile. "You should be well rested now, right? Come on, let's continue." Huo Guining. That day, Huo Guining was so tired she could barely lift her fingers. Huo Yanqin, however, gave Huo Jing a thumbs up. Usually you can't bear to tire her out. Most days she barely breaks a sweat. Why did you suddenly have the heart to be tough today? Huo Jing smiled mysteriously. Guess. Huo Guining didn't have the energy to play their guessing game. Before it was even time for dinner, she was so hungry that she grabbed the medicinal soup and gulped it down. Even Huo Xiaozheng looked at Huo Jing with newfound respect. How did you manage that? Huo Yanqin glanced at Ningning and shook his head with a smile. This is a little secret between aunt and niece. As a father, you shouldn't pry into your child's privacy. Huo Guining thought, what secret? A girl's anger, only those who provoke it will understand. CH 95 Plan. Chapter 95. In stark contrast to the peaceful days at the Huo family, the Jiang and Qin families found themselves in a disastrous situation. Huo Xiaozheng's conversation with Huo Guining that day was far from empty words. Even as Huo Xiaozheng kept vigil at Ning's bedside, old Master Huo had already begun making arrangements. Between the Jiang and Qin families, the Jiang family held more influence. The Qin family, known for their scholarly background, had seen their influence in the business world steadily decline in recent years. After Qin Ziyi's marriage to Jiang Suyuan, the Qin family had shown signs of recovery. But that didn't matter. Huo Xiaozheng had been secretly planning to absorb both the Jiang and Qin families. However, Ning's appearance had temporarily put this plan on hold. But now, since Ning was anxious because of it, why not expand the original plan a bit more? Although it would require some effort, once the first step was completed, the rest could be gradually consumed. That night, in the study of the Panlong Bay Villa, Huo Xiaozheng was conducting a video conference. "Xichuan, how's Jiang Corporation's project in Country A progressing?" "The project has been approved. Next, they'll need a large amount of capital for turnover." Huo Xiaozheng said in a deep voice, "I see. Keep a close eye on their movements." Xichuan couldn't help but speak up. "Mr. Huo, the project in Country A is something you put a lot of effort into securing. To just hand it over like this." Huo Xiaozheng leaned back in his chair. "It doesn't matter. Just do as I say." Xichuan nodded. After being threatened with death by Huo Xiaozheng that day, Qin Ziyi's first reaction upon recovering was to demand they call the police. But Jiang Suyuan stopped her. "Why not? You almost died." Qin Ziyi shouted emotionally. Huo Xiaozheng had murderous intent. Jiang Suyuan swallowed hard, his throat still hoarse from the cold wind that had rushed into it on the rooftop that day. "Ziyi, this is what we owe his daughter." Qin Ziyi screamed as if she had gone mad. "That's what Jiang Hui owed them. We were just kept in the dark." Recalling Huo Xiaozheng's parting words that day, Jiang Suyuan said weakly, "Ziyi, I'm sorry." Qin Ziyi was stunned. "What do you mean?" Faced with Qin Ziyi's clear gaze, Jiang Suyuan couldn't bring himself to speak. He lowered his head. "Ziyi, it was Huo Xiaozheng who was kept in the dark, not me. Do you understand?" Qin Ziyi's voice trembled. "Are you saying that when Jiang Hui did this, you knew about it?" Jiang Suyuan nodded helplessly. "I was so jealous at the time. I was jealous of the bond between you two, jealous of Huo Xiaozheng's excellence." Jiang Suyuan confessed self-deprecatingly, "When Jiang Hui was planning that incident, although I didn't participate, I knew about it beforehand and didn't stop it." Qin Ziyi collapsed onto the sofa, drained of strength. Jiang Suyuan hurriedly went to support her. Qin Ziyi mumbled, "How could this happen? How could this happen?" This was perhaps the greatest stain on Jiang Suyuan's life. He never imagined that a moment of jealousy back then would turn Huo Xiaozheng's daughter into a sacrifice in their war. Now both he and Huo Xiaozheng were left wounded. So I can't call the police, Jiang Suyuan said painfully. If Huo Xiaozheng had tried to kill him for Qin Zi's sake, he would have reported it without hesitation. But since it was for his daughter, he could only accept the consequences. That day before Huo Xiaozheng left, he had said to him, if you're still human, you should know what to do. Jiang Suyuan thought this was probably the first step in being human. Qin Zi, with tears in her eyes, said, "Are we supposed to carry this guilt with us for the rest of our lives? What about my child? What will happen to them?" Jiang Suyuan tenderly wiped the tears from her cheeks. "It won't be like that. This time, let's consider it as if I've already died once, atoning for that sin. From now on, we'll stay out of each other's way, okay?" Qin Zi nodded helplessly and collapsed into his arms, crying. Despite these words, old Mr. Qin couldn't swallow this insult. For a scholar, nothing matters more than face. It was during the spring festival when he was scolded by a 5-year-old child, and then confronted by old Master Hua. This was an insult he absolutely couldn't accept. Considering Qin Zi's pregnancy, old Mr. Qin decided to discuss the matter with Jiang Suyuan. At present, the Hua family's influence in South City was on par with the combined forces of the Jiang and Qin families. Their business territories were also almost evenly split. Did he win the bid for that piece of land in Yan City? Jiang Suyuan and old Mr. Qin sat face to face, with a tea table between them. Yes, the price was much higher than what the local government offered. Old Mr. Qin asked, "Oh? Why is that?" Jiang Suyuan shook his head and guessed, probably for the sake of his frail daughter. "Since he's handed us leverage, why don't we help him out a bit?" Jiang Suyuan, who had just convinced his wife to stay out of Huo Xiaozheng's way, was confused. What leverage? Help with what? Old Mr. Qin, frustrated, said, "You've been competing with Huo Xiaozheng for so many years, and this time he's walked all over you. Are you really content with that?" Jiang Suyuan pressed his lips together. "I'm not content, but I don't want revenge." Old Mr. Qin thought, useless. Like mud that can't be used to patch a wall. Old Mr. Qin wanted to act alone, but his resources wouldn't allow it. "Suyuan, I heard you need capital for that overseas project?" Old Mr. Qin suddenly changed the subject. Jiang Suyuan nodded yes. Old Mr. Qin fell silent. He elegantly poured himself a cup of tea and took a slow sip. Jiang Suyuan immediately realized that old Mr. Qin was using the previously agreed-upon investment to threaten him. He became alarmed. "Dad, what do you mean?" Old Mr. Qin finished his tea leisurely before speaking. "The current situation isn't good, and I don't have much liquid capital on hand. Since you won't help me get my revenge, I'll naturally have to take matters into my own hands. In that case, I'll need to use some money to grease the wheels." Jiang Suyuan stood up abruptly. "Dad, we can't do that. I've already signed the contract for the project in Country A, and I'm just waiting for your funds to come through." Old Mr. Qin had pinched exactly this weak spot. He smiled triumphantly. "So what's your attitude now?" Jiang Suyuan hesitated, thought it over, and still refused. "Dad, let it go please. Can I apologize on behalf of the Huo family?" Old Mr. Qin's face immediately darkened. "Have you made up your mind to side with Huo Xiaozheng? Have you forgotten how Huo Xiaozheng has been suppressing you all these years?" Jiang Suyuan wanted to say that over the years, he and Huo Xiaozheng had been going back and forth, and it wasn't a matter of who was suppressing whom. But clearly, old Mr. Qin in his fury wouldn't listen to such words. Seeing his firm attitude, old Mr. Qin became enraged and threw his teacup at him. His head, not yet fully healed, now bore a new wound. Upon learning of this, Huo Xiaozheng immediately ordered Sichuan to contact Jiang Suyuan, expressing interest in investing. Huo Guining, who had been frowning while eating her medicinal meal, looked puzzled. Huo Xiaozheng stroked the small tufts of hair sticking up on her head, smiling without a word. Ch 96 Very good. Chapter 96. Jiang Suyuan was caught in a dilemma. He didn't want to choose either old Mr. Qin or Huo Xiaozheng. Qin Zi advised from the side, "Huo Xiaozheng clearly doesn't have good intentions. If you accept his investment, then my father's side." Jiang Suyuan fell into deep thought. Huo Xiaozheng, like a hunter, possessed excellent patience and didn't mind waiting out Jiang Suyuan. Meanwhile, old Mr. Qin didn't go back on his word. Almost from the moment Jiang Suyuan walked out of the Qin family's front door, he began his own plan alone. And his first target was Yin City, which Huo Xiaozheng had bought at a high price at auction. Huo Guining was oblivious to all of this. In her view, Huo Xiaozheng was either busy or getting busier. This morning, Huo Guining groggily crawled out of bed in the dim dawn light. She looked at the already dressed and groomed Huo Xiaozheng with sleepy eyes and asked in a muffled voice, "Dad, so early today?" Huo Xiaozheng took out an eye mask and put it over her eyes, scooping her up in one motion. "There's an early meeting at the company today. You go back to sleep, I'll put you in the rest room later." Huo Guining was really too tired to argue. Hearing this, she didn't stand on ceremony. Her head tilted to one side, and she fell asleep again. Given that Huo Guining had been resting at the company more and more often lately, Huo Xiaozheng's rest room now hardly differed from a child's room. Not only was it fully equipped with children's supplies, but daily clothes had also been prepared for Ning Ning. They were all new seasonal children's products delivered from nearby shopping malls. When Huo Guining woke up again, the rest room was already bright with daylight. She raised her hand to remove the eye mask, looking around groggily. Good as usual, there was no one around. She changed out of her pajamas with practiced ease, gave herself a quick wash and walked out carrying a comb. In the office, Huo Xiaozheng sat in the boss's chair. In front of the desk, employees held documents, seemingly reporting something. Huo Xiaozheng caught sight of Ning Ning out of the corner of his eye and made a pause gesture. He stood up and walked to Ning Ning's side. Are you awake? Huo Guining nodded. I'm going to find Sister Insu to do my hair. Huo Xiaozheng took the comb and pressed her down to sit by the sofa. Insu is out on an errand. Dad will tie it for you. A collective intake of breath sounded around them. Only then did Huo Guining notice that there were other people around. Huo Xiaozheng was already well practiced in doing her hair. Before Huo Guining could figure out how to escape this awkward situation, Huo Xiaozheng had already deftly tied her hair into a bun. After putting down the comb, Huo Xiaozheng belatedly realized there were others in the office. He crouched down and said softly, Go find Uncle Sichuan and have him heat up your breakfast. Make sure to finish your medicinal soup. Huo Guining's head nearly exploded at the mention of medicinal soup. But given the presence of others, she couldn't bargain. She could only reluctantly agree. Okay, she said gloomily. A glint of amusement flashed in Huo Xiaozheng's eyes. Seeing Ning Ning leave the office, his expression immediately returned to its cold state, and his tone became stern. Where were we? The employees who had been watching the scene snapped back to attention. We were talking about the issues that arose during the project implementation. Meanwhile, Huo Guining didn't go to find Sichuan. Instead, she walked to the tea room, opened the food box on the small table and began to eat breakfast leisurely. Breakfast was from a nearby private kitchen. The medicinal soup had been prepared by Zhang Jinxiu the night before and sent over by the driver early in the morning. It had to be said, the world of the rich was truly wonderful. Huo Guining sighed, enjoying the delicious food while taking in the beautiful view from the high-rise. The past period of time felt like a dream. The only bad after-effect was that Huo Xiaozheng was watching over her even more strictly. For Huo Guining, who had always been left to her own devices in her previous life, she didn't feel any discomfort. Have you finished the medicinal soup? Huo Xiaozheng's voice suddenly rang out. Huo Guining was startled. Dad, are you done with work? Huo Xiaozheng shook his head. Not yet, just came to check on you. Huo Guining picked up the medicinal soup container to show him. I finished it, it's all gone. Huo Xiaozheng patted her head approvingly. Today, Dad doesn't have time to take you to see Dr. Xie. Huo Guining understood. It's okay, we can go next time. Better not to go at all, she thought. No need for next time, I've asked Dr. Xie to come here. Huo Xiaozheng smiled. We'll borrow your art studio for a while, it's quiet enough there. Huo Guining pouted. Mr. Huo, there's movement from Jiang Siyuan's side. Sichuan's voice suddenly rang out in the tea room. Huo Guining peeked out. Uncle Sichuan, what kind of movement? Huo Xiaozheng frowned at Sichuan, his eyes containing a warning. Sichuan broke out in a cold sweat, suddenly stammering. Seeing that Ning Ning had finished eating, Huo Xiaozheng wiped her mouth. There's still some time before Dr. Xie arrives. Why don't you go draw for a while? He was clearly sending her away. Dad, are you sure you won't be in danger? Huo Guining couldn't help but worry. Huo Xiaozheng promised solemnly. I won't be. Huo Guining had no choice but to leave. Mr. Hua, Jiang Siyuan has chosen to ally with old Mr. Qin, Sichuan reported immediately after Ning Ning left. Huo Xiaozheng grunted in acknowledgement, and the two returned to the office, one in front and one behind. What moves has old Mr. Qin made? Sichuan, they've recently contacted local officials in Yun City, but as for what exactly they're doing currently. Huo Xiaozheng's lips curled into a smile. Old Mr. Qin is indeed getting old. Sichuan. Huo Guining had been in the art studio for less than an hour when Xie Lingluo arrived. She still had that calm and gentle demeanor. Ning Ning, good morning. Huo Guining put down her paintbrush. Hello, Dr. Xie. Xie Lingluo's smile deepened, feeling both amused and touched to be addressed so formally by a child. You can call me Auntie Xie. Huo Guining waved her hand, thinking it's better not to, as she really hoped to see her as little as possible in the future. Xie Lingluo saw through her thoughts and stopped the small talk. How have you been recently? Everything okay? Huo Guining smiled, her eyes curving. Very good. Xie Lingluo, like what? Huo Guining's smile faltered. Today's conversation seemed to be going off script. Like, breakfast was delicious. Huo Guining stammered, the medicinal soup wasn't bad either. Xie Lingluo nodded in agreement. These are indeed very good. Anything else? Huo Guining thought for a moment. I got enough sleep today. Xie Lingluo's eyes were filled with amusement. For you to say you got enough sleep, it seems you indeed slept well. Huo Guining breathed a sigh of relief. Anything else? Huo Guining. Dad did my hair today and it didn't hurt at all. I thought that was nice. Xia Lingluo nodded, continuing to maintain a listening posture. Huo Guining lowered her head in thought. When I opened my eyes this morning and saw the first ray of light fall on me, I thought that was nice. Her tone was slow, as if stating her thoughts. When Dad told me I could sleep peacefully, I thought that was nice. Just now when I interrupted his work, he didn't scold me but immediately focused on my needs. I thought that was nice. As she spoke, Huo Guining raised her head. CH97 Competition. Chapter 97. Xia Lingluo looked at her encouragingly and said, "Say it." Huo Guining's lips trembled as she spoke. "The life I have now is very good for me." After Xia Lingluo left, Huo Guining sat alone in the studio for a long time. Before leaving, Xia Lingluo had told her that they wouldn't need to meet as frequently in the future. Did Xia Lingluo mean that she was now free? Initially, she had been diagnosed with a psychological disorder, which was why Huo Xiaozheng had taken her to see a psychologist. Huo Guining had always felt that their judgment was wrong. So she had been waiting for this day, the day she would be released. However, this day came unexpectedly. When Huo Xiaozheng pushed open the door to the studio, he saw Guining sitting in front of the easel, her paintbrush dangling in her hand. The owner of the brush seemed lost in thought, unaware of her surroundings. Huo Xiaozheng approached quietly and said softly, "Guining, it's time for lunch." Huo Guining looked up, her eyes a bit dazed. "Oh, I'll clean up my painting supplies." Huo Xiaozheng frowned. Hadn't Xia Lingluo said that Guining's condition had improved? As Huo Guining was tidying up, she noticed from the corner of her eye the paint that had dripped onto the floor earlier. Red and blue, now congealed into a small puddle. She suddenly turned to Huo Xiaozheng with a smile. "Dad, Dr. Xia said I'm almost better." Huo Xiaozheng felt a wave of relief wash over him and smiled back. "That's wonderful news. What would you like as a reward?" Huo Guining was taken aback. "I can get a reward for this?" Huo Xiaozheng recalled the key points about child psychology from the books he had read. He immediately affirmed, "Of course. This is the result of your hard work, and it should definitely be encouraged." Huo Guining beamed, grabbing the hem of Huo Xiaozheng's shirt and pulling him towards the door. "Then I'll have to think carefully about what I want." Huo Xiaozheng followed her steps, speaking gently. "All right, take your time to think about it. But for now, let's go eat. Grandma's medicinal soup just arrived downstairs. We'll take it to the dining hall later." "I love Grandma," Huo Guining said, her little face scrunching up. "But Dad, how much longer do I have to drink this medicinal soup?" Huo Xiaozheng was silent for a moment before replying, "Well, we might have to ask Grandma about that." A thought suddenly flashed through Huo Guining's mind. "Oh, I've decided on my reward. I want Grandma's medicinal soup in the future too." Huo Xiaozheng quickly covered her mouth with his hand. "No, you haven't decided yet." Huo Guining thought to herself, adults' words are full of lies. Old Mr. Qin moved quickly. Within a few days, news about Huo Xiaozheng bribing officials in Yun City appeared online. According to reports, the acquisition price paid by Huo Group was far higher than the initial listing price for the suburban land in Yun City. This allowed Huo Group to outbid several competing companies and not only acquire that piece of land. Moreover, according to reliable sources, Huo Group planned to use the land for heavy industry development. When this news broke, the local netizens of Yun City were the first to react. Yun City was famous for its tourism, with its biggest selling point being its clean environment and fresh air. If Huo Group really had such intentions, it would inevitably deal a heavy blow to the local tourism industry. All at once, discussions criticizing Huo Group flooded the internet. Some people with ulterior motives even dug up photos of Huo Xiaozheng and Huo Guining in Yun City. Using the principle of start with one picture, make up the whole story, they concocted an elaborate tale about how Huo Xiaozheng had meticulously planned to transition into heavy industry. The plot twists were so dramatic that even the late Mr. Jin Yong would have felt humbled. The incident developed and spread so quickly that Huo Xiaozheng barely had time to react. The news quickly caught the attention of national authorities. It was rumored that the Discipline Inspection Commission had sent people to Yun City to investigate the involved officials. Old Mr. Qin was very pleased with this development. Jiang Suyuan, however, had a completely different reaction. "Dad, what are you doing?" As soon as he got the news, Jiang Suyuan rushed to the Qin family's old residence. At present, old Mr. Qin was leisurely sipping tea, seemingly oblivious to his son-in-law's anxiety. After a while, he finally spoke. "What am I doing? Can't you see for yourself? Now that we've caught the attention of the higher-ups, I want to see what good will come to Huo Xiaozheng." Jiang Suyuan paced back and forth anxiously. "Dad, even if you're angry, you should have asked for my opinion before doing something like this." Old Mr. Qin slammed his teacup on the table, making a harsh sound. "I don't need you to make decisions about my affairs." The Qin family, known for their scholarly tradition, abhorred disregard for seniority and hierarchy. At this moment, Jiang Suyuan's words and actions in old Mr. Qin's eyes were bordering on audacity. "Dad, do you know why Huo Xiaozheng bought that land at such a high price?" Jiang Suyuan blurted out, unable to hold back. "He's building a private holiday villa for his daughter, purely for personal use." Old Mr. Chen's anger deflated a bit, but he still stubbornly argued, so what? Regardless, he bought government auction land at several times the market price. That's suspicious. The Discipline Inspection Commission is involved now. How could it be false? Jiang Suyuan was nearly driven to despair by old Mr. Chen's stubbornness. We'd better hope that the commission actually finds something otherwise. Jiang Suyuan had received information that the Yun City officials were set to take up important positions in South City next month. This was one of the reasons why Jiang Suyuan had wanted to secure that piece of land in the first place. If things turned out this way, with the commission finding no issues and the official taking up his new post normally, only to later discover that old Mr. Chen was behind all this, Jiang Suyuan didn't dare to think further. He tried to persuade old Mr. Chen earnestly, "Dad, please stop while there's still room to maneuver." Being repeatedly contradicted by his son-in-law in his own home, old Mr. Chen's face showed signs of displeasure. "I don't need a young upstart like you to teach me how to handle my affairs." With that, he was ready to show his guest out. Jiang Suyuan took a deep breath and left, throwing up his hands in frustration. Since this approach didn't work, he had no choice but to appeal to Huo Xiaozheng. Far away at Huo Group, when Huo Xiaozheng learned of this news, his eyes gleamed with determination. "Dad, aren't you worried?" After work, Huo Guining and Huo Xiaozheng returned to the Huo family's old residence together. In the car, Huo Guining tilted her head curiously and asked Huo Xiaozheng. Huo Xiaozheng shook his head. "It's nothing major. But what about you? How are you planning to talk to Grandma later?" Huo Guining pondered for a moment, then looked up with a spirited expression. "Grandma, look, I've got muscles now. I don't need to drink the medicine anymore." As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeve, trying to show off her biceps. Huo Xiaozheng gave her a thumbs up. However, "Oh my, Guining has muscles now. That old Chinese doctor's prescription really worked. Grandma will go get 3 more courses tomorrow," Zheng Jinxiu said with a beaming smile. Guining, game over. CH98 Cooperation. Chapter 98. The investigation into the Yun City project proceeded quietly. On Huo Xiaozheng's side, the public relations company had moderately controlled the public opinion. They managed to maintain the buzz around the Yun City project while preventing the Huo Corporation's stock price from falling too drastically. Old Mr. Chen watched with great satisfaction as Huo Corporation's stock turned green. "You young upstart, you dare to challenge me," he thought smugly. With this small taste of victory, he completely disregarded his son-in-law's warnings. Not only did he not back down, but he intensified his efforts to manipulate the situation. However, Jiang Suyuan could no longer concern himself with these matters. The funding for Country A was urgently needed, and the Chen family was no longer in a position to invest in him. At this point, hoping for a massive influx of funds was almost a pipe dream. Considering that Chen Ziyi was still pregnant and her emotions had been unstable due to the situation with Huo Xiaozheng, Jiang Suyuan decided not to discuss these issues with her. She remained completely unaware of old Mr. Chen's actions. As for the news about Huo Xiaozheng, she was indifferent, even feeling that someone had taken revenge on her behalf. She never connected Huo Xiaozheng with her father's actions. Noticing that Jiang Suyuan was coming home later and later with an increasingly anxious expression, Chen Ziyi finally realized that he must be facing some difficult problem. "Suyuan, tell me the truth, what's really going on?" Chen Ziyi asked firmly. Jiang Suyuan didn't dare to reveal everything, only mentioning that the company was facing cash flow difficulties. There were only 3 days left, and if the funds couldn't be secured, not only would the project in Country A fail, but the company would also face enormous penalties for breach of contract. Caught between a rock and a hard place, he was at his wit's end. Chen Ziyi asked, puzzled, "Didn't my father promise to invest?" Unable to admit he had argued with his father-in-law, Jiang Suyuan lied through gritted teeth, "Yes, but something came up unexpectedly. Your father said the funds won't be available for at least a week." Chen Ziyi pouted, adopting a childish demeanor, and pulled out her phone to call her father. Jiang Suyuan gently stopped her. "If your father said so, he must have his reasons. We shouldn't push him too hard." Chen Ziyi sulked, "No matter how difficult it is, he can't just abandon us." "No, I still need to." As they were at an impasse, Aunt suddenly approached, saying a guest had arrived. Jiang Suyuan calmed Chen Ziyi and went to the living room. Seeing the visitor, Jiang Suyuan was surprised. "Lin Chushu? What brings you here?" The man called Lin Chushu was dressed casually, his almond-shaped eyes sparkling with charm. When he smiled, he exuded an air of debonair elegance. He glanced at Chen Ziyi behind Jiang Suyuan. Jiang Suyuan frowned, turning to block his view. "What exactly are you here for?" Lin Chushu raised an eyebrow and smiled. "I heard you're short on cash lately, so I'm here to bring you money." Hearing this, Jiang Suyuan's frown deepened. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Back in university, Chen Ziyi never lacked admirers. Lin Chushu was one of them. This was why Jiang Suyuan was so wary of him. Lin Chushu casually sat down on the sofa and waved to Aunt, "A cup of coffee with sugar and milk, please." Jiang Suyuan held back his irritation and sat opposite him with Chen Ziyi. What exactly do you want? Lin Chushu leaned back into the sofa, looking completely at ease. I'm here to discuss a business deal with you, one where you're guaranteed to profit. Jiang Suyuan's eyes urged him to continue. For Zi's sake Jiang Suyuan couldn't bear it anymore. Qin Zi. Lin Chushu smoothly corrected himself. For Qin Zi's sake, I'm willing to invest in your company. Jiang Suyuan, and the conditions? Just then, Aunt brought the coffee. Lin Chushu took it, thanking her politely. He took a leisurely sip of coffee, watching as Jiang Suyuan's patience was about to run out before finally speaking. I want to invest in your company by purchasing shares. Jiang Suyuan relaxed a bit. This wasn't a big deal. That can be arranged. Lin Chushu added also, I want a piece of the Country A project. Jiang Suyuan smiled. If Lin Chushu had simply wanted to invest, he might have worried that Lin still harbored feelings for Qin Zi. But now that Lin Chushu had revealed his business motives, Jiang Suyuan felt more at ease. Jiang Suyuan relaxed his posture. How do you want to split it? Their discussion lasted nearly 2 hours. By the time Lin Chushu was leaving, Jiang Suyuan could shake hands with him calmly. Lin Chushu's charming eyes still couldn't resist glancing at Qin Zi. Mr. Jiang, now that you've won the beauty, make sure to cherish her, Lin Chushu said mischievously. Jiang Suyuan ignored his provocative manner, simply smiling and saying, take care. No need to see you out. Bring the contract tomorrow and we'll meet at my company. Lin Chushu snorted and turned to leave. Qin Zi asked Suyuan, is everything resolved? Jiang Suyuan's face finally showed some relief, almost certainly. Lin Chushu and Huo Xiaozheng have always been at odds, so his investment is actually safer right now. Qin Zi anxiously said. Lin Chushu mentioned something about controlling shares. Jiang Suyuan confidently replied, even if we sell him 20% of the shares, he won't be able to cause any trouble. Jiang Suyuan's reasoning wasn't unfounded. Matching his appearance, Lin Chushu's business style was equally carefree and unrestrained. He never cared about money, acting purely on his own whims. Because of this, the companies he managed had always been mediocre performers. Only one esports company had struck gold, benefiting from the boom in the industry. It was this success that gave him the means to discuss investment with Jiang Suyuan. Watching Lin Chushu's retreating figure, Jiang Suyuan thought maliciously, this negotiation was probably just Lin Chushu's attempt to impress Qin Zi. But what was the point? Qin Zi was already his. Qin Zi hadn't thought that far ahead. Hearing Jiang Suyuan's words, she breathed a sigh of relief. As for Lin Chushu, after leaving the Jiang residence, he dialed a number. It's done. Huo Xiaozheng's voice came through the phone. Very good. Lin Chushu scoffed. Is that how you treat your benefactor? Huo Xiaozheng's tone remained impassive. Thank you. I'll treat you to dinner when I have time. Lin Chushu laughed in disbelief and was about to tease him when he heard a sweet, childish voice on the other end of the line. Daddy, I've finished half of the medicinal soup. Can you help me drink the rest? No, I already helped you with half of your lunch portion. You'll have to finish the dinner one yourself, Huo Xiaozheng coaxed gently. The little girl mumbled something indistinctly, her voice fading as she moved away. Huo Xiaozheng chuckled softly, resigned. Lin Chushu's eyes widened in disbelief. He double-checked the screen. It was indeed Huo Xiaozheng on the other end. Had he been possessed or something? CH-99 Suppression. Chapter 99. Huo Xiaozheng ruthlessly hung up Lin Chushu's call. He quickly caught up with the sulking Ningning in a few strides. Dad was just teasing you earlier. If you don't want to drink it, you don't have to. Don't feel so pressured, he said, taking the cup from Ningning's hands and placing it on the nearby dining table. Huo Guining glanced at the cup, feeling a bit conflicted. But Grandma went through so much trouble to make that for me. Huo Xiaozheng suggested, if you feel bad about it, why don't you drink it like water after you finish swimming? How does that sound? Huo Guining's eyes lit up. It was indeed a good solution. As Ningning's swimming practice sessions increased, she was no longer as afraid of water as she had been initially. Huo Xiaozheng could now work by the poolside while watching her swim. However, for safety reasons, he generally avoided handling tasks that required intense concentration while Ningning was swimming. This was to ensure he could immediately notice if she accidentally choked on water. In this environment of ample security, Huo Guining became increasingly confident. Occasionally, she would even venture alone into slightly deeper areas of the pool. But when Huo Xiaozheng discovered this, he strictly forbade it. From that point on, every time she swam, Huo Xiaozheng forcibly attached small foam wings to her body. They were ugly, but they could save her life. As for psychological counseling, Justice Ye Lingluo had said, the frequency gradually decreased. Because of this, Huo Guining lowered her guard around her. Sometimes when Xie Lingluo asked about her past, Huo Guining would share a few details. A mix of truth and fiction, it didn't raise Xie Lingluo's suspicions. Things seemed to be moving in a positive direction. Except for her body, which was still bound by the plot, forcing her to stay by Huo Xiaozheng's side. Fortunately, both Huo Guining and Huo Xiaozheng had grown accustomed to each other's presence. The father-daughter duo seemed to have fully adapted to each other's existence. Not only did the company have Ningning's rest area and art studio, but Huo Xiaozheng's office also had children's items scattered about. Huo Guining remained completely unaware of the brewing storm in the business world. With Lin Chushu's help, Jiangsu Yuan quickly began operations on the Country A project. Consequently, his attention to old Mr. Qin's situation diminished. The results from Yun City's disciplinary inspection hadn't been released, which seemed to give old Mr. Qin unwarranted confidence. The longer the investigation took, the more it suggested an unfavorable outcome. Old Mr. Qin became increasingly reckless, not only intensifying his smear campaign against Huo Xiaozheng but even implicating local officials in Yun City. By the time Jiangsu Yuan finally had the chance to focus on old Mr. Qin's situation, it was too late. It was Friday night when the disciplinary inspections results on Yun City officials were released. Not only did it clear the local officials of suspicion, but it also made public the details of Huo Xiaozheng's land auction bid. It stated that Huo Xiaozheng's procedure for bidding on that piece of land was not only legal and compliant, but out of love for his ancestral home, he had deliberately raised the price. The price difference was used by the local Yun City government for infrastructure construction. A detailed plan was also made public. In the end, the local police stated that the internet was not a lawless place, and that they would hold those who deliberately incited conflict accountable. Upon hearing this news, old Mr. Qin immediately ceased all activities and cut ties with all marketing accounts. Due to Jiangsu Yuan's prior warning, old Mr. Qin hadn't used his own name when contacting these marketing accounts. Instead, he had entrusted a friend to handle it. Now as the tree fell, the monkey scattered. His friend was the first to betray old Mr. Qin. When Jiangsu Yuan came to find him, old Mr. Qin was at a loss. Jiangsu Yuan said through gritted teeth, "At this point, there's no other way. Either you personally apologize to Huo Xiaozheng in Yun City to see if there's any." Old Mr. Qin, fuming, interrupted. "Apologize to a junior? Absolutely not." Jiangsu Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. "If you had known it would come to this, why did you do it in the first place?" But saying that out loud would probably be seen as disrespectful. "Other than this, I can't think of any better solution," he said. Old Mr. Qin, clinging to a glimmer of hope, suggested, "Let's push the responsibility onto the marketing company and give them some hush money." Jiangsu Yuan. He took a deep breath and said, "I've already told you the solution. How you choose to proceed is up to you." With that, he turned and left without hesitation. Despite his words, when he got home, he still discussed the matter with Qin Ziyi. They decided that Qin Ziyi would privately apologize to the Yun City government on behalf of the Qin family and seek reconciliation. As for Huo Xiaozheng, Jiangsu Yuan thought wearily that he would have to make another visit himself. Unexpectedly, this time, Huo Xiaozheng was surprisingly amenable. "How about this?" Huo Xiaozheng said calmly. "The Qin family has already given my daughter some shares as an apology. Your Jiang family should also show some goodwill, but I hope it won't be less than what the Qin family offered." Jiangsu Yuan gritted his teeth and agreed, "Fine." It was just a matter of giving Huo Xiaozheng's daughter a share of the annual profits. Such a small gesture was something he should do anyway. With Jiangsu Yuan's consent, the process of transferring shares proceeded quickly. Huo Xiaozheng also kept his word, and didn't take advantage of the Qin family's vulnerable position. Meanwhile, the local Yun City government responded well to Qin Ziyi's apology and compensation. However, considering that Yun City still needed funds for infrastructure, the local government hoped that the Qin family could provide some assistance within their means. Qin Ziyi generously agreed. Learning that the matter had been resolved satisfactorily, old Mr. Qin breathed a sigh of relief. That night, he drank alone under the moon until dawn. The next day, when the housekeeper went to wake him up, they found him unconscious. Qin Ziyi, eyes red from crying, kept vigil at her father's bedside, not daring to leave for a moment. Jiangsu Yuan wanted to stay with her, but he received news that there was a problem with the Country A project. The funding chain broke? How is that possible? Jiangsu Yuan was shocked that at this critical moment, the unpredictable Lin Chushu would simply abandon the project. He immediately contacted Lin Chushu. "What do you mean by this?" Lin Chushu lazily reclined in a chair at his estate, basking in the sunlight. "I don't mean anything. I just suddenly don't feel like doing it anymore." Jiangsu Yuan tried to contain his anger. "You do realize that withdrawing your investment now is a breach of contract and you'll have to pay compensation, right?" Lin Chushu drawled. "I know. It's just money, isn't it? I'll compensate you, of course." The compensation wouldn't be nearly enough for Jiangsu Yuan to keep the project afloat. Jiangsu Yuan felt helpless. "Lin Chushu, you're 30 years old. Can't you act more responsibly?" Lin Chushu laughed. "Is this your first day knowing me?" Before Jiangsu Yuan could respond, he added, "I've already sent a lawyer to your company. You can discuss the details with our legal team." With that, he abruptly ended the call. "Tisk, Huo Xiaozheng's move to cut off our resources is truly ruthless," Lin Chushu muttered to himself. "Better not cross paths with Huo Xiaozheng in the future. He's too intimidating." The intimidating Huo Xiaozheng was currently arguing with Huo Guining. Didn't we agree that you wouldn't go to school for now? Ch 100 Getting Along. Chapter 100. It was springtime, with trees sprouting new buds and a gentle breeze that had chased away winter's chill. In the garden of the Panlong Bay villa, Huo Guining gripped a small trowel, huffing and puffing as she dug holes. Across from her, Huo Xiaozheng sat uncomfortably on a tiny stool, loosening the soil for her and wiping sweat from her face. Spring had arrived, and the housekeeper had arranged for the gardeners to spruce up the garden. Seeing this, Huo Guining had a sudden idea to plant her own tree in the yard. Huo Xiaozheng was delighted by the notion. Not only did he personally accompany her to choose plants she liked, but he also showed great patience, waiting as Guining slowly dug holes and carefully planted the flowers and trees. Originally, everything had been peaceful and under control. All matters were within Huo Xiaozheng's grasp. The Jiang family and Qin family were gradually falling under his influence, and Guining's condition was steadily improving. Until Guining watched a car pass by the gate, with a child about her age carrying a small backpack. The child stared at her curiously, until disappearing from her view. Guining asked curiously, "Dad, I'm 6 years old this year, do I need to go to school?" If she didn't go to school, would it affect her ability to study art in the future? Unexpectedly, Huo Xiaozheng immediately became tense. "Didn't we agree that you wouldn't go to school for now?" Guining placed the small sapling into the hole, filling it with soil by hand. "Brother is taking his high school entrance exams this year. If I don't go to school, won't people laugh at me for being illiterate in the future?" Huo Xiaozheng wanted to say that with her current vocabulary, people would only praise her as a genius, and no one could mock her as illiterate. But Guining was talking about the future. This made Huo Xiaozheng fall into deep thought. Guining couldn't leave him to go to school, and he couldn't accompany her to and from school every day. "Guining, do you really want to go to school?" Huo Guining replied indifferently, "Either way is fine." Then she extended her hand towards Huo Xiaozheng. "Huo Xiaozheng?" Huo Guining frowned. "Dad, the watering can." Huo Xiaozheng snapped back to reality, lifting the watering can to pour. "This can is a bit heavy, let Dad do it. You go plant that tulip over there." Huo Guining nodded, gathered her small tools, and moved to the side. Behind her, Huo Xiaozheng had not fully emerged from his contemplation. A morning passed and Huo Guining had planted most of what she wanted. Seeing how exhausted she was, Huo Xiaozheng left the remaining planting to the gardeners. After lunch, it wasn't long before Huo Guining collapsed onto the small sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window. Huo Xiaozheng brought a nap blanket and tucked her in snugly. He then pressed the curtain switch, closing the sheer curtains. This way the sunlight falling on Guining was warm and cozy, no longer glaring. After doing all this, Huo Xiaozheng made a phone call to Zhu Qinfang. After a brief conversation, Huo Xiaozheng hung up the phone, satisfied. He brought out his laptop and sat down to work in the reception room by the balcony. Shi Chuan reported to him on the progress of their work. On Jiang Suyuan's side, his funding chain has been cut off. Old Mr. Qin has injected some funds, but it's estimated that it won't last long. Huo Xiaozheng said expressionlessly, What about Lin Chushu's side? As previously discussed, we've signed part of the contract with him. The contract will take effect in about a month. Huo Xiaozheng revealed a cruel smile. Jiang Suyuan's empire will probably collapse in less than a month. Shi Chuan's expression became solemn. The transfer order for that person in Yun City has come through. Huo Xiaozheng grunted in acknowledgement. Proceed according to our plan. Shi Chuan hesitated. That person in Yun City has a rather upright character. Our people have tried to approach him, but it's hard to gauge his stance. Huo Xiaozheng frowned. When will he arrive in South City? Arrange a meeting for me. Shi Chuan responded affirmatively. After ending the conversation, Huo Xiaozheng stood up and walked to the balcony. Perhaps feeling a bit hot, Guining had pushed off most of her blanket, her little face flushed red from sleep. Huo Xiaozheng couldn't resist reaching out to pinch her cheek. She had gained some flesh. It seemed the medicinal meals hadn't been in vain these past days. After indulging in some baby watching, Huo Xiaozheng returned to the reception room to continue his work. The villa was quiet, with only the hum of the heating system and occasional sweet bird chirps from outside, creating a serene atmosphere. Huo Guining had a satisfying nap. When she woke up, she was full of energy. Huo Xiaozheng was still handling work matters. Aunt Sue, seeing that she was awake, immediately brought her some fulling sugar water to drink. Seeing her walk towards the art studio, Aunt Sue also brought her a fruit platter and prepared some goji berry tea in a thermos, delivering them all upstairs. Guining, this tea was specially blended for you by your grandmother. She says it's good for your health. Aunt Sue placed the items on the table in the art studio, advising, make sure to drink it well, okay? It'll keep you healthy and strong. Huo Guining smiled at her, indicating that she understood. Wei Qingyang had taken leave recently, so Huo Guining had been practicing on her own. Perhaps because her health had truly improved, she hadn't dreamed of that little girl in the white dress lately. Consequently, her dreams were no longer so eerie. The weather was perfect today, so Huo Guining set up her easel by the window. Outside, Uncle Gardner was sitting on a ladder, trimming the roses on the hedge. Next to the hedge, a tall cherry blossom tree had sprouted new buds. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled shadows on the gardener. Huo Guining picked up her brush and began to paint. Downstairs, Huo Xiaozheng finished his meeting and noticed that the blanket on the balcony had been neatly folded and placed to the side. The surrounding area was empty, with Aunt Sue and the housekeeper nowhere to be seen. Huo Xiaozheng called out for Guining, but there was no response. He got up and went to the garden, but it was empty. He then went to the bedroom, but Guining wasn't there either. Huo Xiaozheng felt inexplicably irritated. Where did she go in such a short time? Aunt Sue came downstairs carrying laundry. Where's Guining? Huo Xiaozheng's tone wasn't pleasant, and Aunt Sue was stunned for a moment before replying. Guining went to the art studio. I haven't seen her come down, so she's probably still painting. Huo Xiaozheng's irritation paused for a moment. He grunted and headed towards the art studio. Aunt Sue shook her head, wondering why he was so anxious after not seeing her for just a short while. She had only ever seen children looking for their fathers, never a father looking for his child so urgently. Huo Xiaozheng opened the door to the art studio and saw the figure by the window. His heart settled back into place. Beside her hand was a star fruit with a single bite taken out of it. In truth, Guining didn't like the taste of star fruit, but she loved its shape. So every time Aunt Sue prepared it for her, she couldn't resist taking a bite, destroying that perfect form. Over time, Aunt Sue assumed she liked it. She would cut it beautifully for her every time. And Guining would tirelessly take a bite out of each one. Huo Xiaozheng couldn't help but laugh. Ch 101 Birthday. Chapter 101. Huo Guining turned her head towards the source of the laughter. Dad? Huo Xiaozheng walked up to the canvas and, upon seeing its contents, felt a sense of relief wash over him. It's about time. Grandma wants you to come back to the ancestral home for dinner tonight. Huo Guining obediently put down her paintbrush and, while tidying up her art supplies, asked, Will Big Brother be there? Yes, everyone will be there. Huo Guining was somewhat surprised. Aunt will be there too? Huo Xiaozheng raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem? Huo Guining seemed conflicted, hesitating before speaking. The last time Aunt played tennis with me, I wanted to ask, Is she not getting any work? Huo Xiaozheng found this both amusing and exasperating. But he didn't rush to explain. As they were about to leave, Huo Guining picked up the tulips she had bought, intending to give them to Zhang Jinxiu. At 6 in the evening, the two arrived at the Huo family ancestral home. The spring festival had passed, but the red lanterns and decorations in the courtyard hadn't been taken down yet. She hadn't noticed during the new year, but now she saw that some trees still had the character for congratulations hanging on them. Eh? Why is this character still here? Huo Guining asked curiously. Huo Xiaozheng explained. It probably means congratulations on the new spring. Huo Guining nodded, seeming to understand but not quite. Huo Xiaozheng carried her with one arm while she held the tulips. The night breeze blew, bringing a chill. The garden's ground lights were on, guiding them inside. The living room lights were dim, and the interior was silent. Dad, did Grandpa and Grandma forget we were coming? Huo Guining hesitated. It feels like there's no one home. Huo Xiaozheng pretended to think. That shouldn't be the case. As he spoke, he stepped inside. Huo Guining reached out and pushed open the slightly ajar door. Happy birthday! With a chorus of well wishes, the Huo family members emerged from the shadows. Led by Huo Yueza, who was holding a birthday cake, everyone sang the birthday song as they slowly approached. The flickering candlelight illuminated everyone's smiles. Huo Guining looked at everyone in disbelief, then turned to Huo Xiaozheng. As the song ended, Huo Yueza urged, Little sister, quick, make a wish and blow out the candles. Huo Jing came forward, took the tulips from her hands, and winked at her. Wishes are more likely to come true if you say them out loud. Huo Guining, still a bit confused, closed her eyes, made a wish, and then, with Huo Yueza's assistance, blew out the candles. In an instant, all the lights in the living room came on. Huo Xiaozheng put her down and pinched her nose. Did you forget today was your birthday? Huo Guining scratched her head sheepishly. She couldn't say she had forgotten, as she wasn't quite sure which day her birthday actually was. After the ceremony, everyone gathered at the dining table. Wow! The long dining table was laden with all kinds of dishes. Zhang Jinxiu smiled and said, We specially invited a renowned chef to cook for you. Ningning, try it and see. If you like it, Grandma will take you to the restaurant next time. Huo Yueza felt jealous. Grandma, how come I didn't get this treatment on my birthday? Zhang Jinxiu reassured him, All right, Grandma will arrange it for you next time. After the meal came the classic gift-giving session. Huo Guining, led by Huo Yueza, came to her bedroom. There were too many gifts to bring to you one by one, so we put them all in your room. Go ahead and open them. With that, Huo Yueza gave her a gentle push. A small mountain of colorful gift boxes occupied a corner of the bedroom, taller than Huo Guining herself. She was surprised. Are all these for me? Huo Jing smiled. Of course they're all for you. Everyone has given you something. Huo Guining's eyes sparkled as she walked to the center of the small mountain and sat down, picking up the nearest small square gift box. Huo Jing suddenly called out, "Wait. These gifts are what we would have given you from ages 1 to 6. The boxes are numbered. You can guess based on the numbers." Huo Guining was stunned. From 1 to 6 years old? Huo Jing smiled sweetly. "That's right. As you open the gifts, we'll accompany you growing up." A warm feeling washed over Huo Guining and she couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. Huo Yueza hurriedly handed her a box marked with the number 1, urging, "Little sister, open this one, open this one." Huo Guining's emotional moment was interrupted, and she opened the box with mixed feelings. The small golden package box should be. Wow! A gold bracelet! Huo Guining's smile was so wide her eyes nearly disappeared. There was no one who didn't like gold as a hard currency. Huo Yueza proudly declared, "It's for me." The elders burst into laughter, praising the gift. Huo Guining sweetly thanked him. It seemed that all the gold-wrapped boxes were from Huo Yueza. Realizing this, Huo Guining decided to find all the gold ones and open them. For age 2, a children's picture book. For 3, a princess dress. For 4, a doll. For 5, a game console. For 6, a balance bike. Huo Yueza excitedly said, "Little sister, with these, you can go out and play with your big brother." Huo Guining replied, "Thank you, big brother." Huo Guining's eyes were drawn to a series of black gift boxes with gold trim. With Huo Xiaozheng's help, she successfully found all 6. For the first year, a Cartier bracelet. For the second year, a classic Dior handbag. For the third year, a custom Juicy Couture doll. For the fourth year, a Bulgari necklace. For the fifth year, the latest smartphone model. For the sixth year, a set of keys. Huo Guining was a bit confused. What kind of keys are these? Huo Jing cleared her throat. They're car keys. Huo Yueza took the keys and looked at them, letting out an earth-shattering wail. "Ah, it's that Bugatti supercar. I've been asking for it for so long and no one would give it to me." Huo Yueza learned what it meant to be as quiet as a mouse after receiving a punch. Although Huo Guining wasn't very familiar with luxury brands, she knew that this set of gifts must have cost at least several million. "And, is it really okay for you to give such expensive gifts?" Huo Guining worried. At this rate, wouldn't her aunt end up penniless? Huo Jing keenly noticed something in Huo Guining's expression. She said ominously, "It's fine. I can give even more in the future, thank you." Huo Guining replied, "Okay then, thank you, aunt." She hadn't realized before how strong-willed her aunt was. A smile rippled across Huo Xiaozheng's eyes. The gifts from the others were, comparatively, much more practical. Apart from some jewelry and jade, there were also properties. Zhuo Qinfeng had been particularly creative, gifting her a set of her favorite painting supplies. Huo Guining was moved to tears. After opening all the gifts, the butler wheeled in a 6-tier giant cake, sprinkled with edible gold leaf on top. It was said that old Master Hua had personally ordered it, with a beautiful explanation. Each layer represents making up for each of Ningning's missing birthdays in the past. On the very top layer was a Q version of Ningning, sporting a princess haircut, looking down at everyone haughtily. 102 as wished. Chapter 102. As the festivities came to an end, it was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening. Huo Guining sat in the car, whispering to Huo Xiaozheng. "Dad, can you help Auntie?" Huo Guining said with some concern. "I've been searching for Auntie's name online recently, and it seems she's not trending much anymore." A hint of amusement flashed in Huo Xiaozheng's otherwise calm eyes. "All right, Dad understands." At that moment, Huo Jing, who was hurriedly returning to her film set, let out a big sneeze. "Achoo! Who's thinking about me?" Huo Jing rubbed her nose. After returning home, Huo Guining huffed and puffed as she carried her enormous birthday gifts to her bedroom. Worried she might tire herself out, Huo Xiaozheng handed her a few stuffed toys to carry, letting her feel involved. Huo Guining dragged the gifts into her walk-in closet and then surveyed her bedroom. She thoughtfully said to Huo Xiaozheng, "Dad, I'm 6 years old now." Huo Xiaozheng removed his tie and set it aside. "Yes, happy birthday." Huo Guining shook her head seriously. "Thank you." "Dad, shouldn't I be sleeping alone now?" Huo Xiaozheng's hands paused. At 6 years old, she was at an age where gender awareness was developing. Indeed, she should probably sleep in a separate room from her father. Wouldn't that be better for her health? But Huo Xiaozheng said, "Dad has prepared birthday gifts for you. Would you like to open them?" As expected, Guining's attention was quickly diverted. "Yes. Where are the gifts?" Huo Xiaozheng pointed towards the sofa. 6 boxes of varying sizes lay neatly on it. Huo Guining pounced on them like a tiger on its prey. Like the others, Huo Xiaozheng's gifts were also marked with numbers. Huo Guining swiftly unwrapped the box marked with 1. The box was large and Huo Guining stood to open it. Inside was Hermes baby blanket, a pair of soft pink baby shoes, baby bibs, a pacifier, and a rabbit plush toy with Guining's name embroidered on it. Huo Xiaozheng sat down on the sofa and said softly, "I wasn't able to be with you when you were born. But if I could do it all over again, I would have prepared these things for you at your birth." And even more. Huo Guining's eyes reddened. Huo Xiaozheng reached out and gently wiped the corner of her eye. The box for age 2 was smaller, square in shape. On the blue inner lining lay a diamond-encrusted crown. At 2 years old, you're a little princess who can start to be vain. Age 3. A huge Lego castle. Dad can build it with you. Age 4. A thin black card lay in the box. I hope you learn early that money will never be a worry in your life. Age 5. It was a property deed for a large apartment in the city center. When your rebellious phase comes and you don't want to deal with Dad anymore, you'll have a place to go. Huo Guining obediently said, I'll never not want to deal with you, Dad. Age 6. The box contained only a card with 2 words written on it, as wished. Huo Guining looked at Huo Xiaozheng in confusion. He opened his tablet and pulled up a news article. The news showed that Huo Corporation would soon acquire Jiang Group, and that the head of Qin Group was under investigation for allegedly defaming public officials. Given that the head of Qin Group was currently hospitalized due to a sudden cerebral hemorrhage, the case was postponed. Huo Guining's eyes widened. Dad, what does this mean? Huo Xiaozheng put away the tablet. Looking her in the eyes, he said seriously, Dad has already acquired Jiang Group. Jiangsu Yuan and Qin Zi will move abroad for old Mr. Qin's sake. So it means that in the future, we won't have any more interactions with them. Guining, you don't need to be afraid of Jiangsu Yuan and Qin Zi anymore. It all seemed like a dream. Huo Guining was a bit dazed. Really? Won't they seek revenge? Huo Xiaozheng shook his head. They won't. They don't have that capability. After a pause, he added, besides, they deserve what's coming to them. Huo Guining broke into a smile. Although she couldn't be sure if this had defeated the plot, it was at least a good start. This is the best gift I've ever received. Huo Guining said cheerfully. Huo Xiaozheng smiled and patted her head. If it could put Guining at ease, then the sacrifices he had made were worth it. 2 days earlier, old Mr. Qin had been hospitalized due to illness, and Jiang Group was thrown into chaos by Lin Chushu's sudden withdrawal of investment. Qin Zi, distressed by the situation, accidentally affected her pregnancy and was hospitalized along with old Mr. Qin. While Jiangsu Yuan was at his wit's end, Huo Xiaowang approached him. Using both carrot and stick, he suggested that Jiang sell Jiang Group to him, and informed him that the official old Mr. Qin had offended was about to take up a position in South City. Rather than struggling on, it would be better to take the money and live abroad. After all, both Qin Group and Jiang Group's reputations in the country were already ruined. At first, Jiangsu Yuan refused adamantly. But then news came from the hospital that old Mr. Qin's condition had worsened, and the best option was to seek further treatment abroad immediately. Qin Zi lay in her hospital bed, crying every day. Jiangsu Yuan finally gave in. Although the process would take some time, he had already sent people to take old Mr. Qin and Qin Zi abroad. He was just waiting to wrap up affairs in the country before joining them. Mr. Hua, you really are cunning. That project in country, you deliberately let me have it, didn't you? Jiangsu Yuan laughed bitterly. Because you had already calculated that it would end up back in your hands? Huo Xiaozheng's face remained expressionless. Good that you understand. Jiangsu Yuan was truly exhausted. At this point he was stretched thin, never expecting that his final conversation partner would be his archenemy, Huo Xiaozheng. That day, Huo Xiaozheng raised a toast to him. He said he looked forward to never seeing them again in this lifetime. Jiangsu Yuan responded with a bitter smile. Huo Xiaozheng didn't share these details with Huo Guining. He, Huo Xiaozheng, hoped that from Guining's birthday onwards she could truly grow up healthy and happy. On the day everything was settled, Huo Xiaozheng was interviewing tutors. He had put in some effort to temporarily dissuade Guining from the idea of going to school, and she had agreed to study at home. Of course, this was Huo Xiaozheng's unilateral decision. In fact, Huo Guining had only mentioned it in passing that day. She didn't really want to go to school and play naive games with a bunch of kids. After careful consideration from various aspects, Huo Xiaozheng quickly decided on a tutor. Due to the extremely high salary Huo Xiaozheng offered, the tutoring wasn't limited to Panlong Bay Villa. Sometimes it would take place at Huo Xiaozheng's company. On this day, after finishing the lesson, the tutor knocked on the door of Huo Xiaozheng's office. What is it? Huo Xiaozheng's voice was a bit deep. It's about Guining's learning progress. The tutor, a young woman, pushed up her glasses. I think Guining can skip the elementary school curriculum. Huo Xiaozheng, ? Ch 103 Empathy. Chapter 103. Huo Xiaozheng thought he had misheard. Tell me your reasoning, he said. The tutor displayed all of Ningning's assignments from the past few months to Huo Xiaozheng. As you can see, given Ningning's current level, it would be no problem for her to start learning middle school material directly. Huo Xiaozheng was silent for a moment before saying, thank you for your hard work. Though he said this, he gave no actual response to the tutor's suggestion. The tutor wanted to say more, but upon seeing Huo Xiaozheng's somewhat gloomy expression, he immediately swallowed his words. After the tutor left, Huo Xiaozheng stopped his work and went to find Ningning at the swimming pool. She was wearing a yellow swimsuit, floating on her back in the pool like a happy little yellow duck, freely drifting on the water surface. The coach, seeing Huo Xiaozheng approach, whispered something in Huo Guining's ear. Huo Guining flipped over, immediately switching to freestyle, and swam over to Huo Xiaozheng's side. "Dad, were you looking for me?" Huo Xiaozheng lifted her out of the water and wrapped her in a large towel. "Dad has something he wants to hear your thoughts on." Huo Guining's eyes darted around, and she had a good idea. "Did the tutor say something to you?" Huo Xiaozheng sent the coach away and sat alone on a wicker chair by the pool, drying Ningning's hair. "The tutor says your learning progress is very fast," Huo Xiaozheng said, setting aside her goggles and swim cap. He continued. "He suggests you could start learning from the middle school curriculum." As he spoke, he picked up a coconut drink from the side and held it to her lips. Huo Guining took a few sips and then waved her hand, indicating she didn't want any more. "Dad, are you unhappy because of what he said?" Huo Xiaozheng put the coconut drink back on the table. "Dad is very happy, but Dad doesn't want you to be immersed in academics too early and lose the joys of childhood." Huo Guining's lips curled up in a smile. She thought about it and felt this made sense. After all, she was now a little rich girl and didn't need to rack her brains thinking about future survival problems. If that was the case, why not enjoy childhood to the fullest? "But I'm a bit tired of the elementary school content." Huo Guining looked somewhat troubled. "It's too boring." Huo Xiaozheng fell silent. Although Huo Guining was complaining that the courses were too boring to Huo Xiaozheng, it meant something else entirely. After taking over the Jiang group, he had become increasingly busy. He couldn't bring himself to promise to make time to play with Ningning. At least not now. Huo Guining sat sideways on Huo Xiaozheng's lap, her short legs dangling and swinging back and forth. The atmosphere became a bit heavy. Buzz, buzz. A phone rang. The screen showed the caller was Huo Jing. Seeing Ningning's curiosity, Huo Xiaozheng put the call on speaker. "Brother, are you busy?" Huo Xiaozheng, "No, what's the matter?" "Do you remember that parent-child travel reality show I mentioned?" What about it?" Huo Xiaozheng steadied Ningning, who was leaning halfway across his body, his eyes warning her to be careful. Ningning pouted but pricked up her ears to listen. "One of the guest families had some issues and got blacklisted," Huo Jing probed. "The director is quite close to me. He saw the news about you and Ningning before and asked me to check if you could help out in this emergency." Worried that Huo Xiaozheng would immediately refuse, Huo Jing quickly added, "Even if you could just go once on a weekend, that would be great. It would be perfect for improving the public's impression of your company and enhancing your company's image." Ningning asked curiously, "Auntie, where would we travel to?" Hearing her voice, Huo Jing's tone softened. "This shoot is just in the neighboring city. Do you want to go, Ningning?" Seeing Ningning lean in, Huo Xiaozheng simply handed her the phone. She obediently brought the phone close. "Is it fun there?" "I want to go painting." Huo Jing's voice carried a hint of laughter. "There's an ancient village in the neighboring city where this shoot will take place. Many art students go there to sketch. You probably like it." Ningning's eyes lit up. "Then I want to go." As soon as the words left her mouth, she belatedly realized that Huo Xiaozheng hadn't expressed his opinion yet. Huo Jing had clearly thought of this too. "Brother, if you really don't have time, I could take Ningning myself." Over the past 3 months, Huo Guining had tried to distance herself from Huo Xiaozheng to test the strength of his influence on her. Of course, all of this was done under Huo Xiaozheng's strict supervision. For safety's sake, she still carried the medicine Shen Shiyan had given her. Recently, Huo Guining discovered that she could move freely around South City without Huo Xiaozheng. The Huo family was well aware of this. If this trip to the neighboring city also went without a hitch. Huo Xiaozheng's cold voice rang out. "I'm free on the weekend. Give your director friend Shi Chuan's contact information." Huo Jing was somewhat surprised. She hadn't held much hope for this call. It was only because the show's director had done her a favor and was being extremely persistent that she agreed to try. She hadn't expected her brother to actually agree. Huo Jing was stunned for a moment, mumbling, "But you said before." Huo Xiaozheng, remembering Ningning's troubled expression when she said she was bored earlier, said coolly, "The past is the past, now is now." Huo Jing inexplicably scolded. Before hanging up, Huo Jing confirmed once more. Only after hearing Huo Xiaozheng's impatient affirmative response did she feel reassured. Huo Guining's eyes sparkled with joy. "Dad, you'll go with me?" Huo Xiaozheng gave an affirmative hum. Although he couldn't squeeze out a long time to accompany Ningning, he could spare a weekend. Ningning looked a bit conflicted. Huo Xiaozheng changed her position in his arms, making her face him. "What are you worried about?" "I'm worried people will criticize us." Huo Xiaozheng responded promptly, "Then we'll go by ourselves, not participate in the show." Huo Guining hurriedly said, "No, don't. We've already promised Auntie." "If you're so worried, why did you agree to be on the show?" Huo Xiaozheng looked confused. Huo Guining fidgeted with her fingers. "Because Auntie said it would be good for your company." "Dad's been so busy lately, are you cleaning up the mess left behind before?" At this, Huo Guining looked up with a determined expression. "I want to help Dad too." The corners of Huo Xiaozheng's straight lips curled up slightly. "Then I'll be troubling Ningning." Huo Guining smiled shyly. Meanwhile, Sichuan, who had received a call from the director, looked bewildered. Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Are you certain you invited our Mr. Hua? Your show conflicts with Mr. Hua's schedule. Yes, Mr. Hua does have a daughter. What? Mr. Hua is going with his daughter. Oh, I see. Send the contract to my email and I'll get back to you after reviewing it. CH-104 Shooting. Chapter 104. Early May, the perfect time when spring is in full bloom. As winter's chill fades away, nature awakens. The garden of the Panlong Bay Villa is bursting with signs of spring everywhere. Tender green buds dance atop deeper green foliage, while bright spring sunlight falls on the treetops. Meticulously pruned rose bushes are in full bloom, their flowers hanging cheerfully from the branches. Walking further into the garden, a European-style villa comes into view. The interior is exquisitely decorated, with polished marble floors reflecting a soft, warm light. In the center of the spacious hall hangs an ornate crystal chandelier, glittering in the morning light. A middle-aged man in a black uniform appears in view, extending his hand to stop the film crew who are about to rush up the stairs to the second floor. Hello, please wait here for a moment, Butler Chen says with a polite smile, speaking in a calm and measured tone. The lead producer gives an awkward smile and waves to his team. The crew retreats to the hall, turning off their cameras and gazing expectantly up the stairs. The night before, Butler Chen had informed them that guests would be arriving today. So Ansu had prepared food early. At this moment, she appears carrying drinks and snacks, inviting the crew in the living room to eat while they wait. The main producer's eyes light up, and he signals to the cameraman before stopping Ansu to ask, "Hello, may I ask if you're the one who usually takes care of Ningning?" Ansu replies with a cheerful smile, "I just cook for Ningning and such. As for taking care of Ningning, that's usually Mr. Hua himself who does that." The main producer's eyes brighten. "Oh? How so?" Ansu is momentarily confused. She hasn't noticed the camera filming, and hearing the question she answers instinctively. Taking care of a child involves all the usual things, doesn't it? Eating, drinking, using the bathroom. It's just that Ningning. Butler Chen suddenly appears, interrupting Ansu with a smile. "Ansu, Miss Ningning is awake. Where's her breakfast?" "Ningning's breakfast is almost ready. I'll go plate it up." Too busy to chat, Ansu hurries back to the kitchen. Butler Chen stands to one side of the hall like a statue blocking the crew's path. The main producer. Not long after, Huo Xiaozheng appears at the top of the stairs, fully dressed. "Have they arrived?" he asks. Butler Chen points towards the hall, respectfully saying, "They're waiting over there." Huo Xiaozheng nods, signaling Butler Chen to let them through. Butler Chen understands, moving aside and gesturing for the crew to proceed. The stairs are covered with thick, non-slip carpeting, and all sharp edges on the railings are padded, everywhere showing signs of a child's presence. "Hello, Mr. Hua," the main producer steps forward to greet Huo Xiaozheng. Huo Xiaozheng nods coldly, "Hello." Huo Xiaozheng's appearance is strikingly handsome, with chiseled features and deep-set eyes. Although he's wearing a blue shirt and casual trousers, his unsmiling demeanor gives off an intimidating aura. However, the main producer doesn't mind. Being able to convince this business tycoon to join his show is already a stroke of luck. He doesn't expect Huo Xiaozheng to enthusiastically cooperate with their filming. In fact, he's hoping that something interesting might happen on Huo Xiaozheng's end. Something that could boost the show's ratings. "May I ask about your daughter?" the main producer inquires cautiously. This reality show is pre-recorded, with this episode's travel destination being North City, which requires a 1.5-hour high-speed train ride from South City. So they've arrived quite early today, with the clock just striking 7 a.m. At this time, young children are usually still sound asleep. Huo Xiaozheng walks ahead silently, leading the way. Opening the bedroom door, the interior is pitch black, with a gentle breeze moving the curtains, letting in a sliver of light. Huo Xiaozheng, familiar with the layout, walks to Ningning's small bed and turns on her night light. The warm light illuminates the room. Though not too bright, it still causes the figure in the bed to struggle and burrow deeper under the covers. Huo Xiaozheng kneels beside the bed, digging her head out from under the blanket. "Ningning, wake up, it's time to get up." Ningning refuses to open her eyes, mumbling something indistinct. Huo Xiaozheng lets out a short laugh. He brushes her hair aside, revealing a fair and adorable face, her cheeks seemingly radiating warmth. "Did you forget? We're going to North City to play today," Huo Xiaozheng says softly, his voice so gentle that the film crew can barely tell if he's trying to wake her up or lull her back to sleep. Time ticks by slowly and the production team grows anxious. However, Huo Xiaozheng remains unmoved, patiently speaking to his daughter in a low, gentle voice. It's not until Ningning slowly opens her eyes, gradually becoming alert, that he presses the switch for the electric curtains. Huo Xiaozheng lifts her from the bed with one arm, ensuring her pajamas are properly arranged before allowing her to appear on camera. "These are the uncles and aunties from the film crew. Would you like to say hello?" Huo Xiaozheng points towards the camera. Although his expression remains neutral, his tone could genuinely be described as gentle. Ningning, still not fully awake, nods at the camera and politely says hello. After greeting, she buries her head in Huo Xiaozheng's shoulder, mumbling, I'm so sleepy. Huo Xiaozheng had originally intended to take her to wash up, but hearing this he pauses. Should we? The main producer's brow twitches, his tone restrained but impatient. Mr. Hua, you see? Our scheduled high-speed train will be departing soon. Perhaps Ningning could sleep on the train. Huo Xiaozheng remains unmoved. However, Ningning, hearing this, doesn't want to inconvenience the crew. Daddy, I want to go wash up, she says. Only then does Huo Xiaozheng continue towards the bathroom. Once in the bathroom, Huo Xiaozheng doesn't allow the crew to follow. Did you brush your teeth properly? There's still some sleep in your eye that hasn't been cleaned. Okay, it's clean now. Soon after, Huo Xiaozheng emerges from the bathroom carrying Ningning. This time, the father and daughter head straight for the dressing room. Because of this trip, Ningning had been excited for a long time last night, packing her luggage, coordinating outfits, and even preparing small gifts for her little friends. Busy with preparations, she didn't lie down until nearly 11 o'clock. This is why she's so sleepy this morning. Ningning never allows Huo Xiaozheng to be present when she changes clothes. After setting Ningning down, Huo Xiaozheng leaves the dressing room. But he doesn't idle. Instead, he walks to the dressing table, takes out a comb, and waits quietly. The style of the dressing table is completely different from the cool tones of the bedroom, yet it seems to fit perfectly with Huo Xiaozheng sitting there naturally. The film crew takes the opportunity to interview. Does Mr. Hua usually do Ningning's hair? Huo Xiaozheng responds with a cold mm. The film crew persists. Generally, fathers aren't very good at doing hair. Do you think Ningning likes the hairstyles you do for her? Huo Xiaozheng gives the camera a fleeting glance. Ch 105 colleague. Chapter 105. It didn't take long for the production team to get their answer. The sliding door of the dressing room opened, and Ningning emerged wearing a purple striped shirt layered under a navy blue pleated school-style dress, with gray tights on her feet, the perfect image of a wealthy young lady. She skipped over to Huo Xiaozheng, twirled in front of him, and asked with a bright smile if she looked good. Without hesitation, Huo Xiaozheng gave an affirmative answer. Of course, you look the most beautiful. Ningning was very pleased with this response. She promptly sat down at the dressing table, her legs swinging in the air, and tilted her head to make a request of Huo Xiaozheng. Daddy, I want 2 braids today, low ones. Huo Xiaozheng happily obliged. This scene was unexpected for the production team. After all, according to previous news reports, Huo Xiaozheng's daughter was supposed to have a rather gloomy image. As for Huo Xiaozheng himself, both before and after the production team's encounter with him, he had been perceived as someone difficult to approach. But now the supposedly gloomy little girl wasn't gloomy at all. Her smile was sweet enough to melt hearts. Huo Xiaozheng, on the other hand, was consistent with public perception, except when it came to his daughter. With her, he seemed like a completely different person. All done. Huo Xiaozheng's voice snapped everyone back to reality. Ningning looked at herself in the mirror. 2 neat fishtail braids rested on her shoulders with slightly curled ends. Huo Xiaozheng had used a curling iron to give a slight curve to her princess-cut bangs, which framed her face sweetly on both sides, making Ningning look even more adorable. She flashed a satisfied smile. I absolutely love this hairstyle, Daddy. You're amazing. The corners of Huo Xiaozheng's mouth turned up slightly. Let's go. We should head out after breakfast. The production team, as if waking from a dream, followed the pair downstairs. Breakfast went surprisingly smoothly. Unlike many children who are picky eaters, Ningning ate almost everything she was given, praising each dish. This made Aunt Sue's weathered face bloom into a bright smile. If it weren't for Huo Xiaozheng stopping her, Ningning would have cleaned her plate entirely. The butler loaded their luggage into the van and saw them off. In the car, the production team interviewed Ningning. What's your name? How old are you? Faced with the camera and interview, Huo Guining lost her earlier casualness. She answered seriously, my name is Huo Guining, and I'm 6 years old. Is this Ningning's first trip with her dad? Huo Guining shook her head, her expression somewhat solemn. No, it's not. The production team waited a moment, realizing she didn't intend to elaborate, so they had to probe further. When was your last trip then? Huo Guining thought for a moment, giving a precise answer, January 28th. The production team, having waited in vain for more details, felt a bit helpless. Are you happy to be traveling with your dad? Huo Guining answered without hesitation, yes, I'm happy. Why is that? Huo Guining looked confused. Because I'm traveling with Daddy, so of course I'm happy. The production team, okay, this interview career might be coming to an end here. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Huo Xiaozheng's eyes as he considerately came to the production team's rescue. I think the uncle wants you to talk about what specific things during the trip make you feel happy. Facing Huo Xiaozheng, Huo Guining visibly relaxed. She counted on her fingers for Huo Xiaozheng, accompanying Daddy to meetings, eating delicious food with Daddy, seeing different scenery. All of these things make me very happy. The production team interjected. Does your dad still have meetings when he takes you on trips? Huo Guining's expression was peculiar, her words tinged with a how can you not know this if you're interviewing disbelief. Her red lips parted. My daddy has to support many people. CEOs are very busy. Huo Xiaozheng chuckled. Ningning, it's not polite to speak like that. Huo Guining obediently apologized, but mumbled under her breath, I was just telling the truth. Huo Xiaozheng patted her head, revealing a helpless smile. By the time they reached the high-speed rail station, the humiliated production team refused to speak further. Huo Guining carried her small bag, sitting on top of her suitcase, allowing Huo Xiaozheng to push her along. Daddy, didn't Aunt say there would be other guests? Where are they? Huo Xiaozheng, tall and striking in his black trench coat, walked through the crowd. His outstanding appearance caused passers-by to frequently glance sideways, secretly wondering if he was some celebrity. Hearing Ningning's question, he looked towards the accompanying producer. Everyone is gathering in North City. Huo Guining nodded. That's right, this reality show existed in her previous life too. This was indeed the procedure. Realizing she had asked a redundant question, Huo Guining looked around. The place was bustling with a large flow of people. Everyone around was hurrying about their business. People carried luggage of various sizes and weights. Some were setting out on journeys, others returning home. They squeezed into the iron can like sardines, then flowed out into the vast sea of humanity. Daddy, why do people have to separate? I don't like separation. Huo Guining mused, feeling emotional. Huo Xiaozheng stopped, picked her up with one arm and patted her back. We won't separate. Daddy will always be with you. Huo Guining leaned on his shoulder, her expression showing a dependence she herself hadn't noticed. Maintaining this posture, Huo Xiaozheng pushed their two suitcases with one hand as he continued towards the waiting hall. After boarding, Ningning promptly fell asleep in her seat, dead to the world. Worried she might catch cold, Huo Xiaozheng asked a flight attendant for a blanket and tucked her in snugly. Taking advantage of this interval, the production team's desire to interview stirred again. Mr. Huo, from what we understand, Ningning only returned to your side when she was 5 years old, is that correct? Although they asked this, the production team had already agreed with Huo Xiaozheng's side from the beginning. He could choose which of the production team's questions to answer. Huo Xiaozheng sat upright, his long legs crossed, hands resting on the armrests, revealing an expensive watch at his wrist. Every word and action exuded an air of nobility. He answered candidly, yes, that's right. Seeing the interview was going somewhere, the production team continued, have you thought about how to make up for those 5 years of absence? Huo Xiaozheng glanced at Ningning, his thoughts seeming to drift. I haven't thought about it. Why not? What's past is past. If even he were to dwell on the past, how could Ningning move forward? The past isn't important, Huo Xiaozheng replied concisely. A typical Huo-style answer. The production team, having been rebuffed time and again, chose to stop self-flagellating. They didn't bring up any more topics until they got off the train. Ningning slept like the dead, and Huo Xiaozheng didn't intend to wake her. He dutifully carried her to the gathering point. Seeing that everyone else had arrived, he finally woke her up unhurriedly. For this episode, besides Huo Xiaozheng and Huo Guining, there were 4 other guest families. Among them were 2 actor families, 1 singer family, and 1 athlete family. Clearly, Huo Xiaozheng held the highest status among them. After Huo Xiaozheng got off the car, each family took the initiative to greet him. Huo Xiaozheng exchanged pleasantries with them, neither warm nor cold. Huo Guining was still a bit groggy, hugging Huo Xiaozheng's leg obediently as she greeted everyone in turn. Dad, is she the sister who sent Mom to prison? A child's voice suddenly piped up. Speech 106, the day I set the flag. Chapter 106. The entire filming location fell into a brief silence due to this abrupt question. The father of the troublemaker, sweating profusely, covered the little boy's mouth and apologized sheepishly to Huo Xiaozheng. I'm so sorry, Mr. Huo. Kids say the darndest things, you know. Huo Xiaozheng coldly glanced at the father and son, then crouched down and stroked Ningning's face. Are you hungry? Do you want something to eat? I'm not hungry, Huo Guining, keenly sensing Huo Xiaozheng's poor mood, patted his shoulder like a little adult. Dad, don't be angry. The dark clouds above Huo Xiaozheng's head dispersed a bit. Worried that someone else might speak out of turn, the on-site host first briefly introduced the newly arrived father and daughter, Huo Xiaozheng and Huo Guining, then cued the program to begin. Just like in the parenting reality shows of her previous life, the 5 families were about to start a battle for houses. But before that, each child had to give up their toys. As soon as this requirement was announced, the scene erupted into wails. Among the 5 families, the youngest boy was only 4.5 years old, while the oldest was barely 7. It was the perfect age for playing in the mud. Seeing that their snacks and toys were about to be taken away, the children cried and fussed. On the Huo family side, however, it was a completely different scene. Peace and love. Huo Xiaozheng even had the leisure to let Ningning sit on the suitcase while he hand-fed her fruit. The host reminded, I'm going to check the suitcase, okay? Ningning took a bite of starfruit, wrinkled her nose in distaste, then hopped off the suitcase, decisively plopping it on the ground and coolly waving her hand. Go ahead and check. Huo Xiaozheng put away the food container and cooperatively opened another suitcase. The host pointed at the bottles and jars in the suitcase. Are these candies? You're not allowed to bring those. Ningning said coldly, those are my vitamins. The host picked one up and looked. They really were vitamins. He surveyed the suitcase and discovered a small gray rabbit in the corner. Stuffed animals aren't allowed either. Huo Guining's expression froze for a moment. Huo Xiaozheng frowned, about to say something, when he heard Ningning say nonchalantly, "Then take it away." As she spoke, she voluntarily put the stuffed animal into the storage box provided by the production team. "Ningning, you don't have to give it up," Huo Xiaozheng said righteously, then coldly glanced at the camera. The production team's hearts skipped a beat. Although there was indeed room for negotiation, they thought, "Mr. Huo, you don't have to be so blatant about it. How would the other families feel?" Ningning's expression remained unchanged. "It's fine, I don't need to hug it to sleep anyway." The host, seeing her soft and sweet appearance but hearing her speak so rationally, couldn't help but look at her a few more times. She seemed even more mature than the oldest child. "Then I'll take this away," the host said. Ningning waved her hand with a "don't bother me" expression, looking very cool. A little girl nearby, who had been crying with hiccups, saw Ningning's demeanor and her eyes filled with admiration. "Daddy, I'll stop crying. I want to learn from big sister." The little girl's name was Chao Inua, and her father was the famous actor Chao Xuanbua. Usually Inua was taken care of by her mother and was very spoiled. When she started crying, she wouldn't stop until she got what she wanted. Now, hearing his daughter voluntarily compromise, Chao Xuanbua breathed a sigh of relief. He said with a beaming smile, "Good girlie, learn from the big sister. Give your snacks and toys to the uncle and we'll take them back when we go home. Okay?" Inua's eyelashes were still wet with tears, but she held back her sobs and agreed. She looked at the staff member, then at Ningning, as if drawing courage from her. Huo Guining was oblivious to this. At that moment, she was whispering to Huo Xiaozheng, "Dad, I'll get you the best room later." Huo Xiaozheng's eyes softened. "Don't stress yourself. Dad can stay anywhere." Ningning frowned, her gaze determined. "No, you can't." Huo Xiaozheng was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and chuckled. Huo Guining felt a bit embarrassed. Before she could say anything, she heard the host start inviting the children to choose houses. Sure enough, just like in her previous life, they were given some photos and told to choose without adult intervention. Although the pictures were in a cartoon style, Huo Guining still identified the best room from the photos. She rubbed her hands together, eager to start. "All right, next we'll ask the children to draw lots." Huo Guining felt like she'd been doused with a bucket of cold water. Her excitement instantly chilled. This was bad. She had always had terrible luck. Why draw lots? Couldn't they compete based on ability? She had prepared herself for a 100-meter dash. Ningning looked up at Huo Xiaozheng helplessly. Huo Xiaozheng repeated his earlier words, telling her to relax and that they'd stay wherever she drew. The lots were drawn in order from youngest to oldest, with Ningning in third place. The youngest, Inua, had her heart set on the impractical thatched cottage and threw a tantrum until she got the worst house. Huo Guining felt a bit more at ease. The second to draw was singer Yushua's son Yu Haoyu. His face was still streaked with tears as he sniffled and drew a picture, then cried and threw himself into his father's arms. He was still lamenting the loss of his toys. The host counted down from 3, and the crybaby ended up with the most luxurious suite. Huo Guining's expression crumbled. Calculating the remaining 3 options, she still had a chance. The one on the hillside wasn't bad either. Ningning walked forward as if facing her doom, wavering between the 3 pictures. In her panic, she looked back at Huo Xiaozheng. Huo Xiaozheng held up 2 fingers. Ningning's eyes lit up and she quickly drew the second picture. Yay! Ningning rushed towards Huo Xiaozheng like a bird flying into the woods. "Dad, this one is good too." Huo Xiaozheng took out a tissue to wipe the sweat from her forehead and gave her a thumbs up in agreement. The remaining clean poultry house and the tidy bungalow were drawn by singer Yu Shuhua and athlete Zhang Tianyu respectively. After the room assignments were completed, everyone followed the signposts to return to their rooms and unpack. Huo Guining enthusiastically helped Huo Xiaozheng push the luggage, constantly praising him for being amazing. "Dad, you're so lucky. If it weren't for you, we might have ended up living with pigs." "I don't like pigs. They smell bad. But I like eating pork. Pork chops, braised pork, sweet and sour ribs are all delicious." The cameraman thought, "Mr. Hua, aren't you going to do something about your daughter? Being fond of animals is supposed to be the cute standard, you know." Huo Xiaozheng's expressionless face remained cold, but his tone was gentle. "Is that so? Then let's have ribs for lunch." Huo Guining, "Dad, do you know how to cook them?" Huo Xiaozheng hesitated for a moment, but facing Ningning's sparkling eyes, he confidently said, "Of course." Huo Guining praised him enthusiastically. "Wow. Dad, you can do anything." The production team secretly grumbled. In the reality show business, the most taboo thing is setting up flags. CH 107 Cooking. Chapter 107. The room was more or less as the father and daughter had imagined. Though simple, it was clean and had its own bathroom. Huo Xiaozheng quickly tidied up the room and neatly arranged their luggage. Huo Guining became a little flatterer. "Dad, you're so fast at organizing. You're amazing." Huo Xiaozheng had studied abroad alone before, and because of his mild obsession with cleanliness, he often organized his own belongings. The corners of his mouth quirked up. You think that's impressive? Huo Guining nodded without hesitation. After settling in, it was time for lunch. According to the director's requirements, the children needed to go to a designated spot to choose ingredients for their families and then have their fathers cook. Huo Xiaozheng thought for a moment and instructed, Ning Ning, take whatever you want to eat. Huo Guining nodded without delay. Upon reaching the designated spot, whether intentionally or not, there were 2 good-looking pork ribs on the table. Unlike the other bewildered children, Huo Guining, almost without hesitation, claimed the ribs. Considering that the variety of ingredients wasn't particularly abundant, she only took 1 rib, along with a handful of greens and 2 eggs. On the way back, the cameraman asked her why she didn't take more. Ning Ning looked confused. Why take so much? We should leave some for others too. Cameraman, why did I even bother asking her? Mind blown. Seeing Ning Ning return, Huo Xiaozheng put down his tablet and went to greet her. Seeing the ingredients she brought, Huo Xiaozheng frowned. Why did you only take this little? Based on her usual appetite, it probably wouldn't be enough. Ning Ning smiled sweetly. The show didn't provide much, so I was worried others might not have enough. That's why I took less. Huo Xiaozheng understood. Cameraman? Your tone was quite different when you told me earlier. Go play for a while, Dad will call you when the food is ready. Huo Guining followed him into the kitchen like a little tail. I want to help you. Huo Xiaozheng rolled up his sleeves past his elbows and put the greens in a basin of water for her to play with. Then you can help Dad wash the vegetables. Huo Guining excitedly sat down on a small stool and started washing diligently. Hearing the sound of chopping ribs from the kitchen, Huo Guining thought her dad was even more impressive, so she washed with even more vigor. 10 minutes later, Huo Xiaozheng looked at the vegetables in the basin. Although he felt puzzled, he immediately praised Ning Ning. Great job, they're so clean. Production team, of course they're clean. If you wash them anymore, they'll be cooked. What's the point of stir-frying then? Huo Guining had never really done housework in her previous life, so she believed Huo Xiaozheng's praise. She enthusiastically asked for the next task. Huo Xiaozheng looked around and put the bowls and chopsticks in a basin for her to wash slowly. With her previous experience, Huo Guining's confidence soared, and she washed the simple bowls with the intensity of a scientific experiment. Meanwhile in the kitchen, the production team watched the swirling smoke and cautiously spoke up. Mr. Hua, why don't you turn off the fire first? Huo Xiaozheng was stunned for a moment, also feeling that the smoke was a bit heavy. He turned off the gas, lifted the lid, and a mix of savory and burnt smells wafted out. The simple exhaust fan was working frantically, its blades almost sparking, but it couldn't dispel the heavy smoke. Huo Xiaozheng and the cameraman fled the kitchen like refugees. In the yard, Huo Guining had finished washing the dishes and was staring absent-mindedly at the white clouds in the sky. Seeing them come out, Huo Guining's eyes lit up. Dad, is the food ready? Because he was worried Ning Ning might get hurt in the kitchen, Huo Xiaozheng had forbidden her to enter. Huo Xiaozheng, unusually sheepish, said, we need to wait a bit longer. Huo Guining nodded good-naturedly and pointed to a cloud on the horizon, saying, Dad, look at that cloud. It's so fluffy it looks delicious. Cameraman? What's she on about? Huo Xiaozheng responded unsympathetically, don't even think about it. Your sugar intake for this month is already over the limit. Cotton candy is out of the question. Huo Guining wasn't discouraged and even showed a silly smile. How about next month? Huo Xiaozheng thought for 3 seconds, all right. Cameraman, it's not that Ning Ning is hard to understand, it's that we're not on the same wavelength. The aroma from the kitchen wafted out on the breeze, and Huo Guining took a deep breath, her almond-shaped eyes widening. Dad, your cooking smells so good. Cameraman? The corners of Huo Xiaozheng's usually straight mouth lifted slightly. We can eat in just a moment. As the smoke in the kitchen had mostly cleared, the cameraman reluctantly followed him in. In the pot lay black, unidentifiable objects that were supposedly ribs. He zoomed in for a close-up. Huo Xiaozheng calmly scooped out the mass and put it in a bowl. He heated the wok, added oil, threw in the nearly pulverized vegetables, and then, guided by his excellent intuition, added salt and chicken bouillon in succession. Remembering that vegetables on the dining table usually had some soup, Huo Xiaozheng added half a bowl of water and covered the wok. A minute later, Huo Xiaozheng lifted the lid and satisfiedly dished out the vegetables. Ning Ning, lunch is ready. Huo Xiaozheng's voice came from the kitchen, and Huo Guining cheerfully responded, quickly walking towards him. The father and daughter properly set out the bowls, chopsticks, and dishes, sitting in the small courtyard, enjoying today's lunch under the warm sunlight. Upon seeing the ribs, Huo Guining's expression froze for a moment. But it was only for an instant. Seeing Huo Xiaozheng come out with the steamed egg, she flashed a sweet smile. Dad, you're amazing. You actually made 3 dishes. Huo Xiaozheng carefully washed his hands, making sure there was no lingering smell of cooking oil before picking up his bowl to start eating. It's Dad's first time cooking, I'm not sure if it's good. Give it a try. Huo Guining picked up a piece of rib. The sauce-covered rib delivered a texture entirely consistent with its appearance, difficult to describe. Huo Guining gave an enthusiastic thumbs up, her eyes flickering as she said, "These ribs are so delicious. They melt in your mouth." Huo Xiaozheng took a bite, somewhat skeptically, but felt satisfied. "I'm glad you like it, Ning Ning." Huo Guining tasted the vegetables and the sponge-like steamed egg in turn. The mushy vegetables tasted a bit fishy but were still tolerable. As for the steamed egg, although it looked like a sponge, it was actually so hard that chopsticks could barely pierce it. Huo Xiaozheng found a stainless steel spoon, which finally allowed Huo Guining to taste some of it. Huo Guining was very supportive, and soon her bowl of rice was empty. As she swallowed the last mouthful of rice, Huo Guining couldn't help but make a retching sound. The courtyard suddenly fell into silence. After a while, Huo Guining made an excuse that she had eaten too quickly, and put down her chopsticks. The cameraman insincerely praised, "Ning Ning ate with such gusto. She finished a bowl of rice so quickly." Huo Xiaozheng, at home, Ning Ning usually eats 3 bowls of rice. Huo Guining glanced lightly at the camera. "If you don't know how to make conversation, you don't have to." Ch 108 Treasure Hunt. Chapter 108. The meal finally ended with Huo Xiaozheng facing reality. Seeing an opportunity for footage, the camera crew immediately urged Huo Guining to go mooch food from another household. Huo Guining haughtily declared that she would uphold her father's dignity, so she wouldn't go. The father and daughter sat in the courtyard, their expressions numb as they smelled the aroma of meat wafting over from next door. "Dad, I'm sleepy," Huo Guining said after a moment, using the excuse of a nap to leave the courtyard. The room faced the sun, but it was still bright even after Huo Xiaozheng drew the curtains. He dug out a large eye mask from his suitcase and put it on Huo Guining. "Sleep well, have a good nap." Though the nap was just an excuse, Huo Guining quickly fell asleep to the sound of Huo Xiaozheng typing on his keyboard. An hour later, the production team came to call them, reminding the father and daughter that it was time to gather. They went through the same routine as the early morning. By the time they reached the meeting point, Huo Guining was still nestled in Huo Xiaozheng's arms, half asleep. Inua, hiding in her father's arms, giggled, "Big sister is shy. She's not fully awake yet." Hearing this, Huo Guining drowsily patted Huo Xiaozheng, signaling him to put her down. Huo Xiaozheng held her shoulders, letting her lean against his leg. He then took out a wet wipe and cleaned her face. "Does this help you feel more awake?" Huo Guining nodded. The others arrived one after another. The host announced the afternoon's itinerary. The cute kids would go on a treasure hunt in a nearby ancient village. The more treasures they found, the more rewards they could exchange them for. "What kind of rewards?" asked Hao Hao, the son of singer Yushuhua. Hao Hao was chubby and adorably cute with a babyish voice. The host asked in return, "What kind of reward would Hao Hao like?" Hao Hao replied, "I want ice cream and candy." The host said mysteriously, "Well, Hao Hao will have to work hard to find treasures. Who knows, you might be able to exchange them for ice cream and candy." As soon as he finished speaking, the other children immediately started clamoring. "All right, now please take your task cards and follow the map to find the treasures," the host announced. Huo Guining inwardly scoffed at how childish it all seemed. Huo Xiaozheng crouched down and earnestly instructed Ning Ning, "Don't go anywhere dangerous. If you feel unwell at all, have the cameraman uncle contact Dad immediately, understand?" He then cast a cool glance at the cameraman. Huo Guining nodded, accustomed to such instructions. The other children had already spent time together in previous episodes, so they were relatively more familiar with each other. They held hands and looked in Ning Ning's direction. Liang Wenjue, the oldest boy, called out loudly as he saw Ning Ning dawdling, "Hurry up. We'll be late if we don't leave now." Huo Guining waved goodbye to her father and set off on the treasure hunt path with the other children. The filming location was in an ancient village in the north of the city. It was a place with a long history, featuring white walls and dark tiles surrounding courtyards and skylights, with deep gardens, small bridges, and flowing water, a typical Jiangnan scenery. Inua, naturally friendly, held onto the hem of Huo Guining's clothes, tottering behind her. Worried that the little one might trip with her short legs, Huo Guining proactively moved to the outer side of the path, protecting Inua on the inner side. Following along a large pond, the group arrived at the first treasure location. Villagers sat at their doorways, curiously observing the little treasure hunting squad. Liang Wenjue took the initiative to speak. "Grandma, have you seen any treasure?" The grandmother's face was full of wrinkles. Although she couldn't understand the children's words, she generally knew what they were looking for. She stretched out her hand, pointing in a direction. The group continued inward. Inside was an ancestral hall with a courtyard. Above the courtyard, there were no tiles covering the sky, allowing a large patch of sunlight to fall down. It illuminated the ancestral hall brightly. Liang Wenjue, acting like a little adult, quickly walked in. After a search, he found a treasure box. "Found it!" The boys swarmed over in a rush. Inua, who probably hadn't understood the rules, squatted by the courtyard, intently digging at the moss on the ground. As she played, she would occasionally hand some moss to Huo Guining like a little puppy. Huo Guining, not particularly interested in the treasure hunt either, kept Inua company, and the two sisters dug at the ground together. The cameraman reminded them, Ningning, if you don't look for treasures, you might not have anything to eat for dinner. Huo Guining thought for a moment, then calmly said, no rush. She still had her dad, he definitely wouldn't let her go hungry. Inua suddenly came to her senses. Big sister, Daddy told me to find treasures so he can make something yummy for dinner. Inua looked like a porcelain doll with naturally curly hair and bright, crystal clear eyes. She was adorably cute. Huo Guining smiled, is your daddy a very good cook? Inua nodded, my daddy is super good at cooking. Huo Guining's eyes lit up as a plan slowly formed in her mind. From that point on, Huo Guining's behavior changed dramatically. Although Yang Wenjue was 7 years old, he was still a child, and the vast Gu village was somewhat complex for little ones. After leaving the ancestral hall, he began to lose his bearings. Add to that the language barrier with the locals, and the treasure hunt quickly reached an impasse. Seeing this, Huo Guining spread out the simple map, figured out the general directions, and then began searching systematically, one location at a time, based on their proximity. Although Huo Guining looked cold, she was very goal-oriented. Leading the group, she found treasures with unerring accuracy, almost effortlessly. Soon, the group had thoroughly scoured the so-called treasures. The children who had initially looked down on Huo Guining now had stars in their eyes, calling her Ningning this and Ningning that. Huo Guining gathered the children together and had everyone open their treasures. As expected, the treasure rewards were nothing more than daily necessities. Fish, who wants fish? Zhang Ling raised his hand. Ningning, can I have it? Huo Guining generously handed it to him. Ice cream. At these 3 words, all the children's eyes lit up. Me. 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 Although it said ice cream, Huo Guining guessed that, given the nature of the show, there was probably only one. Thinking this, she spoke up directly, there's only one ice cream. I don't want it. What about you all? Liang Wenjue also stated, I don't want it either. Let's leave it for the younger ones. Huo Guining nodded at him approvingly. Zhang Ling followed suit, then I'll leave it for the younger ones too. Huo Guining gave him an appreciative look. Then she turned to the remaining 2 children, Inua and Hao Hao, can you two share it? Hao Hao puffed out his chest like a little gentleman. This time, let's give it to the little sister. I can eat some when I get home. Without hesitation, Huo Guining promptly gave the ice cream card to Inua. Inua, keep the card safe. You can exchange it for ice cream later. Inua smiled sweetly and obediently put the card in the front pocket of her overalls. Huo Guining continued her actions. As for the meat, I'll keep it for myself. If anyone wants some, come find me. She looked at everyone. Do you have any objections? The children shook their heads vigorously like little rattledrums. Ch 109 The Drowning. Chapter 109. On the other side, the fathers were busy repairing houses for the elderly and widowed villagers. This task was much easier than cooking. Huo Xiaozheng wore a cold expression, like an emotionless machine, as he worked alongside the other fathers to replace roof tiles on leaky roofs. The work wasn't difficult, just tedious. Worried about Ningning, time ticked by slowly, and Huo Xiaozheng's expression grew increasingly cold. The cameraman didn't even dare to point the lens in his direction. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the chattering voices of children could be heard approaching. The host asked, are the children back so soon? Zhang Ling, being outgoing, immediately boasted, with Ningning leading us, we finished the task quickly. Look, let's exchange our rewards. The host replied, no rush. We'll exchange them together once the fathers are done. Huo Guining let go of Inua's small hand, handing her over to the host, and ran to Huo Xiaozheng, exclaiming, Dad, I'm back. Huo Xiaozheng was still busy on the roof, but seeing her return unharmed, some of his anxiety dissipated. He quickly climbed down the ladder and wiped her slightly damp forehead with the back of his hand, asking, are you thirsty? Huo Guining shook her head and whispered something in his ear like she was sharing a secret. Huo Xiaozheng was surprised at first, then nodded in agreement, all right, I'll mention it later. Huo Guining nodded. After a while, the 5 men finally finished the repairs. The host gathered everyone together to exchange rewards. As Huo Guining had guessed, the treasures could be exchanged for items. Now, children, please take out the treasures you found to exchange for gifts. Who wants to go first? The children unanimously shouted, Ningning's sister first. The host was taken aback. Ningning seems to be the popular choice. All right, Ningning, you're up first. Huo Guining took out her cards and exchanged them for meat, potatoes, and the fail-safe tomatoes and eggs. The host praised her, well done, Ningning. You found these treasures. Who's next? The cameraman shook his head silently, thinking, when the show airs, you'll realize how meaningless your performance is now. Seeing Ningning finish, Inua couldn't resist raising her little hand. Inua wants ice cream. The host mysteriously waved his hand. Inua, it might not be ice cream, you know. The children confidently stated, hers is ice cream, it's written on the card. The host was confused. According to the plan, each child should have found different treasures, emphasizing individual competition. But it seemed like these children were all working together. Inua happily ran over and handed her card to the host, ice cream. The host looked, and indeed it was. Wow, Inua found ice cream, he said, then his eyes gleamed mischievously as he added, but there's only one ice cream. As he spoke, his eyes scanned each child's face. The cameraman was so embarrassed he could curl his toes. We know there's only one, Liang Wenhua said proudly. We already divided everything up, and the ice cream is for Inua. Even the fathers were surprised by this. Zhuazhua, what's going on here? Children can hardly keep secrets, and hearing his father's question, he immediately explained how Ningning had led them to quickly find all the items, and how they had efficiently divided the spoils. He told his father everything in detail. Meanwhile, the story's protagonist leaned nonchalantly against Huo Xiaozheng's leg, contentedly sipping her yogurt. Huo Xiaozheng patted her head, his eyes soft with affection. The host's expression was shocked. Since Huo Guining had already completed the process, he had become redundant. He dutifully took the cards from the children and distributed items to everyone in turn. After all the commotion, the sun quickly began to set. Everyone headed home with their spoils. Inua swung her short legs, quickly walking towards Huo Guining, once again clutching the hem of her clothes. Huo Guining looked down. Inua? What's wrong? Inua gazed up at her, going home with sister. Chao Xuanbo came over and took Inua's hand. Sister needs to go home and eat with uncle. We can come play with sister after dinner. Okay? Inua shook off her father's hand and hugged Huo Guining's waist instead. Eat with sister. Facing Huo Xiaozheng's cold stare, Chao Xuanbo broke out in a cold sweat. Inua, be good. Sister. Remembering her earlier plan, Huo Guining suddenly spoke up. Inua, do you want to eat dinner with sister? Inua's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously, yes. I love Ningning's sister the most. Seeing Ningning say this, Huo Xiaowang also spoke, then let's have dinner at our place. Chao Xuanbo wiped the cold sweat from his brow and agreed. Huo Guining walked in front, holding Inua's hand, with Huo Xiaozheng and Chao Xuanbo following behind. Once inside, Huo Guining settled Inua in the courtyard, then ran to the kitchen to ask Huo Xiaozheng if he needed help. Huo Xiaozheng shook his head, reminding her to take her vitamins first. After Huo Guining left, Chao Xuanbo sighed. Ningning is raised so well. As soon as he said it, he regretted it. He had seen the news about Ningning, and his comment now seemed somewhat sarcastic. Surprisingly, Huo Xiaozheng didn't give him a cold look. Instead, he seriously replied, it's not that we raised her well, it's mainly that Ningning is naturally well-behaved. This made Chao Xuanbo relax a bit. I see. Our Inua can be quite troublesome sometimes. When things don't go her way, she cries and throws tantrums. It's quite headache-inducing. Huo Xiaozheng's hands paused for a moment. I'd rather Ningning was that willful. Hearing him say this, Chao Xuanbo felt a pang of sympathy. When Inua was little, she was almost kidnapped. After we found her, she became wary of strangers. The fact that Inua has become so attached to Ningning on their first meeting shows that Ningning must be a kind-hearted child. Good people will surely be rewarded. Just wait and see. Huo Xiaozheng gazed lovingly at Huo Guining in the courtyard, murmuring, I hope you're right. With Chao Xuanbo's help, Huo Xiaozheng and Huo Guining enjoyed a satisfying meal. In the evening, the children gathered to play hide-and-seek, while the adults chatted in the living room. Huo Xiaozheng patted Ningning's head and asked softly, do you want to go play? Huo Guining looked at the TV, then at Inua who was staring at her pitifully and sighed inwardly. All right, I'll go. As she stood up, her little shadow immediately clutched the hem of her clothes. The group of children marched out of the courtyard together. For the first round, Zhang Ling was it. The children scattered in all directions as he started counting. Inua seemed not to have understood the rules and kept following Ningning. Huo Guining had no choice but to take her along, hiding in a small alley by the pond where a stone slab perfectly concealed them both. The ancient village at night lost its daytime gentleness. As darkness fell, a cool breeze brought a chill. At first, Zhang Ling was still counting, but as the children dispersed, silence settled around them. The rules hadn't been explained clearly, and the children had scattered quite far. Zhang Ling happened to walk near where Huo Guining and Inua were hiding. The spot was quite windy, and Zhang Ling was hesitant to go further in. As he hesitated, a piercing cat's cry suddenly echoed from deep in the alley. It was spine-chilling. The cameraman was startled and let out a yelp. Zhang Ling's small frame shook, and he ran back in panic. Inua was also frightened to tears, clinging to Ningning and crying incessantly. Huo Guining struggled to pick her up, trying to comfort her as they made their way out. Help! A child has fallen into the water. An urgent cry came through the walkie-talkie. Huo Xiaozheng's expression turned grave as he strode out with long steps, leading the way. CH 110 Apology. Chapter 110. When Huo Xiaozheng arrived at the scene, Huo Guining was soaked through, curled up in a towel. Inua sat next to her, eyes red, looking like she wanted to cry but didn't dare. Huo Xiaozheng's heart tightened. Ningning, what happened? Huo Guining gave him a smile. Zhang Ling just fell into the water. I tried to pull him out but accidentally got dragged in too. But it's okay, I can swim, so nothing serious happened, she paused, then added, Zhang Ling is fine too. Huo Xiaozheng felt an inexplicable surge of irritation, but he didn't want to pass on negative emotions to Ningning. He took a deep breath, accepted a towel from a staff member, and wrapped Huo Guining up in it completely. Then, ignoring the gazes of those around, he carried Ningning straight back to their lodgings. Seeing this, the main producer gave the cameraman a look, and the cameraman scurried after them. Huo Xiaozheng remained silent the whole time. Back at their room, he wordlessly ran a bath for Ningning, letting her soak in the hot water and change into dry clothes. When they returned to the bedroom, Huo Guining saw that Huo Xiaozheng's expression was still not good. She timidly spoke up, "Dad, are you angry?" Huo Xiaozheng's heart constricted. "No, Dad's not angry with you." Huo Guining was confused. "If you're not angry with me, why do you look so serious?" "Dad's angry with himself. I still haven't taught you how to rely on me properly." Huo Xiaozheng felt somewhat helpless. A pond isn't like a swimming pool. The depth is unpredictable and there might be mud and weeds at the bottom. What if you had gotten tangled up? Huo Guining obediently admitted her mistake. "I'm sorry, I acted too impulsively." At that moment, the cameraman had fallen and Zhang Ling was about to choke on water. "I was panicked so." Huo Xiaozheng shook his head. "It's not your fault. The adults were too careless." She glanced weakly at Huo Xiaozheng, then continued hesitantly. "I did think about calling for you, but there wasn't enough time." "Really?" Seeing Huo Xiaozheng's attitude soften, Huo Guining immediately straightened up and raised her hand to swear. "Absolutely true." Huo Xiaozheng's anger dissipated a bit. "Were you hurt?" Huo Guining shook her head obediently. "Not at all." Then she couldn't help but feel a little proud. "Dad, I think I was pretty amazing. I managed to swim and drag Zhang Ling along at the same time." Huo Xiaozheng chuckled. "That is indeed quite impressive." The barrier between father and daughter dissipated. Knock knock. There was a knock at the door. Huo Xiaozheng draped a jacket over Huo Guining's shoulders and opened the door. It was Zhang Ling and his father. "Mr. Hua, hello. I've brought Zhang Ling to thank Ningning." Zhang Ling peeked out from behind his father and waved at Ningning. "Ningning, thank you so much for earlier." Huo Xiaozheng showed no intention of inviting them in. Huo Guining walked to the doorway and politely said, "You're welcome." So the four of them stood there inside and outside the door exchanging a few dry words. As the night wind began to rise, Zhang Ling's father was about to leave with his son. But Zhang Ling shook off his father's hand and walked up to Ningning. "Ningning, can I talk to you for a moment?" Although puzzled, Ningning still gave an affirmative answer. "Sure." Zhang Ling, looking mysterious, tried to pull Huo Guining aside. Huo Xiaozheng extended an iron hand to stop him, his tone ominous. "If you have something to say, just say it. No need to pull her away." Huo Guining also didn't like this behavior and advised, "Just say what you want to say. My dad isn't an outsider." Zhang Ling fidgeted for a while, then mustered up his courage. "Ningning, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say bad things about you this morning." Huo Guining thought for a moment before realizing, "Oh, so it was you who said that this morning?" Zhang Ling nodded, glanced at his father, then timidly continued. "My dad said that talking like that would hurt your feelings. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have learned a few phrases online and then carelessly repeated them." At this point, little Zhang Ling earnestly evaluated. "Ningning, you're the best girl I've ever met." Huo Xiaozheng's brow furrowed. What was this kid saying? "I'm truly sorry for hurting your feelings," Zhang Ling said, bowing deeply to her. Zhang Ling's father also apologized. "Mr. Hua, Ningning, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not guiding him properly. The staff member said a few things casually and I didn't realize he had overheard. I'm truly sorry this happened." Zhang Ling's father was an athlete, with slightly dark skin and a proper, sincere face. Huo Xiaozheng didn't respond but looked to Huo Guining instead. Huo Guining thought for a moment, then spoke seriously. "Zhang Ling, you should understand the situation clearly before commenting on me and my mom. Although I don't think I've done anything wrong, I indeed don't like being talked about like that." Zhang Ling's mouth turned down, looking so guilty he might cry at any moment. Huo Guining changed the subject. "However, since you didn't mean any harm, I'll forgive you this time. But don't let it happen again." Zhang Ling's eyes lit up and he reached out to hug Huo Guining. "Ningning, you're such a good person." Huo Xiaozheng frowned, pulled Ningning back, and pushed her into the room, issuing an undisguised dismissal. "If there's nothing else, you should go. Ningning needs to sleep." Seeing that Huo Xiaozheng's face was still cold, Zhang Ling's father felt a bit uneasy. But since he had said this, they couldn't keep lingering. He had to pull his son away. The cameraman thought, "Perfect, we've got material for this episode and even some extras." Huo Xiaozheng closed the door and watched her finish taking her vitamins. "Zhang Ling is quite cute," Huo Guining said, amused as she recalled Zhang Ling's almost crying expression. Huo Xiaozheng's face darkened. "What's cute about him? He can't even speak properly." Huo Guining nodded in agreement. "That's true, that part isn't so good." On the way home, Zhang Ling sneezed. "Dad, should we send some cold medicine to Ningning? Do you think she might catch a cold?" Recalling Huo Xiaozheng's expression, Zhang Ling's father wanted to knock some sense into his son. "Ningning has her dad to take care of her if she gets sick. Why are you worried about it?" But Ningning is my lifesaver. Caring about her is the code of brotherhood. You've been watching too many martial arts dramas, Zhang Ling's father thought silently. He made a mental note to keep a close eye on his son tomorrow and prevent him from getting too close to Ningning. Zhang Ling's dangerous comments from earlier had likely put him on Mr. Huo's blacklist. Thinking of this, Zhang Ling's father advised him, "Son, when you talk to Ningning tomorrow, don't be so ambiguous. You might get beaten up." Zhang Ling was confused. Ambiguous? Zhang Ling's father, say what needs to be said and don't say what shouldn't be said. No, starting tomorrow you should practice the skill of being silent, he added. Zhang Ling. Ch 111 Common Cold. Chapter 111. The night in the ancient village was peaceful and quiet. This was the first time Huo Guining and Huo Xiaozheng lay on the same bed. Moonlight filtered through the not quite opaque curtains, falling on the bed, faintly illuminating their faces. Huo Guining lay with her legs crossed, hands behind her head, looking content. "Dad, can you hear that?" she asked. The sound of frogs croaking filled the air, occasionally interrupted by the wind rustling through the treetops or crickets chirping in the corner. Huo Xiaozheng lay straight, with his hands on his waist. Hearing Guining's question, he opened his eyes and replied, "It sounds nice." "It's so quiet here," Huo Guining mused. "It's like a night covered in thick snow. But even more wonderful." Her relaxed tone infected Huo Xiaozheng, who allowed himself to relax and immerse in the natural nighttime atmosphere. "Do you like it here?" he asked. Huo Guining nodded, then realizing Huo Xiaozheng couldn't see clearly, she added, "Yes, I do. Then we'll come back again someday." Huo Guining wiggled her feet, unconsciously humming along with the insect songs. The nameless tune, carrying its owner's good mood, floated away on the breeze. In the darkness, Huo Xiaozheng's lips slowly curved into a smile. It seems this trip wasn't a mistake after all. The next morning. Achoo! Huo Guining sat up in bed, sneezing repeatedly. Huo Xiaozheng brought over a cup of cold medicine, speaking softly, "Drink this, you'll feel better." Huo Guining took it and downed it in one gulp. The bitter medicine was barely masked by a thin layer of sweetness, leaving an odd aftertaste. Huo Guining made a sour face and bargained, "Can I have a candy, Dad?" Huo Guining had developed a fever in the second half of the night. When Huo Xiaozheng discovered it, her back was drenched in sweat, her face flushed, and she was curled up next to his arm, whimpering. Huo Xiaozheng expertly retrieved a thermometer and fever medication from the suitcase, took her temperature. It was a low-grade fever. Considering Guining's weak constitution, Huo Xiaozheng gave her half a dose of fever reducer. He then used a dry towel to wipe the sweat from her back and changed her into dry pajamas. Half an hour later, Guining's fever broke, and she stopped whimpering. She slept until late morning. But Huo Xiaozheng didn't dare let his guard down. After breakfast, he still coaxed her into drinking a cup of cold medicine. Huo Xiaozheng had the production team bring over Guining's snack bag, from which he selected a preserved plum ginger candy, and handed it to her. "You were very good about taking your medicine today, so you deserve a candy." Huo Guining lifted her chin proudly, of course. Due to Guining's illness, the Huo father and daughter didn't participate in the morning's tasks. The production team came to inquire if they could join the upcoming activities. Huo Xiaozheng's instinct was to refuse. But Huo Guining didn't want to give netizens any reason to criticize, so she said she could participate in the upcoming activities. Fortunately, the task before lunch was for the children to draw scenes from the ancient village, which would then be judged by local elders. The fathers could help, but weren't allowed to draw for their children. Whichever child received the highest score would win the most generous reward for their family. Huo Guining suspected this was entirely Huo Xiaozheng's behind-the-scenes manipulation, but she had no proof. Once the task began, the children sat down at tables near the village entrance and started drawing. Although it was children's art, the show provided quite a variety of tools. The ancient village wasn't particularly colorful, so after some thought, Huo Guining decided to do a sketch. Little Inua sat down next to Huo Guining, scribbling with her crayons. Liang Wenjue, Zhang Ling, and Hao Hao started playing tic-tac-toe as they drew. The adults were running around frantically, grabbing one child here, calling out to another there. The scene was chaotic yet harmonious. On the Huo family's side, the atmosphere was noticeably different. Once Huo Guining entered her drawing zone, she became almost completely absorbed. To avoid spreading her cold, she wore a face mask. Apart from occasional coughing and wiping her nose, she was almost entirely cut off from the world around her. Huo Xiaozheng sat beside her, his long legs crossed, staring at her pencil, lost in thought. After what seemed like an eternity, the host called time. Huo Guining snapped out of her trance. With her artistic background, Huo Guining was in a completely different league from the other children. Except for Liang Wenjue, who had apparently also studied art at home. So his drawing was quite good too. When the results were announced, Huo Guining unsurprisingly won first place. "The first prize is a sumptuous lunch provided by the show," the host announced. Huo Guining clapped her hands without much excitement and volunteered to share with everyone. The fathers and children naturally didn't refuse. "Guining, is your cold still bothering you?" Zhang Ling's father asked, surprised that his son's early morning prediction had come true, as he'd heard Guining coughing nonstop since dawn. Huo Guining replied in a stuffy voice, I've taken medicine, it's much better now. The variety show lasted 2 days and 1 night. After lunch, it was time for everyone to part ways. Worried about Guining's health, Huo Xiaozheng quickly packed their things, ready to leave. Inua, with red-rimmed eyes, clung to Huo Guining's clothes, reluctant to let go. Guining, big sister, are you leaving? Huo Guining, still wearing her mask, bent down to hug her. Yes, I have to go now. Will you come back again? Production team, good question. Huo Guining avoided answering directly. Inua, are you going to miss me? The little girl nodded, looking pitiful. Huo Guining couldn't resist reaching out to pinch her chubby cheeks. If you miss me, you can come play at my house when you're back in South City. Inua's eyes lit up. Really? Huo Guining nodded. Zhang Ling rushed over, butting in, I want to come too. Before Huo Xiaozheng could refuse, Huo Guining's cheerful voice rang out. Sure. Not only did she agree, but she extended the invitation to everyone. You can all come. Huo Xiaozheng. Huo Guining was scooped up by Huo Xiaozheng, who walked away without looking back. Not far off, their driver was waiting. He took the luggage from Huo Xiaozheng's hand and, seeing Huo Xiaozheng's gloomy expression, stepped hard on the gas pedal, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. The Huo father and daughter had come in a rush and left in a rush. Once in the car, Huo Guining's forced energy collapsed. She curled up weakly in her safety seat, drowsy. If you're tired, go to sleep, Huo Xiaozheng said, closing the car window and covering her with a thin blanket. Huo Guining obediently closed her eyes. Huo Xiaozheng opened his laptop and began to work. Dad, let's not come next time, okay? Huo Guining murmured, half asleep. I don't want you to be so tired. Huo Xiaozheng's hands paused. Huo Guining, clearly unable to distinguish between sleep and wakefulness, muttered these words, probably truly concerned about how busy Huo Xiaozheng was, yet still making time to play with her. Huo Xiaozheng stroked her head. Dad's not tired. Huo Guining seemed reassured and fell asleep, her head lolling to one side. It wasn't until after the show aired that Huo Guining realized. Huo Xiaozheng had an ulterior motive for bringing her to participate in this variety show. CH 112 The Art of War. Chapter 112. Huo Yueza was in the midst of his middle school entrance exams. Although the pressure wasn't intense, his studies kept him busy, and he also faced the same herbal soup task as Huo Guining. Come on, this one's for Ning Ning, and this one's for A's. Zhang Jinxiu enthusiastically placed the soup bowls in front of the two. Considering Ning Ning had just recovered from a cold, Zhang Jinxiu had added extra ingredients to hers. The siblings exchanged glances across the dining table. Huo Guining, with the air of someone who'd been through it all, advised, brother, this herbal soup is quite good. Despite her words, her posture as she drank the soup resembled that of someone resigned to their fate. Huo Yueza thought, there's no need for that. All of this happened behind Zhang Jinxiu's back. When Zhang Jinxiu sat down at the table, the siblings greeted her with identical smiles. Grandma, the herbal soup you made is absolutely delicious. Huo Xiaozheng, I can't bear to watch. After dinner, Old Master Huo called Huo Xiaozheng to his study. Huo Yueza and Huo Guining each held a fruit platter, sitting at opposite ends of the sofa, resembling old folks gossiping at the village entrance. Sister, is North City fun? Huo Guining lay like a lazy fish, popping a grape into her mouth. It's all right, the scenery is quite nice. Huo Yueza complained, why didn't you take me along? I could have been part of the parent-child program too. Huo Guining shook her head wearily, it's all little kids. You'd get tired looking after them. Huo Yueza imagined a flock of ducklings circling around him and couldn't help but shudder. Well, never mind then. After my entrance exams, let's go on a trip together, shall we? Hearing the words entrance exams, Huo Guining sat up straight. Brother, which high school are you aiming for? Huo Yueza took some time to explain to Ning Ning that he was currently in a prestigious private school with both middle and high school sections. If his scores met the standard, he could directly enter the high school section. Ning Ning, will you be starting elementary school in the second half of the year? Huo Yueza asked casually. Thinking of her private tutor, Huo Guining hesitated. I probably won't be going. Huo Yueza, won't you get bored? Huo Guining. I suppose so. After pondering for a moment, Huo Guining thought. If I went to 6th grade, would the classmates be less rowdy? Huo Yueza paused. Ning Ning, 6th grade isn't kindergarten. You can't go there. Huo Guining smiled mischievously. My tutor suggested I start directly with middle school knowledge, you know. Huo Yueza's expression froze. You're joking, right? Just then, Huo Xiaozheng came downstairs. Huo Guining waved at him, calling out loudly, Dad, didn't my teacher say before that I could skip elementary school learning? Huo Xiaozheng nodded. Indeed, it's possible. Have you made up your mind? Huo Guining didn't answer his question. Instead, she flashed a triumphant smile at Huo Yueza. Now do you believe me? Huo Yueza suddenly found the fruit in his hand less sweet. Uncle, did Ning Ning inherit her intelligence from you? Huo Guining suddenly felt nervous. Her accumulated knowledge only went up to high school level. To call her a genius might be an overstatement. Huo Xiaozheng shook his head. Huo Guining breathed a sigh of relief, but the next second, Huo Xiaozheng's words caught her off guard. We haven't had Ningning tested, but it's probably not far off, Huo Xiaozheng said casually. Huo Guining. A's will be entering high school next semester. If you want to go to school, you could certainly enter the middle school section, Huo Xiaozheng said. However, given your young age, you might attract too much attention. What Huo Xiaozheng didn't finish saying was that he worried Ningning might be bullied due to her young age. But it didn't matter. As long as Ningning wanted to do it, he would clear all obstacles for her. Huo Guining fell into deep thought. In her previous life, her time had been limited. She hadn't had the chance to do much before passing away. Now she had plenty of time to spare. Although her body wasn't in the best condition, it didn't stop her from pursuing her dreams. In her previous life, due to her physical condition, she hadn't been able to properly experience campus life. Given this second chance, she not only wanted to realize her dreams but also experience normal school life. Dad, I want to enter first grade through the normal process, Huo Guining said. But for my studies, I'd still like to have a private tutor teach me according to my abilities. In other words, she would enter first grade but learn middle school and beyond knowledge in advance. Huo Yueze was stunned. He was at the top of his class at school, but he had never encountered anyone skipping grades. Yet his sister was so intelligent. Huo Xiaozheng was very calm. All right, we'll arrange for your enrollment in September. Huo Guining gave Huo Xiaozheng an okay sign and continued chatting with Huo Yueze. Brother, come September, we'll be schoolmates then. Huo Yueze waved at her with a stiff smile. Hi, Junior. On the day the variety show aired, Zhang Jinxiu specially gathered the Huo family to watch together. Huo Xiaozheng also cleared his evening schedule, and the family sat comfortably on the sofa, waiting for the show to start. Due to editing, the official broadcast differed quite a bit from what actually happened. The show opened with a stunningly handsome shot of Huo Xiaozheng standing on the second floor. As the camera switched, Huo Guining appeared on the screen. Her rosy cheeks and slightly babyish whining made the elders exclaim how adorable she was. The joy was theirs, the embarrassment was Huo Guining's. She buried her face in her piggy plush, not daring to look up. Zhang Jinxiu teased. Is Ningning feeling shy? Huo Guining nodded frantically. Zhang Jinxiu laughed. If I hadn't seen it on TV, I wouldn't have known Ningning looked so cute when waking up. Huo Guining shyly raised her head, reached past Huo Xiaozheng to hug Zhang Jinxiu, and softly said, Love you, Grandma. Huo Yueze let out a strange cry. Oh, only love for Grandma. Brother hasn't seen Ningning looking so cute either. Huo Guining didn't fall for it. Well, now you've seen it. She pointed towards the TV screen. Huo Yueze, my sister looks super cute even when she's sassing me. At this moment, Zhang Ling's impolite comment suddenly rang out. Huo Guining glanced at Huo Xiaozheng, her eyes filled with disbelief. She hadn't expected Huo Xiaozheng to allow the production team to include this line in the final cut. Huo Yueze was the first to get angry. How dare that brat speak so rudely? Uncle, why didn't you punch him? Huo Xiaozheng gave him a sidelong glance. How do you know I didn't? Huo Guining was shocked. Dad, did you really hit Zhang Ling in private? Huo Xiaozheng, no, Dad didn't. He had only beaten the boy black and blue with his eyes. Huo Yueze snorted. Just let me run into that kid, I'll definitely. Zhuo Qifang slapped the back of his head. What are you going to do? Getting above yourself, aren't you? Haven't I always told you to learn from your uncle? What have you been learning all this time? Huo Yueze looked bewildered. Learn from uncle to do what? To be a spiritual Akyu? Huo Xiaozheng gave a cold smile. In the art of war, the supreme excellence is to subdue the enemy without fighting, to kill without spilling blood. CH 113 on air. Chapter 113. Soon, Huo Yueze understood Zhuo Qinfang's meaning. This parent-child reality show already had high popularity, and after officially announcing the participation of Huo Xiaozheng and Huo Guining, its popularity reached new heights. Besides television broadcast, it was also streamed simultaneously on online video platforms. As soon as Zhang Ling said this, the bullet screen comments immediately covered the screen completely. How well-mannered. As expected, an athlete's child is so straightforward. What's wrong with telling the truth? Can the Huo family silence everyone? This is pure slander. The official court results have been released. Is the law always fair? Someone must have manipulated things behind the scenes. Money talks. To the person above, I hope you have a mother like Ningning in your next life. Zhang Ling's father, watching from afar, was also startled. As an athlete, his career was short-lived and grueling. Relying on his past world champion aura and his relatively presentable face, he had originally planned to enter the entertainment industry. To find a better way out for himself. Now, with one sentence from his son, his path to stardom was likely ruined. He immediately called the director's team, but they didn't answer. Huo Yueze scrolled through social media while secretly glancing at Huo Xiaozheng. He leaned close to Zhuo Qinfang's ear and whispered, Mom, don't you think this is Uncle's handiwork? Zhuo Qinfang smiled elegantly. Not bad, you're not completely hopeless after all. Huo Yueze, you really are my birth mother. Huo Guining mumbled, this editing is deliberately stirring up trouble. Huo Xiaozheng raised an eyebrow, Ning Ning is so clever. Huo Guining smiled sweetly, they just want topics for discussion, right? The more controversy, the more they like it. When ratings are high, it's easier for them to monetize the traffic. Old Master Huo gave a thumbs up, Ning Ning is very perceptive. Huo Guining felt guilty, she was just a small thief, stealing experiences from netizens in her past life. She returned her gaze to the TV, not daring to respond. Sure enough, after Zhang Ling said this, the production team didn't offer any explanation for this statement, but simply let the program continue as planned. Netizens were holding back their anger. Some were angry at Zhang Ling, others at Ning Ning. With this pent-up energy, the show's popularity online grew higher and higher. And as the interesting personalities of Huo Xiaozheng and Huo Guining were revealed, along with Huo Xiaozheng's humorous side despite being a CEO, the netizens' anger towards Ning Ning gradually subsided. The episode ended abruptly at this point. To find out what happens next, please tune in tomorrow at noon. Or become a valued VIP member to watch in advance. Huo Yueza angrily spent 198 yuan to become a valued VIP member of the video website. Old Master Huo approved of Huo Yueza's action and immediately transferred him a red envelope of 10,000 yuan. Huo Yueza, a pie falling from the sky, knocking himself out. Huo Guining. Does no one care about her embarrassment in life anymore? Huo Xiaozheng chuckled quietly. Huo Guining? The next day's episode had fewer laughs. Huo Xiaozheng saw firsthand for the first time how bravely and decisively Huo Guining saved Zhang Ling. It was somewhat different from Huo Guining's description. At the time, the lighting outside the ancestral hall was not bright. Huo Guining's decision to save him was completely instinctive. The only adult PD had fallen to the ground, the pond reflected the cold moonlight, and Zhang Ling's panic was evident on camera. Then Huo Guining lunged towards the edge of the pond, reaching out her hand to firmly grab Zhang Ling, who was taller and heavier than her. Huo Guining glanced at the PD, realizing the camera PD seemed to be injured and unable to rescue immediately. She looked towards the ancestral hall again. This action was completely a mistake. So Huo Guining fell into the water. Huo Xiaozheng's heart clenched as he followed the camera. Huo Guining first splashed around a few times, and after getting her head above water, she found that Zhang Ling had choked on water and his head was almost submerged. She immediately swam to Zhang Ling's side, grabbed his body and pushed him up, while gritting her teeth and swimming towards the shore. But Huo Guining was too small and thin, and the size difference with Zhang Ling was too great. After a few steps, she was already panting heavily. But she didn't give up. Fortunately, soon after, a staff member jumped into the pond, lifted both of them up, and brought them to the shore in a few moves. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Old Master Huo frowned. Huo Xiaozheng, is this how you take care of people? His tone was somewhat stern. Huo Guining immediately said, Grandpa, don't be angry with Dad, it's all my fault. Old Master Huo sighed, your intentions were good, but... Huo Guining lowered her little head, but I shouldn't have set out. Old Master Huo. Huo Xiaozheng. Huo Yueza. Zhang Jinxiu burst out laughing, Ning Ning, don't be upset with Grandpa. He's just worried about your safety. Huo Guining timidly looked at Old Master Huo. I know, Dad is also angry because he's worried about me. I won't do it again. Grandpa, if you scold Dad, Dad will be sad, and I'll be sad too. Old Master Huo glared at Huo Xiaozheng somewhat jealously, then compromised. All right, we'll listen to Ning Ning. But this shouldn't happen again. Huo Xiaozheng's lips curled into a smile as he gave a low in response. Old Master Huo, it's just unpleasant to look at. The show ended with Zhang Ling's apology. Huo Yueza angrily said, that kid's apology is fine, but why are his words so strange? Huo Xiaozheng gave Huo Yueza an approving look. Huo Guining asked in confusion. Zhang Ling's words weren't strange at all. He was clearly praising me. As she spoke, Huo Guining started laughing to herself. Seeing this, Huo Yueza became even more annoyed. You're not falling for that little. Huo Xiaozheng threw a pillow at him, interrupting his words. Zhuo Qifeng smiled and shook her head. Ning Ning, you can invite your friends over to our house. Huo Guining smiled sweetly. Aunt, I've already invited them. Zhuo Qifeng's eyes lit up. When? Aunt will make small cakes to entertain your friends. Huo Guining fell into thought. I just invited them, we didn't set a date. After saying this, she turned to look at Huo Xiaozheng. Dad, do you have their contact information? Faced with Ning Ning's eager gaze, Huo Xiaozheng decided to lie on the spot. No. The Huo family. After the show aired, the popularity of the Huo father-daughter duo remained high. Given Huo Guining's kindness shown in the program and Huo Xiaozheng's fatherly image, the public's impression of the two greatly improved. Huo Xiaozheng is clearly such a good father, I love it. I'm going to buy Huo family products right away to support my electronic father-daughter duo. +1. My little goose has finally found happiness. I've been saying all along that my little goose and her dad are innocent, do you believe it now? Hua dad is so gentle with his daughter, he can't be that bad no matter what. Ch 114 Standing Tall Pine. Chapter 114. The production team gained popularity, and Huo Xiaozheng had the public relations department clearly expose the entanglement between Ningning and her mother. In an instant, the internet was flooded with support for Huo Guining. Meanwhile, Huo Xiaozheng officially held a press conference. He hoped that various media outlets would not overinterpret his daughter's experiences. Official media also used Huo Guining's case to propose amendments to laws and regulations on child abuse. From this point on, one-sided news about Ningning sending her birth mother to prison would no longer appear on the internet. In Huo Xiaozheng's office, Huo Guining shifted her gaze from the tablet screen to Huo Xiaozheng behind the desk. Dad, did you specially take me to that parent-child reality show for my sake? Huo Xiaozheng looked up from his documents, pondered for a moment before saying, if I say yes, would it burden you psychologically? Huo Guining shook her head and frankly said, no burden, just gratitude. Thank you for doing this for me. Huo Xiaozheng gave a short laugh. This is what a father should do. You don't need to say thank you. You were originally such a kind child. I just found an opportunity to let everyone understand your goodness. Huo Guining smiled sweetly. Given the show's unprecedented high ratings, the production team extended an invitation for the Huo father and daughter to become regular participants. After asking Huo Guining's opinion, Huo Xiaozheng decisively refused. In June, Huo Yueze took part in the high school entrance examination. It was very hot on the day of the exam. Although Huo Yueze had told his family not to wait for him at the school gate, Huo Guining still chose to wait eagerly at the gate, acting as Huo Yueze's guardian. Initially, Huo Xiaozheng didn't agree with her spending the whole day waiting for Huo Yueze to finish his exam. The weather was so hot, and sitting in the car all day wasn't good for her health. Moreover, with the crowd coming and going, it would be easy for a stampede to occur. After much persuasion, Huo Guining finally got Huo Xiaozheng to agree to wait for Huo Yueze to come home on the day the exam ended. Huo Xiaozheng had no choice but to let her go, asking Uncle Zhou to accompany her in case of any needs. Because Zhuo Qingfang was an exam invigilator and couldn't wait at the gate. On a June day, cicadas chirped incessantly, the air was stifling, and the scorching sun gradually climbed overhead as temperatures rose. Sweat-soaked sleeves couldn't shield the hearts of parents waiting for their exam-taking children. They stood under the shade of trees or in nearby milk tea shops, chatting in small groups, full of anticipation. Occasionally a breeze would blow by, its cool touch eliciting sighs of relief. Huo Guining's car was parked not far from the school. Unlike the stuffiness outside, the car was very cool, with her favorite iced drinks and vanilla ice cream in the car refrigerator. Huo Guining sat cross-legged in the back seat, sketching in her notebook, mimicking the adults outside as she looked left and right towards the school gate. As the sun began to set, an announcement that the exam had ended came from within the campus. Soon after, the school gates opened and students began to file out. The once quiet crowd began to move, each heading towards their loved ones. Huo Guining, not to be outdone, craned her neck in anticipation. Huo Yueze, tall and handsome, soon appeared in Huo Guining's line of sight. Huo Guining dropped her pencil and immediately opened the car door, rushing out. Brother! Huo Guining called out while waving her hand in Huo Yueze's direction. But Huo Guining was too small. Despite her best efforts to wave, she was quickly swallowed up by the crowd. Seeing the situation, Uncle Zhou immediately followed, carefully protecting her surroundings. Yueze! Let's have dinner together tonight. A boy put his arm around Huo Yueze's shoulder, looking excited. Huo Yueze frowned, thinking he had just heard Ningning's voice. He casually replied, that's fine. The boy shouted something behind him, then said, then come with me, let's go. As he spoke, he was about to lead Huo Yueze in another direction. Brother! I'm here. A childish voice cut through the bustling crowd, falling directly into Huo Yueze's ears. Huo Yueze looked towards the source of the sound. Huo Guining was jumping up and down in the crowd, stretching her neck and arms towards his direction. Huo Yueze's face lit up with joy. Sister! He shook off the boy's hand, pushed through the crowd, and went in Huo Guining's direction. Ningning, why are you here? Huo Yueze stood in front of Huo Guining and stretched out his arms to pick her up. Huo Guining said with a bright smile, I'm here to pick you up. She handed the bouquet she had been carefully protecting to Huo Yueze, as if presenting a treasure. Green polemonium and white peonies overlapped, wrapped in blue and white paper. Brother, the meaning of this bouquet is relax. Congratulations on graduating from middle school. You're amazing. Huo Yueze held Huo Guining with one arm and took the bouquet with the other, feeling incredibly touched. Is this for me from Ningning? I love it so much. Huo Guining said proudly, I chose everything myself, from the flowers to the wrapping paper. Hearing this, Huo Yueze was even more moved, his eyes brimming with tears. Yueze, how did you disappear as soon as I turned around? It was the boy from earlier. Oh, isn't this little sister Ningning? Huo Guining had met this boy before. He was Huo Yueze's friend. She was about to greet him. Huo Yueze turned his body while holding Huo Guining, causing her to face away from the boy. Xinjiang, can you not casually call her sister? Ningning is my sister, not yours. Xinjiang laughed and raised both hands in surrender. Okay, your sister. Do you want to bring your sister to the dinner gathering? Huo Guining tilted her head. Brother, are you going to a dinner gathering? Huo Yueze asked. If you want to go, we'll go. If you don't want to go, we'll go home. This sounded vaguely familiar. Huo Guining thought for a moment. I want to go and play. Huo Yueze said, okay, then turned to ask Xinjiang. Where was the gathering place again? Xinjiang, seeing his task completed, was in high spirits and said eagerly, I'll lead the way. Huo Guining asked Uncle Joe, Uncle Joe, do you have time to take us to the dinner? Uncle Joe smiled, of course. Mr. Huo said that today I'm at Miss Ningning's disposal. Huo Guining thanked him. The three of them got into the car together and drove to their destination. Huo Yueze held his graduation bouquet, unable to let it go. Huo Guining sat beside him, obediently reporting their schedule to Huo Xiaozheng. Dad, I'm going to attend brother's class dinner gathering tonight. Isn't it fun? But I'm very curious about what a graduation dinner is like. We will. We can be back before 9 o'clock. Huo Guining patted Huo Yueze and asked, right, brother? Huo Yueze nodded, gesturing for her to give him the phone. Uncle, don't worry. I'll take good care of Ningning and bring her home safely, Huo Yueze promised. On the other end of the phone, Huo Xiaozheng's voice was cool. No need, I'll pick her up at 9. Send me the address. CH 115 captured. Chapter 115. Huo Yueze looked somewhat fatigued after hanging up the phone. Huo Guining asked with concern, brother, did you not do well on the exam? Hearing this, Huo Yueze felt even more exhausted. He lowered his head, looking at the bouquet in his arms, and finally felt a glimmer of comfort in his weary heart. He pulled himself together and said, brother did very well on the exam, don't worry. Huo Guining didn't quite believe him but nodded anyway. Xinjiang laughed, Yueze, did your uncle criticize you again? Huo Yueze shot him a sharp glance, are you itching for trouble? Xinjiang waved his hand. Cheer up, you'll have something to be happy about tonight. Huo Guining's eyes lit up. In her previous life, she hadn't been able to attend the graduation gathering due to poor health, which had always been a regret for her. Hearing Xinjiang say this, she was sure the graduation party would be a lot of fun. Huo Yueze waved his hand dismissively and turned to ask Huo Guining if she was hungry or thirsty. Huo Guining shook her head excitedly. Huo Yueze? The party venue was at a 5-star hotel with a private room already booked. On the way, worried that Huo Guining might not make it until the food was served, Huo Yueze insisted on stopping to buy her a beef burger. Huo Guining accepted it graciously. Xinjiang wasn't so lucky. With his stomach growling from hunger, he not only had to buy a burger for Guining but also had to usher the two into the private room. Even someone as insensitive as Huo Yueze sensed something was off. Xinjiang, have you done something to wrong me? Huo Yueze asked directly, why are you acting like such a bootlicker? Xinjiang grinned foolishly, well, we're about to graduate, right? I was thinking, what if we're not in the same class in high school, so I should cherish the present moment, you know? Huo Yueze got goosebumps from his words and quickly led Guining into the private room. As they walked, he cursed, Xinjiang, you're so damn disgusting. Huo Guining had a vague premonition of what might happen. Seeing Huo Yueze's innocent face, she felt quite excited. When the three entered the private room, it was packed with people, the noise almost lifting the roof. Yueze, you're here. People kept greeting Huo Yueze. He waved in response. He sat down with Huo Guining on the sofa on the right side of the room, habitually taking out vitamins from her small bag and feeding them to her. Some girls, seeing how cute Huo Guining was, immediately came over. Huo Yueze, you brought your sister again. She's so cute, I want to pat her. Huo Yueze stretched out his hand to block them. Don't pat my sister. Have you sanitized your hands? My sister is prone to allergies. Huo Guining. Some who were seeing Huo Guining for the first time asked curiously, Huo Yueze, has your sister been on a variety show before? Huo Yueze nodded, yes, she has. He wouldn't let people get close to Huo Guining, yet he couldn't help but boast, isn't my sister even cuter in person than on TV? Indeed. Your sister looks a lot like your father. She's incredibly pretty. This comment clearly pleased Huo Guining, and she smiled sweetly. Thank you for the compliment, big sister. Soon after, Huo Yueze's homeroom teacher arrived, and the gathering officially began. The teacher first gave a graduation speech, expressing his fondness and attachment to this class. After a round of well wishes, Huo Yueze was worried that Huo Guining might feel tired from boredom. To his surprise, Guining was listening intently to every word with her big eyes wide open. At emotional moments, she even had tears in her eyes. Huo Yueze doesn't quite understand but knows how to comfort. Little sister, don't believe old Lu's words. I heard from senior students he's taught before that these are all rehearsed speeches. Even the blessings are pre-written, Huo Yueze whispered in Huo Guining's ear. He memorized and recited them before coming here. Old Lu was Huo Yueze's homeroom teacher. Huo Guining looked at Old Lu in disbelief, then leaned towards Huo Yueze's ear, showing disgust. Really? That's so fake. The siblings' whispering was caught red-handed by old Lu. Huo Yueza, are you bad-mouthing me to your sister? Old Lu was almost bald with only a few strands of hair stubbornly holding on around the edges. Huo Yueza said flatteringly, how could I? I was praising you to my sister. Old Lu clearly didn't believe him and turned to Huo Guining, little Guining, my daughter is a big fan of yours. Could you take a picture with me later and give me an autograph? Huo Guining didn't expect him to say this and nodded blankly. Sure. Satisfied, old Lu moved on to the next person. Huo Guining turned back to Huo Yueza and whispered, brother, I feel like old Lu. I mean, your homeroom teacher doesn't seem to be such a fake person. Huo Yueza didn't want to see Guining with red eyes, so he decided to stick to his story. Guining, you can never truly know what's in someone's heart. You'll understand when you're older. Huo Guining nodded, seeming to understand but not quite. After old Lu finished his routine, he had a few drinks with the students, talked about the future, and then left. As soon as old Lu left, the curtain for the real party was raised. The group moved to the KTV upstairs to continue the fun. Huo Guining was excited, and seeing that it was still early, Huo Yueza decided to go along. Not long after they sat down, a pretty girl came over, saying she had something to discuss with Huo Yueza. Xinjiang gave the girl a meaningful look, then assured Huo Yueza that he would take good care of Huo Guining. Only then did Huo Yueza reluctantly leave the room, looking back several times. Seeing his task completed, Xinjiang breathed a sigh of relief. When he turned back to check on his buddy's sister, he met Huo Guining's sparkling eyes. Can you take me to see what my brother is doing? She clearly had a look of wanting to watch the show. Xinjiang was stunned. They have something to discuss. Is that girl going to confess her feelings? Huo Guining's gossip fire was burning strong. How did you know? Xinjiang looked shocked. Huo Guining smiled mysteriously, take me there and I'll tell you. Moments later, two heads, one big and one small, were peeking out from behind a stone pillar at the bottom of the hotel, craning their necks to look. Not far away, under a French plane tree, Huo Yueza was leaning against the trunk with his right leg propped up, looking somewhat impatient. What did you want to talk to me about? The girl's face was flushed red. She clasped her hands tightly, I have something to tell you. Actually. She was so nervous that her words came out in fragments. Huo Yueza frowned, what exactly do you want to say? Guining was alone with so many strangers, who knows if she might be scared. Seeing him urging her on, the girl didn't dare to delay any longer. She closed her eyes and said with resignation, I like you. Huo Guining's pupils dilated. Suddenly, her body was lifted into the air, picked up by someone. Dad? Huo Xiaozheng's face was as dark as thunder. CH 116 Conversation. Chapter 116. Huo Xiaozheng left Huo Yueza behind and walked away without looking back, carrying Huo Guining. Xinjiang wanted to stop him, but Huo Xiaozheng's aura was too intimidating and he didn't dare to intervene. Huo Guining, perched on his shoulder, waved goodbye to Xinjiang. Dad, aren't we waiting for Big Brother to go home together? She asked. Huo Xiaozheng replied coldly, no need. Your brother is very busy. Huo Guining glanced in Huo Yueza's direction, looking disappointed as if she hadn't gotten enough of the drama. She slumped on Huo Xiaozheng's shoulder and sighed. Meanwhile, Huo Yueza found himself in an awkward situation. The girl in front of him was blushing, saying things that made him uncomfortable. Huo Yueza tried to recall any special memories with this girl but found nothing particularly noteworthy. Naturally, he couldn't say he had feelings for her. Huo Yueza spoke with a slightly cold tone, thank you for your feelings, but I'm sorry, I don't feel the same way about you. The girl was taken aback, then timidly lowered her head. I'm sorry for bothering you. Why do you like me? Huo Yueza asked, curious. The girl shyly lowered her head again. Once, when I had menstrual cramps, you took me to the infirmary despite other stares, and even bought medicine for me. Huo Yueza narrowed his eyes as a distant memory flooded back. It was during a winter PE class when he had plans to meet friends at the basketball court. As he passed through a tree-lined path, he suddenly saw a girl crouching in the shade, seemingly shivering. The boys with him immediately started teasing, but none of them approached to help. At that time, Huo Guining was in the hospital due to poor health. For some reason, Huo Yueza walked up to the girl and asked what was wrong. The girl was too embarrassed to explain, just shaking her head. The boys around continued their jeering, so Huo Yueza sternly sent them away. He had a good idea of the girl's situation. Can you walk? Huo Yueza asked tentatively. The girl, too weak from pain to speak, just shook her head. Huo Yueza thought for a moment, then picked her up and carried her to the infirmary. As luck would have it, the infirmary was out of fast-acting pain relievers that day. The nurse suggested trying extended-release tablets instead. Huo Yueza used his financial means to quickly obtain more effective fast-acting pain relievers. Seeing the girl fall into an exhausted sleep not long after taking the medicine, Huo Yueza felt relieved and went to the sports field. So it was you. Huo Yueza murmured. The girl smiled shyly. You remember now? Huo Yueza nodded, then suddenly thought of Huo Guining. He couldn't help but imagine the future when Huo Guining might confess to a boy she liked. What if that boy responded the same way he just had? I remember now, but I'm sorry, my answer remains the same, he said. Taking you to the infirmary and buying medicine that day was just a small gesture on my part. You can thank me for it, but you don't need to like me because of it. Huo Yueze unconsciously stood up straighter and spoke seriously. Although I'm rejecting you, it doesn't mean anything about you. You're still an excellent girl. The girl suddenly looked up. Huo Yueze gently advised, you know I have a little sister, right? The girl was confused why Huo Yueze suddenly mentioned his sister, but she nodded anyway. One day my sister will grow up and meet a boy she likes, Huo Yueze said, his eyes gradually softening. But I hope she learns to love herself first before loving someone else. Thinking of this, Huo Yueze smiled slightly and looked at the girl. I hope the same for you. When Huo Yueze returned to the private room, Huo Guining was nowhere to be seen. His heart sank and he grabbed Qinzhang by the collar, shouting, Qinzhang, where's my sister? You can't even watch one person, what use are you? His angry shout overpowered even the KTV microphones. Qinzhang patted his ears. Don't yell at me. Your uncle came personally and took your sister away. Huo Yueze's heart tightened. My uncle came? When? Qinzhang smiled meaningfully. Right when you were having your moonlit rendezvous with what's her name. Ouch. Huo Yueze kicked him. Watch your language. If you can't use idioms properly, read more books. He cursed under his breath while pushing the door open to leave. I'm going home first. You guys continue. With that, he ran off like the wind. Many cars were parked at the hotel entrance, but none were waiting for him. Huo Yueze dejectedly walked to the roadside, planning to hail a taxi home. Big brother. Over here. Huo Guining's voice suddenly rang out. Huo Yueze's eyes lit up. Not far away, under a plane tree, his uncle's black Maybach was quietly parked. Huo Guining poked her head out of the rear window, waving her little hand at him. Huo Yueze ran over and opened the back door. I thought uncle took you away. How come here? Huo Yueze, who had been bending down to get in the back seat, suddenly straightened up, closed the rear door properly, opened the front passenger door, and sat down. He fastened his seatbelt meticulously. Smiling, he greeted the man in the back seat. Good evening, uncle. Huo Xiaozheng snorted. Do I look like I'm having a good evening? Huo Yueze quickly shut up and changed the subject. Uncle Zhou, it's getting late. We should head home. The car slowly merged into traffic. Huo Guining, seemingly oblivious to the tension between uncle and nephew, eagerly asked Huo Yueze, Big brother, did someone just confess to you? The quiet car suddenly became lively. Huo Yueze broke out in a cold sweat. No, that girl was just thanking me for something. Huo Guining didn't believe him. How's that possible? That girl's face was all red. I could see from her lips that she was saying. Huo Yueze wished he could cover Huo Guining's mouth. Guining, are you hungry? Huo Guining smiled mischievously. Not hungry. Don't change the subject, big brother. Huo Xiaozheng let out a cold snort. Huo Yueze decided to come clean. Fine, fine. That girl did confess to me. The gossip fire in Huo Guining's eyes was about to ignite. Did you accept? Ha? Ha? Huo Xiaozheng pushed her back into her seat with one hand. Sit properly. Huo Yueze sighed. No, I didn't. We're both still minors. It's immature to talk about this kind of thing now. Huo Guining was as excited as if she had been the one confessed to. Big brother, what does it feel like to be confessed to? Huo Yueze thought seriously for a moment before answering, a bit nerve-wracking. Why? Huo Guining looked confused. Shouldn't it be something to be happy about? How to explain this to a 6-year-old sister? Huo Yueze looked at Huo Xiaozheng nervously, his tone pleading. Uncle. Huo Xiaozheng glanced at him, leaving the siblings hanging for a while before saying, it's only a happy thing when the person you like confesses to you. Otherwise, it can be quite troublesome. Huo Guining, with no experience in love, opened her mouth in an O shape. She envied this kind of emotional journey. Unlike her, who could only observe or overhear. Page 117 The Gift. Chapter 117. Even after the driver had dropped Huo Yueze off at home and Huo Xiaozheng and Huo Guining had returned to Panlong Bay, Huo Guining was still basking in the joy of having a young man coming of age in the family. Huo Xiaozheng's mood, which had been dampened by her constant chatter on the way home, had improved considerably. After washing up, Huo Xiaozheng pinned her down on her small bed and gave her a serious lesson on no early dating. Liking someone is a process of two different people gradually being attracted to each other. A healthy romantic relationship should make both people become better versions of themselves. Huo Guining had read plenty of novels in her past life, otherwise she wouldn't have transmigrated into this book. At this moment, listening to Huo Xiaozheng's rambling, she found it somewhat amusing. Dad, do you think your previous relationship with Aunt Qin was healthy? Huo Xiaozheng fell silent for a moment before replying no, it wasn't. Don't worry, I won't follow in your footsteps, Huo Guining said casually, patting her old father's shoulder. Huo Xiaozheng. However, Huo Guining's nonchalant attitude actually put Huo Xiaozheng's mind at ease. At least he didn't have to worry about Ning Ning being deceived by a scoundrel in the future. As for other matters, he didn't care. After this incident, Huo Yueze had originally wanted to take Ning Ning along for the graduation trip, but Huo Xiaozheng ruthlessly refused. He didn't want Huo Guining to be influenced too early by the blossoming feelings of adolescent boys and girls. Although Huo Yueze had tried his best to explain that his relationship with that girl wasn't what Huo Xiaozheng imagined, Huo Xiaozheng still wouldn't budge. The reason for his refusal wasn't just because he didn't trust Huo Yueze, but also because Huo Guining had been very busy lately. She was due to start school in September. Huo Xiaozheng appeared even more nervous than Huo Guining. Unbeknownst to Huo Guining, Huo Xiaozheng was even selecting her future classmates. This boy looks like trouble, no. This girl is not bad, quiet and well-behaved, a good match for Ning Ning. Is this the Shun family's youngest grandson? Put him in the next class, don't let him bother Ning Ning. Sichuan held back as long as he could, but finally couldn't resist reminding him with a strained smile, Mr. Hua, we only invested in a building for Miss Ning's school. The Shen family are the actual board members. Huo Xiaowang paused his search. Oh, is that so? Yes, it is, Sichuan replied with a polite smile. The next day, Huo Xiaozheng strode into the office full of vigor and handed Sichuan a stack of documents. I've donated another building to Ning Ning's school. Go through the list of children I mentioned yesterday again. Sichuan. Huo Guining herself was very calm about the whole situation. She worked from 9 to 5, and in her spare time she painted, swam and went shopping. On this day, Huo Jing had a rare day off and had arranged to go shopping with Huo Guining early in the morning. After breakfast, Huo Jing appeared punctually at Panlong Bay, waiting to set off with Ning Ning. The atmosphere around Huo Xiaozheng was a bit chilly. His tone towards Huo Jing wasn't particularly friendly either. Ning Ning is at a critical stage of growth. Don't let her eat any junk food. Huo Jing rolled her eyes hard. Ever since the last time when she secretly took Ning Ning to eat burgers, cola, and fried chicken and was discovered by Huo Xiaozheng, she had been lectured for a whole month. Fried chicken might contain hormones. Eating it too frequently could lead to precocious puberty, Huo Xiaozheng warned. Huo Jing pleaded, brother, you really are my biological brother. I truly know my mistake. Today I'll make sure Ning Ning eats healthy food. I'll even send you photos, okay? Only then did Huo Xiaozheng let her off the hook. He then turned to look at the girl with pigtails behind her. Ning Ning, you understand too, right? Huo Guining timidly peeked out from behind Huo Jing and promised without much conviction, I understand, Dad. Huo Xiaozheng left the house with lingering doubts, not forgetting to remind Ning Ning to bring her medicine with her. Of course, Huo Guining agreed to everything he said. After Huo Xiaozheng left, Huo Guining happily took Huo Jing's hand, and the two joyfully went shopping. What kind of surprise do you want to prepare for your dad? Huo Jing, wearing enormous sunglasses and looking aloof, held Huo Guining's hand as they entered the elevator. Huo Guining opened her small purse, took out her savings card, and said pitifully, I want to buy a watch for Dad, but I don't have enough money. Huo Jing thought about Ning Ning's house and stock rights, and suddenly Huo Xiaozheng's image overlapped with Ning Ning's. She sighed helplessly, why don't you use the black card your grandfather gave you? You could buy a sports car with that, no problem. Huo Guining shook her head seriously, that won't do. I want to use money I've earned myself to buy a gift for Dad. Huo Jing remembered that half a month ago, a friend in their circle had accidentally seen a painting in her photo album and really liked it. After some inquiries, the friend wanted to ask through Huo Jing if the artist would sell the painting. Thinking this was a form of recognition for Huo Guining, Huo Jing asked for her opinion. To her surprise, Huo Guining, who usually treasured her paintings, not only agreed to sell but also sent over her other works, asking if the buyer was interested in any others. In the end, she sold 2 paintings. They were worth 80,000 yuan. When Huo Jing recommended these paintings, she hadn't revealed Huo Guining's true identity. Therefore, this money was indeed earned by Ning Ning's own merit. The small fortune in Huo Guining's hands came from this. Huo Jing thought for a moment, you can't afford an expensive watch, but you could buy your dad something else. 80,000 isn't a small amount. Huo Guining tilted her head and counted on her fingers. I've thought about giving Dad a watch, a pen, a tie clip. I can't think of anything else. Huo Jing made a decision. Some entry-level watches are quite nice too. Let's go. Auntie will take you to choose one. The aunt and niece were so engrossed in shopping that they lost track of time. When Huo Xiaozheng returned to the Panlong Bay villa, only a few floor lamps were still lit in the villa. He frowned and called Huo Jing, but she informed him that she had already sent Ning Ning home. If he hadn't seen her, then Ning Ning must be asleep. After all, today's shopping trip had been quite tiring. Huo Xiaozheng walked upstairs, and just as he pushed open the bedroom door, he sensed something was off. Huo Guining, hiding behind the door, worried, why isn't Dad pushing the door open? Huo Xiaozheng paused for a good while before finally pushing the door open. Dad! Happy Father's Day! Huo Guining jumped out as planned, giving Huo Xiaozheng a surprise. The bedroom light suddenly came on, and Huo Guining was holding a small cake with Happy Father's Day, written in black chocolate. Huo Xiaozheng was stunned. To be able to reach Huo Xiaozheng's height, Huo Guining had specially moved her footstool behind the door. She stepped onto the footstool, handed the cake to Huo Xiaozheng, then scampered to the dressing room and brought out 2 gift boxes, one large and one small. These are the holiday gifts I prepared for you. Open them. Huo Guining's little face was full of barely concealed pride. Ch 118 Happy. Chapter 118. It was the 3rd Sunday of June. For Huo Xiaozheng, the most special thing about this day was that his daughter had left him to happily play with her aunt. While working overtime at the company in the midst of his busy schedule, he wondered if Ningning had eaten properly. Would Huo Jing be able to take good care of a 6-year-old child? During the half-hour lunch break, Huo Xiaozheng lay down in his rest room, which he hadn't used in a long time. The bed sheets were no longer cool-toned, but a warm yellow that children liked. At the head of the bed, 2 of Ningning's favorite stuffed toys lay scattered about. On the bedside table, Ningning's favorite anime character water bottle sat quietly, its lid left open. Huo Xiaozheng thought to himself that next time, he should tell Ningning to put away her things properly. Yet his actions were honest as he arranged the stuffed toys neatly and closed the bottle lid. At dinner time, Ningning called him, asking when he would be home. Huo Xiaozheng was caught up in a project at the time, and Ningning's call made him look up at the sky, only to realize it was already quite late. Daddy's a bit busy today. Would you mind having dinner with Auntie? Huo Xiaozheng remembered his tone, deliberately suppressing his anxious mood, but still sounding a bit rushed. Ningning paused for a few seconds on the other end of the line, then very neatly said, okay, and even reminded him to eat on time. Then she hung up the phone. Huo Xiaozheng stood stunned with his phone for a few seconds, then quickened his pace at work. Rushing as fast as he could, he made it home right at 10 o'clock. Until he opened the bedroom door, he hadn't realized that today was Father's Day and that Ningning had even prepared gifts for him. The scene that greeted him upon opening the door was one he had never imagined. He accepted the cake from Ningning's hands in a rare moment of bewilderment, watching as she hopped about like a little rabbit, proudly presenting him with 2 gift boxes. Huo Xiaozheng's throat felt a bit dry. Is this for me? Huo Guining nodded matter-of-factly. She tugged at Huo Xiaozheng's clothes and they sat down on the sofa in the room. Huo Xiaozheng tasted the cake. It was vanilla mousse, with a light, subtle sweetness. It's delicious, Huo Xiaozheng commented. Huo Guining beamed with joy. I specially asked the shop assistant to choose one that wasn't too sweet. Before Huo Xiaozheng could respond, she urged him to open the gifts. Huo Xiaozheng put the cake aside, his hands unusually nervous as he held the gift boxes. He opened the smaller one first. It was an entry-level watch from Gucci, not expensive, but with a simple, elegant design. At this point, Huo Guining became a bit shy. When I have more money in the future, I'll buy you an even better one. Huo Xiaozheng mistakenly thought she was reluctant to use her own savings to buy a more expensive gift, but he still graciously accepted her gesture. Thank you for the gift, Ningning. Daddy likes it very much. Huo Guining breathed a sigh of relief and urged him to open the second gift box. It was a painting. Huo Xiaozheng unwrapped the surface paper, revealing the full view of the painting. It was a portrait of Huo Xiaozheng. In the painting, Huo Xiaozheng sat behind a huge desk, his expression serious. The golden-orange sunset fell on his brow and eyes, adding a touch of gentleness. Did you paint this? Huo Xiaozheng asked, immediately realizing it was a silly question. Ningning's English signature lay quietly in the bottom right corner of the painting. Huo Guining nodded without hesitation. Yes, but I'm not very good at painting people, so it's not that good. She leaned in closer, showing a slightly dissatisfied expression. The lines aren't handled very well, and the light and shadow. Huo Xiaozheng interrupted her with a smile. It's painted very well. Daddy likes it very much. Huo Guining's brow relaxed, and she said happily, I'm glad you like it, he? Huo Xiaozheng's lips moved. Did you go shopping today just to buy me gifts? Huo Guining nodded. I wanted to give you a surprise. I could have come back at noon, but my painting also needed to be framed, so time dragged on and it got a bit late. At this, Huo Guining asked alertly, Dad, did you eat on time? Huo Xiaozheng chuckled and hummed an affirmative, of course. Huo Guining was relieved. She jumped off the sofa and walked towards the bathroom. I'm going to wash up now. I'm a bit tired after shopping all day. The corners of Huo Xiaozheng's mouth turned up slightly as he picked up the cake and ate it bit by bit. He didn't like sweets, but this cake was surprisingly to his liking. Buzz? His phone vibrated. It was a message from Huo Jing. Did you receive the surprise? Huo Xiaozheng lounged comfortably on the sofa. I did. 2 of them. Huo Jing, no need to show off, okay? I spent the whole day with Ningning. Do you think I don't know you got 2 gifts? She replied, it's indeed worth being proud of. Ningning emptied her savings to buy you that watch. Huo Xiaozheng sat up straighter. What do you mean by, emptied her savings? Huo Jing gloated. You don't know? Ningning sold 2 of her paintings to save up for your watch. Huo Xiaozheng frowned and called her directly. What did you mean by what you just said? Huo Jing briefly explained what had happened, and ended with a tease. Ningning is only 6 years old and already knows how to earn money to support her dad. I'm so envious. Huo Xiaozheng coldly replied. You can't be envious of this. The call ended. Huo Jing, not to say anything, but is something wrong with this guy? Why is he repaying kindness with enmity? Huo Guining came out of the bathroom and was met with Huo Xiaozheng's beaming face. Dad, what's wrong? Huo Xiaozheng walked up to her, crouched down, and hugged her tightly. So tightly that Huo Guining almost suffocated. Fortunately, Huo Xiaozheng quickly let her go. Nothing's wrong. Daddy is just too happy to receive your gifts, Huo Xiaozheng explained, composing himself. Huo Guining, oh, I'm glad you're happy. That night, the family group chat was buzzing with messages as Huo Xiaozheng showcased the gifts he received from all angles in full detail. Before long, Huo Yueze exercised his group admin powers and kicked Huo Xiaozheng out of the family group chat. Huo Xiaozheng tossed his phone onto the bedside table, walked to Ningning's small bed, and ruffled her hair. Ningning, sound asleep, dreamed that she was being pestered by an annoying monkey. In her frustration, she swung her hand and slapped the monkey across the face. His daughter was just swatting at mosquitoes. This damn June weather. Huo Xiaozheng convinced himself. Ch 119 Back to School. Chapter 119. The time after Father's Day seemed to have been put on fast forward. After Huo Yueze finished his graduation trip, he stayed at Panlong Bay for an extended period, taking Huo Guining out for food, drinks, and fun. The Father's Day gift seemed to have given Huo Xiaozheng a sense of security. He no longer obsessed over whether Huo Guining was by his side every day, and he even found his nephew more pleasant to look at. Huo Yueze became the new generation's caretaker, but he enjoyed it thoroughly. Other people's older brothers didn't like taking their little tagalongs along as it dampened their fun. Huo Yueze was different. He was adamant about bringing Ningning to every place where he could show her off. Whether it was the arcade, restaurants, sports fields, or even just walking down the street, if passers-by gave Ningning a second glance, Huo Yueze would seize the opportunity to boast. Although Huo Guining found it exasperating, she benefited from Huo Yueze's enthusiasm. That summer, she painted every corner of South City. Gradually, Huo Yueze expanded their playground to neighboring cities. However, each time, Huo Xiaozheng would insist that the two go together when he was on business trips, so he could look after Huo Guining. In early August, Huo Guining once again visited Xialingluo's counseling office. As usual, Huo Xiaozheng dropped her off in the room and then went to the adjacent room to wait. Xialingluo had cut her hair a bit shorter, making her look more intellectual and gentle. She sat down across from Huo Guining and greeted her with a smile. Huo Guining politely replied with a hello. It's been a while since we last met. How have you been lately? Xialingluo asked in a tone reminiscent of old friends, like a warm current flowing through Huo Guining's heart. Pretty good, I've been going out to play with my brother every day, Huo Guining smiled. Xialingluo's dark eyes softened. Sounds like you're living it up. Huo Guining nodded. Not just sounds like it, it really is quite carefree, haha. Xialingluo couldn't help but laugh too. After laughing for a bit, Xialingluo asked, how's your health? Huo Guining thought for a moment before saying, much better than before. I haven't had any chest tightness for a long time. Xialingluo, oh? It seems you've become very healthy. Do you like your current state? Huo Guining affirmed without hesitation, I love it. In another month I'll be starting school. After a pause, she added, at the same school as my brother. Because he's directly advancing to the high school division. Xialingluo nodded in understanding. How's your relationship with your dad? Huo Guining's eyes lit up. Very good. And with my brother taking care of me, Dad hasn't been as tired lately. Xialingluo. Ningning has learned to be considerate of her dad. That's wonderful. They chatted for a while longer and soon, Xialingluo announced the end of the session. Huo Guining glanced at the timer, somewhat surprised. Is it over so quickly today? Xialingluo smiled gently. Yes, it is. When Huo Xiaozheng came to pick up Ningning, his expression mirrored Huo Guining's. It's over so soon today? Xialingluo announced. Ningning doesn't need to come anymore. If we happen to meet on the street, let's just greet each other like friends. This was directed at Huo Guining. Huo Guining breathed a sigh of relief. Did Xialingluo saying this mean that from today on, the label of schizophrenia would be completely removed from her? Huo Xiaozheng patted Ningning's little head and sincerely expressed his thanks. The father and daughter left the counseling room. Huo Xiaozheng picked up Huo Guining, hearing her say, Dad, I think I've grown taller. Soon you won't need to carry me anymore. Huo Xiaozheng, is that so? Let's measure when we get home. Xialingluo watched them leave, a gratified smile on her face. Days passed, seasons changed. Amidst the chirping of cicadas, the summer breeze rustled the leaves of the phoenix trees and the streetlights cast dappled shadows. With Xialingluo's diagnosis on this day in September, Huo Guining officially became an elementary school student. Huo Xiaozheng escorted Huo Guining to the classroom door. If you feel unwell, tell the teacher immediately or call me directly. Huo Yueze, Uncle, you've said that 300 times already. The teacher is waiting for Ningning. In the classroom, a sea of little tots craned their necks to look at them, while the teacher at the podium gave Huo Xiaozheng an awkward smile. It seemed she wanted to hurry him along but didn't dare to be too direct. Huo Guining hugged her father, comforting him. Dad, I'll come to the company to pick you up after school, don't worry. You know where your brother's high school division is, right? If someone Huo Guining gave him that "you're really impossible" look, patted Huo Xiaozheng's shoulder, signaling him to relax. Huo Xiaozheng sighed inwardly, closed his mouth, patted her backpack, and led her into the classroom. Seeing her sit down obediently at her desk under the teacher's guidance, Huo Xiaozheng finally left, looking back every few steps. Huo Yueze found it unbearable to watch. "Uncle, come on, Ningning's going to school, not to her funeral. Your expression is too." Huo Yueze only relearned the lesson of silence is golden after receiving a sharp knock on his head. "Come check on Ningning during your breaks, don't just run off to the sports field," Huo Xiaozheng said coldly. Huo Yueze calculated the distance between the high school and elementary divisions, wanting to argue, but was silenced by Huo Xiaozheng's glare. "All right, I got it, uncle." Unlike Huo Xiaozheng's numerous worries, Huo Guining felt a strange experience as she walked into the classroom. Everything in the classroom seemed a bit cute, the teacher's voice had a coaxing tone, and all the classmates were genuinely little tots, their every word and action still tinged with childishness. "Hey, what's your name?" Huo Guining's ponytail was tugged, quite forcefully, making her scalp hurt. She frowned and turned to look at the little boy behind her. He was chubby with eyebrows shaped like the number 8, all scrunched up. Huo Guining said in an unfriendly tone, "Kid, you need to be polite when greeting people, understand?" The little boy hadn't expected such a response and became flustered. "Who said I wasn't polite?" Huo Guining turned her body, looking composed. "I did. The answer is so obvious, why do you even need to ask?" The boy was clearly confused by her logic. After a moment of bewilderment, he lost patience. "So, what's your name anyway?" Huo Guining, when asking someone's name, you should introduce yourself first. It's the code of honor, get it? The little boy got angry. "What does introduce yourself mean?" Huo Guining looked surprised. "You don't even know what introduce yourself means?" "No way, really?" "Wah, mommy, I want to go home." One child's cry triggered homesickness in the other kids in the class. The classroom instantly descended into chaos, with cries rising one after another, showing no signs of stopping. Huo Guining picked at her ear. "What's wrong with these kids? Are they really this easy to tease?" Huo Xiaozheng's car hadn't even driven 500 meters when he received a phone call. "Hello. Is this the parent of student Huo Guining?" Huo Xiaozheng frowned. "Yes, I am. It's like this, little Huo Guining has made the entire class cry. We need you to come to the school." Huo Xiaozheng doubted his hearing. What on earth? CH 120 Primary School. Chapter 120. When Huo Xiaozheng returned to the school, he found his daughter resignedly wiping the nose of a little girl. "He's crying because he's naughty and pulled my pigtails, but why are you crying?" Huo Guining asked. The little girl was thrown off by Huo Guining's question. Her brain seemed to short-circuit, and her crying paused as she stood there pondering why she was crying in the first place. The teacher had been following the sound of crying, trying to comfort the children. She was clearly quite upset. But the troublemaker wasn't idle either. She was even helping to soothe the others. For a moment, the teacher couldn't decide whether she should scold her or praise her first. Realizing the situation wasn't as serious as he had imagined, Huo Xiaozheng breathed a sigh of relief and walked into the classroom. When Huo Guining saw him, she immediately broke into a big smile and waved at him. But as soon as she realized why he was there at this time, she sheepishly lowered her hand. Huo Xiaozheng gave her a reassuring look and greeted the teacher first. Having finally stabilized the situation, Huo Xiaozheng, Huo Guining, and the little boy were invited into the teacher's office. The teacher gave Huo Xiaozheng a brief overview of what had happened. "Mr. Huo, it's not a big deal, but..." Huo Xiaozheng coldly interrupted. "What's your name?" He was addressing the little boy. Frightened by his tone, the boy hid behind the teacher. Seeing Huo Xiaozheng's accusatory demeanor, the teacher suddenly regretted calling him in. But it was too late now, so she could only press on. This incident was indeed Shen Mingli's fault to begin with. His parents are on their way. Huo Xiaozheng's lips curled into a smirk. "Shen Mingli, is it?" he said as he pulled out his phone. The teacher sensed that things were taking an unexpected turn. Just as she was about to intervene, there was a knock at the door. The door opened, and Shen Shiyan appeared. "Hello, teacher. I'm Shen Mingli's guardian." As he finished speaking, his eyes met Huo Xiaozheng's. "Why are you here?" Before Huo Xiaozheng could answer, they heard Shen Mingli running towards his uncle, crying, "Wah! She bullied me." Huo Xiaozheng's face suddenly darkened. What a little brat, already mastering the art of playing the victim at such a young age. Shen Shiyan grabbed his nephew's shoulders, partly to prevent him from wiping his tears and snot on his clothes and partly in a panicked attempt to explain. "This is my nephew's doing. Guining, please don't hold it against me personally, okay?" Seeing the situation descend into chaos again, the teacher had to step in and repeat the whole story once more. This time, Shen Shiyan stopped coddling his nephew. He crouched down, pulled out a napkin, and wiped Shen Mingli's face. Finally, in a serious tone, he asked, "Why did you pull Guining's pigtails?" Shen Mingli, between sobs, replied, "She's pretty. I wanted to play with her, wah." Huo Xiaozheng stepped forward. Shen Shiyan quickly intercepted him. "Don't get angry. Let me handle this." He then hugged his nephew, turning his back to Huo Xiaozheng as he reprimanded the boy. Huo Guining tugged at Huo Xiaozheng's sleeve. When he crouched down, she whispered in his ear, shocked, "So this chubby little boy is Uncle Shen's nephew? He's no good. He can't take a joke at all." She finished with a look of disdain on her face. Huo Xiaozheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Aware that the teacher was still watching them like a hawk, Huo Xiaozheng righteously began, "It was wrong of him to pull your pigtails, but you." Huo Xiaozheng thought for a long time but couldn't find a single fault with Guining. The teacher waited for a while but he never finished his sentence. She held her breath, almost unable to exhale. Suddenly Shen Shiyan chimed in, "Guining didn't do anything wrong. It's all Mingli's fault. Go on, apologize to Guining." Looking bewildered, Shen Mingli walked over. At Shen Shiyan's prompting, he bowed respectfully to Huo Guining and apologized, even making a promise for the future. "I'm sorry, Guining. If you become my friend, I'll never pull your pigtails again." Shen Shiyan's pupils dilated in shock. He quickly intercepted Huo Xiaozheng, who was about to intervene. "Wait a moment. My moral education lesson clearly didn't sink in. Give him one more chance." Huo Xiaozheng coldly replied, "If you don't know how to teach him, I don't mind doing it for you." Shen Shiyan, "Well, that's..." The teacher, unable to bear it any longer, exclaimed, "Could the two parents please be quiet?" Shen Shiyan, Huo Xiaozheng. Under the teacher's control, this farce finally ended with both parties shaking hands and promising not to bully classmates or disrupt class order again. Huo Xiaozheng and Shen Shiyan were quickly ushered out of the office. Huo Guining was forced to walk back to the classroom hand in hand with Shen Mingli. Shen Mingli, the little crybaby, seemed to cry endlessly. He was still sniffling when they got back to their seats. "Oh, stop crying already. You hurt my scalp when you pulled my hair, but I'm not crying," Huo Guining said, exasperated. Shen Mingli's little eyebrows furrowed into a figure-8 shape. "Did it hurt a lot?" Huo Guining nodded solemnly. "Very much. Like this." She then grabbed a small tuft of his hair to demonstrate. A stinging pain shot through his scalp. Shen Mingli's mouth gradually opened, his eyes brimming with tears. Seeing that he was about to burst into tears, Huo Guining quickly stuffed a lollipop into his mouth. "Here's some candy. Don't cry." Shen Mingli was shocked by her action, but the sweet taste in his mouth was real. It was his favorite strawberry flavor. In an instant, he forgot all about the pain and started sucking on the lollipop. Huo Guining breathed a sigh of relief. She turned back to her own desk, thinking that going to school was truly exhausting. As the bell for class rang, the teacher's familiar voice came right on cue. "Shen Mingli, no eating in class." Shen Mingli stared at Huo Guining's back in disbelief, as if trying to bore a hole through her head with his gaze. Huo Guining held her head in her hands, just wishing for the day to pass quickly, even quicker. The chaotic day finally came to an end. When school let out in the afternoon, Huo Guining hastily packed her bag and fled. Behind her, Shen Mingli followed, bouncing along with a face full of righteous indignation. "Huo Guining, don't you run away." Huo Guining thought, only a fool wouldn't run. Uncle Joe was waiting for her at the door. Seeing her dash into the car like a gust of wind, lock the door and urge him to drive away quickly, he was bewildered but complied nonetheless. Left behind was Shen Mingli, who had been scolded all day, now standing dumbfounded and tasting a mouthful of car exhaust. Shen Mingli, just feeling very angry. When they arrived at Huo Xiaozheng's company, he was still in a meeting. Huo Guining put down her school bag and headed straight to the pantry, grabbing some bread and milk, which she promptly devoured. Chuan interrupted her meal with a smile. "Guining, the school teacher called. They want your dad to come to the school again tomorrow. This conflicts with Mr. Huo's schedule tomorrow. May I ask why you've been called in for a parent-teacher meeting?" Huo Guining's hand froze mid-action, and she felt like crying. Shen Mingli is such a tattletale. CH 121 First Encounter. Chapter 121. The daily life of elementary school students can be both boring and interesting. Huo Guining immersed herself in the joy of teasing children every day. In less than a month, she became the queen of the kids. Even Shen Mingli, who had been bullied by her, willingly submitted to her. The reason was simple. Although Huo Guining often put on a sour face, she had excellent grades and was articulate, making her a favorite among teachers. Her classmates were no exception, treating her almost like a deity. Sometimes Huo Guining wondered, when she was in elementary school, there were always one or two unlikable kids in the class. How come after transmigrating into this book, such situations no longer existed? Despite her puzzlement, Huo Guining was so immersed in happiness that she couldn't extricate herself. Sometimes she even forgot her actual age. At first, Huo Yueze worried that Ningning might be bullied at school. He often sneaked to the elementary school section to observe Ningning's situation. After many observations, Huo Yueze came to a conclusion. In the entire class, there were only those bullied by Ningning, and none who bullied her. From then on, his heart was at ease. As seasons changed and years passed, the year Huo Yueze took the college entrance exam, Huo Guining had completed her elementary education early due to grade skipping. That year, Huo Guining was 9 years old. In July, the Huo family held a grand graduation ceremony for Huo Yueze and Huo Guining. On the night of the banquet, Huo Yueze and Huo Guining each invited their own friends. The 18-year-old Huo Yueze was no different from when he was 15, constantly bragging about his sister to his friends at the banquet. Today is my graduation ceremony, that's right, but it's also my sister's. You know what? My sister skipped grades and graduated from elementary school at just 9 years old. Isn't that worth bragging about? Ha! You try skipping grades if you can. The 9-year-old Huo Guining was much more mature than the 18-year-old Huo Yueze. She had many friends, ranging from 9 to 12 years old across various age groups. Shen Mingli lived near the Huo family ancestral home, so he was the first to arrive. The 9-year-old Shen Mingli had lost some of his baby fat, but his eyes remained clear and innocent. Ning Ning, won't you be in the elementary section anymore? He asked persistently. Huo Guining had answered this question many times. Yes, from next semester, I'll be attending classes in the middle school section. Although they were only classmates for a short year, Shen Mingli had often pestered Huo Guining in private. After Huo Guining skipped grades, he would come to the ancestral home to bother her. He annoyed Huo Xiaozheng so much that he was reluctant to bring Huo Guining back to the ancestral home. If it weren't for old Master Huo's mix of kindness and sternness, grass might have grown tall on Shen Mingli's grave by now. Hearing Huo Guining's affirmative answer, Shen Mingli felt a bit sad. He liked Huo Guining very much, but it was obvious that Huo Guining always treated him like a little kid. Even though they were the same age, when Huo Guining talked to him, her tone always had a hint of coaxing. It was very frustrating. To this day, Huo Guining was going to middle school while he was still struggling with math. Truly struggling. The kind of struggle where even a private tutor couldn't help him grasp mathematical logic. Shen Mingli was very dejected, but there was nothing he could do. The adults couldn't understand Shen Mingli's dejection, and Huo Xiaozheng directly ignored the little brat's shimmering eyes. Throughout the banquet, he kept Huo Guining by his side at all times. Only after the adults' bragging session ended did Huo Guining have time to gather with her own friends. Calling them friends was an overstatement. They were actually just children Huo Guining liked to tease. Among them were the kids she had appeared with on the parent-child TV show. The children's gathering was full of eating, drinking, and playing around. One of the kids suggested going to play in Huo Guining's room. Huo Guining didn't think much of it and led the group on their grand expedition. Upon entering the room, Ning Ning, you're so big now, do you still sleep in the same room as your dad? Huo Guining was taken aback. Yeah. The child spoke without restraint. How embarrassing, are you afraid of the dark and can't sleep alone? Huo Guining laughed awkwardly, brushing off the matter with a few casual words. Shen Mingli said naively, I'm afraid of the dark too. But my mom and dad don't let me sleep with them. As he spoke, his eyes showed envy. Ning Ning, your dad is so good to you. The 9-year-old children weren't particularly intelligent. They were easily led astray by Shen Mingli's words. They all exclaimed, me too, my parents don't let me sleep with them. Huo Guining thought, should she find a partner for Huo Xiaozheng? However, before Huo Guining could act, the banquet hall was already in an uproar. Mr. Huo, long time no see. A woman with a svelte figure and beautiful features extended her hand to Huo Xiaozheng. Huo Xiaozheng frowned, politely shaking her hand. Why are you here? The woman smiled charmingly, revealing a pair of small dimples at the corners of her mouth. She was as beautiful as jade, exuding a slight sweetness. Oh? Am I not allowed to come? A group of little kids peered down from the second-floor railing, gossiping. Ning Ning, is this woman trying to be your stepmother? Huo Guining looked down and met a pair of bright black eyes. Next to the woman stood a very handsome boy, quietly observing her. His gaze entwined around Huo Guining like a water snake, making her feel uncomfortable. She was the first to look away, answering the previous question, I don't know. Not knowing what the woman had said to Huo Xiaozheng, it wasn't long before Huo Guining received a summons from him. Ning Ning, come down. Huo Guining nodded and led the group of children downstairs. The kids were all afraid of Huo Xiaozheng, so they scattered as soon as they reached the bottom. Huo Guining walked to Huo Xiaozheng's side. Your daughter looks like you, the woman's voice, unlike her appearance, lacked aggression and even had a hint of warmth. Hello, little girl. Huo Guining gave a polite smile. This is Daddy's. Huo Xiaozheng paused briefly at this point, then continued, classmate, Song Qing. You can call her Aunt Song. Huo Guining obliged. Hello, Aunt Song. I'm Huo Guining. Song Qing's eyes flickered, and she gave her son a gentle push. Song Tianbai, go play with little sister Ning Ning. Huo Xiaozheng frowned, immediately wanting to intervene. However, Huo Guining, remembering Song Tianbai's earlier audacious gaze, felt a desire for revenge. Dad, I'll take him to play with brother Yueze. Seeing her speak up, Huo Xiaozheng no longer objected, only cautioning, be careful. Ever since Ning Ning had been kidnapped, all of the Huo family's security measures had been thoroughly upgraded. Therefore, Huo Xiaozheng wasn't worried about her safety within the Huo residence. It's just, Song Qing was a tricky character and he didn't want her to have any connection with Ning Ning. Watching the two children disappear from sight, he spoke languidly. Tell me, what's your real purpose for coming here? Meanwhile, in the garden corridor, Huo Guining, like a little tyrant, pinned Song Tianbai to a bench, tilting up his chin like a small hooligan. Speak up, why were you staring at me earlier? What's your purpose? Ch 122 Darkness. Chapter 122. Whether it was Song Qing or Song Tianbai, neither gave Huo Guining a good first impression. At this moment, although Song Tianbai obediently said he had no ulterior motives and was merely curious, Huo Guining didn't believe this nonsense. She took out a wet wipe to clean her hands and said languidly, is that so? Somehow I don't quite believe it. As expected, a flash of darkness passed through Song Tianbai's eyes. Huo Guining lowered her head, the corners of her mouth curling slightly. Since you have no purpose, then please don't bother me again in the future. Thank you. Huo Guining tossed the tissue into the trash can and turned to leave. A cold sensation suddenly gripped her wrist, sending a shiver through her on this hot summer night. She hastily shook off Song Tianbai's hand. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't put your hands on me. Before she could finish speaking, Huo Guining watched in shock as Song Tianbai fell to the ground like a willow in the wind. Huo Guining looked at her own hands in astonishment. Surely she didn't use that much force? Song Tianbai propped himself up on the ground. Hearing Huo Guining's words, he pouted pitifully, tears welling up in his dark eyes. Sister Ning Ning, I'm sorry. I just wanted to chat with you. Huo Guining belatedly caught a whiff of tea. Before she could speak, Old Master Huo's authoritative voice came from behind. Ning Ning, what are you doing? Huo Guining turned to see Old Master Huo approaching the garden, surrounded by a group of people. Huo Guining glanced at Song Tianbai on the ground, then at herself standing over him. As she pondered, Old Master Huo had already arrived in front of her. Old Master Huo's face was grim as he had someone help Song Tianbai up. He asked with concern, are you alright? Song Tianbai's lips curled slightly, putting on an innocent facade. I'm fine, grandfather. Please don't blame Sister Ning Ning. I just fell accidentally, it has nothing to do with her. Huo Guining was inwardly rolling her eyes to the heavens. Look at him, even a white lotus on a snowy mountain wasn't as pure as he pretended to be. Old Master Huo, however, simply nodded, that's good then. Song Tianbai waited for a while, but when Old Master Huo didn't continue, a flash of confusion crossed his eyes. Old Master Huo paid him no more attention, instead taking Ning Ning's hand and leading her inside. Why are your hands so cold? Huo Guining obediently replied, I was just startled by a dog. Song Tianbai. He looked up at Huo Guining, his eyes somewhat cold. Old Master Huo seemed to completely miss this subtext. Even if you were startled, your hands shouldn't be this cold. Let's have your grandmother prepare some medicinal soup for you. Old Master Huo decided firmly. Huo Guining's heart sank and she made a mental note against Song Tianbai. Behind them, Song Tianbai stared fixedly at the backs of the grandfather and granddaughter. In the cover of night, the darkness and jealousy in his eyes nearly overflowed. Huo Guining sensed something and turned her head, only to be met with his fake smile. She inwardly cursed her bad luck. Old Master Huo squeezed her hand firmly, signaling her to focus on walking. Meanwhile, the conversation between Huo Xiaozheng and Song Qing was not yet over. The history between Huo Xiaozheng and Song Qing could be traced back to their student days. Song Qing was capable, attractive, and had already shown extreme ambition during her school years. There was nothing she wanted that she couldn't get. At that time, Huo Xiaozheng was busy taking over company affairs and greatly appreciated capable people like Song Qing. Song Qing was also very perceptive. When Huo Xiaozheng extended an olive branch to her, she immediately grasped it. As Huo Xiaozheng's assistant, Song Qing performed her work excellently. During the time when Huo Xiaozheng was entangled with Qin Zi, Song Qing was also very tactful, often advising Huo Xiaozheng that he shouldn't be so fixated on such trivial romantic matters. Although Huo Xiaozheng couldn't accept such advice at the time, he greatly appreciated her rationality. However, their working relationship ultimately soured because of Qin Zi. After Qin Zi announced her relationship and explicitly rejected Huo Xiaozheng, Song Qing expressed her love for him and hoped they could marry. Huo Xiaozheng naturally refused. After this, Song Qing promptly resigned and took away a batch of Huo Xiaozheng's client resources. Out of appreciation for Song Qing, Huo Xiaozheng didn't pursue her responsibility. He thought that he and Song Qing as work partners had parted on good terms. But her sudden appearance on this special day truly bewildered Huo Xiaozheng. Did my leaving back then make you resent me so much? Song Qing's voice pulled Huo Xiaozheng back from his thoughts. Huo Xiaozheng frowned. I don't resent you for leaving. What I resent is that you violated professional ethics. Song Qing thought. Huo Xiaozheng is still as stubborn as ever. Song Qing feigned openness and smiled. Yes, I did it on purpose. I'm so capable and the Song family isn't some small household. How am I not good enough for you? Huo Xiaozheng. Neither marriage nor love should be bargaining chips in a negotiation. Song Qing sneered. Huo Xiaozheng glanced at a spot not far away and said meaningfully, or is it that your child is just another one of your bargaining chips? Song Qing's expression stiffened. Songqing, we're not children anymore. If you have something to say to me this time, you might as well speak plainly. Our past relationship has pretty much dissipated for me, but I'm willing to give you a chance. After saying this, Huo Xiaozheng didn't give Songqing a chance to speak. He stood up and walked to Old Master Huo's side. Old Master Huo whispered a few words in his ear, then instructed Huo Guining, later, your grandmother will send some medicinal soup to you. You must drink it. Remembering her poor track record, Old Master Huo then warned Huo Xiaozheng. You're not allowed to help Ning Ning drink it. It's the height of summer, yet her hands are still so cold. It's most likely because of your indulgence. Huo Xiaozheng obediently accepted the reprimand. Huo Guining flashed him an ingratiating smile. Dad, I love you. Huo Xiaozheng patted her head. It's getting late. Go wash up first. We'll be done here soon. Okay. Songqing coldly observed all of this, complex emotions in her eyes. Her son, Song Tianbai, walked up to her side a few steps behind, timidly saying, Mom. Songqing's expression was displeased as she lowered her voice. You can't even handle such a small matter. Useless. Her tone carried disgust, as if Song Tianbai were filth from a street corner. In comparison, the scene of Huo Guining surrounded by love became increasingly painful for Song Tianbai to witness. He tightly gripped his palm until a warm sensation spread. Huo Xiaozheng caught a glimpse of the scene from the corner of his eye and made some mental calculations. After the banquet ended, Huo Xiaozheng walked into the bedroom. The small bed was neatly made, and there was no sign of Huo Guining in the bathroom. CH 123 Fever. Chapter 123. Old Master Huo's warning flashed through his mind. That Songqing family's boy doesn't seem upright. Be careful. Huo Xiaozheng's heart tightened as he opened the door and walked out hurriedly. The door opposite suddenly opened, revealing Huo Guining's small figure. She asked curiously, Dad, where are you going? Huo Xiaozheng sighed in relief, nowhere. Why are you across the hall? Zheng Jinxiu emerged from behind Huo Guining, smiling. Ning is growing up and wants her own room. I'm just helping her set it up. Huo Xiaozheng was stunned for a moment. This day was bound to come eventually, and Huo Xiaozheng wasn't entirely unprepared. Why the sudden desire to sleep alone? Huo Xiaozheng asked as he walked into her bedroom. Weren't you afraid of the dark? Huo Guining was too embarrassed to say she'd been teased by her classmates, so she just said she'd grown taller and sleeping in a small bed seemed childish now. Huo Xiaozheng didn't press further and looked around the room. This room had long been prepared for Huo Guining, cleaned daily, with bedding and essentials all ready. They just needed to move her toiletries and clothes from Huo Xiaozheng's room. After a thorough inspection, Huo Xiaozheng was satisfied. As he left, he said, Go to bed on time and no sneaking on your phone. Huo Guining giggled mischievously. Just then, Huo Yueze burst in with his phone, shouting excitedly. Not noticing Huo Xiaozheng by the bathroom door, he babbled, Ning, quick log on. We need a jungler. Huo Xiaozheng gave him a sharp rap on the head, saying coldly, Do I look like a jungler to you? Huo Guining waved at her brother like a lucky cat, in mock sympathy. After Huo Xiaozheng and Huo Yueze left, Zheng Jinxiu supervised Huo Guining as she drank her medicinal soup, then left as well. Huo Guining thought she'd toss and turn all night, unable to sleep. Surprisingly, she slept through till morning without even getting up once. It was Huo Xiaozheng who looked like he hadn't slept, with dark circles under his eyes. Dad, didn't you sleep well last night? Huo Guining asked with concern. Last night, Huo Xiaozheng had followed his usual routine, washing up and turning off the lights to sleep. But he kept waking up, getting up to check if Ning was properly tucked in. When he found her bed empty, he panicked momentarily. Realizing she was just next door, he was too alert to fall back asleep. This cycle repeated, leaving him sleepless most of the night. But to Ning's question, he could only say, I caught a bit of a chill last night, had a headache, so I didn't sleep well. Zheng Jinxiu passed by, hearing this, and smiled knowingly without comment. Huo Guining, however, grew worried. Oh no. Dad, are you catching a cold? She stood up from her chair and reached to feel Huo Xiaozheng's forehead. Huo Xiaozheng gently held her hands away, shaking his head. No, it doesn't hurt anymore. Huo Guining had never seen Huo Xiaozheng look so haggard. So even hearing his reassurance, she remained concerned. She ran to the living room, grabbed a thermometer, and insisted on taking Huo Xiaozheng's temperature. Beep, 38.1 degrees Celsius, your temperature is elevated. Huo Guining scolded. You said it was nothing? You've got a fever. Huo Guining took Huo Xiaozheng's hand and led him upstairs, instructing the housekeeper as they went. Uncle Housekeeper, could you please bring some breakfast up later? Dad has a fever and needs to rest. Certainly. Grandma, Dad has a fever. Could you prepare a portion of the medicinal soup for him at lunch too? Of course, dear. Finally reaching the bedroom, she tucked Huo Xiaozheng into bed. Then she pulled out his phone, deftly unlocked it and dialed. Hello, Uncle Sichuan? This is Ning. Dad is sick and needs to rest today. All right, thank you. Huo Xiaozheng smiled wryly. Ning, I'm fine. It's just a low-grade fever. Huo Guining was serious. It may be low, but for someone like you who never gets sick, this is a big deal. Realizing this, she pulled out her phone again and called Shen Shuryan. Uncle Shen, my dad has a fever of 38.1 degrees. Should he take fever medication? Unsure of what Shen Shuryan asked, Huo Guining covered the mouthpiece and relayed to Huo Xiaozheng. Dad, do you feel unwell anywhere? Huo Xiaozheng chuckled. You can turn on the speakerphone, you know. Huo Guining smiled sheepishly, having forgotten about that option. She switched to speaker, and Shen Shuryan's gleeful voice came through. Your dad's tough. I'm sure he's not feeling bad anywhere else. Don't worry. Huo Xiaozheng calmly interjected. Actually, I do. Shen Shuryan's voice faltered, such as, headache, and I feel a bit weak. Any runny nose, cough, or sore throat? Huo Xiaozheng swallowed experimentally. My throat's a bit sore, nothing else. Then take some pain relief and get some sleep. Huo Guining chimed in. Should we go to the hospital for an 4 drip? Addressing Ning, Shen Shuryan's tone softened considerably. No need. Your dad has a strong immune system. It's not necessary. But Ning, you should keep your distance from your dad. Your immune system isn't as robust. At this, Shen Shuryan called out to Huo Xiaozheng. Did you hear that? Stay away from Ning. It's probably the flu, which is contagious. Really? Huo Xiaozheng asked. Shen Shuryan laughed, exasperated. What, am I trying to get a share of your estate or something? Why would I lie? Huo Xiaozheng abruptly ended the call and gently told Ning. Ning, you should go now. Ask Uncle Housekeeper to bring me the medicine. Huo Guining nodded decisively and left the room. Huo Xiaozheng paused for a moment before lying down. So it's just a cold, he thought to himself. He had worried it might be separation anxiety. Sometime later, the door opened. Thinking it was the housekeeper with medicine, Huo Xiaozheng said, just leave it there. I'll take it later. Huo Guining's indignant voice piped up. I knew you wouldn't behave properly. Huo Xiaozheng sat up, startled. He saw Huo Guining carrying a small tray with medicine and steaming porridge. Her little face was adorned with a pink mask, looking utterly adorable. Even her voice sounded slightly muffled. Didn't I tell you not to come? Huo Xiaozheng tried to sound stern. Huo Guining explained, it's okay, I'm wearing a mask. Dad, have some porridge first, then take your medicine. I asked Uncle Shen, and he said this way it won't upset your stomach. Usually it was Huo Guining who fell ill, and Huo Xiaozheng never thought being sick could be a good thing. But now, enjoying Ning's care, he suddenly realized that his little girl was indeed growing up bit by bit. Huo Guining sat on the edge of the bed, watching him eat while casually asking, Dad, that Auntie Songqing, how come I've never met her before? CH 124 Game. Chapter 124. Concerned that Huo Guining might catch his illness, Huo Xiaozheng briefly told her about his past with Songqing. Then he urged her to leave quickly. Huo Guining stood thoughtfully holding the food tray. Was this a case of Songqing's unrequited love turning to hatred? But where did Song Tianbai come from in all this? Feeling she had discovered a blind spot, Huo Guining put down the tray and wanted to go back to ask Huo Xiaozheng. She reached for the door handle but found it wouldn't turn at all. Huo Guining called out in disbelief, Dad? Why did you lock the door? Huo Xiaozheng's voice came from behind the door. I was worried you might absent-mindedly come in again. Huo Xiaozheng's voice was a bit hoarse and he coughed a few times. Huo Guining said in a disappointed tone, Please unlock the door. I won't come in again. Worried Huo Xiaozheng wouldn't believe her, she swore at the door, If I come in again, I'm a puppy. Huo Xiaozheng behind the door let out a short laugh, then unlocked the door. Hearing that click, Huo Guining was happy and carried the tray downstairs. Jiang Jinxiu expressed some concern, but upon learning that Huo Xiaozheng had already eaten porridge and food, she felt much more at ease. She praised Huo Guining a bit, then asked her to call Huo Yueza for breakfast. Huo Guining obediently did as asked. With Huo Xiaozheng ill, Huo Guining wasn't in the mood to play. After breakfast, she set up an easel in the old mansion's garden and started painting. Huo Yueza finished breakfast and came over, inviting her to go out and play. Huo Guining refused him righteously, I need to take care of Dad. I can't go out to play with you. At 18, Huo Yueza had grown much taller. At the last family dinner, he had boasted at the table about being 180 centimeters tall now. His features had also shed their former immaturity, gradually becoming more defined. But in Huo Guining's heart, he had never changed. If you're not going, it won't be fun for me to go alone. 3 years had passed, and Huo Yueza had gone further down the path of showing off his sister. None of his friends didn't know Huo Guining. Originally, some friends had invited him to play an escape room game. Huo Yueza thought Ning hadn't played before and might be interested, so he agreed. He didn't expect his uncle to suddenly fall ill, which held Ning back. So he figured they might as well both stay at home and play video games together. Thinking this, Huo Yueza sat down on the garden swing, playing with his phone while keeping Ning company as she painted. At 9 in the morning, the sun was already high, but the siblings, sheltered under a maple tree, weren't too hot. A sound of footsteps interrupted this moment of tranquility. Ning, a young boy is here saying he's looking for you. The butler came over and told Huo Guining. Huo Guining pulled herself away from her painting. A young boy? What's his name? He said his name is Song Tianbai. Huo Guining couldn't help but frown, muttering, "What's he doing here?" Just as Huo Yueza's friends were very familiar with Huo Guining, Huo Yueza knew all of Ningning's friends as well. Hearing this unfamiliar name, Huo Yueza sat up straight. "Who's Song Tianbai? How come I don't know you have such a friend?" Huo Guining briefly explained how she met Song Tianbai yesterday. Huo Yueza said to the butler, "Just tell him Ningning isn't home." Huo Guining said helplessly, "The butler already came in to ask. Even an idiot would know I'm home." "Hua, idiot, Yueza. Oh right? Well then, why don't you come out to play with me after all? This outing was planned a while ago anyway." Huo Guining thought for a moment, realizing this indeed wouldn't be impolite. "We can't play for too long, okay? I still need to come back and keep Dad company," Huo Guining cautioned. "It won't be long. Let's go," he said. With that, the siblings packed up the painting supplies and got in the car to leave. As they were leaving the Hua family's old mansion, the brother and sister saw Song Tianbai's figure from afar. He was standing quietly under the big tree next to the security booth, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the inside of the gate. His features were truly beautiful. Standing there quietly, he looked like a porcelain doll. Huo Yueza asked, puzzled, "Is that Song Tianbai? He looks very well behaved." Huo Guining nodded. "He does look well behaved." The porcelain doll watched as the vehicle approached, then passed by him. In that instant, he seemed to sense something and then he started running after the car. As Huo Guining expected, he fell. Not only did he fall, but he also got up quickly with remarkable determination and continued chasing the car. Huo Yueza couldn't bear to watch. Huo Guining reluctantly asked the driver to stop. The siblings were forcibly detained for 1 minute. "Song Tianbai, we're not close. What are you doing looking for me?" Huo Guining got out of the car and stood in front of Song Tianbai. Song Tianbai had run too hard and was panting. "I just want to play with you." Huo Guining shook her head. "I've already told you very clearly we can't be friends." Song Tianbai pressed his lips together without speaking. His knee was scraped, with a trail of bright red blood winding down. Grit still clung to the angry-looking wound, but its owner paid no attention. Huo Guining very much wanted to turn and leave. But Song Tianbai had the air of someone who would keep chasing if she continued to walk away. Huo Yueza wasn't about to indulge Song Tianbai. He took out some banknotes from his pocket and held them out to Song Tianbai. "Kid, take this money, go get that wound treated, and stop following my sister." "Got it." Song Tianbai ignored Huo Yueza, his beautiful eyes stubbornly fixed on Huo Guining. Huo Guining gave in. "What do you want?" "Song Tianbai, can you take me along to play?" Huo Yueza, "No." Huo Guining held back her brother's hands that wanted to hit someone. "Is your goal today just to play with me?" Song Tianbai hesitated for a moment then nodded. "And after that?" Huo Guining said mercilessly, "Aren't you going to push your luck and ask for more?" She looked Song Tianbai up and down, speaking pointedly, using this method. Song Tianbai's lips went white, as if someone had painfully torn off a mask long glued to his face. He said, "Just this once." His eyes were determined as he promised, "I swear, just this one time." Huo Yueza didn't believe this kid's lies at all. He pulled Ningning behind him, looking ready to use force. Huo Guining spoke up, "All right, I'll trust you this once." Huo Yueza raged, "Why trust him?" Huo Guining shook her head at Huo Yueza, signaling him to calm down. There was a first aid kit in the car. Huo Yueza reluctantly bandaged Song Tianbai's wound. Thinking this brat had impure motives, Huo Yueza didn't hold back. When disinfecting the wound, his movements were rough. Song Tianbai showed some grit. Apart from taking a sharp breath the first time he was stung, he didn't make even a single sound of pain after that. Song Tianbai was only a year older than Huo Guining, but his words and actions showed none of the innocence of childhood. This left Huo Guining very puzzled. Ch 125 fooled. Chapter 125. When the three of them arrived at the escape room location, it was around 10 a.m. Huo Yueza's friends weren't particularly surprised that he had brought along another pretty young companion. Instead, they teased him about expanding his business as a professional escort. As for Song Tianbai's identity, everyone simply assumed he was Ningning's friend. This was Huo Guining's first time playing an escape room game, and she didn't quite understand the rules. The theme of this escape room was magic-related. Probably because Huo Guining was there, everyone chose a less scary room to accommodate the young girl. Once they entered, the ambient lighting and decorated dolls made Huo Guining exclaim with excitement. "Brother, will ghosts suddenly jump out at us later?" Huo Guining asked eagerly. Huo Yueza felt his scalp tingle. "Ningning, this is a puzzle-solving game. Don't be too eager for that." Song Tianbai, dressed in magical attire, obediently followed behind the two, his expression unreadable. As Huo Guining had anticipated, the group searched for clues everywhere, with NPCs popping up to make their presence known. Some of Huo Yueza's classmates were easily frightened, screaming out loud. Huo Guining, on the other hand, wore an expression of pure delight. Not only did she admire the NPCs' costumes, but she also had time to help everyone find clues. Amidst all the commotion, the group finally reached the last level. Here, the horror atmosphere was at its peak, with lighting, sound effects, and ghostly NPCs making everyone's hearts race. Although Huo Yueza knew Huo Guining wouldn't be scared, he still held her hand tightly to prevent her from being jostled by panicked companions. Ahahaha. The sudden amplified sound effect made everyone scream. Even Huo Guining was startled. Then she felt someone grab the hem of her clothes. It was Song Tianbai. Huo Guining frowned but couldn't bring herself to shake off his hand. After solving the final puzzle, the group was finally able to leave. Huo Yueza, being tall, was assigned to retrieve a key from a high place. Suddenly a broken, blood-stained doll fell from the ceiling. Huo Guining only caught a glimpse, but the screams behind her were deafening. The group, who had maintained their composure until now, ran frantically towards the exit. Huo Guining, momentarily distracted, was jostled about. Song Tianbai, being slightly taller than her, shielded her from the front. Huo Yueza fought against the crowd to find them, taking one in each hand and leading them out of the escape room. Outside, the lighting was bright. Recalling the muffled groan she had heard earlier, Huo Guining immediately began checking Song Tianbai for injuries. Did you get hurt just now? Song Tianbai shook his head, pressing his lips together. I was bumped, but it's nothing. He covered his arm, constantly trying to back away. Adhering to the principle of repaying both grudges and favors, Huo Guining grabbed his arm to examine it without hesitation. His elbow was badly bruised, looking quite painful. Huo Guining felt a rare twinge of guilt. Huo Yueza, unable to stand by, grumbled as he reached out to help. What's the big deal? He's a man, how much can it hurt? Huo Guining stiffened for a moment, deftly blocking her brother's mischievous hand. Brother, I'm a bit hungry. Huo Yueza, then let's go get you some small cakes. With that, Huo Yueza waved goodbye to his friends and the group changed venues, heading to a dessert shop. Huo Yueza ordered chestnut cake and coconut sago dessert, according to Ningning's usual preferences. He also casually ordered donuts and milk for Song Tianbai. Ningning, eat these first. We'll have lunch a bit later, Huo Yueza explained, worried that Huo Guining might not have enough to eat. Huo Guining nodded. It's getting late. Let's go home for lunch. Dad should be awake by now. Huo Yueza checked his watch. All right. Song Tianbai suddenly spoke up. My mom's not home, Huo Guining asked, puzzled. Do you want to come to our house for lunch? Before Song Tianbai could answer, Huo Guining ruthlessly refused. Not possible. Huo Yueza smiled brightly. Song Tianbai shook his head obediently. No, it's not that. My mom's not home and I don't have money for food. Huo Guining looked at him suspiciously. Your mom doesn't seem short on money. How could you not have money for food? Song Tianbai lowered his head without speaking, looking somewhat pitiful. Huo Guining glanced at Huo Yueza, who mouthed, he's faking it. Huo Guining looked back at Song Tianbai, her gaze inadvertently passing over his elbow. She sighed resignedly. Fine, brother, let's eat out with him. Song Tianbai suddenly raised his head, eyes bright. Huo Guining said cruelly, consider it thanks for the injury he sustained for me. Song Tianbai's eyes visibly dimmed. Huo Guining pretended not to notice. Huo Yueza's friends had other plans. After finishing their desserts, the group split up. Huo Guining, Huo Yueza, and Song Tianbai went to a restaurant to eat Cantonese cuisine, Huo Guining's favorite. Song Tianbai ate at an incredibly slow pace. Huo Guining and Huo Yueza, maintaining their good manners, didn't feel comfortable leaving first. By the time Song Tianbai put down his chopsticks, it was nearly 2 p.m. Huo Guining couldn't help whispering to Huo Yueza, brother, has he never eaten before? He eats so slowly and so much. Huo Yueza was equally puzzled. Surely not. He may not be cute, but he doesn't look malnourished. Song Tianbai clearly heard the siblings discussing him right in front of him, but he remained nonchalant. He suddenly felt that Song Qing had overthought things. Huo Guining wasn't nearly as difficult to deal with as she had imagined. Song Tianbai, where's your home? We'll drop you off first, Huo Yueza asked. He wanted to avoid any potential trouble if something happened on the way back. Song Tianbai pressed his lips together. No need, I can get off where we got in the car earlier. Huo Guining was confused. Don't tell me you're still planning to act there? Stung by her bluntness, Song Tianbai was momentarily at a loss for words. At this point, Huo Guining couldn't be bothered to persuade him further and let him be. When they arrived at the Huo family's old residence, Huo Yueza didn't stand on ceremony and simply dropped Song Tianbai off at the main gate. As they were getting back in the car to leave, Huo Guining suddenly noticed something. Inside the Huo family compound, Song Qing's graceful figure flitted through the garden like a butterfly. She opened the car door and stood next to Song Tianbai. Her eyes fixed on Song Tianbai, but her tone was certain. So, you've been putting on an act for me since early this morning, right? Song Tianbai didn't try to hide it anymore and admitted, yes, my mom had some business with your dad. So she deliberately sent you to distract me? Huo Guining laughed. Your mom is as foolish as you are. Song Tianbai's eyes were filled with confusion. CH 126 Worker. Chapter 126. Huo Guining simply brought Song Tianbai in with her to watch the show. In the living room, Huo Xiaozheng sat fully dressed in the main seat. Song Qing, swaying her hips with the air of a hostess, offered fruit to Huo Guining. Ning Ning, you're back? Come have some fruit. Huo Yueza rolled his eyes. Excuse me, ma'am, but who are you? Song Qing's expression remained unchanged as if she hadn't heard. The fruit is so fresh today. Huo Xiaozheng's voice was cold, carrying a warning. Song Qing, know your limits. Song Qing's flamboyant movements finally ceased. She sat down opposite Huo Xiaozheng and beckoned to Song Tianbai. Song Tianbai silently walked to her side. Huo Guining snorted softly and went to Huo Xiaozheng's side, asking, Dad, are you feeling better? Huo Xiaozheng nodded. Much better. Where did you and your brother go play? Before Huo Yueza could intervene, Huo Guining excitedly said, we went to play an escape room game, the kind where the dolls are covered in blood. Huo Xiaozheng shot Huo Yueza a sharp glance. Huo Yueza shrank his neck, trying hard to minimize his presence. Dad, don't be mad at brother. It was really fun. Huo Guining earnestly tried to convince him. Huo Xiaozheng's expression softened. All right, next time when Dad is free, I'll go with you. This scene of paternal affection irritated Song Qing immensely. Ah! Song Tianbai suddenly cried out in pain. Huo Guining looked up, just in time to see a flash of pain in his eyes. Song Qing scolded, what are you yelling for? Haven't I taught you manners? Song Tianbai lowered his head and apologized, I'm sorry. Huo Xiaozheng frowned. Song Qing, I've already told you what needs to be said. It's time for you to leave. Huo Guining's eyes widened. She had just returned, and the drama was already over? Song Qing looked very reluctant, but given the presence of the children and Huo Xiaozheng's clear attitude, she couldn't say more. In a moment of anger, she grabbed Song Tianbai with one hand and walked straight out. Song Tianbai couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. The sudden sound seemed to touch Song Qing's forbidden zone. Before the mother and son could leave the living room, a loud slap was heard. Huo Guining's body stiffened and she couldn't help but peek. Huo Xiaozheng covered her eyes and gestured for the housekeeper to see the guests out quickly. Everyone's thoughts were in a jumble. Huo Yueza sighed, although that Song Tianbai kid isn't likable, he doesn't deserve to be hit. Huo Guining remembered Song Tianbai's expression of unwavering loyalty to his mother, and her expression became complex. Dad, are they acting? Seeing the mother and son walk away, Huo Xiaolong removed his hand and said leisurely, no. Song Qing just resents him for causing her husband's death. Huo Guining's eyes widened in shock. Song Tianbai killed his dad? Huo Yueza plopped down on the sofa, openly eavesdropping with pricked ears. Seeing Huo Guining's eager face, Huo Xiaozheng began to explain. After Song Qing betrayed him back then, she met Song Tianbai's father. They quickly married and used the resources Song Qing had gathered from Huo Xiaozheng to start a small company. Life was quite comfortable. After Song Tianbai was born, his father, to show his love for Song Qing, deliberately gave Song Tianbai his mother's surname. However, the good times didn't last long. When Song Tianbai was 5 years old, he playfully ran to the roadside to pick up a ball, not noticing an oncoming truck. His father, in a desperate attempt to save his son, lost his life. After her husband's death, Song Qing seemed to become a different person. No longer the gentle mother, she became irritable, quick-tempered, and extremely proud. She never showed weakness in front of others. After her husband's passing, she supported the company alone. But it was ultimately a struggle. The company's financial situation worsened day by day, yet Song Qing refused to let go. The once comfortable life also became increasingly strained due to Song Qing's stubbornness. So she came to you for investment? Huo Guining asked, tilting her head in confusion. Huo Xiaolong replied yes, but also no. Huo Yueza, unable to stand his uncle's vague answers, anxiously said, what exactly do you mean? Please tell us. Huo Xiaolong glanced at his nephew who never seemed to learn his lesson and said slowly, what she means, you two kids don't need to know. Huo Guining visibly deflated. She had grown up noticeably, the baby fat on her face had mostly disappeared, and her dark eyes sparkled brightly. Huo Xiaolong said with amusement, just remember, those who deserve pity often have detestable aspects. I'll handle the situation with this mother and son. Huo Guining pouted. Song Tianbai is quite resilient. Even when his mom twisted his wound, he only let out a muffled groan. After a pause, she added, suppressing emotions without release leads to either success or psychosis. The unexpected rhyme made Huo Xiaozheng laugh. Huo Yueza, ever the doting brother, didn't miss this opportunity and immediately gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Huo Xiaolong had left his explanation half-finished, but Huo Guining had already guessed most of it. It was nothing more than Song Qing originally wanting to secure an investment, but upon meeting Huo Xiaozheng again, old feelings resurfaced and she developed intentions towards him once more. Huo Guining shrugged, by the way, Dad, why are you dressed so formally? Huo Xiaolong coughed guiltily, the company has a meeting this afternoon that I need to attend. Huo Guining narrowed her eyes. Then this project must be worth several billion. Otherwise it wouldn't be worth you working while sick. Huo Yueza giggled slyly. Huo Xiaozheng sighed, after taking the medicine you gave me, Dad really is much better. Huo Guining clearly didn't believe him. When are you going? I want to go too, to keep an eye on you. She made an "I'm watching you" gesture towards Huo Xiaozheng. Huo Xiaozheng was happy to oblige. We'll leave in a bit. Huo Yueza protested. Ning Ning, how can you ditch me like this? Didn't we agree to team up for online games this afternoon? Huo Guining looked at him as if he were a child who didn't understand, and said earnestly, Brother, between games and Dad's health, of course Dad's health is more important. As for the game, I can still team up with you from the company, be good. Huo Guining spoke as if coaxing a child who didn't know better. Huo Xiaozheng was pleased. As they left, there was a spring in his step. Huo Yueza wanted to follow them to the company to play, but he didn't dare suggest it. At 18, he was already old enough for his uncle to put to work. Remembering the last task his uncle had given him, Huo Yueza couldn't help but shudder. Huo Guining held Huo Xiaozheng's hand and suddenly seemed to remember something. Brother, can you come with us to the company? Huo Yueza, who had just started to escape upstairs? Am I no longer your dear brother? Zhang Jinxiu and Old Master Hua, who had just woken from their nap, immediately expressed their approval upon hearing Ning Ning's words. Isn't Yueza studying finance? It would be good for him to learn at your uncle's company. Why Yueza? CH 127 Conversation 02. Chapter 127. After arriving at the company, Huo Xiaozheng was worried that Huo Guining would be bored, so he wanted to leave Huo Yueza behind to keep her company. Unexpectedly, Huo Guining sacrificed family for justice, waving her hand grandly to indicate she didn't need anyone to accompany her. As for her brother, if he could help Huo Xiaozheng and reduce his workload, that would be even better. Huo Yueza wore a bitter expression, trying to hold back but ultimately failing. Sister, actually your favorite is uncle, right? Huo Guining nodded matter-of-factly. Yes, of course. Who else? Huo Yueza raged helplessly, pointing at himself and asking reluctantly, Then what about me? Huo Guining replied without hesitation, You're my second favorite. Her expression was frank, her tone super sweet, and her smile sincere. Huo Yueza's gloom instantly lifted, and he followed Huo Xiaozheng out of the office with renewed vigor. Seeing the two walk away, Huo Guining patted her chest in relief. That was close, I almost slipped up. Huo Yueza attended the meeting with Huo Xiaozheng and realized that his uncle hadn't been exaggerating. This meeting was indeed very important. The Huo group was constantly expanding and its overseas business territory was also growing. Currently, Huo Xiaozheng had successfully negotiated the resource project in Country S. With this project, the Huo group's income was set to rise steadily. Huo Guining had no interest in business. She curled up in the office, enthusiastically drawing her favorite anime characters. Buzz, buzz. Her phone suddenly started vibrating. The screen displayed an unknown number. Thinking it might be one of the recent scam calls, Huo Guining hung up without a second thought. However, the caller was persistent and kept calling back. Huo Guining answered with suppressed anger. Who is this? Her tone was a bit harsh. The person on the other end seemed startled by her tone and paused before saying, It's Song Tianbai. Huo Guining thought to herself, Why won't this kid leave her alone? How did you get my number? On the phone, Song Tianbai's voice was weak. I saw your social media username that day, looked it up, and found your phone number. Huo Guining disliked his calculated approach and asked bluntly, Why are you looking for me? Can we talk? I'm downstairs at your company. Huo Guining's dislike peaked. Song Tianbai, we're not close enough to sit down and chat, are we? What new task has your mother assigned you this time? Huo Guining rarely used such a sarcastic tone, but she disliked both Song Qing and Song Tianbai. Song Tianbai's voice lowered even more. It has nothing to do with my mom. I snuck out on my own. Huo Guining laughed. Trying to cling to me again? Dream on. She was about to hang up. Come down, I'll tell you how to get rid of me and my mom. That's what Song Tianbai said. This time it was Huo Guining's turn to be stunned. At first, Huo Guining didn't take Song Tianbai's words seriously and continued drawing. But Song Tianbai's cryptic words made her curious. Fine, she might as well go take a look. After all, he was just downstairs and the security guards and receptionist all knew her well, plus there were surveillance cameras. Thinking this, she informed Sister Insu and headed downstairs. The elevator arrived at the first floor. Bright sunlight shone through the tall floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the entire lobby. The clean marble floor reflected a soft glow. Song Tianbai was huddled in the corner of a brown sofa. Head lowered, lost in thought, looking somewhat forlorn. Huo Guining pressed her lips together and walked towards him. Hey! Huo Guining said, looking down at him. She stood against the light, her shadow perfectly covering Song Tianbai. Song Tianbai looked up to see her descending like a goddess, surrounded by a golden glow. He couldn't help but squint his eyes. Huo Guining quickly sat down across from him, adopting a negotiating posture. Speak, Huo Guining said calmly, I'd like to hear how you plan to teach me to drive you and your mother away. Song Tianbai was unfazed by her mocking attitude. He even sat up a bit straighter. Then he rolled up his sleeves. Huo Guining? What was he doing in such a public place? Gradually Huo Guining understood. Song Tianbai's upper arms were covered in bruises. So the bruise you showed me this morning wasn't from bumping into something in the escape room? Huo Guining said, suddenly realizing. Song Tianbai hadn't expected her first reaction to be this. He paused before nodding. Right, it wasn't from the escape room. Huo Guining's expression turned grim. They weren't caused by your mother, were they? Song Tianbai nodded, then shook his head. Huo Guining spoke impatiently. If you have something to say it properly. Don't act like you can't speak. Song Tianbai raised his head, meeting her gaze. After my dad passed away, my mom became a bit unhinged. These happened when she lost control of her emotions. Huo Guining asked, confused. So? Song Tianbai spoke with rare seriousness and sincerity. So she didn't mean to do it. Huo Guining was stunned. After dad died, mom got sick, but she refuses to see a doctor, Song Tianbai said, enunciating each word. She loves me, she's just temporarily forgotten. This was unexpected for Huo Guining. Her throat felt like it was stuffed with cotton, unable to breathe in or out. After a long while, she finally spoke. How long has it been since your father passed away? Song Tianbai, 3 years. Has your mother been like this for all 3 years? Song Tianbai shook his head, not entirely. Sometimes mom forgets that dad is dead. Huo Guining was alarmed. This was clearly a serious problem. Then you need to get your mom to see a doctor quickly. What use is it coming to me? Song Tianbai said dejectedly. I've tried, but you get beaten every time? Song Tianbai nodded. Huo Guining sensed something was off. From what you're saying, your mom shouldn't have the energy to cling to my dad, right? Song Tianbai hesitated. My mom has a friend who gave her bad advice, telling her to fall in love with someone else to forget about my dad. Huo Guining was speechless. That was truly terrible advice. Your mom and her friend are something else. One dares to suggest it, the other dares to do it. Song Tianbai shook his head seriously. It's not like that. My mom is just too hurt. Huo Guining suddenly understood. No wonder you've been helping her all along. It's because you feel sorry for your mom. Before Song Tianbai could nod, Huo Guining scolded lightly. Your mom's life is valuable, but isn't my dad's life valuable too? Song Tianbai pressed his lips together and lowered his head to apologize. Without his mask of maturity, Song Tianbai's childish nature was exposed. Huo Guining felt inexplicably irritated. Tell me, what do you want me to help you with? Song Tianbai spoke with certainty. Help me deal with your dad. Huo Guining. Ch 128 exclamation. Chapter 128. Huo Guining's momentary softness of heart had turned her into a joke. As soon as Song Tianbai finished speaking, Huo Guining stood up and walked away. Song Tianbai hurriedly got up, his tone pleading. Please, as long as your father cuts off my mother's hopes, I promise that my mother and I will never appear in your world again. Huo Guining paused. What do you mean? Seeing that she was willing to listen, Song Tianbai dared not hide anymore. My mother is clearly obsessed now. The company can't be sustained anyway, whether it's acquisition or something else. Please ask your father to act quickly and never give my mother hope. After a few seconds of silence, he added, please ask your father not to consider any past affection. Huo Guining finally understood. So, whether it's seeking sponsorship from my father or trying to become my stepmother, your mother. Song Tianbai lowered his head. It's all to save her company. Huo Guining's expression became indescribable. Even if you say that, I won't make you any promises, Huo Guining said bluntly. Song Tianbai clenched his palms tightly. I know all of that. You coming to find me today was completely unnecessary. Huo Guining thought for a moment and said, my father never intended to give your mother any chance at all. Song Tianbai said dejectedly, that's why I wanted to ask your father for help, to be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Destroy before rebuilding. Huo Guining understood this principle, but it seemed a bit extreme. After leaving the hall, Huo Guining stared at the rising numbers on the elevator, lost in thought. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Huo Xiaozheng, surrounded by a group of people, ran into Huo Guining head-on. Ning ning. Huo Xiaozheng asked, puzzled. Where did you go? Huo Guining obediently replied, I met someone. Seeing that there was more to her words, Huo Xiaozheng dismissed the others and the father and daughter walked towards the office. Huo Yueza was out on field work. In the spacious office, the sunlight was faint and the room was quiet. That's about it. Huo Guining took a sip of fruit juice and told Huo Xiaozheng everything that had just happened. Although hearing it like this, Song Tianbai seems quite pitiful too. Huo Xiaozheng grunted in agreement. This kid is so young but quite daring. However, not very likable. Huo Guining nodded in agreement. Yes, too gloomy and overly extreme. Huo Xiaozheng wasn't interested in the affairs of Song's mother and son. Why are you suddenly concerned about his matters? Huo Guining pouted. I can't quite explain it. She just felt that, to some extent, her former self and Song Tianbai had some similarities. For the sake of her only support, she kept brainwashing herself, believing that her mother loved her. Until the day of her death, she realized the truth wasn't as she had imagined. So, a moment of softness. Having raised Huo Guining for so long, Huo Xiaozheng had completely figured out Huo Guining's thoughts. Although she didn't say it, he had guessed most of it. That boy's request isn't actually difficult, Huo Xiaozheng said. Huo Guining hesitated a bit, but we don't need to do them this favor, right? After all, his mother was at fault first. You're already being kind enough by not pursuing her responsibility to help her further. At this point, Huo Guining suddenly felt a bit angry. Angry at herself for sympathizing with an old enemy. Huo Xiaozheng casually stroked her head. Just now, a friend contacted me, wanting to display your paintings in his gallery. Huo Guining's eyes lit up, immediately putting Song Tianbai's matter out of her mind. Really? Huo Xiaozheng nodded. You might have heard of this friend. I'll give you his contact information later. If you're interested, you can add him. After a pause, Huo Xiaozheng added, he doesn't know your identity. The implication was that the other party was contacting her solely because of Huo Guining's paintings, not because she was Huo Xiaozheng's daughter. Huo Guining was so excited that she wanted to rush home immediately to take good photos of her paintings and see which ones could be sent for exhibition. Dad, are you done with your work? Huo Guining suddenly remembered his health and her tone became serious. You promised to only have one meeting, you're not going back on your word, are you? Huo Xiaozheng pressed his brow wearily and said helplessly, I'm not. I'll just sign a few documents and then we'll leave. True to his word, Huo Xiaozheng soon left the company with Huo Guining and returned to Panlong Bay. Huo Yueze, returning from field work, excitedly pushed open the office door, only to be greeted by an empty room. Huo Yueze, just very annoying. After returning home, Huo Guining acted like a little adult, taking care of Huo Xiaozheng by measuring his temperature and supervising him as he took medicine and rested. After making sure he was lying down properly, she immediately pattered off to her studio. She stayed there for 2 hours. It wasn't until Huo Xiaozheng woke up and came to the studio to fetch her that she reluctantly left. Dad, that friend of yours is actually Lion. Huo Guining's eyes sparkled with excitement. I love his paintings so much. Huo Xiaozheng smiled faintly. It's his honor to be liked by you. Huo Guining giggled. He's currently the hottest abstract painter internationally to be noticed by him. She paused, then proudly echoed Huo Xiaozheng's previous words. He's got good taste. When Huo Guining talked about things she liked, her dark eyes seemed to be filled with starlight from the Milky Way. Her whole person was radiant. Seeing this, Huo Xiaozheng's entire demeanor softened. Do you like painting that much? Huo Guining couldn't express the longing from her previous life, so she just said, I like it super much. That's very good. Huo Xiaozheng's words were soft, carrying an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Huo Guining was too excited to pay much attention. After dinner, Huo Guining wanted to go to the studio again. This time, Huo Xiaozheng limited her to a maximum of 2 hours. Huo Guining agreed faster than anything. Okay. By the way, Dad, I'm sleeping in my own room tonight. Could you help me move my toiletries? Thanks. With that, she dashed into the studio without looking back. Huo Xiaozheng stood there, stunned for a good while before accepting this fact. He returned to his room. In just 4 short years, the once cold and minimalist bedroom had completely changed. The curtains were now lace and the wallpaper had been changed to beige. Even Huo Xiaozheng's bedding had been changed to match Ning Ning's anime style set. This was Ning Ning's wish when she was 7 years old, and Huo Xiaozheng had no room to refuse. The walk-in closet, bathroom, carpet, everywhere bore traces of Ning Ning's life. Huo Xiaozheng sighed, suddenly realizing that time truly flies like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, his daughter had already grown to the age where she wanted to separate from him. Ch. 129. Thank you. Chapter 129. In the sultry night of midsummer, the air was stifling. In the garden, unknown insects chirped incessantly, while tall maple trees cast enormous shadows under the illumination of lights. The night breeze rustled through the branches, lifting and dropping them repeatedly, like ethereal spirits dancing in the darkness. It also stirred the gauze curtains by the window, causing the white lace to flutter through the gaps. The midsummer wind thus silently crept into the room. Huo Xiaozheng had finally finished tidying up, and as he looked at the now half-empty bedroom, he felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. Feeling disgruntled, he thought about dealing with the troublesome Song Qing. Before his conversation with Ning Ning, he had planned to intimidate Song Qing, hoping she would back off on her own. After their talk, he changed his mind. He took out his phone and dialed Shi Chuan's number. How's the investigation I asked you to do? Whatever was said on the other end of the line made Huo Xiaozheng's brow relax slightly. Then proceed as we discussed earlier. No, don't leave any way out. Huo Xiaozheng's voice turned cold. Thinking of Ning Ning, he added, have someone keep an eye on things, make sure no one dies. After hanging up, Huo Xiaozheng noticed he had broken into a light sweat. He then realized he had forgotten to close the window. He walked over, peered outside, and saw that the art studio was brightly lit, its light spilling out to illuminate the garden corridor. He glanced at his wristwatch and headed for the door. In the art studio, Huo Guining had her long black hair tied up with a paintbrush. Her left hand held a palette while her right wielded a brush as she focused intently on her work. Over the years of living together, Huo Xiaozheng had gradually come to understand her temperament. Ningning was a very devoted person. No matter how time changed, her love for the princess cut hairstyle never wavered. Even when she occasionally felt inspired to try a new hairstyle, it wouldn't be long before she returned to her princess cut. At this moment, she had pinned back her bangs with small clips, revealing her delicate yet cool features. As she grew older, Ningning's appearance increasingly resembled Huo Xiaozheng's. Unlike her cute looks from childhood, her features were gradually becoming more sharp. When she wasn't speaking or smiling, she had quite the air of Huo Xiaozheng about her. However, she never showed this side of herself to the Huo family. Huo Xiaozheng only discovered Ningning's other side when he picked her up from school one day. That day, thunder roared and a sudden downpour began. Although Ningning wasn't afraid of thunder, the ominous atmosphere of dark clouds pressing down on the city made Huo Xiaozheng worry. He brought his work with him and waited early at the school gates to pick up Ningning. Due to the heavy rain, the school had let the students out early. Ningning was lost in the crowd, wearing the school uniform and carrying a large backpack. Her expression was cool, her posture straight as she walked forward purposefully under her umbrella, not sparing a glance to either side. The surrounding classmates moved in small groups, chattering noisily as they made their way through the rain. Only Huo Guining seemed to stand alone, detached from the world. At that moment, Huo Xiaozheng, looking at his daughter, felt as if a piece of his heart had gone missing. Uncle Zhou the driver quickly spotted Ningning and sounded the horn. It was only when Ningning opened the car door and saw Huo Xiaozheng that warmth returned to her entire being. She asked him with surprise and delight why he had time to pick her up today. Then, with a hint of reproach, she said he shouldn't have come to pick her up in such a heavy rain, as she wasn't a little kid anymore. That year she had just celebrated her 8th birthday. Huo Xiaozheng, suppressing the ache in his heart, took out a towel to dry her hair and took her backpack. The backpack was heavy, filled with books and nicely packaged gift boxes. Gifts from classmates? Huo Xiaozheng asked. Huo Guining replied coolly, I don't know who put them in my desk. It would be impolite to throw them away at school, so I'll return them once I find the owners. Ningning behaved very properly and acted with composure. But her maturity suddenly made Huo Xiaozheng realize that children grow up secretly in places where we can't see. It was from that year on that Huo Xiaozheng insisted on picking up Ningning from school every day. Unless he absolutely couldn't get away from work. For any parent-child activities organized by the school, the kind he had sneered at during his own student days, he was now more enthusiastic than any CEO should be. It was often at these times that Huo Guining would show the childishness typical of her age. Are your mom and dad too busy? Ningning would ask, her eyes cool but with a hint of pride, even when talking to children older than her. This is my dad. Huo Xiaozheng delighted in this. It was precisely this kind of companionship that made Huo Xiaozheng unafraid of her cool demeanor in public. His daughter hadn't grown up behind his back. He had been there all along. Dad? Huo Guining's voice interrupted Huo Xiaozheng's thoughts. Huo Xiaozheng came back to himself, feigning sternness. What did you promise, Dad? Huo Guining was momentarily confused, then understood. She smiled sweetly and said, I forgot to set an alarm, but I finished painting. Let's go rest. Huo Xiaozheng accompanied her in putting away the canvas and turning off the studio lights. Dad, Lion has accepted my friend request. He said besides the previous one, he wants a new one. The theme is. Oh, do you have any ideas yet? A few, but I'm still thinking it through. The father and daughter walked side by side, chattering away. The night was deep. In Panlong Bay Villa, only occasional insect chirps could be heard, along with the soft murmurs of the father and daughter, gradually swallowed by the night. The task Huo Xiaozheng had ordered was quickly accomplished. Song Qing's company was already on the brink of collapse, and with Huo Xiaozheng's push, its downfall was only a matter of time. Song Qing was not one to sit idly by. Huo Xiaozheng's rejection of her would only humiliate her. But her company was like her lifeblood. Huo Xiaozheng's intervention had clearly infuriated her. Song Qing stormed into Huo Group, demanding an explanation. Huo Xiaozheng easily deflected her. Every effect has its cause. You should have anticipated this day when you betrayed me. Song Qing's eyes reddened with anger. Huo Xiaozheng, even if you won't help me, you don't need to destroy me completely, do you? Huo Xiaozheng lounged lazily in his executive chair. Song Qing, this is the utmost respect I can show you, isn't it? Huo Xiaozheng's words were extremely arrogant. He was clearly saying that for anyone else he wouldn't even bother to take action. They parted on bad terms. Song Qing struggled desperately for a while, but she was no match for Huo Xiaozheng's determined efforts. On the day her company declared bankruptcy, Song Qing seemed to have lost her soul. Song Tianbai stayed by her side, alternating between apologies and reassurances that she still had him, telling her not to worry. On the day they left South City, Song Tianbai contacted Huo Guining again. This time he made no outrageous requests, only sincerely thanking Huo Guining over the phone. After hanging up, Huo Guining quickly realized who was behind all this. Dad, thank you, Huo Guining said, her eyes curved in a smile. Huo Xiaozheng nodded, responding with utmost gentlemanly grace, it's what Dad should do. CH 130 Art Exhibition. Chapter 130. In August, Huo Yueza's college entrance exam results were released. He was admitted to the most prestigious university in South City, majoring in finance. For the entire summer vacation, Huo Yueza had been working for Huo Xiaozheng. Huo Yanqing called it training for him. For convenience, Huo Yueza simply moved to Panlong Bay, working from 9 to 5 every day, commuting with Huo Xiaozheng. Huo Guining's health had greatly improved, and she no longer accompanied Huo Xiaozheng to work every day. More often, she devoted herself wholeheartedly to her hobbies. Occasionally, when she had free time, she would bring nutritious lunches prepared by Aunt Su to Huo Xiaozheng and Huo Yueza. In just 1 month, Huo Yueza's growth was astonishing. Sichuan had already started calling him young Mr. Hua. His facial features took after Huo Yanqing, and as he grew older, his eyes lost their youthful innocence, gradually showing some coldness. When he wasn't speaking, he looked somewhat intimidating. For daily work, he wore various formal attires. But unlike Huo Xiaozheng, he didn't like to constrain himself with a tie. He preferred light-colored shirts, always leaving the top button undone, which added a touch of elegance. When Huo Guining came out of the company elevator, she saw Huo Xiaozheng and Huo Yueza walking side by side, talking in low voices. Time hadn't left much of a mark on Huo Xiaozheng's face. When he stood next to Huo Yueza, they looked more like brothers than uncle and nephew. Huo Guining called out, "Dad, brother." Both of them turned their gaze towards her simultaneously. Their serious and cold masks instantly crumbled, their eyes filled with the warmth of midsummer sunshine. "Why are you here?" they asked in unison. Huo Guining held up the lunch boxes in her hands, like presenting a treasure. "I've come to deliver lunch." The three of them walked towards the pantry as usual. Huo Guining laid out the meals packed by Aunt Su, filling the entire table. "Weren't you supposed to meet Lion today?" Huo Xiaozheng asked, puzzled. "How do you have time to come here?" Huo Yueza was surprised. "Is it today?" He quickly took out his phone to check his schedule. "What time?" "I'll accompany you later." Huo Xiaozheng said calmly. "No need to check your schedule, you're busy today." Huo Yueza, known as young Mr. Hua, didn't look pleased hearing this. "You're not suggesting Ning goes by herself, are you?" After a pause, he added, "Ning is still so young." Huo Xiaozheng snorted. "Just because you're busy doesn't mean I am." Huo Yueza. Huo Guining smiled. "You two just focus on your work. Uncle Joe will take me there." Huo Yueza became anxious. "That's not the same." After thinking for a moment, he voluntarily stepped back. "Fine, I'll handle the company matters. Uncle, you accompany Ning in the afternoon." Huo Xiaozheng said leisurely. "What else did you expect?" He looked as if this had been the plan all along. Huo Guining couldn't help but giggle. She picked up the serving chopsticks and gave Huo Yueza a piece of ribs. "Brother, try these potato braised ribs, they're delicious." Huo Yueza, in high spirits, picked up the ribs Ning gave him, deliberately making a show of eating with great relish. Huo Xiaozheng didn't bother to compete with him. After lunch, the three of them each took a short nap. Huo Xiaozheng's restroom still maintained the look of when Ning used to visit frequently. In just a few short years, Huo Guining had grown like a young sapling, suddenly starting to shoot up. She was no longer the little girl Huo Xiaozheng needed to carry in his arms all the time. The restroom before her eyes also gradually seemed to shrink. Huo Guining hugged a stuffed animal pillow, feeling somewhat emotional. When Huo Xiaozheng came in to wake her up, her eyes were still staring blankly out the window, lost in thought. "Couldn't sleep?" Huo Xiaozheng sat down on the edge of the bed and asked softly. Huo Guining came back to her senses and sat up, still hugging the stuffed animal. Not very sleepy." Huo Xiaozheng patted her head. "Then let's get up. Aunt Su bought your favorite juice." Huo Guining nodded. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Huo Guining, accompanied by Huo Xiaozheng, arrived at Hua Xiaishu. Hua Xiaishu was a Chinese fusion restaurant that also served as a tea house during leisure hours. When Lion proposed to come to South City to meet Huo Guining, thinking of herself as the host, asked Huo Xiaozheng if there were any characteristic restaurants in South City suitable for entertaining foreigners like Lion. Huo Xiaozheng recommended this place. Hua Xiaishu was built against a mountain. From the outside, it looked like a traditional Chinese courtyard. Walking along the blue stone path, clear water flowed down from an artificial mountain, making a tinkling sound. Though not melodious, it had its own charm. The courtyard was planted with several maple trees and green cypress trees. The trees weren't tall but well-trimmed. Under the trees were scattered some flowers and plants that Huo Guining couldn't name. Walking further in, the restaurant came into view with white outer walls and blue-green glazed tiles. The interior had light tea-colored flooring and decor exuding a strong Chinese style. Huo Xiaozheng and Huo Guining were led to a private room by a waiter. Opening the window of the room, the view of the mountain was in full sight. Layers of green mountains stretched out, connecting with the clouds at their peaks. "Dad, this place is so beautiful. Why haven't you brought me here before?" Huo Guining exclaimed. Huo Xiaozheng asked the waiter to bring a cup of oolong tea for Ning and took out a wet wipe for her to clean her hands. "This place was just built recently. If you like it, we can come here often in the future." Huo Guining nodded. While waiting, Huo Xiaozheng leisurely ordered some novel desserts for Ning to eat slowly. When Lion walked into the private room, he saw the scene of a father and daughter, one big and one small, in a playful tug-of-war. You can't eat anymore, or you won't be able to eat dinner later. Can we take the rest home then? The girl's eyes darted around. Brother will definitely like it. The waiter's voice interrupted their conversation. Mr. Hua, your guest has arrived. The father and daughter both looked towards the door, their big and small faces oddly overlapping. Lion resisted the urge to play a matching game and greeted them friendly. Hello, I'm Lion. Huo Guining's small face was tense as she stood up with Huo Xiaozheng to greet him. Although Lion had been in contact with Huo Guining, he didn't know her age. At first glance, he thought Huo Xiaozheng was his online friend. Hua, we finally meet. Lion extended his hand towards Huo Xiaozheng. Huo Xiaozheng frowned and shook his hand. You might have misunderstood. Your friend is Ning. I'm her father. Saying this, he stepped aside, fully exposing Ning to Lion's view. Lion was of mixed race but prided himself on his good Chinese. Hearing Huo Xiaozheng's words, he showed an expression of disbelief. Ning is a child? Huo Guining smiled shyly. No, I'm a big friend. I'm 10 years old by East Asian age reckoning. Lion felt dizzy and steadied himself on a chair. Oh my god. CH 131 painting. Chapter 131. Lion is 28 years old this year, a blonde mixed-race man. His features are deep-set, his skin fair, and his blue eyes look particularly adorable. Even his gesture of rubbing his forehead carries a hint of childlike innocence. Huo Guining said, You never asked about my age, so. Lion finished her unspoken thought. So you never specifically mentioned it. Huo Guining nodded. After exchanging contact information, Lion had been communicating with her primarily through text on social media. Occasionally, when Lion needed to see her artwork, she would simply send him images. So Lion only knew she was female but had no idea she was so young. Lion remained in a state of shock, unable to snap out of it for a long while. Huo Xiaozheng raised his hand to break the silence. Let's sit down and talk. Having been in a position of authority for so long, Huo Xiaozheng's words carried an inherent gravitas. Lion couldn't help but comply, his body obediently taking a seat before his mind could even process it. You two talk, don't mind me, Huo Xiaozheng said, leaning back and assuming an air of detachment. Only then did Lion remember the original purpose of today's meeting. He turned to face Huo Guining. For this trip back to China, I'm planning to hold a touring art exhibition in various cities. Originally, I wanted to invite you to join me. But looking at the young girl before him, the rest of his words became difficult to voice. She was barely 10 years old, an age that still required a guardian's care when going out. How could she possibly accompany him on a tour? Huo Guining, confused, asked, Have you changed your mind now? Lion, with a headache, replied, It's not that I've changed my mind, it's just. Huo Xiaozheng understood his meaning. He's worried you're too young to travel conveniently, he explained, then asked, Do you want to go on the tour with him? Huo Guining hesitated as well. Although her health had greatly improved, a national tour meant either testing her current condition to see if she could manage without Huo Xiaozheng, or having Huo Xiaozheng accompany her. Clearly, the latter was far less practical. The Huo Corporation was thriving, and it was only due to Huo Yuez's help during the summer break that Huo Xiaozheng could steal a half-day of leisure to accompany her to this hillside appointment. And a touring exhibition wasn't something that could be wrapped up in just a day or two. Thinking of this, Huo Guining remained silent. Her hesitation made her answer evident. If she didn't want to go, she wouldn't have hesitated at all. Let me see your tour plan, Huo Xiaozheng instructed Lion without pressing Guining further. Lion naturally complied, handing over the exhibition tour plan. After doing so, he belatedly regretted it. The man wasn't his boss, so why was he letting himself be led by the nose? Huo Xiaozheng crossed his long legs and seriously perused the plan. It's only 3 months, Huo Xiaozheng said lightly. Dad has time. 3 months might not seem like much to Huo Guining, but for Huo Xiaozheng it was an entirely different matter. Huo Guining bit her lip. Dad, I don't really want to go that much. Lion listened in confusion. Wait, in my tour plan, Guining only needs to stay in each place for a few days, not the entire 3 months. Why are you acting like it's such a big deal? Huo Xiaozheng in his concern had momentarily forgotten this detail. Hearing this, father and daughter both let out a sigh of relief, exchanging a smile. Lion discussed the tour details and required artworks with Huo Guining for a while. I have some paintings at home. Huo Guining remembered her studio stock and invited, if you have time, why don't you come to my house to see them? The two agreed readily, setting up an appointment for the next morning. Lion asked a few more questions about her painting, which Huo Guining answered in detail. When it came to topics she was interested in, Huo Guining tended to talk at length. At first, Lion thought Huo Guining had a childish mentality and worried her artistic spark might be fleeting. As they continued talking, he gradually changed his opinion of her. The two chatted pleasantly until after dinner. During this time, Huo Xiaozheng didn't interrupt. He simply opened his laptop and quietly dealt with his own work. When it was time to part, Huo Guining still seemed reluctant to end the conversation. Are you that happy? Huo Xiaozheng asked. Huo Guining nodded. His theoretical knowledge is solid, and his aesthetic sense is excellent. He's the kind of person I aspire to become. Huo Xiaozheng patted her head. You will definitely become the person you want to be. Huo Guining smiled, her eyes curving into crescents. The next day, Lion arrived as promised. Huo Xiaozheng and Huo Yueza had gone to the company, leaving only Huo Guining, Aunt Sue, and the butler at home. Huo Guining didn't waste time on small talk. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Lion, she led him to her studio upstairs. Lion wasn't from a poor background either. He had heard of the Huo family before. So, arriving at Panlong Bay didn't particularly surprise him. Huo Guining's biggest hobby was painting, so she had a large inventory. Lion browsed with interest, his gaze suddenly drawn to one particular piece. It was a sketch Huo Guining had casually drawn while in confinement. At that time, her painting style was dark, the color palette muted, and the overall color harmony didn't give a sense of beauty. Huo Guining felt a bit embarrassed. I painted this when I was little. Lion teased, aren't you still little now? Huo Guining realized, oh, I misspoke. That was when I was 5 or 6 years old. At that time. Huo Guining didn't want to explain her experiences from that time, so after some thought, she vaguely said, I wasn't in a good mood then. Lion didn't mind. This painting lacks technique, but it's full of life. I like it. Huo Guining had heard a similar evaluation from Zhuo Qinfang before. At the time, she thought Zhuo Qinfang was just trying to please her. But now it seems Zhuo Qinfang might have been giving an honest assessment. What's wrong? Lion asked, puzzled by her sudden daze. Huo Guining shook her head, coming back to herself. There are quite a few similar ones over here. In one corner of the studio, Huo Xiaozheng had arranged for Huo Guining's paintings from when she was 5 or 6 years old to be collected together. She easily found the works from that period. Lion's eyes lit up with excitement. My goodness, these were painted when you were 5 or 6? Huo Guining stepped forward to confirm, then nodded. Yes. Lion asked excitedly, can these be used for the touring exhibition? Huo Guining nodded, they can. She suddenly felt a bit insecure. Are my current paintings not as good as when I was little? How could that be? Lion wore an expression of disbelief at her thought. Different age groups have different experiences and ideas. Each age has its own beauty. You've been constantly improving. It's just that in your childhood paintings I found something I was looking for. Huo Guining didn't understand. Something you were looking for? Page 132 High School. Chapter 132. Golden September. The fragrance of osmanthus wafted in waves as the north wind blew towards the distance. The summer heat lingered, but the morning breeze already carried a hint of coolness. The sun still shone brightly, but its light cast on the walls had turned pale. Autumn had stripped away summer's passion, calming the restlessness in people's hearts. Huo Guining officially became a middle school student. As with every previous school start, Huo Xiaozheng personally escorted her to school. Fortunately, Huo Guining was tall for her age, so she didn't stand out too much among the group of middle schoolers. The middle school section was only separated from her former elementary section by a playground, so Huo Guining didn't feel out of place. After Huo Xiaozheng left, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom, introduced Huo Guining with emphasis, and urged everyone to take good care of the young girl. The classmates widened their eyes in surprise, their gazes a mix of astonishment and care. In the unfamiliar environment, Huo Guining was slow to warm up. After politely introducing herself, she sat up straight with a serious expression. Seeing her aloof demeanor, her classmates didn't actively approach her. Huo Guining didn't seem to mind this. Lion's art exhibition was set to begin its tour next month, so she planned to complete her schoolwork in class and devote herself wholeheartedly to painting during her free time. When the results of the placement test were announced soon after, Huo Guining secured the top position. The homeroom teacher asked her to share her study methods with the class. Huo Guining didn't hold back. After sharing her usual study tips, she concluded, actually, I've already gone through the middle school curriculum during the summer vacation with the help of a tutor. So the current courses are not learning from me but review. You can try this method too. It makes classes much easier. Huo Guining finished speaking, politely bowed, and ended her talk. The classroom fell into silence, then erupted into thunderous applause. Huo Guining became famous overnight. In October, Huo Guining, accompanied by Huo Xiaozheng, began the city art exhibition tour with Lion. The father and daughter only arrived in each city for the opening days of the exhibition, leaving when it ended. During this time, Lion introduced Huo Guining to many renowned artists. Over the 3 months, Huo Guining felt like a sponge, soaking up knowledge. The last exhibition was in South City. Huo Guining invited her family to attend. On that day, Huo Guining had her long black hair pinned up, wearing a beige knit long dress with a white camellia at the chest that looked incredibly beautiful under the lights. Old Master Huo watched her grow from a tiny tot into the graceful young lady she was today. After the exhibition, the old master sighed, filled with emotion. I'm glad you've grown into who you are today. Grandpa is very proud. I hope in the future you'll continue to walk the path you want and spread your wings high. Huo Guining smiled brightly. Thank you, Grandpa. Shortly after the exhibition ended, Huo Guining faced her end-of-term exams. As expected, Huo Guining secured the top spot in her grade. During her 3 years of middle school, Huo Guining took 2 years off to study art in Country E with Lion. Huo Xiaozheng bought her a house in Country E, near the university where Lion taught. Not only that, Huo Xiaozheng also shifted his work focus to Country E. For those 2 years he stayed with Huo Guining in Country E. During school holidays, Huo Guining would return to China with Huo Xiaozheng. After finishing middle school exams, Huo Guining unsurprisingly advanced directly to the high school section of her school. That year Huo Guining turned 13. Huo Xiaozheng asked about Huo Guining's plans for high school. Huo Guining had a clear goal: to enter a top domestic art university. You're not going to Lion's place? Huo Xiaozheng asked. Huo Guining shook her head. After 2 years I've learned most of what Lion can teach. Now I want to study traditional Chinese painting. Huo Xiaozheng didn't comment. As she grew older, Guining's independence strengthened, and Huo Xiaozheng didn't interfere with her decisions. Occasionally when she was unsure, Huo Xiaozheng would advise her to try everything. After all, with her father as a safety net, there was no cost to her trial and error. Under Huo Xiaozheng's indulgence, Huo Guining grew increasingly confident and self-assured. In her first year of high school, Huo Xiaozheng was still present for her first day. By then, Guining had grown to 162 centimeters tall. Because she hadn't skipped grades in middle school, the age gap between Guining and her classmates wasn't too noticeable. Due to Huo Guining's outstanding performance, the homeroom teacher approached her, hoping she would take on the role of vice class monitor. Huo Guining, thinking of the many things she still wanted to do, refused without hesitation. The homeroom teacher was a woman nearing 50, surnamed Zhang. She had shoulder-length short hair and unremarkable features, but when she smiled, she exuded a particularly strong sense of warmth. She wasn't surprised by Huo Guining's attitude. Instead, she smiled and said, "Teacher knows you're an exceptionally talented girl. You skipped grades in elementary school, took 2 years off in middle school, and still managed to advance to the high school section with grades in the top 10 of your year." Huo Guining lowered her head without responding. But Guining, flowers bloom in their own time. In the most brilliant years of your youth you should bloom fully. Don't be in a rush, Teacher Zhang said gently. Huo Guining looked confused. Teacher Zhang didn't elaborate further. Take on the vice class monitor role for now. If there's anything you don't understand, you can discuss it with the class monitor. Seeing her firm stance, Huo Guining couldn't refuse outright. She secretly decided to give up the position after a while. When Huo Guining returned to the classroom, her classmates were receiving new textbooks. Huo Guining sat at the back of the classroom in the third row by the window. To her right was a girl with straight bangs named Qinxi. Huo Guining, over here, I got your new books for you, Qinxi waved at her. Qinxi had an outgoing personality and was naturally friendly to everyone. She had delicate features, and her single-lidded eyes almost disappeared into slits when she smiled. She wasn't ugly, in fact, she was quite cute. Huo Guining nodded at her and sat down. Thank you. Qinxi waved her hand dismissively. It's no big deal, don't mention it. Then she leaned in curiously. What did old Zhang call you for? Huo Guining subtly moved back a bit and replied good-naturedly. She asked me to be the vice class monitor. Qinxi rubbed her chin. Your entrance exam score was the highest, so logically you should be the class monitor. She looked towards the boys at the back of the classroom. Old Zhang isn't gender-biased, is she? Why did she choose Fan Xingzhou as the class monitor? Although his grades are good too, he's still second place after all. Seeing her chatter on, Huo Guining had to interrupt. Who is Fan Xingzhou? When old Zhang chose Fan Xingzhou as the class monitor, you were outside talking with your dad. Qinxi suddenly remembered and understood. Qinxi pointed towards where the boys were sitting. See that handsome guy? That's Fan Xingzhou. The boy was wearing a black shirt, and from his profile, one could tell he was good-looking, with impressive facial contours. Huo Guining couldn't help but admire Qinxi. It's only the first day of school, and you already remember everyone's names? Qinxi had an expression that suggested this was no big deal. My grades might be at the bottom, but I'm great at remembering names. CH 133 Duty. Chapter 133. At the school opening ceremony, Huo Guining was asked to give a speech as an outstanding representative of her grade. The night before the speech, after dinner, Huo Guining paced back and forth in the living room, repeatedly rehearsing her speech. Huo Xiaozheng sat on the sofa, listening and offering suggestions for revisions. After modifying the speech, Huo Guining went through it one more time. When she finished, she dove straight into her art studio. Huo Xiaozheng had been concerned that she was too tired and hoped she would rest for a while. But Huo Guining's passion for art was like an undying flame, never showing signs of burning out. After several failed attempts to persuade her, and seeing that Guining showed no signs of discomfort, Huo Xiaozheng stopped trying. He only frequently reminded Auntie Sue to prepare more nourishing soups for Guining to drink. On the day of the opening ceremony, Huo Guining walked onto the stage wearing a deep blue uniform. Respected teachers, dear classmates, hello. I'm honored to stand here as the representative of our grade. I am Huo Guining from Class 3, Grade 10. Huo Guining's voice, with its unique girlish sweetness, echoed through the auditorium. Qinshi, sitting right in front of the stage, kept waving at Huo Guining. Huo Guining smiled gently. At 13, Huo Guining's features had become increasingly delicate. Under the careful nurturing of the Huo family, her skin was fair with a rosy glow. This smile was like adding color to a black and white portrait of a lady, making her unbelievably beautiful. The boys around her let out a collective wow. Undisturbed by the outside world, Huo Guining continued, "The time will come when we'll ride the wind and break the waves. We'll set our cloud-like sail to cross the vast sea. In the days to come, let us set sail and embark together. Thank you all." The auditorium erupted in enthusiastic applause mixed with whistles from the boys. Huo Guining, with her long, graceful neck like an elegant swan, walked off the stage and sat down next to Qinshi. "Guining, you were absolutely dazzling," Qinshi exclaimed excitedly. Huo Guining thanked her softly. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. Huo Guining took out her phone. It was a message from the family group chat. Guining's outstanding grade representative speech, followed by a video. The sender was Huo Xiaozheng. Huo Guining turned her head to look around. Finally, she spotted Huo Xiaozheng in the last few rows. With too many people around, it wasn't convenient to go out. Huo Guining lowered her head to message Huo Xiaozheng, "Dad, why did you come?" Huo Xiaozheng, "Of course I had to come for your outstanding representative speech." Huo Guining replied with smiling eyes, "Thank you, Dad." "Guining, who are you messaging?" Qinshi leaned forward curiously. "Huo Guining, my dad." Qinshi said enviously, "You have such a good relationship with your dad. Unlike me, I get annoyed just seeing my old man." Huo Guining was surprised. "Why annoyed?" "Chan," she grumbled. "He's always controlling me, forbidding this and that, constantly pushing me to study. My academic ability has its limits, you know, but he keeps pressuring me like a chicken." Huo Guining guessed. "Maybe your dad just wants you to succeed." "Chan," she pouted. "He's not even a dragon, how can I become a phoenix?" Sigh. Huo Guining was amused by her. To study at this school, one either had to have excellent grades or come from a wealthy family. Qinshi talking like this was obviously just complaining for the sake of it. Huo Guining smiled and didn't take it seriously. "Don't you ever find your dad annoying?" Qinshi continued to ask. Huo Guining shook her head without hesitation. "My dad is great, not annoying at all." Qinshi fell silent and closed her mouth. Huo Guining returned her attention to her phone. Huo Xiaozheng's message was at the top. "Dad has to go to work now, I'll pick you up after school." Huo Guining turned her head towards where Huo Xiaozheng was sitting. He was just getting up to leave. Sensing Huo Guining's gaze, he stopped and waved at her. Huo Guining happily returned a smile. After becoming the deputy class monitor, Huo Guining's school life became somewhat busy. Fortunately, Fan Xingzhou was quite easy to get along with and didn't give her too much trouble. So far, they had gotten along quite well. But Huo Guining gradually began to feel irritated. Huo Xiaozheng noticed her unease immediately. That day, as usual, Huo Xiaozheng came to pick up Huo Guining after school. Huo Guining, who was always punctual, hadn't appeared at the school gate for a long time. Her phone was also unreachable. So Huo Xiaozheng went to the classroom to look for her. The evening glow dyed the entire sky red, and a cool breeze lifted the curtains by the window. Huo Guining was sitting by the window, her brows tightly knitted, facing a boy and arguing about something. Across the corridor and the entire classroom, Huo Xiaozheng couldn't hear clearly. Soon, Huo Guining suddenly stood up, picked up her school bag, and walked out with her head down, looking as if she was sulking. She passed by Huo Xiaozheng without even noticing him. Huo Xiaozheng glanced at the boy, then reached out to grab Huo Guining. "Guining." Huo Xiaozheng's voice was a bit deep. Hearing her father's voice, Huo Guining suddenly realized that her classmates had all left, and the entire campus was quiet. "Dad, I had something to deal with just now. I forgot you were waiting outside for me," Huo Guining said apologetically. Huo Xiaozheng didn't mind. "It's okay. Were you very busy today?" As he asked, he held Huo Guining's hand and walked downstairs, taking her school bag from her shoulder. "A little bit." "Oh? What kept you busy?" Huo Guining said softly. "The autumn sports meet is coming up soon. The homeroom teacher asked me and the class monitor to organize people to sign up." "Is that so?" Huo Xiaozheng said casually. "That indeed would keep you busy." Huo Guining bit her lip. She actually didn't want to participate in the sports meet at all, let alone motivate her classmates and persuade them to sign up for events. What's worse, just now, Fan Xingzhou actually suggested that there were no candidates for the girls' 4x400-meter relay race and hoped Huo Guining could fill in. Huo Guining was furious. The deputy class monitor duties were already taking up a lot of her energy. After returning from Country E, she spent several months preparing for the high school entrance exam. After school started, she was busy with deputy class monitor duties. Now she had less and less time to spend in her art studio. Not only that, but her painting state was also getting worse and worse. Although she was physically in the studio, she found it increasingly difficult to paint what she wanted. This was also why, during holidays, she frequently went out to sketch, seeking inspiration. If you don't like it, just give up the deputy class monitor position, Huo Xiaozheng said calmly. Huo Guining had thought about doing this, but as the deputy class monitor, you have the obligation to motivate your classmates and set an example. Fan Qingzhou's words still echoed in her ears. Huo Guining asked, "What if I refuse?" For the first time, Fan Qingzhou spoke coldly. Then why did you accept the position of deputy class monitor? When in a position, one should fulfill its duties. These words left Huo Guining speechless. If she really did as Huo Xiaozheng suggested, wouldn't that make her irresponsible? Huo Guining was caught in a dilemma. Guining. Huo Xiaozheng interrupted her thoughts. Anything that makes you anxious, you can either face it or give it up. Huo Guining was very hesitant, but it would be so embarrassing. It's not shameful, Huo Xiaozheng said gently. You're already very outstanding. CH 134 Competition 02. Chapter 134. The next day, Huo Guining found Fan Qingzhou and announced her decision to participate in the 4x400-meter women's relay. Fan Qingzhou responded with a faint smile, showing little emotional reaction. There was still a week until the sports meet. Besides Huo Guining, the other participants in the women's relay were Chen Qi, Fang Yuan, and Qi Xian. Huo Guining had a strong competitive spirit. Since she decided to participate, she didn't want to be left behind. Fortunately, she had been consistently swimming, so her cardiopulmonary function was well trained. During the jogging warm-up, she wasn't out of breath. Chen Qi was different. She originally disliked sports and only signed up for the relay because no one else had. Worried that Huo Guining might be in a difficult position, she volunteered. Aren't you all tired? Chen Qi panted. Huo Guining wiped the sweat from her face, indicating she was fine. Fang Yuan and Qi Xian exchanged smiles. We often play basketball together, so this level of jogging is okay for us. Chen Qi, now it seemed she was the odd one out. She hesitated, looking worried. Won't I hold you all back? Huo Guining thought for a moment. You might need to practice a bit harder these few days. Seeing Chen Qi's crestfallen face, she quickly added, I'll practice with you. Fang Yuan and Qi Xian chimed in. Let's all do it together, we only have a few days anyway. Chen Qi nodded gratefully. You two have such a good relationship, Chen Qi, having caught her breath, couldn't keep quiet. She looked at Fang Yuan and Qi Xian with envy. Unlike me, my friends are scattered like stars in the sky. Huo Guining burst out laughing. Fang Yuan, tall with strong features, laughed heartily. Xian and I have been classmates since elementary school, so we're quite close. Qi Xian asked curiously, why did all your friends scatter? Chen Qi sighed deeply, looking wise beyond her years. Huo Guining didn't stop her from joking around, instead adopting a listening pose. My dad is a busy man, changing jobs as frequently as punching a time clock, Chen Qi said with a hint of disdain. Every time he changes jobs, I have to transfer schools. Over time, my friends just scattered. After saying this, Chen Qi sighed again. Qi Xian, petite with dimples when she smiled, said, that does sound quite unfair for you. Chen Qi laughed at Qi Xian's serious tone, and soon everyone was laughing together. However, playtime was playtime. After the laughter, the four continued their training. Friday, the day of the sports meet, arrived as scheduled. That morning, Huo Guining unusually didn't oversleep. She got up early, finished her morning routine, had breakfast, and waited for Huo Xiaozheng to drive her to school. So early today? Huo Xiaozheng was a bit surprised. Huo Guining smiled. It's the sports meet after all. Huo Xiaozheng didn't tease her further. Wait a moment, I'll be ready soon. After breakfast, they arrived at school together. Huo Guining was the first to open the car door and get out, bending down to say goodbye to Huo Xiaozheng as usual. Unexpectedly, Huo Xiaozheng also opened his door and got out. Dad, aren't you going to work? Huo Xiaozheng calmly said, I'll go after watching your race. Huo Guining then noticed that Huo Xiaozheng was wearing casual business attire today. She happily linked arms with him. Really? But what about the company matters? Huo Xiaozheng replied, the company has matters every day. One day won't make a difference. The father and daughter walked towards the school together, their tall and short silhouettes particularly heartwarming under the shade of the large plane trees. The opening ceremony of the sports meet took quite some time. Huo Xiaozheng sat in the stands, holding a video camera, ready and waiting. When it was time for Huo Guining's relay race, Huo Xiaozheng, like any ordinary father, walked to the side of the track with his camera, standing next to Huo Guining to cheer her on. Ning Ning, do your best, Dad will be waiting for you at the finish line. Huo Guining took a deep breath and gave him an okay sign. With a loud gunshot, Fang Yuan started the first leg, followed by Qi Xian. Both performed well, running into the top three. The first and second places were held by the school's track and field team. Chen Qi was on the third leg. She nervously watched Qi Xian, immediately starting to run after receiving the baton, but her lack of explosive power soon led to her being overtaken. Huo Guining's heart was pounding. She jogged in place while keeping her eyes fixed on Chen Qi's direction. Soon Chen Qi appeared in her line of sight. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Huo Guining took the baton from Qin Shi's hand and shot off like an arrow. Huo Xiaozheng waited at the finish line with his camera. He watched as Ning Ning overtook the 5th-place runner, then the 4th, then the 3rd. Soon she was neck and neck with the 2nd-place runner. Huo Xiaozheng's ears were filled with cheers, with Ning Ning's name being shouted by the young students. Huo Guining, go for it. Huo Guining, you're the best. Huo Guining, come on. Seemingly spurred on, Huo Guining gritted her teeth and made a final push in the last 100 meters. Finally, she overtook the 2nd-place runner. The cheers reached a new crescendo. Ning Ning, I love you, you're so cool. An anonymous confession rang out, causing laughter all around. Before Huo Xiaozheng could frown, another deafening cheer erupted. Oh my god. She's caught up to 1st place. Your class's little academic star is too amazing. That's right, she's got looks and skills. I'm so envious, I wish I could be Huo Guining. Sure, go to bed early, dreams can come true. Listening to the children's banter, Huo Xiaozheng couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, Huo Guining was still neck and neck with the track team runner. As the whistle blew, Huo Guining fell into Huo Xiaozheng's arms. Dad, Huo Guining called out breathless. Dad saw you, you ran very well, Huo Xiaozheng said, taking out a tissue to wipe her sweat and handing her a bottle of electrolyte water. Drink slowly, small sips. Qin Shi, Xin, and Fang Yuan rushed over, surrounding her. Ning Ning, you were amazing. Our class tied for 1st with the track team. Qin Shi's clear voice rang in Huo Guining's ears. Ning Ning, you're my idol. Although Huo Guining felt her head buzzing from the noise, she couldn't help but smile. To be able to compete with the track team, we really outdid ourselves. The 4 girls burst into laughter. Huo Xiaozheng watched Huo Guining for a while, and seeing her full of energy, he left the school, promising to pick her up after school in the evening. After Huo Xiaozheng left, Huo Guining was immediately surrounded by her classmates. Huo Guining, you're so brave. Huo Guining had caught her breath by now. She waved her hand, it wasn't just my achievement. Xin, Fang Yuan, and Qin Shi, it's thanks to the 3 of them setting a good example before me. Qin Shi pretended to be embarrassed. You can mention those too, but don't include me. I have some dignity. Fan Xingzhou, as the class monitor, also came forward to congratulate the 4. Finally, he said to Huo Guining, participating in the sports meet, no regrets, right? Ignoring Qin Shi's winks and nudges, Huo Guining replied frankly, yes, no regrets. Ch 135 Choral. Chapter 135. After the sports meet, Huo Guining became good friends with Qin Shi, Fang Yuan, and Xin. Before this, due to her mentally mature nature, Huo Guining had never developed friendships with her classmates. Even in her previous life, she had few friends because of her weak constitution, which often led to hospital visits. This time, the experience of bonding with the girls felt novel to her. In their free time, they often went out together to have fun. Sometimes Huo Guining would bring her sketchpad. Other times she'd just join them in their carefree activities. Huo Xiaozheng noticed that Guining's anxiety had visibly decreased, which eased his worries considerably. That year, although Huo Guining's academic performance still far surpassed her classmates, she didn't skip any grades. She also continued to hold her position as deputy class monitor. On Huo Guining's birthday, which fell in the depths of winter, the Huo family had a rare argument over her birthday celebration. I've got 1 foot in the grave already. Am I not qualified to compete with you, her father, for the right to organize the birthday party? Old Master Huo fumed, his mustache quivering. Zhang Jinxiu, though reluctant to watch, couldn't help but chime in. Xiaozheng, look, for the past few years, you've had complete control over Guining's birthday celebrations. Isn't it our turn this year? Huo Xiaozheng sat calmly in a corner of the living room, his expression unchanged as he heard this. It's not that simple, he said, taking a sip of tea and speaking leisurely. In previous years, I always listened to Guining. Whatever she wanted, I made it happen. This year is different. I have my own ideas. Hearing his sophistry, Old Master Huo nearly choked on his anger. I should call Guining down here to listen to your nonsense. Huo Xiaozheng's lips curled into a smile, his eyes brimming with confidence, as if to say, it's useless, Guining loves her father very much. Zhang Jinxiu sighed, oh, your father and I are already in our 70s. This joy of family, oh. Huo Xiaozheng's smile faltered. When the hard approach failed, they were now playing the family card. Huo Yueza, wearing an expression identical to Huo Xiaozheng's, came down from upstairs. He had finally gotten a day off to visit his grandparents at the old house, only to stumble upon this drama. Grandpa, Grandma, stop acting. Guining is grown up now and has her own friends. She might prefer to celebrate with them, Huo Yueza said, exasperated. Huo Xiaozheng frowned, pondering silently. Recently, Guining had been spending more of her free time going out. According to the bodyguard's reports, she got along very well with those 3 girls. The 4 of them were always laughing and having fun together, no matter what they were doing. Thinking about it, Huo Yueza's words made sense. That's easy to solve, Huo Xiaozheng said. We'll just invite all her friends over. Huo Yueza retorted, would you invite your friends to Guining's birthday party? The three adults fell silent. If you would, how could Guining and her friends relax and have fun? Old Master Huo struggled. Well, after the party starts, Guining could take her friends upstairs. Huo Yu as countered, what's fun about playing at home? Besides, Guining has both male and female friends. I can't stand the thought of boys going into her room. He imagined the scene and firmly declared, absolutely not. Huo Xiaozheng's face grew serious as he pondered. Huo Guining came downstairs looking confused, only to find the Huo family in a state of high alert. She paused, her mind suddenly clearing. What's going on? Everyone turned to look at her in unison. Huo Xiaozheng beckoned her over. Guining, come here. Huo Guining approached with a puzzled expression, feeling somewhat uneasy. Dad, has something happened? Huo Xiaozheng, still treating her as he did when she was little, patted her head. It's nothing serious. We're just discussing how to organize your birthday party this year. Huo Guining breathed a sigh of relief. I'll go with whatever Dad decides. Huo Xiaozheng cast a fleeting glance at old Master Hua, who didn't miss the smugness in his eyes. The old man turned away. However, Huo Guining remembered her friends. This year, I'd like to invite my friends over. Is that okay? Huo Xiaozheng immediately responded, of course it is. Huo Yueza wanted to say something, but faced with Huo Guining's happy expression, he swallowed his words. Invite whoever you want, Huo Xiaozheng continued. Huo Guining nodded excitedly, already planning how to entertain her good friends on her birthday. By the way, will this year's party be held at home again? Huo Guining asked. In previous years, Huo Xiaozheng had always held her birthday parties at Panlong Bay. Judging by the current situation, Huo Guining looked around, then back at Huo Xiaozheng. Old Master Huo stared intently at Huo Xiaozheng, gripping his cane, ready to pounce. Huo Xiaozheng cleared his throat. A memory suddenly flashed in his mind, and his eyes flickered as he asked Guining, how about having it at the old house this year? Huo Guining nodded immediately. That would be great. With the major decision made, a week before Huo Guining's birthday, Old Master Huo contacted her to ask if she had any specific requests for the party. Huo Guining told Old Master Huo her wishes in great detail. After a long silence, Old Master Huo finally agreed readily. Meanwhile, Huo Guining extended invitations to her friends. Are you free this Friday evening? I'd like to invite you to my birthday party, Huo Guining said, handing out invitations to Qin Shi and the others. Qin Shi let out an exclamation of admiration. Wow, these invitations feel so luxurious. The invitations featured traditional Chinese landscape paintings, with the content handwritten by Old Master Huo himself. The calligraphy was exquisite, the writing style dignified. Huo Guining explained, my grandfather wrote these. The three girls exclaimed in unison, your family really dotes on you. Huo Guining smiled and waved it off. Qin Shi's voice was a bit too loud, standing out in the classroom that had just finished lessons. A classmate who overheard snapped, Qin Shi, you're such a bootlicker. You envy everything. Are you that desperate for attention? The speaker was Zhang Jilin. She was quite pretty and hung out more with girls from other classes, often gathering in a small clique. There were rumors that she frequently bullied younger students. Qin Shi had once secretly gossiped about it, swearing that someone had photographic evidence and warned Huo Guining to stay away from them. Now it seemed. Huo Guining frowned. Zhang Jilin, we're in high school now. Don't you understand basic courtesy? Huo Guining usually appeared very easygoing in class, so Zhang Jilin hadn't expected her to confront her like this. But being publicly embarrassed made Zhang Jilin very angry. Say that again if you dare, she challenged. Huo Guining's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes filled with disdain. Ch 136 Bystander Intervention. Chapter 136. Huo Guining completely ignored Zhang Jilin. After school, Qin Shi linked arms with Huo Guining, frequently glancing back at Zhang Jilin, who was fuming like a pufferfish. Ningning, be careful these days. She's the type to seek revenge for the slightest offense, Qin Shi whispered to Huo Guining. Huo Guining smiled without speaking. When it came to seeking revenge, Zhang Jilin was probably just a baby compared to her. The next day, Huo Guining arrived at school as usual. Because Huo Xiaozheng needed to go to the company early in the morning, Huo Guining, like a little shadow, left with him. So when she arrived at school it was still early. The campus was empty with only a few students visible here and there. The sun was just rising, painting half the blue sky red, resembling autumn maple leaves. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Huo Guining, who had originally planned to go straight to the classroom, had a sudden impulse and walked towards the small park next to the playground. In winter, only the pines and cypresses stood tall in the small park, while the grass had turned yellow and withered. This didn't affect Huo Guining's good mood. She sat down under the wisteria trellis, opened her sketchbook, and habitually started doodling. Hey, did you give that thing to Fan Xingzhou or not? An arrogant female voice rang out. Of course I did. The wisteria trellis was located in a corner of the playground, with pines and cypresses growing somewhat densely. Given the cold winter weather, few students would come here at this time. Huo Guining's position happened to be obscured by the trees, so this group of girls probably hadn't noticed her presence. Are you sure? The arrogant girl's tone was cold. Yes, I wouldn't dare lie. A crisp slap broke the morning stillness, interrupting the girl's words. You're very bold, aren't you? Lying without even blinking. Tian saw you throw my letter in the trash. Along with these words came a thin gasp of pain. It seemed the girl who slapped had used quite a bit of force. Huo Guining couldn't sit still anymore. She stood up and walked out from behind the pines and cypresses. Classmate, hitting people is wrong. Who do you think you are? The owner of the arrogant voice had a high ponytail, and her winter uniform skirt had been shortened considerably. As she spoke, she lifted her chin slightly. Her not-so-clear features became even more blurred, but she exuded an extremely domineering aura. Just someone who can't stand by when seeing injustice, Huo Guining glanced at the bullied girl, her eyes showing a moment of surprise. But her expression remained unchanged. I've already recorded what just happened on video. Huo Guining raised her phone, calmly threatening, it's still recording now if you're not afraid. At this, Huo Guining raised a playful smile, mimicking the arrogant girl's domineering expression. Why don't you try me? The arrogant girl was furious and lunged forward. She was held back by those around her. Lulu, don't. Where there's life, there's hope. The group pushed and shoved, retreating under Huo Guining's fearless gaze, cursing as they left. You just wait, the arrogant girl snarled viciously. Huo Guining's eyes narrowed. Who do you think you are to make me wait? The bullied girl's outstretched hand trembled and withdrew. On the other side, the arrogant girl's companions used all their strength to barely restrain her. But they couldn't stop her foul-mouthed curses. The language was filthy, and Huo Guining automatically tuned it out. When her ears finally had peace, she turned to look at the bullied girl. Hey, aren't you quite arrogant in class? Huo Guining sneered, curling her lip. What's this? Only tough at home. Zhang Jilin covered her cheek with one hand, her expression awkward. You're really a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. They're senior students from the 3rd year, with close ties to some thugs outside school. If they're upset, they'll just have those thugs deal with people directly. Huo Guining frowned. Why hasn't this been reported to the school? Zhang Jilin pouted. Guess why she's still comfortably in this school even though she's in her 3rd year? You mean she's been bullying people for a long time but no one's done anything about it? Zhang Jilin snapped. Why else would I listen to them? I'm not an idiot. Huo Guining pondered for a moment, but that's not right. You're a 1st year, they're 3rd years. You're in completely different grades. How did they target you? At this, Zhang Jilin began to stammer. Huo Guining recalled the earlier conversation, and a name popped out of her mouth. Fan Xingzhou. How did you know? Zhang Jilin's tone was surprised. Huo Guining wore an expression that said, just as I thought. So what's really going on? I've taken on a load of enmity for your sake, you know. The girl who hit me is called Huang Lu. She likes Fan Xingzhou. By chance, she discovered that After that, she started targeting me. Huo Guining understood. You confessed to Fan Xingzhou and she caught you in the act, right? Her words were too blunt, and Zhang Jilin couldn't help but snap angrily. You still have the mind to worry about this? Huang Lu has already threatened you. Huo Guining waved her hand dismissively. With her father around, no one could do anything to her. As for you, be careful, Huo Guining said coldly. You won't always be lucky enough to meet someone who can help you. With that, Huo Guining pocketed her sketchbook and left the trellis. Zhang Jilin watched her figure disappear into the distance, murmuring, just this one stroke of luck. Huo Guining wasn't acting out of kindness. It was just that when malicious incidents happen on campus, it's only a matter of probability who becomes the victim. As long as the source of the problem remains. Having decided to intervene in this matter, Huo Guining's first action was to contact Huo Xiaozheng. Considering that Huo Xiaozheng had important business to attend to, Huo Guining chose to send him a message. She briefly explained the morning's events to Huo Xiaozheng, stating that she might face retaliation today and needed him to send someone to help. After sending it, Huo Guining focused on her studies with peace of mind. She didn't tell anyone else about this incident. Although Zhang Jilin was annoying, Huo Guining didn't want anyone to be hurt by rumors. After lunch, Huo Guining took a short nap at her desk. The cafeteria had served her favorite potato and beef stew for lunch, and she had eaten a bit too much, so her sleep was not very peaceful. She stretched and rotated her sore neck. Suddenly, her movements froze. She saw that Zhang Jilin's seat was empty. An ominous feeling spread in Huo Guining's heart. Huo Guining looked around. Only Fan Xingzhou was still sitting upright, as if he hadn't slept at all. She walked over and asked softly, Class monitor, have you seen Zhang Jilin? Afraid of waking other classmates, Huo Guining leaned in quite close. Fan Xingzhou subtly leaned back a bit, and mimicking her soft tone, said, she left with her phone about 10 minutes ago. Huo Guining inwardly cursed, oh no. Ch 137 4 and 8. Chapter 137. Huo Guining glanced at her phone. The message she had sent to Huo Xiaozheng showed as read but unanswered. Feeling somewhat reassured, she asked about the direction Zhang Jilin had gone and rushed out with her phone in hand. It was lunchtime, so there weren't many people wandering around campus. Huo Guining went straight to the security office. Uncle, I lost my watch but haven't been able to find it. Could I check the security cameras? Huo Guining told a white lie. The kindly security guard, seeing Huo Guining's innocent face, immediately agreed. Do you remember roughly when and where you might have lost it? He asked. Huo Guining thought for a moment. Probably after lunch. My classmate and I went to buy something at the school gate, then walked around campus for a bit. This implied she wanted to check the footage from various parts of the school during the entire lunch period. The security guard hesitated, realizing it would be quite a lot of work. I can look through it myself, you don't need to trouble yourself, Huo Guining quickly offered, noticing the guard's concern. The security guard's furrowed brow relaxed. All right then. First, click here. I've already set the time for you. You can drag the progress bar, and then, that's it. He briefly explained to Huo Guining how to view the surveillance footage. Huo Guining nodded, indicating she understood. Thank you, uncle. With that, Huo Guining sat down at the computer and focused intently on examining the footage. The playground, nothing. The garden, nothing. The small supermarket, nothing. In front of the teaching building, also nothing. Huo Guining's brow furrowed more and more. She even began to doubt if her guess was correct. Maybe Zhang Jilin had just gone to the bathroom. Once this possibility occurred to her, Huo Guining's whole body relaxed. Her tight grip on the mouse loosened as she clicked through the remaining locations. As the mouse passed over the alley behind the teaching building, Zhang Jilin's face flashed by, disappearing into the alley. Huo Guining's nerves tightened. She pointed at the alley and asked the security guard, Uncle, where is this? The security guard put on his reading glasses and squinted at the screen for a moment. Oh, that's the alley behind the middle school building. You kids often sneak out there because the wall is low. Realizing what he'd said, the guard looked at her suspiciously. You're not. Sensing that the guard was worried she might be one of the wall jumpers, Huo Guining waved her hands frantically. No, I'm not. She quickly stood up. Thank you, Uncle. I'll go back and check my backpack again. The security guard nodded. Keys are so small you can't really see them clearly on the cameras anyway. Seeing that the guard had also realized the flimsiness of her lie, Huo Guining ran off, shouting her thanks as she went. Huo Guining arrived at the small alley, which was empty. She eyed the height of the wall, rolling up her sleeves in preparation. Just as she was about to jump, a sudden noise interrupted her. Huo Guining, what are you doing? Huo Guining whirled around. It was Fan Xingzhou. Huo Guining replied frankly. I'm climbing the wall. Fan Xingzhou was taken aback by her directness. I can see you're planning to climb the wall. I mean, what are you planning to do after you climb it? Although Fan Xingzhou was part of Zhang Jilin's story, Huo Guining still didn't want to say much. She simply said, that's none of your business. With that, she prepared to leap towards the top of the wall again. Fan Xingzhou, looking exasperated, quickly grabbed her arm. It's very high on the other side. You'll hurt yourself when you come down. If you just want to leave school, there are many ways to do it. Huo Guining turned her head, surprise in her voice. How did you know? Fan Xingzhou avoided answering. So, do you want to go find Zhang Jilin? Huo Guining glanced at her watch. There was only half an hour left before class. I'm going and you shouldn't get involved. Huo Guining rolled down her sleeves and started walking away. After a few steps, she turned back and asked, You seem to know Zhang Jilin quite well. Do you know where she's gone? Fan Xingzhou pressed his lips together. No. His answer was so brief that Huo Guining couldn't tell which part of her question he was denying. Seeing that he was unwilling to say more, Huo Guining didn't press the issue. She turned and walked away decisively. Fan Xingzhou followed a few steps behind. What are you doing? Huo Guining asked, surprised. Fan Xingzhou countered, If I don't come, do you know what excuse to use to leave school? Huo Guining pondered for a moment. She usually followed the rules and indeed lacked experience in skipping class. I'll call my family to come pick me up. Fan Xingzhou replied, By the time your family arrives, Zhang Jilin will. Huo Guining waved her hand confidently, not bothering to explain further. When Fan Xingzhou accompanied Huo Guining to the school gate and saw the young man standing next to a black luxury car outside, he was stunned. The man was tall with long legs, wearing a well-tailored suit. His features were delicate, but there was an intimidating aura about his brow and eyes that made Fan Xingzhou unable to look directly at him. Huo Guining happily waved at the man. The previously stern-faced man broke into an extremely doting smile, his intimidating aura instantly vanishing, transforming him into a graceful young gentleman. Huo Guining turned and said, My family is here. You can go now. With that, she walked towards the security office without a backward glance. The security guard saw Huo Guining again and couldn't help but chuckle. Little miss, still haven't found your keys? Huo Guining gave a shy smile. No, my family has come to get me for something. As she spoke, the young man also entered the security office. Ning ning. Huo Guining happily called out, brother. The security guard asked Huo Yueza to sign something and Huo Guining was easily able to leave school. Brother, how did you get here so quickly? Huo Guining asked happily, linking arms with Huo Yueza, all traces of the aloofness she had shown with Fan Xingzhou gone. Uncle sent me a message. If I hadn't been held up by something at school, I would have been here earlier, Huo Yueza said casually. He then changed the subject, asking curiously, "But do you really have to get involved in that girl's business?" Huo Guining pouted. "When you come across this kind of thing, you have to help. It's not like I'm helpless." Huo Yueze was surprised. "How are you not? Uncle is always going on about how we've been feeding you for so many years, and you haven't gained an ounce." As he spoke, he reached out and pinched her cheek. Look, there's hardly any meat on your face." Huo Guining swatted his hand away, displeased. "I'm not just talking about physical strength. I have you guys, don't I? Besides, if you don't help and I don't help, what if something like this happened to me? Would you want people around me to stand by and do nothing?" Huo Yueze replied, "With us around, you'll never encounter such a situation." Huo Guining patiently explained, "It's just a metaphor, brother. Do you understand what a metaphor is?" Huo Yueze's hand itched again, and he couldn't resist ruffling her hair. Huo Guining dodged away with a yelp. Amidst their banter, the two arrived at the street outside the wall. It was a secluded area, the endpoint of a three-way intersection. In the corner, Zhang Jilin was surrounded by a group, her hair disheveled and her appearance disheveled. Ch 138 Let Go. Chapter 138. Seeing this scene, Huo Guining was stunned for a moment. Several youths dressed in a slovenly manner were eyeing Zhang Jilin's body up and down with lustful gazes. Huang Lu stood with her arms crossed next to her girlfriends, looking down at the disheveled Zhang Jilin with mockery. "You didn't think your classmates would come to your rescue, did you?" She spat on the ground, her arrogance on full display. "Why don't you call for help and see if any miracles happen at this moment?" Zhang Jilin had liquid splashed on her, her wet hair clinging to her scalp in strands. She said in a panic, "Senior Huang Lu, I was wrong. I'll never dare to do it again." With that, she reluctantly lowered her head in submission. Zhang Jilin's action pleased Huang Lu, greatly satisfying her vanity. But this was far from enough. Having her face ruined in front of her girlfriends by a junior like Huo Guining, this kind of situation couldn't be resolved just by Zhang Jilin lowering her head. Relying on the backing of the young thugs, Huang Lu walked forward and grabbed Zhang Jilin's chin, snarling, "Don't think you can appease my anger with just an apology. Your classmate, understand?" Forced to raise her face, Zhang Jilin's pupils contracted when she heard Huang Lu mention Huo Guining. "Senior, that classmate of mine is just an idiot. Please don't bother with her. I'll punish her for you." Hearing this, Huo Guining's eyes darkened. Huo Yueze frowned and whispered in Huo Guining's ear, "Your classmate's character seems quite poor. Should we?" Huo Guining remained silent. Zhang Jilin's fawning face and her gritted promise made Huang Lu's anger subside a bit more. "At least you know your place. Don't disappoint me." Huang Lu flung Zhang Jilin's head away, her eyes fixed on her as she spoke to the young thugs. "Give her a chance. I want to see what she can do." Zhang Jilin's suspended heart fell back to the ground. She raised her head, flashing a grin at Huang Lu, trying to please her. "Don't worry, I won't let you down." The young thug pushed Huang Lu aside, causing her to stumble before being caught by her girlfriends. Zhang Jilin's school uniform skirt was short, about 20 centimeters above the knee. Due to the earlier pushing and shoving, the skirt had almost bunched up to the top of her thighs, leaving her tender white legs shivering in the cold wind. Her features were delicate, with wet black bangs clinging to her forehead. Her anxious expression was pitiable. The young thug reached out, his finger tracing her soft white face. "Little sister, some things don't need you to do them yourself. Why don't you let big brother help you?" The metal skull earring on the thug's ear gleamed coldly, sending chills down one's spine. Zhang Jilin hurriedly covered her skirt, forcing a smile. "It's such a small matter, there's no need to trouble." "Ah." A sudden sharp pain on her scalp interrupted her attempt at negotiation. The thug's repulsive face suddenly came close, the stench from his mouth assaulting Zhang Jilin's senses. Zhang Jilin couldn't help but make a retching sound. Seeing this, the thug's buddies burst into laughter. "Brother Jing, you made the little girl sick, ha ha ha." The thug called Brother Jing's face darken with anger. "You think I'm disgusting, huh? Today I'll show you what real disgust is." Saying this, he grabbed Zhang Jilin's long hair, trying to drag her along. "Let go of that girl." A clear female voice suddenly rang out. The misbehaving young delinquents and thugs instinctively stopped what they were doing, turning to look at the source of the voice. After shouting, Huo Guining belatedly felt a wave of embarrassment. But seeing everyone staring at her, she had to swallow her shame and repeat coldly, "Let go of that girl." Having their face ruined repeatedly on their own turf, both Huang Lu and the thugs were extremely annoyed. The two walked forward in sync, arrogantly saying, "Huo Guining, you're asking for a beating. Who do you think you are? One question, one answer, like dogs biting each other." Huo Guining smiled. "Your duet isn't bad, but I don't have time to listen to you sing. Get lost." Her words were extremely arrogant. Though alone, she carried an overwhelming aura, looking down on everyone present. The posturing was impressive. Skull was thoroughly enraged. He waved to his brothers, and Huang Lu, not to be outdone, led her group as they all surged towards Huo Guining. Zhang Jilin came to her senses, nearly crying with anxiety. "Huo Guining, are you stupid? Run quickly." As she spoke, she looked around, trying to find something to use as a weapon. Meanwhile, Huo Guining casually stepped back, revealing the person hidden around the corner. Brother, I'm counting on you. Huo Yueze laughed in exasperation. For such a small matter, you don't need me to personally intervene. Huo Guining still had the mood to smile at him. Huo Yueze waved his hand dismissively. Just as the group was about to reach the two, suddenly a bunch of muscular men burst out, subduing the little chicks in no time. Huo Guining thought, still, my brother is the best. She walked up to Zhang Jilin, taking out a wet wipe and handing it to her. How are you? Zhang Jilin was still immersed in this sudden turn of events. These people, did you bring them? Huo Guining said casually, I suppose so. She lifted her eyelids looking at Zhang Jilin. Why are you so stupid? Huang Lu calls and you just come. Zhang Jilin bit her lip. She said if I didn't come, she'd directly find people to deal with you. Huo Guining was stunned for a moment, then said mockingly, don't you have a brain? Huang Lu is clearly the type to push her luck. You actually believed her. You're the first person to help me. After saying this, Zhang Jilin felt as embarrassed as Huo Guining had earlier when she shouted. So? Huo Guining made a stop gesture. Don't say it. We have no chance. Zhang Jilin looked at her with a "Are you crazy?" expression. Huo Guining's goosebumps subsided a bit. Zhang Jilin, that day, no matter who encountered such a situation, I would have helped. So I didn't save you specifically. Zhang Jilin hadn't expected her to say this. Huo Guining said coldly, after all, even as friends, I don't like people with your kind of personality. After saying this, she revealed a smile, the epitome of elegance. Huo Guining stood up, handing Zhang Jilin the towel she had bought earlier at a roadside store. Whether it's Huang Lu or the thugs, you don't need to worry about them hurting you anymore. She pointed at the sky. I have connections above. At least during your student years, you won't suffer bullying again. Zhang Jilin couldn't help but ask, what about after student years? Huo Guining's lips curled slightly. Society will teach everyone how to be a person. Whether it's you or Huang Lu, don't you agree? With that, she turned and left without hesitation. In the gloomy weather, her figure was the epitome of elegance. Ch 139 Chatterbox. Chapter 139. Although Huo Yueze is still in college, he has already started taking over some of Huo Xiaozheng's business. Huo Xiaozheng calls it training for Huo Yueze. But Huo Yueze has a vague feeling that the year he graduates will be the year Huo Xiaozheng retires. When he heard this, Huo Xiaozheng surprisingly smiled at Huo Yueze. How could that be? Your uncle wouldn't be so heartless. Huo Xiaozheng's appearance was so attractive that even Huo Yueze was almost deceived. Today, if Huo Xiaozheng hadn't been tied up with a big client, it wouldn't have fallen to this old ox to deal with Ning Ning's affairs. Brother, are you going back to the company? Huo Guining asked. Huo Yueze, feeling a bit dizzy, replied, Ning Ning, I haven't even graduated from college yet. Why don't you ask if I'm going back to school? Huo Guining's eyes darted around, and she pointed at the nearby bubble tea shop. Brother, thank you for today. Why don't I treat you to some bubble tea? Her voice was so loud that it completely illuminated her nervousness. Huo Yueze smiled, no longer teasing her, about today's incident. I'll help you handle it. Uncle means that from now on, Brother Zhao will be with you, so you don't need to be afraid. As he spoke, he pointed to a tall, imposing man not far away. Although he wasn't particularly burly, he had a strong presence. Brother Zhao is from the military. He can protect you. The man Huo Yueze referred to as Brother Zhao noticed their gaze and nodded, acknowledging them. Huo Guining didn't reject this protection. Okay. Huo Yueze patted her little head, sighing, not bad. You didn't try to be tough when facing trouble and sought help from adults. Our efforts over these years haven't been in vain. Huo Guining's eyes curved into a smile. It's all thanks to your good teaching. After chatting for a while, Huo Yueze saw that Brother Zhao had almost finished handling the situation. He sent Huo Guining back to school and then returned to the company. When Huo Guining returned to the classroom, Zhang Jilin's seat was still empty. Qinshi, seeing her come back from outside, curiously asked, what happened? Why were both you and Zhang Jilin not in the classroom? The class monitor just got back too. Qinshi spoke rapidly, her words tumbling out like beans spilling from a bag. Huo Guining raised an eyebrow. I went to the bathroom. As for them, I'm not sure. Qinshi obviously didn't believe her, but seeing her expression of not wanting to say more, she didn't press further. That afternoon, Zhang Jilin didn't show up at all. With Huo Yueze's assurance, Huo Guining wasn't worried about Zhang Jilin's personal safety. At the end of school, Qinshi, unable to suppress her curiosity, caught up with Huo Guining in a few steps, wanting to ask more. A tall figure beat her to it, blocking Huo Guining's path. Fan Xingzhou. Huo Guining looked confused. Do you need something? Fan Xingzhou stood tall and straight in front of Huo Guining, a full head taller than her. He spoke leisurely. Did you find her? The her in Fan Xingzhou's mouth was obviously Zhang Jilin. Huo Guining frowned. Weren't you not concerned? Fan Xingzhou clenched his palm. It's not what you think between us. Huo Guining's frown deepened. What do I think? Fan Xingzhou seemed to want to say something but held back. Huo Guining, losing patience first, spoke ahead of him. Look, class monitor, I don't care at all about what's going on between you two. Right now, I'm in a hurry to get home. My dad is waiting for me. With that, she walked around Fan Xingzhou and hurried towards the school gate. She watched this scene with her chin propped on her hand, looking as if she had just gotten some juicy gossip. Huo Guining paid no attention to this little interlude. Not far from the school gate, she saw the familiar car. Opening the car door, she found Huo Xiaozheng sitting in the back seat, wearing a gentle smile. You're a bit late today. Huo Guining sat down, fastening her seatbelt while grumbling. Our class monitor suddenly came to find me, saying some weird, nonsensical things, wasting my time. Huo Xiaozheng's smile faded a bit. Oh? What nonsensical things? Huo Guining thought for a moment, then told Huo Xiaozheng everything about Zhang Jilin and Fan Xingzhou. At the end, she was still a bit annoyed. This Fan Xingzhou isn't very good. He clearly has something going on with Zhang Jilin, but he's in denial and he's even worried that I might spread rumors about them. Huo Guining chattered on, isn't this just a case of a petty person judging others by his own standards? Don't you think so, Dad? Huo Xiaozheng was both amused and exasperated. I suppose so. Finding agreement, Huo Guining felt as if she had grown taller. She completely lost her cool girl image from earlier that day and simply turned her body to face Huo Xiaozheng, venting her frustrations. It wasn't until the car reached its destination that she finally stopped, albeit reluctantly. After returning home, Huo Xiaozheng repeated to Ning Ning what Huo Yueza had said earlier. Huo Guining, of course, agreed readily. Time quickly arrived at Huo Guining's birthday. This time, the old Mr. Huo specially found a top-notch team to plan this birthday party, and the security measures were also very well done. The venue for the evening banquet was decorated extremely luxuriously, with every detail exuding high-end taste. Dazzling crystal chandeliers hung like stars, illuminating the entire hall. The luxurious carpet was as soft as silk, as if walking on clouds. Exquisite tableware and fresh flowers adorned the tables, exuding an enchanting fragrance. The walls were adorned with precious artworks, making one feel as if they were in an art palace. Elegant music flowed through the air, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Well-dressed guests chatted and laughed in this luxurious scene as if at a feast of high society. Although Huo Guining had only sent invitations to a few of her close friends, thanks to Qinshi's talkative nature, many classmates actively approached her, hoping to attend her birthday party. Huo Guining gladly agreed. So on her birthday, her classmates finally realized that Huo Guining's Hua was the same Hua as in Hua group. Ning Ning is really a princess. I've never seen such a luxurious party before. That person is that Huo Jing. In the hall, Huo Jing wore a gorgeous evening gown. The champagne-colored skirt flowed like clouds, setting off her snow-white, delicate, and smooth skin. Her exquisite makeup made her stunningly beautiful. Oh my god, it really is Huo Jing. Oh my goddess, I can't believe I'm seeing my goddess here. It's true. Wasn't she supposed to be filming? How did she suddenly appear here? Qinshi smirked. Just a reminder, both Ning Ning and Huo Jing have the surname Hua. With that, she gracefully walked away with a glass of champagne, leaving her classmates screaming like excited chickens behind her. Qinshi, along with Qi Xian and Fang Yuan, were led by the butler to Huo Guining's bedroom. Young miss, your friends are here, the butler said. After hearing a response from inside, he retreated. The door opened and Huo Guining appeared before the three. She was wearing a black gown made of velvet with the collar trimmed in silver thread, outlining delicate lily-of-the-valley flowers. A black satin ribbon was tied around her waist with a bow casually tied to one side. Her skirt spread out like the night sky, dotted with twinkling star patterns as if she had draped the entire Milky Way over herself. Her hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall with strands of purple highlights interwoven among the black tresses. The princess-cut bangs that were usually clipped up were now let down. On her head, she wore a small black crown inlaid with purple gemstones, glittering with a cold and alluring light. She wore black lace gloves with her fingertips shimmering faintly. On her feet were a pair of silver low-heeled shoes, making her posture even more upright and elegant. At this moment, Huo Guining looked like a night princess from another world, cold and untouchable. Ch 140 politely decline. Chapter 140. After Qinshi and the others reacted, they exclaimed in succession, "We always knew you were beautiful, but we didn't expect you to be so." Qi Xian, seeing that she couldn't find the right word for a while, added, "So noble and elegant." Huo Guining couldn't help but smile. When she smiled, that sense of aloofness faded considerably. "You're exaggerating," Huo Guining said. "This gown is for the opening ceremony. After that's over, we can go and have fun on our own." Qinshi didn't quite understand, but figured that wealthy families must have their own ways, so she didn't ask further. The four girls, arm in arm, affectionately walked out of the room together. Since old Master Huo was hosting this birthday party, there were even more guests than usual. After the opening ceremony, Huo Guining had to stay by old Master Huo and Huo Xiaozheng's side, exchanging pleasantries with the guests. When old Master Huo finally gave the word to disperse, Huo Guining immediately returned to her room, changed into a soft, white off-the-shoulder sweater, and joined her classmates. "Let's go play in the house behind us. There are no adults there," Huo Guining called out to everyone. The group of young men and women flocked to the small villa behind the main hall. The villa was decorated primarily in shades of purple, still luxurious. Fan Xingzhou lagged behind the group. Seeing Huo Guining usher everyone into the hall, he called out to her. Huo Guining turned back, somewhat puzzled. "What's wrong?" The moonlight was gentle and the light under the porch was dim. Huo Guining's face was clearly visible in the night. Fan Xingzhou was silent for a moment before saying, "You look beautiful today." Huo Guining replied matter-of-factly, "I know." Fan Xingzhou looked up, again appearing as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Huo Guining frowned. "Are you going to say it or not?" "If not, I'm going in. My classmates are waiting for me." This isn't the best time, Fan Xingzhou thought. He shook his head and repeated what he had said before. "There's nothing special between Xing Jilin and me." Huo Guining couldn't help but be direct. "Fan Xingzhou, you like me, don't you?" Fan Xingzhou's pupils shook, his heart felt as if it was being tightly gripped. He couldn't help but clench his fist, his eyes showing a glimmer of hope and joy. "How did you know?" Since Fan Xingzhou didn't deny it, Huo Guining adjusted her stance and first expressed her appreciation for Fan Xingzhou. "Thank you for liking me. I understand young people's admiration for beautiful things. You have good taste. But you might have misunderstood. Whether it's you or Xing Jilin, we're just classmates. I don't care about your relationship with Xing Jilin and you don't need to be overly concerned about my feelings." Huo Guining's words were calm with a touch of coldness. Fan Xingzhou was stunned. "Then at the sports meet, why did you decide to participate just because of what I said?" Huo Guining held her forehead, not expecting that her conflicted feelings had caused such a big misunderstanding. "That was purely because of my competitive nature," Huo Guining recalled, feeling annoyed. "As for participating, it didn't have much to do with you." Fan Xingzhou felt as if he had been struck by lightning out of a clear sky. The usually calm and composed person's expression cracked. "So, Huo Guining, you asked how I knew you liked me. Do you want to know the answer?" Fan Xingzhou had a feeling her answer wouldn't be pleasant to hear, but he still couldn't help nodding. "Yes. Whether it's liking someone or loving someone, these emotions will surpass a person's rationality. I like my family, I love my family. If they were in danger, my first thought would be how to help them. But you're not like that. You know Zhang Jilin likes you, and I'm making a malicious guess here, you probably even know she's gotten into some trouble because of it. But you disregarded it. Even when I stepped in to help, you chose to be a bystander. You enjoy being liked by others, but you hate the trouble it brings. I don't like that kind of person. Fan Xingzhou, the way you look at me is about possession, control, waiting to see me hit a wall, and then gladly accepting your control. This isn't liking someone." Every word Huo Guining said ruthlessly tore open Fan Xingzhou's not-so-pure heart. Fan Xingzhou's face turned pale. He smiled bitterly. "Even if you're rejecting me, you don't have to be so cruel." There was no trace of mockery or contempt on Huo Guining's face. She said sincerely, "Fan Xingzhou, love is a subject that needs to be learned. You just happen to be very poor at this subject without realizing it." Having said all she needed to say, Huo Guining gave Fan Xingzhou a deep look, then turned and pushed open the door to the hall. Fan Xingzhou stood alone, the cold moonlight falling on his shoulders, his figure looking desolate. Huo Jing, who had been following Fan Xingzhou, saw this and turned away satisfied. Inside the villa's hall, it was quite a different scene. At first, some curious classmates searched for Huo Xiaozheng and Huo Guining's names online. The internet, of course, has a memory. Huo Guining's past was gradually laid out before her classmates. This led to Huo Guining walking into the hall and directly facing a crowd of sympathetic gazes. Qin was the first to break down, rushing over to hug her. "Guining, you deserve all of this today, Wu." Even the usually calm Xen couldn't help but tear up. "Guining." It took Huo Guining a while to understand what had happened. She said, torn between laughter and tears, "It's all been so many years I've grown up." But she wouldn't have it. Relying on being 2 years older than Huo Guining, she pulled her to sit on the sofa. "What's your birthday wish? Tell me, I'll definitely make it come true for you." Just as one misunderstanding was resolved, another one hit her head on. This birthday party was both joyful and headache-inducing for Huo Guining. After the party ended, Huo Guining's bedroom was, as usual, piled high with gifts. Huo Guining, familiar with the routine, picked up Huo Xiaozheng's gift first. It was a photo album. The album was filled with photos from when she was 5 years old until now. On the title page was written, "Thank you, my daughter, for accompanying me all these years. Dad is very happy." Huo Guining hugged the album with both hands, the warmth in her heart almost overflowing. Huo Xiaozheng pushed open the door to see Guining sitting in the pile of gifts with red-rimmed eyes, holding the photo album he had made himself. He walked over and sat down beside her, wiping the corner of her eye. "This isn't worth crying over." Huo Guining sniffled, "I'm just too happy." In the night, the conversation between father and daughter was soft and gentle, as if afraid to disturb this quiet and beautiful evening. In the moonlight, the silhouettes of the father and daughter formed a beautiful and warm picture. Their familial love was like the moonlight, gentle and warm, illuminating each other's hearts. After the birthday party, Huo Guining and Fan Xingzhou's relationship returned to normal. Zhang Jilin secretly slipped a gift into Huo Guining's drawer. The box contained a somewhat ugly chocolate cookie charm. It looked handmade. Huo Guining thought for a moment, then attached it to her keychain. Zhang Jilin, who had been secretly observing Huo Guining's reaction, breathed a sigh of relief. That day, the classmates who attended the birthday party kept very tight-lipped and didn't spread Huo Guining's background too much. Ch 141 The End. Chapter 141. Days and nights passed, seasons changed. Huo Guining methodically progressed through each year of her high school life. On the day the college entrance exams ended, Huo Guining, along with her classmates, created a summer snowfall inside the school building, bathed in the brilliant glow of the setting sun. Torn textbooks swirled down from the upper floors, settling on the ground in a thick layer of snow. The graduates rejoiced, celebrating the dawn of a brighter future. Huo Guining's face lit up with a smile. In the golden sunset, she seemed to be embracing a new life. Are you that happy? Huo Xiaozheng had been waiting for her at the school gate, just as she had once waited for Huo Yueze years ago. Seeing her eyes sparkle, Huo Xiaozheng couldn't help but feel happy too. Huo Guining nodded vigorously. I've graduated from high school. I'm 18 now. She had finally lived past 18. Unaware of her inner thoughts, Huo Xiaozheng chimed in, yes, you're 18. Have you thought about where you want to go for your graduation trip? Huo Guining's eyes immediately brightened even more. I have. I want to go to many places, see every corner of the world, and see how other people live. Huo Xiaozheng smiled and asked, will you bring your paintbrushes? Huo Guining nodded with an expression that said, you know me so well. The car started, quickly leaving the school behind. The two arrived at the Huo family's old residence. That night, the Huo family gathered to celebrate their little granddaughter coming of age. Huo Yueze managed to arrive 5 minutes before the feast began. As time had passed, Huo Yueze had grown more and more like Huo Xiaozheng, their mannerisms strikingly similar. Ningning, congratulations on your graduation. Huo Yueze ceremoniously handed Huo Guining a large bouquet of deep red flowers. The red bouquet was like a flame, bright and passionate. The vibrant petals layered upon each other, tightly clustered together like a collection of burning hearts. The fragrance of the red flowers was rich and sweet, like a gentle summer breeze carrying a hint of sweetness. A red ribbon wound around the stems, adding a touch of elegance. It was reminiscent of a summer sunset. Wow, what beautiful flowers, Huo Guining exclaimed as she happily accepted them. I hope my little sister's future will be as vibrant and full of life as these flowers. Huo Yueze said with a smile playing on his lips. Huo Guining's eyes crinkled with joy. Thank you, brother. I'm sure it will be. The bright dining room was filled with laughter and cheerful conversation. Ningning, have you decided where you want to go for your summer vacation? Old Master Huo asked. Huo Guining repeated what she had told Huo Xiaozheng earlier. That's wonderful, Old Master Huo nodded approvingly. Youth is the time to explore the world. Are you going with your friends? Huo Guining shook her head. Huo Xiaozheng looked puzzled. You're not planning to go alone, are you? Huo Guining shook her head again. She stood up and gave Huo Xiaozheng a gentlemanly bow. I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting Mr. Huo Xiaozheng to accompany me? Huo Xiaozheng was pleasantly surprised. You want Dad to go with you? Really? Huo Guining nodded. Of course, if you're willing. Huo Xiaozheng nodded happily. Huo Yueze wore a forced smile, seeming somewhat exasperated. I'm so envious of Uncle. Unlike me, who only knows how to work. After a pause, he added, and work for Uncle at that. Huo Xiaozheng waved his hand cheerfully. If you'd like, you can take over the company from now on. I'm tired and it's time I spent some quality time with Ningning. Huo Yueze gritted his teeth. Ningning is 18 now, you know. She'll have her own life. Perhaps you shouldn't cling to her so much, old man. Before Huo Xiaozheng could respond, Huo Guining quickly replied, it's not Dad clinging to me, it's me who likes to cling to Dad. Huo Yueze, utterly defeated. Everyone chuckled at this exchange. At that moment, under the night sky filled with the lights of countless homes, there was finally a light that shone just for Huo Guining. She had finally crossed the threshold of her 18th year. From now on, she could live a long and fulfilling life, experiencing all the beauty and joy the world had to offer. Most importantly, she finally had a family who loved her, and whom she loved deeply in return. She was truly happy. End of the main text. Ch 142 Confessions. Chapter 142. I am Huo Xiaozheng. At the age of 29, I unexpectedly became the father of a daughter. The first time we met, she was like a carrot, swept into a snowbank by my car. When I dug her out, her frailty wasn't much different from that of a carrot. But her eyes were bright, full of life. That day, my assistant received a call from the police station. On the phone, the little girl's voice mentioned a location where I had been set up by rivals years ago. Though I always hold grudges, I dislike trouble. But that day, as if possessed, I went to the police station. Faithfully, I brought home my daughter. At first, I thought she was quite cunning, using a ploy of self-harm at such a young age. When the paternity test results came back, I held those few thin sheets of paper, my thoughts returning to that day at the police station, and unexpectedly felt a twinge in my heart. But I still remained wary of her. Ningning was very perceptive, rarely causing me any trouble. Oh, Ningning is my daughter's nickname. Her original name was Huining, which I later changed to Huo Guining. Of course, that's a story for another time. She was very well behaved, observing my likes and dislikes. She would never overstep my boundaries, not even once. Even when I planned to use her to attack my rivals and my staff couldn't bear to watch, she would always act very understanding. But children shouldn't be like this. When Huo Yueze was young, he was almost a little terror, noisy and willful. Ningning was the opposite of Huo Yueze. Quiet. So quiet that even when she was sick, she wouldn't dare ask for comfort while awake. It was then that the paternal love dormant in my blood suddenly awakened. I thought Ningning shouldn't be like this. But Ningning clearly didn't think so. She continued to suppress herself. Sensing her father's approach, she was happy but still guarded. I knew this but felt helpless. Ningning's health was poor. Learning that she would fall ill if she left me for a moment, I was quite pleased. This way, perhaps Ningning would learn to depend on me. But reality continued to defy my wishes. I tried my best to keep Ningning by my side, not realizing she was always afraid of causing me trouble. To put my mind at ease, Ningning deliberately concealed that she was taking medication to avoid chest pain. When I learned this truth, I felt utterly defeated. Angry, but more than that, heartbroken. I hadn't been by her side since she was little, and I didn't know how to get her to open up. Even in dealing with her birth mother, I performed terribly, leaving her exposed to public scrutiny, bearing the brunt of criticism. Much later, when Ningning grew up and recalled the past, she even comforted me, telling me those things were trivial, that she didn't care about the criticism at all. But I cared deeply. That guilt remained buried in my heart. Fortunately, as Ningning grew up healthy, watching her become healthy, happy, and free, my guilt gradually lessened. Ningning's intelligence had always been exceptional for her age. After the college entrance exam, she chose to study abroad, pursuing her longtime passion for art. Coincidentally, Huo Yueze was also about to graduate from university. I handed the Huo Corporation to Huo Yueze, with Sichuan assisting him. At first, Huo Yueze was unwilling, but when he learned I was going abroad to accompany Ningning during her studies, the brat agreed quite quickly. On the day we left the country, my parents hugged Ningning with tears in their eyes. I couldn't relate to that sense of sorrow at parting. I even urged them to go home and rest soon, not to tire themselves out, saying that Ningning and I would naturally return during the holidays. Ningning comforted her grandparents just as I did. I couldn't help but recall her first meeting with her grandfather. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. The old man, still vigorous despite his age, hearing my laughter, raised his cane to sweat at me, shouting not to be smug, and that in a while when the weather warmed up, they would both come over to accompany us during the studies. This time I didn't dare laugh. Ningning and I both coaxed the two elders to take care of their health. Life abroad was even happier than I had imagined. I became an ordinary father. In my spare time, I would practice cooking and drive Ningning to and from school. I had worried that Ningning would feel I was restricting her freedom. After all, she was in her youth, the age when one loves to have fun. Fortunately, Ningning's interests weren't that broad. She did love to play and have fun, but always within reason, returning home on time. She never gave me cause to worry. As we spent time together day after day, our relationship became more natural and close. Ningning would tell me about her classmates' love affairs at school. I would take the opportunity to ask about her own love life. But Ningning was completely oblivious and seemed to have no desire to change that. She proudly declared, "What's so great about dating? I'm a noble single with my own charm." Whether Ningning dated or not, I approved. After all, my hope for Ningning was simply that she be free and happy. We rarely discussed such abstract topics as father and daughter. During her time studying abroad, we talked more about everyday, trivial things like the weather, food, and fashion. I no longer worried whether Ningning was happy or not, because her eyes gave me the answer.